A blinding flash of light engulfed Roken, the former SSS-class ranker, as he was violently thrust through space and time. The intense energy leaving him disoriented and breathless amidst a chaotic battlefield. He found himself surrounded by the members of the Ragnarok Guild, a powerful force that had previously orchestrated his downfall. Artemis, their lord ranked 26th, unleashed a devastating attack, her blood of destruction arrow piercing the air. While Horde, their 33rd ranked lord, countered with his void blade, a surge of dark energy slicing through the chaos. The combined assault creating a maelstrom of destructive power that threatened to overwhelm Roken. Helios, the 19th ranked lord of Ragnarok, prepared to deliver the final blow. His powerful foot descending towards Roken as he declared, "This is your end, Roken." A blinding golden light erupted from Roken's blade as he unleashed a devastating mountain strike, a technique that cleaved the air with immense power. The shockwave of the attack shattering the opponent's defenses. The impact sending tremors through the very ground. A surprised grunt escaped the opponent as he staggered back, his armor visibly cracked. Roken's lips curled into a predatory grin as he watched his foes struggle. He smirked, a question forming on his lips, "Mine?" With a sudden burst of speed, Roken closed the distance. His movements a blur as he unleashed another devastating attack. A crimson wave of energy engulfing his opponent, resulting in a spectacular display of power that left the opponent utterly defeated. The game system announced, "You died." As the forced logout initiated, Roken scoffed, "Did you really think that I, the mighty Roken, would die so easily?" The scene opens on Roken, the king of violence, a lord ranked 12th and an SSS-ranked solo player with no guild affiliation. His powerful physique is accentuated by the dynamic pose, suggesting a recent battle. Suddenly, a voice cuts through the air, labeling Roken as the pest of the lord. Scotty, a lord ranked 17th and member of the 11th ranked Ragnarok Guild, appears, unleashing a frost storm attack aimed at Roken, shouting, "Die, Roken." Roken is caught in the attack, the icy blast engulfing him. But he endures, his vitality reduced to 60%. He questions his label as a pest. Roken's expression shifts, a furious grin spreading across his face as he prepares a counterattack. With a powerful war cry, Roken unleashes his full power. Scotty and his allies are stunned by the ferocity of Roken's counterattack. Scotty coughs, muttering about Roken being a savage bastard. The attack continues, with Roken's weapon striking down on one of Scotty's allies. Roken, victorious, declares that he will wipe out every last one of the imposters. Roken, the former SSS ranker, found himself in a desperate situation. Surrounded by his rivals from the Ragnarok Guild, he was being relentlessly attacked. A searing bolt of energy struck him, sending him sprawling. The raw power of their combined assault threatening to overwhelm him. Explosions of light and energy erupted around him as he struggled to defend himself, each blow chipping away at his already dwindling health. He braced himself for the inevitable. A wave of energy washing over him as he was thrown back, crashing into the ground. The impact sent tremors through his body, leaving him battered and bruised, his vitality critically low. A notification appeared before his eyes, 30% vitality remaining. His vision swam, as faces of Zeus and Thor, two of his most formidable adversaries, loomed over him. They were submasters of the Ragnarok Guild, their power immense. Their mocking laughter echoing in his ears as they prepared to deliver the final blow. Roken, despite his injuries, glared defiantly at them. Zeus, the second-ranked lord of Ragnarok, and Thor, the fourth, stood over their defeated foe. Their expressions were filled with cruel amusement. Roken, despite his weakened state, cursed his attackers, his voice filled with barely contained rage. He then ordered his remaining allies to retreat. Zeus, with a smug smile, watched as Roken's allies fled. The battle was over, and Roken's defeat was complete. High above a desolate, icy landscape, a figure clad in flowing purple robes and gleaming silver armor descended. Below, a smaller figure, seemingly a warrior in dark armor and red cape, watched with a mixture of awe and apprehension. The descending figure, Odin, the Lord and the Ragnarok Guildmaster, landed gracefully, his presence radiating power. Multiple spears of light materialized around him, a clear demonstration of his immense strength. His eyes glowed with an ethereal light, his expression unreadable. The title King of World Creation appeared in a box above him, underscoring his status as the game's top-ranked player. From below, a voice, filled with a mixture of surprise and dread, whispered, "Oh, Odin." Odin, seemingly sensing the presence of his opponent, raised his hand, and a volley of energy spears shot towards the warrior below. The warrior, reacting instinctively, attempted to block the onslaught. But the sheer force of Odin's attack overwhelmed him. A metallic claw, imbued with energy, reached out from Odin's hand, striking the warrior with immense power. The impact sent the warrior flying, his body a blur of motion as he was thrown back by the force of the blow. Odin continued his assault, unleashing another barrage of energy spears. A message appeared on the screen: "You have been afflicted with restraint due to an unknown power. Movement speed decreased by 30%. Attack speed decreased by 30%. Odin, having severely weakened his opponent, prepared for the final blow, summoning a devastating rain of energy spears. A hail of icy spears rained down upon Roken, the former SSS class ranker, as he stood defiant amidst the blizzard. His body, battered and bruised, bore the marks of a brutal assault. His vision blurred, but through the pain, a cold fury ignited within him. He heard a voice, sneering, calling him a broken piece of shit. That insult, a final blow to his pride, fueled his desperate rage. A surge of power, a blinding flash of light, erupted from within him. He unleashed a counterattack, a wave of energy that tore through the air. The attackers cried out in pain as the energy washed over them. His vitality plummeted, dropping below 2%. His body screamed in protest, its functions failing. But even as he teetered on the brink of death, Roken fought on, his will unyielding. He continued to unleash his power, piercing through his enemies. The scene shifted, showing the full extent of the battle. Many lay fallen, victims of Roken's desperate counterattack. A powerful figure in shining armor stood before him. His opponent, a figure of immense power, loomed over him, a cruel smirk playing on his lips. But then, a twist. A promise of redemption. A chance to reclaim what was lost, and more. "Come under my wing," the figure offered. "I will return to you what you've lost. No, I'll give you even more than that." Before Roken, a former SSS class ranker in the VR game, could react, a colossal, ethereal arm, wreathed in icy energy, descended from the heavens. Its clawed hand reached for him, a chilling premonition of his impending doom. A voice echoed in his mind, a stark warning: "This is your last chance, so consider wisely." Roken, his face contorted in a grimace of pain and desperation, could only let out a pained groan, "Kouwu." As icy grip tightened, a furious voice cut through the air: "Fuck off, you bastard." Roken braced himself, his eyes blazing with defiance as he prepared to meet his end. But before the ethereal hand could crush him, a blinding flash of light erupted, and Roken found himself facing a formidable opponent, a warrior clad in ornate armor, amidst a field of shimmering spears. A game notification appeared, announcing his death and the loss of a piece of equipment. The system initiated a forced logout. Roken's consciousness returned to his real-world apartment, the VR pod lying inert beside him. He groaned, "Yoo-oo," again, his body still reeling from the virtual experience. Meanwhile, another player, his face etched with frustration and fury, slammed his fist on the table, shouting, "I lost again." A guttural curse, "Goddamn," escaped Roken's lips, a testament to his frustration and fury. Roken, his body radiating an intense energy, collapsed to the floor, the force of some unseen blow sending shockwaves through his apartment. A silent testament to the brutal attack he had just endured. From his vantage point on the couch, a man watched the spectacle unfold with a detached expression. Groaning in pain, Roken clutched his side, the agony evident in his strained features. He had been ambushed, his hard-earned achievements stolen. He glared at the man on the couch, a cruel smirk playing on his lips. The attacker, clearly pleased with his handiwork, exhaled a plume of smoke. The scene shifted to a tranquil village nestled beneath a double moon, bathed in ethereal light. The game's breathtaking graphics were showcased. The narration box highlighted the game's advanced AI, capable of mimicking human behavior with uncanny realism. Atop a mountain of discarded armor and weaponry, a lone figure stood silhouetted against a stormy sky. A powerful, crimson energy pulsed from the tip of a staff held aloft. The scene radiating an aura of overwhelming power. The figure, cloaked in darkness, surveyed the battlefield with a grim expression. He was the strongest of that world. The narrative shifted, focusing on a close-up of Roken, the king of violence. A cruel smile stretched across his face, his eyes gleaming with a predatory intensity. But a change was coming. The arrival of a mysterious figure, a shadowy presence with glowing eyes, was about to alter the course of Roken's life forever. In a different scene, a man with gray hair sat on the floor, lost in thought. He mused about Odin's overwhelming power, questioning its source. Meanwhile, Roken found himself in a desperate situation. This was the 8th time he had been ambushed by the Ragnarok Guild, his level dropping with each defeat, his equipment lost to the cruel whims of the game. Rage coursed through him. He was the supreme player, Roken, and he would not be defeated. He contrasted his plight with the ostentatious displays of wealth by other players, who flaunted their in-game earnings in the real world. Despite everything, Roken had given his all to the game, a fact that fueled his burning resentment. Roken, his face grim, a shadow of his former self, vowed to himself that he would rather die than quit after being humiliated by his rivals. He stood defiantly, his resolve hardening. "All right," he muttered, "let's see who gives up first." He faced his opponents, a formidable guild of powerful players, their presence filling the desolate landscape. Their numbers were overwhelming, but Roken remained unyielding. A fierce determination burning in his eyes. He would defeat them, one by one. The first to engage was a warrior clad in advanced armor, his movements swift and deadly. The battle began. A clash of steel echoing through the desolate arena. The armored warrior pressed his attack, but Roken met his every blow with unwavering skill. His counterattack swift and brutal. "Fall to losers, like you," he roared, his voice filled with contempt. With a final, devastating blow, Roken sent the warrior crashing to the ground, defeated. The rain began to fall, washing away the dust and blood of battle. Roken, battered but victorious, lay amidst the debris, his body bearing the marks of a hard-fought battle. A torrential downpour washed over Roken as he was relentlessly attacked by a group of figures, their glowing weapons piercing the air around him. The assault leaving him battered and broken, his body collapsing onto the rain-soaked ground. A guttural curse escaping his lips as he glared at his attackers, "Those bastards." A system message appeared above Roken, the words stark against the stormy backdrop: "You are no longer able to retain the nickname, King of Violence, due to failure to clear the minimum requirements." Roken's body convulsed, his muscles straining against the loss of his title. As his powers began to fade, his very essence cracking and shattering. One of Roken's attackers, a man with dark hair and piercing eyes, spoke, his voice dripping with disdain, "So you've lost even your status as a ranker. Continuing, there's no value in killing you anymore." As the attackers surrounded him, a strange energy began to emanate from Roken's body. A hail of icy spears rained down upon Roken, the impact echoing across the desolate battlefield. Each one piercing the air with deadly precision, finding their marks amongst his enemies. But ultimately proving insufficient to save him from the overwhelming onslaught. He fell, defeated, a bitter smile twisting his lips as he muttered, "Finally. I've lost everything." The scene shifted, focusing on Roken's imposing figure, his powerful frame clad in battle-worn armor. He was known as the King of Violence, a title earned through countless victories. His gaze fell upon his weapon, a testament to his former glory, a symbol of his now shattered power. He reflected, "My level, which was once in the hundreds, and all the items I owned." A guttural scream tore from his throat, a raw expression of his anguish and despair. A desperate cry that echoed the magnitude of his loss. A visual representation of his shattered world, his very being seemingly dissolving into nothingness. The narrator's voice interjected, "The legend of Roken, the strongest and most violent entity in the Lord, ended pathetically. Or at least, I thought it had." The scene shifted again, this time to a dimly lit bedroom. Roken lay asleep in his bed, his arm hanging over the side, a subtle hint of something extraordinary about to unfold. An incessant ringing pierced the silence of Roken's room, provoking an immediate, frustrated reaction. He slammed his fist down, silencing the alarm. Roken sat on the edge of his bed, his face buried in his hands. A sigh escaped his lips. He reflected on his failures, his strength had waned, and he'd been unable to overcome his increasingly powerful rivals. A wave of anxiety washed over him, rent was due tomorrow. Forcing a difficult decision. He would have to sell his remaining gold. A grim determination settled on his features as he made up his mind. Roken stood, puzzled. He questioned the strange circumstances, he hadn't requested a data retrieval yesterday, yet the door had opened. A sudden realization dawned on him. A profound sense of anticipation filled him as he whispered, "Wait." Roken, a muscular man with short, gray hair, stood in a messy room. Confusion clouded his features as he looked around, his question hanging in the air, "Where am I?" His gaze fell upon a smartphone lying on the floor, a faint glow emanating from its screen. A title card announced, "Virtual reality game The Lord will soon be released." Roken, a young man with striking teal hair, stood before a convenience store, his eyes wide with disbelief. A gasp escaped his lips, "What?" His gaze darted around, confusion etched on his features. He muttered to himself, "The years? 2021? A blonde-haired man, his friend, approached, concern evident in his voice. "For real?" Roken, still reeling from the shock, stammered, "Why, your name was Hichiel. Jang Hichiel, right?" Hichiel looked at Roken with growing worry. "What's with you, Hyung?" Before he abruptly bolted from the store, leaving Hichiel to watch him go with a sigh. Hichiel, left alone, sighed again, reflecting on his friend's recent heartbreak. Sigh, he was dumped by his girlfriend a few days back, and has been acting all crazy ever since. Roken, an SSS-class ranker in the VR game Lord, found himself panting heavily, leaning against a wall. He was clearly exhausted and in distress, his pursuers, shadowy figures in suits, visible in the background. His mind raced, memories flooding back. He recalled the convenience store he frequented and the part-timer he was close to. A wave of confusion washed over him as he muttered, "What the hell is going on?" The scene shifted, showing a brutal flashback. Roken recalled his demise within the game, the betrayal and subsequent lynching at the hands of his rivals. He was stripped of his title, his body ravaged by the attack, a cruel smile playing on the lips of his tormentor. His death, pathetic and swift, was a stark contrast to his former glory. He died by blue lightning. But then, a twist of fate. He found himself back in reality, 3 years in the past. The Lord game hadn't even been released yet. A sinister grin spread across his face. He questioned if it was all a dream, a cruel trick of the mind. But then, a surge of power, a familiar energy coursed through his veins. He realized the truth, he was back, and he was ready for revenge. That's it. A wave of disorienting energy washed over Roken, the SSS-class ranker, as he felt himself being pulled into a vortex of swirling colors, leaving him breathless and disoriented. Observing from afar, a figure muttered, "This must be his doing." Another individual, witnessing the same strange phenomenon, exclaimed, "Yeah, it has to be." A third person, watching from a distance, speculated, "I bet he's toying with my mind using some weird skill right now." Roken, now back in his body, felt a sharp pain in his head as he gasped for air. His eyes snapped open, revealing a fierce intensity as he roared, "ODNNNN." Another character, enraged, shouted from a distance, "Come out, you son of a bitch." He was clearly agitated, demanding a confrontation. A nearby individual responded, "WH what the?" The enraged character continued, "Don't pull shit like this and fight me face to face, you fucker." Roken, however, remained calm, a bead of sweat trickling down his temple as he observed the scene. A uniformed officer reviewed some documents, remarking on the unusual surname of Roken's friend. Roken, the young man with teal hair, was let go with a warning, however, he was told not to repeat his actions. As Roken walked away, he questioned the level of detail in the psychological attack he had just experienced. He pondered the lack of any clear motive behind the attack, wondering what the attacker could possibly gain from such a detailed hallucination. Roken's suspicion grew as he noticed something peculiar. He reached out to touch the wall. And the wall shimmered, revealing a hidden passageway. A look of shock and disbelief washed over him as he swore under his breath. Suddenly, a blinding light erupted from the passage, engulfing Roken and the nearby officers. The officers stared in horror at the bloody and disoriented Roken, unsure of what had just transpired. A voice, seemingly from nowhere, commented on the realism of the situation. The scene opens with an exterior shot of a gym, the sign clearly visible. A burst of intense energy erupts, suggesting a powerful attack or impact, the force of which sends several figures flying backward. The chaotic scene continues as figures collide and move with incredible speed. Two onlookers watch, one questioning the martial art being used, speculating it might be kickboxing. The other onlooker, however, suggests based on the movements, it could be Sambo, a Russian martial art. A powerful blow is thrown, the force depicted in a dynamic motion line. The attacker reveals that this is his own unique martial art style, honed within the game The Lord. A narration box predicts a martial arts boom once The Lord is released. The final panel shows a low-level player dying to a high-level monster, highlighting the game's difficulty. The narration box explained that for players accustomed only to keyboard and mouse controls, the full-dive VR experience of The Lord would be a significant change. A group of men watched intently as another man relentlessly pummeled a heavy bag. Roken, a young man with striking blue hair, smirked, a bead of sweat trickling down his temple. He was clearly pleased with the workout. He acknowledged that there was something more important than this physical training. And with a grunt, he began lifting an incredibly heavy barbell. He strained, his muscles bulging as he lifted the weight with immense effort. His legs trembled slightly under the strain. The narration box stated that what truly mattered was understanding and mastery of one's own body. An anatomical illustration showed the intricate network of muscles, highlighting the importance of precise control. The narration box explained that this bodily control was directly proportional to the level of control a player would have within the game, The Lord. Roken, having finished his workout, nodded in agreement. He was ready. Roken, a muscular young man with teal hair, gasped, a bead of sweat trickling down his temple. He had just experienced something extraordinary. A temporal displacement. He had been thrust back 3 years, to a month before the launch of The Lord, the virtual reality game that had consumed his life. The game that was everything to him. A sinister grin spread across his face as he realized the implications of this unexpected turn of events. A chance for revenge. His eyes blazed with a cold fury as he vowed vengeance on those who had wronged him. "Just you wait, you fucking bastards," he muttered, his voice laced with barely controlled rage. He would return, stronger than ever, and he would make them pay. And Odin, the guild that had orchestrated his downfall, would witness his rebirth as someone they couldn't even begin to comprehend. His triumphant return would be swift and brutal. He would crush them, leaving nothing but dust in their wake. "I'll chew you into tiny little pieces," he snarled, his voice dripping with menace. 1 month later, Roken stood before his VR pod, the sleek, metallic device gleaming under the soft light of his bedroom. He was ready. He climbed into the pod, settling into the comfortable restraints. The familiar hum of the machine filled the room as he prepared to embark on his journey of revenge. The scene opens with a close-up on Roken's face, his expression one of intense focus as he speaks into a microphone. A countdown appears on screen, system booting. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Connecting to the Lord. A surge of energy envelopes Roken as he is transported to another realm. His eyes widen in shock as he gazes upon a breathtaking cosmic vista, a swirling nebula of vibrant purples and blues. He mutters to himself, recognizing the scene before him, that's the world of the Lord. Roken stands amidst a celestial landscape, awestruck by the ethereal beauty of his surroundings. A voice booms, "Please say your name, traveler." Roken, still slightly disoriented, hesitates before responding. He then whispers, "Roken." Roken, a figure of imposing stature, stood defiantly. His declaration, "My name is Roken," echoed with quiet confidence, his form shifting between his in-game avatar and his real-world appearance, a stark contrast between fantasy and reality. A subtle shift in spacetime heralded his return. The words, "Welcome to the Lord, Roken Nim," appeared, a formal greeting that hinted at his legendary status within the game. Chaos erupted. Flames consumed buildings, and panicked cries of "run away" filled the air as Roken found himself amidst a scene of utter destruction. A horrifying realization dawned on him: it was a goblin ambush. The cries of terror intensified as the green-skinned creatures swarmed the area. Roken, caught off guard, braced himself for the onslaught. A system prompt appeared before him: "Would you like to begin the tutorial? You will not be able to obtain the tutorial reward if you refuse. Y/N." Despite the pain, Roken's eyes narrowed in determination. He clenched his fist, a silent promise of vengeance. A low-level goblin, designated LV2, lunged at him, its crude weapon raised high. But Roken was ready. Roken, a former SSS-class ranker in the VR game, found himself overwhelmed by a coordinated attack from a powerful guild. He braced himself against the onslaught. A flurry of blows raining down upon him. Despite the ferocity of the attack, he stood firm, his resolve unwavering. Until a particularly brutal strike sent him crashing to the ground. His attacker, a hulking orc, sneered, impressed by Roken's resilience. But even as he lay wounded, Roken's eyes burned with a fierce determination. He was not ready to give up. He began to gather his strength. Drawing upon a hidden reserve of power. A surge of energy coursed through his veins. A blinding light erupting from his body. The orc, caught completely off guard, watched in horror. As raw power of Roken's counterattack obliterated his foe. The force of the blow was devastating. Standing amidst the wreckage, Roken let out a triumphant roar, his eyes gleaming with a newfound confidence. He had proven his strength, even in defeat. The scene opens amidst chaos. A village burns, flames licking at the wooden structures. Panic fills the air as desperate cries of "run" and "kayak" echo through the inferno. A young man, his face partially obscured, flees the scene, his movements blurred by speed. A system message appears, announcing an outstanding achievement: he has defeated an opponent stronger than himself, earning the title Born Fighter. The young man, now identified as Roken, stands amidst the ruins, his gaze fixed on his weapon, a large axe. Another system message details the Born Fighter title's effect, a 1-point increase to his strength. A smirk spreads across Roken's face. He mutters, "All right. That's how it should be." A narration box explains the unique characteristic of the game's achievement system. The narration continues, explaining that completing special or near-impossible acts will either raise stats or grant special effects. Roken is shown, his appearance slightly altered, seemingly empowered by his achievement. The narrator explains that the most inefficient way to level up in the game, the Lord, is by manually hunting monsters. Roken, the protagonist, a young man with teal hair, wearing light armor, is shown in the tutorial. He realizes that the tutorial doesn't give any experience points. The tutorial's objective is revealed: survive a goblin attack on the village. Roken fights off a goblin in the burning village. The tutorial's true objective is simply to escape the village, avoiding the goblins. The narrator points out that while the tutorial doesn't provide experience points, it's difficult for a level 1 player to face multiple goblins simultaneously. Roken contemplates a different approach to completing the tutorial. 2 months after the game's release, a player named Tolkien discovers a more efficient way to complete the tutorial. Tolkien questions the tutorial's objective, wondering why it survive instead of escape. Tolkien found a perfect clearing method after numerous attempts. News of Roken's exceptional achievement spread quickly. He had obtained a reward far surpassing the basic clear reward, a fact that didn't go unnoticed. And fueled the whispers among his rivals. Word was that the Lord had just been released. A powerful being whose defeat required a unique strategy. A smirk played on the lips of a man with teal hair, his eyes gleaming with malicious intent. He was the only one who knew the perfect clearing method. And he was ready to use it. With a confident flourish, he declared, "Is me." Chaos erupted. A terrified scream, kayak, pierced the air as goblins attacked a young woman with orange hair. She cried out, "Run!" But escape proved difficult. The woman stumbled, fear etched on her face. As goblins closed in, their menacing cries, keek, echoing through the burning streets. Their grotesque forms a terrifying sight. The desperate struggle continued. As the woman desperately tried to outrun her pursuers, a goblin lunged, its weapon aimed at her back. The scene ends with the close-up of a foot about to crush the goblin. Roken, a former SSS class ranker in the Vermork, found himself in a desperate situation. He was cornered, surrounded by a pack of goblins that had overrun a small village. Their crude spears were aimed at him, but he moved with a speed that belied his current predicament, dodging their attacks with practiced ease. The air crackled with energy as he moved, a blur of motion against the fiery backdrop of the burning village. A goblin's surprised shriek cut short as Roken's counterattack began. Another goblin lunged, its eyes wide with fear as it questioned the speed of the attack. But it was too late. Roken had already begun his devastating counteroffensive, a whirlwind of motion that left the goblins reeling. The perfect clearing method he had discovered was a brutal display of efficiency. A series of precise strikes, each blow perfectly placed to incapacitate multiple goblins simultaneously, resulted in a scene of utter carnage. The goblins' screams echoed through the ravaged village as Roken moved with deadly precision, his goal to eradicate the entire pack. His intention was clear, to leave not a single goblin alive. There were 25 goblins in total, a significant threat to the small village. Roken, however, was more than capable of handling the situation. Roken, a powerful warrior clad in dark armor, stood amidst a desolate landscape. He held a massive weapon, its head glowing faintly. His strategy was clear, to defeat his enemies one by one, employing a divide-and-conquer tactic. However, a smirk played on his lips as he muttered to himself that such underhanded methods weren't his style. He had already dispatched 9 goblins using this stealthy approach. But he knew his luck wouldn't hold. This method was unsustainable. Roken's keen awareness of the game's mechanics informed him that once the goblin numbers fell below 15, their boss would sense the danger and rally the remaining forces. This meant a change in tactics was necessary. The remaining goblins would unite, making any further stealth attacks futile. He approached a building, his heavy boots crunching on the debris-strewn ground. It was time for Plan B. A close-up on Roken's face revealed a grimace of exertion and determination. His breath hitched in his throat, a testament to the intensity of the battle he had just endured. Roken, the former SSS ranker, found himself in dire straits. With only 20% of his health remaining, his bodily functions were severely impaired. He slumped against a wall in a dimly lit tavern, his breath ragged. "Shit," he muttered, "I thought I was gonna die. Was fighting 3 reckless head-on too much?" His gaze fell upon a shelf of potions. A desperate measure presented itself. He grabbed the lowest grade health potion, the only one within reach, and drank it down. The system message confirmed, bodily functions were recovering. A surge of energy coursed through him. He grinned, a wry smile playing on his lips. "A potion on the brink of death is always the best," he chuckled. With renewed strength, Roken rose to his feet, his battle axe held firmly in his grasp. A roar escaped his lips, a defiant challenge echoing through the tavern. Suddenly, a chilling voice cut through the air. A figure emerged from the shadows, their presence ominous and foreboding. This voice was instantly recognized by Roken. The monstrous roar of the approaching goblins confirmed his worst fears. A horde of goblins, their eyes burning with malice, emerged from the darkness. Their guttural growls filled the air. Their leader, a hulking brute, glared at Roken with undisguised hatred. The air crackled with tension. Roken, unfazed, stepped forward, his gaze unwavering. "Looking for me, you ugly bastards?" Roken, a former SSS class ranker in the VR game Return of the SSS class ranker, stood defiantly amidst a crumbling cityscape, a massive axe held aloft. He taunted his unseen enemies with a challenge, "Come and get me." The camera shifted to reveal a monstrous orc, its eyes glowing menacingly, its expression one of pure rage. The orc unleashed a furious roar. As the battle commenced, a massive orc charged at Roken, its axe whistling through the air. Followed by a swarm of smaller, equally aggressive orcs, their guttural battle cries echoing through the scene. Undeterred, Roken met their onslaught, shouting, "Come on, you damn rats." He effortlessly dispatched several of the smaller orcs with swift, precise movements. Roken, however, found himself overwhelmed by the sheer number of his opponents. He cursed, "Bitches! He quickly employed a strategy, clearing method number 2, being overgeared. Roken consumed 2 low-grade reinforcement potions, one boosting strength and the other dexterity, increasing both stats by 10 points each. With renewed power, he launched a devastating counterattack, sending one of the larger orcs sprawling. A hulking orc, its eyes burning with malevolent fire, lunged forward, its massive form a blur of motion. But before it could land a blow, a young man with short, dark hair, clad in dark, practical clothing, reacted instantly. His movements a blur as he parried the orc's attack with a large axe, sending the creature reeling back with a grunt. The orc, momentarily stunned, let out a guttural roar. Its rage reignited as it charged again, its weapon raised high. Only to be met by another swift strike from the young man, who effortlessly deflected the blow and countered with a powerful blow of his own. Right, next. Another orc, larger and more heavily armored than the first, appeared, its movements surprisingly agile. Its attack a whirlwind of blows that the young man barely managed to evade. But he was ready, his axe flashing as he met the orc's onslaught head-on. A clash of steel echoing through the air as the young man's superior skill and strength began to overwhelm his opponent. Roken, a former SSS-class ranker in the VR game World of Ethelgard, found himself in a desperate situation. Betrayed by his guild, he was surrounded by a horde of enemies, their taunts echoing in his ears. A relentless barrage of attacks closing in. He braced himself, the weight of his failure pressing down on him. A deafening roar filled the air as the creatures lunged, their claws extended. Their savage intent clear. But even as they closed in, a strange distortion warped the space around Roken. A swirling vortex of energy engulfing him. He felt himself pulled into the vortex, a dizzying sensation washing over him. The sounds of battle fading into a distant hum. Then, silence. When Roken opened his eyes, he was no longer surrounded by enemies. Instead, he found himself standing in a familiar yet strangely different landscape. The pre-launch version of World of Ethelgard loading screen before him. A surge of realization washed over him, he had been sent back in time. A grim smile touched his lips. This was his chance for revenge, his chance to rewrite his destiny. Roken, a warrior with teal hair and a determined expression, braced himself, his body tense with anticipation. He was clearly in the midst of a fierce battle, the remnants of the conflict visible in the hazy, smoky atmosphere around him. A notification appeared before him, a stark white box against the dark background. The text within stated that frequent use of the achievement system would accelerate growth. Roken read it, a thoughtful hum, escaping his lips. Another notification followed, this one announcing a surprising achievement: he had flawlessly defeated numerous opponents far stronger than himself. The notification detailed the reward, the title of Natural Fighter, a title no one had ever earned before. The text explained that his talent in defeating stronger enemies flawlessly was a gift from the heavens. A further notification displayed the effects of the title: increased strength and dexterity, and a significant boost to critical hit rate when facing multiple opponents. He was the first to achieve this. Roken smirked, realizing that the title also granted a first acquisition bonus. A pleased expression spread across his face. He checked his stats, marveling at his current strength and dexterity, which were exceptionally high for his level. He was only level 1, yet his stats rivaled those of a level 10 player. A notification confirmed his assessment: his stats were indeed on par with a level 10 player. This was an unexpected boon. Suddenly, a new battle erupted. Roken, with a confident smirk, prepared to face his new opponents. He effortlessly dispatched them, his movements swift and precise. He taunted them with a contemptuous remark, highlighting their lack of awareness. Roken, a former SSS-class ranker in the VR game, found himself overwhelmed by a relentless onslaught of goblins. Their crude weapons clashed against his defenses. Each blow a testament to their surprising ferocity. He parried and dodged, his movements a blur of practiced skill. But the sheer number of goblins proved to be an insurmountable challenge. They swarmed him, their attacks relentless and chaotic. Despite the overwhelming odds, Roken fought back with grim determination. He managed to fell several of his attackers, but more kept coming. One particularly large goblin lunged at him, roaring, "You're no match for me." The goblin's blow connected, sending Roken sprawling to the ground. He felt a sharp pain shoot through his side as he gasped for air. A wave of dizziness washed over him. Even as he struggled to his feet, another goblin charged, its weapon raised high. Its attack a brutal display of raw strength. The impact sent Roken flying backward, his body crashing against the hard ground. As Roken lay there, battered and bruised, a smug voice echoed through the battlefield. "Oh right. You were still here, huh?" A monstrous orc, wielding a massive spear, lunged forward. But a young man with teal hair, clad in dark clothing, met the attack head-on. Dodging the spear with surprising agility. And countering with a swift, powerful kick that sent the orc reeling. A blinding flash of golden energy erupted from the young man's foot as he connected with the orc, sending the orc flying backward with immense force. The orc crashed into a nearby building, leaving a trail of destruction in its wake. Roken, a young man with striking blue hair, found himself locked in combat with a hulking goblin. The creature was far larger and more agile than any ordinary goblin, a fact that didn't escape Roken's notice. He braced himself for the impact, anticipating a far more challenging fight than he'd initially expected. The goblin's attack was swift and brutal. But Roken, with a fierce glint in his eyes, met the force head-on, his counterattack a blur of motion. Despite the goblin's enhanced strength, Roken's confidence remained unshaken. He muttered to himself, reminding himself that even a powerful foe was still just a goblin. And with a renewed burst of speed, he launched another devastating assault. Analyzing the goblin's attack patterns with practiced ease, he had already identified the creature's predictable movements and prepared to exploit them. His next strike was precise and calculated, catching the goblin off guard. The goblin staggered under the force of the blow, its defenses crumbling before Roken's superior skill. A swift, decisive counterattack leaving the creature vulnerable. Roken delivered the final blow, ending the fight. He watched the goblin fall, a question forming in his mind: had his strategy worked as planned? A monstrous figure loomed, its grotesque features illuminated by an eerie glow. A guttural sound, krrrrrrrr, echoed through the desolate landscape. Roken, the former SSS ranker, lay on the ground, his eyes wide with disbelief. What? A massive, clawed hand descended, connecting with Roken's face with brutal force. The creature roared, krrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrr through his clothing. A blinding flash of light erupted as Roken retaliated. Roken's counterattack sent the creature reeling, its legs crumbling under the force of the blow. The ground cracking beneath its weight as it crashed to the earth. Despite his victory, Roken coughed, clutching his side. KCK. The creature, severely wounded, let out a final, pained groan, KRRRKKKKK. A powerful shockwave erupted from the center of the battlefield, the source obscured by a blinding flash of light, leaving behind only the lingering aftereffects of a devastating blow. The sheer force of the impact sent tremors through the ground. Roken, the former SSS ranker, cursed under his breath. Damn it, he muttered, his gaze fixed on his fallen opponent. The narration box clarified, the problem was never his strength or speed. He realized the true challenge, this is going to be a hassle. The narration box explained the situation, it was the opponent's insane defense that was proving to be insurmountable. Roken grimaced, acknowledging his limitations. I can't deal a killing blow with my current stats and weapon. He checked his inventory, a grim determination settling on his face. I should have about 5 minutes left on the strengthening potion. Alright, for now. He muttered, a sinister grin spreading across his face as he prepared for the next phase of the battle. Come on. The Orcish warrior, sensing the shift in his opponent's demeanor, roared a warning, prepare yourself. Roken, a former SSS class ranker in the Vermork, found himself desperately fleeing across a desolate landscape. He was pursued relentlessly by a hulking, green-skinned goblinoid warrior, its armor gleaming ominously in the harsh sunlight. The goblinoid paused, its expression shifting to one of confusion. Question marks floated above its head, indicating its uncertainty about Roken's sudden escape. But the moment of hesitation was short-lived. The goblinoid's eyes blazed with furious energy, its roar echoing across the barren plains as it launched itself forward with terrifying speed. The impact was brutal. Roken was sent sprawling, a pained cry escaping his lips as he crashed to the ground. The force of the blow leaving him momentarily stunned. As Roken struggled to his feet, a new threat emerged from the shadows. A cloaked figure, its face obscured by a grotesque mask, appeared amidst the ruins. Its presence adding another layer of danger to Roken's already dire situation. Meanwhile, the goblinoid warrior lumbered towards a nearby town, its silhouette visible against the fiery sunset. A sinister smile playing on its lips as it anticipated the chaos it would unleash. Roken, an SSS-class ranker in the VR game, lay on the floor, his massive axe discarded beside him. A pained chuckle escaped his lips, the impact of the attack still echoing in his body. His face contorted in pain, a grimace twisting his features as he struggled to sit up. He winced, a sharp pain lancing through his side. Did I break a rib? He wondered, his breath catching in his throat. This damn game, why does it have to be so realistic? From his inventory, Roken retrieved a glowing scroll. He muttered to himself, now, it's finally time to use the last item I got from the variety store. He activated the scroll, a low-grade fire resistance scroll. With the temporary boost to his fire resistance secured, Roken prepared his next move. Alright, now I just have to lure him over, and He launched himself forward, a blur of motion. A monstrous figure emerged from the shadows, its guttural growl echoing through the desolate area. Roken's plan was underway. But Roken, despite his injuries, managed to maintain a tactical distance. The enraged monster lunged at Roken, forcing him to react defensively. Damn it! A blinding flash of light erupted as Roken, the former SSS-class ranker, found himself in the midst of a chaotic battle. Powerful energy surges tore through the air. The air crackled with the force of his attack, a whirlwind of destruction unleashed upon his opponents. He moved with impossible speed. A blur of motion as he cut through the ranks of his enemies, each strike precise and deadly. His blade sang a song of death. But even his skill couldn't completely evade the onslaught. A desperate thought pierced his mind: I don't have enough space to dodge. He braced himself for the impact, a powerful blow connecting with his defenses, sending a shockwave through his body. The force of the blow sent him reeling. But he refused to yield. With a roar, he retaliated, unleashing a furious counterattack. His blade flashed, a storm of steel and energy tearing through the remaining foes. The battle raged on. But the relentless assault took its toll. A notification flashed before his eyes: you have received 74 damage. He stumbled, his vitality dwindling. Another notification appeared: your vitality is below 10%. His body screamed in protest as he collapsed, his weapon clattering to the floor. A low growl escaped his lips as he struggled to his feet. A crimson energy surged around Roken's arm, the air crackling with raw power. A guttural scream ripped from his throat as he channeled this newfound strength, his body contorting under the strain as he prepared for a devastating counterattack. With a roar, Roken unleashed a torrent of energy. A blinding flash of light erupting from his hand. A crimson wave hurtling towards his attackers. The Orcish warrior, caught completely off guard, braced for impact. The force of the blast sending him sprawling across the room. Despite the chaos, Roken remained defiant. Sure, laugh all you want, he sneered, this'll be the last time you ever do. The orc groaned, his body battered and broken. A hulking, green-skinned orc, his muscles bulging beneath his tattered garb, lunged forward with a battle axe, a ferocious snarl twisting his lips. The axe biting deep into a sturdy wooden pillar, splintering the wood with brutal force. As the orc's attacker, a young man with vibrant blue hair and a cruel smirk, taunted him from a safe distance. See you moron, he sneered, adding a vulgar insult under his breath. The young man, seemingly confident in his strategy, muttered to himself, strategy number 3, utilizing your surroundings. He then launched himself through a nearby window, aiming to exploit the orc's momentum. A swift, calculated maneuver that sent the orc crashing into a pile of rubble. The orc, dazed and disoriented, struggled to regain his footing amidst the debris, as the young man prepared for a finishing blow. With a mighty roar, the young man unleashed a devastating attack, sending a shockwave that pulverized the surrounding area, leaving behind only dust and debris as he swiftly retreated. Roken, the former SSS ranker, found himself in a desperate struggle against an overwhelming force. A brutal attack left him battered and bleeding. A scornful TSK echoing in the air as his opponent watched his suffering. Despite his injuries, Roken had managed to defeat the armed goblin, a victory announced by a game notification. His vitality, however, was critically low, at just 1%. He reflected bitterly on his reliance on strategies developed by others, a far cry from his former glory. He muttered to himself about the shame of it all. His eyes blazing with fury, Roken cursed Odin, the mastermind behind his humiliation, blaming him for the shame he was forced to endure. But Roken vowed revenge, promising to repay Odin tenfold for his suffering. His words were a chilling promise of retribution. Suddenly, a game notification appeared: he had completed the tutorial. This was unexpected. Another notification followed, highlighting his unbelievable accomplishment, defeating an opponent 10 levels higher than himself. For this feat, he was awarded the title Descendant of David. Once again, he was the first to achieve this remarkable feat. A triumphant grin spread across Roken's face as a notification appeared before him: he had acquired the title, Nothing's Impossible, a feat no one had ever accomplished before. He let out a low chuckle, a hint of disbelief in his tone. The sheer audacity of it all. Roken received his tutorial completion rewards: 10 hard barley breads, 50 cooper, and 5 unknown chests. But even more than the loot, the sheer thrill of achieving the impossible fueled his excitement. A sinister smile played on his lips. A dark energy pulsed around Roken as he prepared to test his new title's power. He opened his status window, eager to see what his new title would do. Roken's eyes widened as he reviewed the changes to his abilities. He leaned back in his chair, a look of disbelief washing over him. He muttered to himself, incredulous at the sheer scale of the power boost. A wide grin stretched across his face. he whispered, barely containing his excitement. This was it. The power to finally enact his revenge. The profile of Roken, a level 1 player, is displayed. His stats are meager, strength 5, dexterity 4, and all other attributes at a paltry 1. Despite his low level, he possesses several titles, hinting at past glories: a natural fighter, a talented fighter, descendant of David, 17-1, and nothing's impossible. Among his few possessions is a simple item, hard barley bread, a normal grade food item weighing 5 units. It's described as a common bread, difficult to chew, but satisfying when hungry. Another item in his inventory is an unknown chest, classified as magic grade and weighing 100 units. Its contents remain a mystery, prompting speculation about its potential usefulness. The scene opens with Roken, his back to the viewer, seated before a computer screen. His posture suggests intense focus, perhaps even anxiety. His eyes widen, a gasp escaping his lips as he processes something unbelievable. No way. I can't believe it. This is just unbelievable. Roken's face is now fully visible, a triumphant grin spreads across his features, his eyes gleaming with a mixture of disbelief and exhilaration. The notification continues, outlining further advantages, including a 30% reduction in the proficiency needed to level up class skills. Roken stares at the screen, his expression a mixture of astonishment and growing excitement. A legendary rank title. I can't believe it. He marvels at the overwhelming reputation and skill boosts granted by the title, noting that there are even more effects yet to be revealed. The screen displays further details about the title's effects, including improved relations with NPCs and further reductions in class skill leveling requirements. Roken's grin widens. I'll be able to advance really far in my plans with just this title alone. No, I'll be able to reconstruct my plans entirely. Roken, a former SSS class ranker in the VR game Pocket City, examines his newly acquired titles. He notes with satisfaction that each title grants unique and powerful effects. He decides to open all the chests he received as rewards. A brilliant blue light erupts in the town square, drawing the attention of several onlookers. The light fades, revealing Roken standing in the center. He remarks that it has been a long time since he was last in this place. He recognizes the location as the game's starter town. Roken observes the bustling activity of Pocket City, noting its already significant population. He reflects on the fact that the game has only been open for a few hours. Roken's thoughts turn to the possibility of encountering members of the Ragnarok Guild, his former rivals. His suspicions are confirmed as he spots Odin, the leader of the Ragnarok Guild, and his followers. The image shows Roken, a former SSS class ranker, his face partially obscured by shadow, yet his determined expression is evident. He is surrounded by the spectral figures of his former rivals, their power palpable in the swirling energy around them. A burning desire for vengeance fueling his every thought. He vows to find each of them and exact his retribution. A young man, possibly a friend or ally, observes Roken's intense focus with concern. He expresses his apprehension, believing Roken's plan is overly ambitious. The scene shifts to show Odin, a powerful figure who has recently risen to prominence after earning the title King of Creation. Odin's power is displayed in a dramatic burst of energy, showcasing his immense abilities. This scene takes place 2 years after the game's launch. Roken observes this display with a thoughtful expression, finding the situation perplexing. A narration box reveals that at the time, Odin commanded the allegiance of dozens of top-ranking players. The image shows Odin on a throne, surrounded by his loyal followers, their appearances altered to reflect their devotion. Roken's ally comments on the unusual and somewhat embarrassing costumes adopted by Odin's followers, noting the impracticality of searching for them now. The ally wonders about the immense rewards offered to gain such unwavering loyalty from so many powerful players. Roken, the former SSS ranker, found himself in a familiar yet foreign landscape. He dismissed the nagging thoughts of his rivals' wealth and influence, choosing instead to focus on the task at hand, preparing for his inevitable rematch. He knew he needed to be stronger than ever before to face them again. The image of his powerful adversaries flashed in his mind, their superior strength a stark reminder of his current weakness. He needed to surpass them, to grow stronger, faster than anyone else. To achieve this, he knew he had to start somewhere. His first step was clear: to seek out training. Approaching a burly, older man, he inquired about the possibility of becoming stronger. The man, radiating power, invited Roken to join him, promising to help him achieve the strength he desired. He pointed towards the training grounds. Roken observed the man's confident smile, a mixture of wisdom and experience etched onto his face. He was clearly a master of his craft. He pondered the implications of this opportunity, the training grounds bustling with activity on this first day. Despite the initial crowd, Roken remained determined. He knew they would disperse soon enough, leaving him the space he needed. With a renewed sense of purpose, Roken approached the training grounds, ready to begin his arduous journey back to the top. An elderly NPC, his face etched with wisdom and a hint of amusement, appraised Roken. He declared that he saw great potential in the young man, but due to the unusual circumstances, he could only offer the standard entry fee of 20 Cooper. The NPC continued, explaining that Roken's relationship with neutral and alliance NPCs would begin as friendly. Roken, a scar marring his cheek, looked thoughtful. He murmured about the title's effect, noting that the usual entrance fee was 30 Cooper. The scene shifted to a training ground. Roken, wielding a sword, moved with practiced ease amongst several training dummies, effortlessly dispatching them. A satisfied sigh escaping his lips as he savored the familiar thrill of combat. He launched himself forward, a blur of motion, his power erupting in a dazzling display of skill. The impact shattered the training scarecrow, revealing its simple design. A nearby woman explained that these were a common way for new players to gain experience in the early stages of the game. She continued, highlighting the ease of gaining experience points by hitting the scarecrows, a fact that initially attracted many players. But they soon realized the method's extreme inefficiency. Roken, frustrated, angrily questioned when he would level up, having spent 5 hours hitting the scarecrows. Roken, a young man with determined eyes, completed a simple errand quest. He received 10 squirrel pelts as requested, and the NPC, a stout man with a weary expression, handed him his reward. The NPC mentioned that such quests, while seemingly mundane, offered significantly more experience and often provided monetary or food rewards. 2 other players, their faces etched with frustration, discussed their own experiences. They had endured the training grounds, but even with that, they still had to pay usage fees and buy food, constantly spending money. One of them, exasperated, suggested hunting goblins instead. Roken, however, reflected on his past life. He had dismissed this method as a waste of time, but now, a crucial realization dawned on him: leveling up wasn't the true purpose of the training grounds. With renewed purpose, Roken began to relentlessly strike a training dummy with a heavy hammer. His movements were powerful and precise, each blow sending the dummy flying. The force of his strikes was immense. And with each repetition, his strength visibly increased by 1 point. A message appeared, confirming the stat increase. A triumphant grin spread across Roken's face. His hard work was paying off. He had discovered a hidden method to boost his stats. A narration box explained the secret: by repeatedly hitting the scarecrows until stamina was depleted, players could independently raise their stats, separate from normal leveling. Roken realized he was the only one who currently knew this secret method. He received a reward, a harrow barley bread. Even if others knew, Roken mused, they likely wouldn't put in the effort required. Roken, a young man with dark hair, sat hunched over, his expression thoughtful. He mused to himself that using the time to level up through quests would lead to a faster increase in his stats. However, he questioned if that would always hold true. He wondered if that method would still be applicable at levels 100 or 200. The image showed him in a fierce battle, his body straining under the force of combat. Despite the current difficulty, he remained resolute, knowing that the stats he was diligently raising would eventually bear fruit. 10 days passed. Roken, now in a different location, crouched low, his body tense and ready for action. He unleashed a powerful punch, the force of the blow depicted in a blur of motion. A flurry of blows followed, showcasing his exceptional combat prowess. The speed and intensity of his strikes leaving his opponents overwhelmed. 2 other players watched Roken's display of strength. One questioned his ostentatious show of power, while the other suggested they leave him be, focusing on their own quests instead. The second player scoffed, dismissing Roken's actions as the foolish behavior of an attention seeker, and pointed out that simple punches wouldn't be enough to raise stats at higher levels. Roken, the former SSS class ranker, found himself hurtling through a vortex of swirling energy, the world a blur of light and color. A dizzying descent that ended with a jarring impact. He landed hard, the breath knocked from his lungs. But he was alive. A notification appeared before his eyes, announcing an unbelievable achievement: he had maxed out his strength, dexterity, stamina, and physical resistance in the training grounds. Further increases were impossible. He had also earned the title Hard Worker. Another notification popped up, this one even more astonishing: he had earned the title Strongest Man in the Neighborhood after effortlessly destroying a scarecrow. A triumphant grin spread across Roken's face as he exclaimed finally. The details of his new titles were displayed. Hard Worker granted a 10% reduction in experience needed to level up. Strongest Man in the Neighborhood increased his strength by 5 points. Roken, brimming with confidence, declared, "Nice. I'm finally done. Now it's time to start leveling up." But he was interrupted. A mysterious figure appeared, asking, "Hey, you there? Do you want to become stronger?" The stranger revealed that he had been watching Roken for 10 days, a statement that left Roken utterly bewildered. A powerful, muscular man with a stern expression stared intently at Roken, his gaze unwavering. He spoke, his voice a low rumble, a man with guts and tenacity like you will be able to do it. He continued, extending a hand in a gesture of guidance, if you want, I'll show you a higher plane. The mysterious man pressed his offer, how about it? Will you follow me? Roken, eyes wide with a mixture of surprise and suspicion, exclaimed, huh? What? Is this a hidden quest? I've never heard of something like this. Roken, a muscular, bald man, and his companion, a younger man with short, gray hair, navigated a dimly lit cavern, the only light source a lantern held by Roken. They moved cautiously. The younger man, whose name is Suho, pondered aloud the existence of a secret passage beneath the training grounds. Roken, ever watchful, cautioned him to be careful in the darkness. Suho, deep in thought, replayed Roken's mention of a higher plane, questioning its meaning. He wondered if Roken knew of a hidden job or skill. A smirk played on Suho's lips as he announced their arrival at their destination. Suho's expression shifted to one of grim determination as they entered a metallic chamber, revealing several deactivated training robots. Roken and Suho stood before a large, imposing structure. Roken explained that this place was reserved for those selected for the higher ground training. Suho's disbelief was palpable, as he vehemently argued that it was just another training device. Roken countered, stating that it was anything but ordinary. The camera focuses on a damaged training robot, highlighting a glowing green gem embedded in its chest. The scene ends with a sense of mystery and anticipation. Roken, a former SSS class ranker in the VR game Return of the SSS class ranker, found himself facing a training simulation. The instructor explained that the training bots moved with human-like agility and would counter his attacks, giving him only one chance to test his skills. The instructor, a grizzled veteran with a knowing smirk, warned him of the challenge ahead. Roken, clad in simple training gear, stood before a hulking training bot, his expression serious and focused. He was ready. Meanwhile, a figure with vibrant teal hair and a cruel grin watched from afar. This was Suho, one of Roken's former rivals, relishing the opportunity to witness Roken's struggle. This might be fun, he mused. Suho's anticipation turned to action as he launched a surprise attack on Roken. A swift, powerful blow aimed to incapacitate him. Roken reacted instantly, his body radiating an aura of power as he prepared to counter. The other training bots, sensing the disturbance, moved to surround Roken, their metallic bodies gleaming under the dim light. Roken, despite being outnumbered, met the challenge head-on. He unleashed a devastating energy blast, sending one bot flying with a powerful strike. His movements were precise, his power overwhelming. The force of the attack sent shockwaves through the training facility, leaving Suho impressed but also slightly unnerved. Roken's power was clearly far beyond what he expected. Roken, a former SSS class ranker in the VR game, found himself in a desperate situation. Surrounded by his enemies, he unleashed a powerful attack, a flurry of blows aimed at his attackers. His movements were a blur of motion, but his opponents were not easily defeated. One of them, a heavily armored robotic figure, countered with a blast of energy, sending Roken flying backward with a powerful kick. He crashed into the ground, the impact jarring him. But he quickly recovered, his body moving with surprising speed as he dodged another attack and retaliated with a swift kick of his own. The force of the blow was evident in the damage inflicted on his opponent. More enemies appeared, surrounding Roken. He braced himself, a grim determination etched on his face, readying himself for another brutal confrontation. He smirked, a hint of amusement in his eyes as he muttered to himself, "These are pretty strong for some toys, huh?" The battle continued, a whirlwind of blows and counterattacks. Roken fought with skill and precision, but his enemies were relentless. One of them shouting, "All right," as they launched another attack. Roken was sent flying again. But he landed gracefully, a smirk playing on his lips as he declared, "Fine. Why don't we have some fun?" 5 days had passed since the events that transpired. Roken found himself in a dimly lit cavern, the air thick with the scent of damp earth and stone. Before him stood a heavy, metallic door, its surface scarred and worn. He approached cautiously, his hand hovering over the cold metal of the door. A low groan echoed from within as he pushed it open, revealing a narrow passage. With a determined stride, Roken ventured into the unknown depths. After a grueling battle, Roken had reached level 10, unlocking additional stats. But that wasn't all. Something even more significant was about to happen. A surge of energy enveloped Roken as he was granted the epic title, Unflinching Resolve. This title granted him immunity to all mentality-based debuffs and a 50% stat bonus when his vitality dropped below 5%. Roken, awestruck by his newfound power, reflected on his incredible journey. He never expected to achieve such a feat in such a challenging location. Roken, the former SSS ranker, found himself overwhelmed by a wave of bitter memories. He reflected on the immense struggles he had endured to achieve his title. A stark contrast to the humiliating ease with which he'd lost it. The fact that he had even reached that pinnacle felt almost meaningless now, a cruel joke in light of his current predicament. His thoughts turned to the final battle, the ignominious defeat at the hands of a powerful guild. He had been reduced to fighting like a child, his skills rendered useless against overwhelming odds. All for the sake of a title he now considered worthless. But a grim determination hardened his gaze. Now was the time for his revenge. The scene shifted to the bustling great city of Tan, a sprawling metropolis teeming with life and activity. The camera angle shifted, revealing a sinister building with skull-shaped ornaments flanking a heavy, imposing door. Inside, a large, muscular man lay bound and unconscious on a wooden table. A voice called out, startling the unconscious man awake. He groaned, confused and disoriented. A young man with teal hair, clad in a red and gray outfit, stood before a burly figure. "I'm a customer," he stated. "Aren't you going to work?" The large man, his face etched with harsh lines, looked down at him with a scowl. "What? Do you even know what this place is?" The young man's eyes widened in realization. "Isn't this the Berserker Guild?" he murmured, a hint of awe in his voice. The large man chuckled. "If you're a man, you have to be a berserker." The large man continued, "It's a job once you commit to it, right?" The young man nodded sharply. "I got it, just hurry up and get on with it." The large man grinned, impressed. "Fast on the uptake. I like that." A burst of energy surrounded the young man. As he underwent a transformation, a narration box appeared. "You have changed jobs to berserker." The large man clapped him on the back. "Roken. Congratulations on becoming a berserker." A system message appeared before Roken's eyes, the stark white text cutting through the fiery orange glow surrounding him. He would be reset to level 1, but his stats would remain. Despite the setback, a predatory grin stretched across Roken's face. A cruel twist of fate had given him a second chance. As a gift for this temporal anomaly, he could choose any job he desired. Roken surveyed his surroundings, his eyes falling upon a collection of crudely made weapons. Among them, a worn battle axe and a broken sword lay discarded on the dusty ground. A grim reminder of his past life. Suddenly, a figure emerged from the shadows, wielding a large axe, their eyes glowing menacingly. Roken reacted instantly, leaping into action. He moved with the speed and precision of a seasoned warrior, his movements a blur as he deflected the blow. And countered with a swift strike of his own. The clash of steel echoed through the air as Roken's superior skill became evident. He effortlessly dispatched his opponent with a final, decisive blow. Roken, a former SSS class ranker in the VR game, moved with impossible speed, a blur of motion leaving only the faintest afterimage in his wake. His attack connecting with his target with a resounding impact, the force of the blow sending shockwaves through the air. From a nearby vantage point, a burly man with a thick beard watched, a thoughtful expression on his face as he muttered, "Impressive." Roken, a smirk playing on his lips, reveled in the moment, savoring his victory. However, his thoughts turned inward, a quiet contemplation of his next move. He mused, "To be honest, I was thinking of what job to choose." Unlike his past life, Roken now possessed knowledge of numerous hidden classes and how to obtain them. A woman with fiery red hair and determined eyes appeared in his mind's eye. Yet, a crucial decision loomed. He considered the formidable challenges ahead, the faces of his powerful rivals flashing before his eyes. He thought, however, to overcome them all, he needed overwhelming power. He concluded, "If I want to take care of all of them, there's nothing better than the berserker." Odin, his nemesis, always had his lackeys with him, making the berserker class the perfect counter. The berserker's unique ability to gain bonus stats in dire situations, coupled with their berserk skill to multiply stats, made it the ideal choice for someone with Roken's raw power. Roken, the former SSS ranker, stood amidst the chaos, a grim determination etched onto his face. He muttered to himself, realizing he could boost his stats by activating his berserk ability. A surge of power coursing through his veins. He gripped his axe, a fierce glint in his eyes. His gaze hardened, remembering the betrayal. "Odin," he seethed, "since that bitch slit my throat, it's only fair that I chop his head off." The intensity of his rage was palpable. Suddenly, a shift in his surroundings. A colleague approached, concerned. "What's wrong? Are you proud of getting a new job?" he asked. Roken, startled, stammered, "Oh, no. It's not that." He looked down, confusion clouding his features. "Huh, what's this?" A holographic interface flickered to life before him, displaying a quest, searching for the traces of wild wind. Traces of wild wind that wrecked the world long ago have been found. Find the rest of the traces and fulfill the dying wishes of wild wind. Advanced training ground completion along with first job change, complete? A quest? Roken's eyes widened in surprise. He looked at the screen, a smirk playing on his lips. He stood tall, his posture radiating confidence. This was his chance for revenge, a new path to reclaim his lost glory. The scene opens in a bank, where a young man with teal hair, Roken, stands before a teller. He is dressed in dark, somewhat worn clothing, suggesting a life of adventure. He requests a loan, his demeanor serious and determined. The teller, a young woman with brown hair, looks surprised but complies. The teller confirms the loan amount and interest rate, a steep 3% per month. Roken then specifies that he needs to purchase all the first job skill books, particularly emphasizing the Berserker class. The teller is astonished by the sheer amount of skill books he intends to buy. She comments on his extravagant spending. The total cost is revealed to be a mere 10 silver, a surprisingly low amount for such a large purchase. Alongside the dash skill, allowing for 3 quick steps with a 110% dexterity boost while active. And finally, the strike skill, enhancing attack power with a 110% strength and dexterity increase for the following attack. A detailed description of the Warcry skill appeared on the screen. Level 1, render the opponents terrified with a roar of madness. Next, the Berserk skill was displayed. Level 1, self-immolation with rage in order to bring out enormous strength. A man with teal hair and a red mark on his face, wearing a dark red jacket, muttered him. The description of the Berserk skill was visible again, this time upside down. Another man, larger and wearing armor, asked, "What? Is there a problem?" A third individual, seemingly younger, approached the teal-haired man, saying, "Hey, mister." The teal-haired man responded with a simple, "Yeah?" The younger man inquired, "Do you know anything about the wild wind?" A hooded figure stood overlooking a town square, observing a group of people gathered around a fountain. A new quest appeared, searching for the traces of wild wind. Traces of wild wind, which wrecked the world long ago, have been found. Find the rest of the traces and fulfill the dying wishes of wild wind. This quest also marked the completion of advanced training and a first job change. The teal-haired man, seemingly deep in thought, muttered, Wild wind. Wind. Roken, a former SSS ranker in the VR game, pondered a mysterious quest. He initially suspected it might be related to Berserkers, a class he was intimately familiar with, but even the guild master remained clueless about its nature. Further fueling his intrigue. He had never encountered anything like it, even during his time as the top-ranked Berserker. A sudden thought struck Roken: could someone else have already completed this quest in the past? Meanwhile, a frustrated Roken sat slumped, lamenting his current predicament. He was powerless without any resources. The allure of the hidden quest reward was undeniable, but with zero clues, he decided to set it aside for now. Roken's stats window displayed his current status, level 1 Berserker, with 700 to 700 vitality and 150 to 150 mana. A list of impressive titles accompanied his stats, showcasing his past achievements. He had obtained a job change, and now his focus was on rapidly leveling up. A sinister smile crept across Roken's face. He contemplated following the carefully planned course of action he had devised. Meanwhile, a group of adventurers, 3 men and a woman, looked on with a mixture of apprehension and curiosity. A quest appeared on the screen: Harsh Forest, a request for a knight to transport someone to an orc camp for a reward of 15 silver. Roken, a former SSS class ranker in the VR game Return of the SSS class ranker, sits nonchalantly on a throne-like seat, his expression one of weary boredom. 2 figures, their faces obscured, stand before him, their postures suggesting a mixture of apprehension and resentment. One of the figures, seemingly a man, asks Roken if he wants assistance reaching the orc camp. A second figure, appearing to be the man's companion, interjects, offering their help. Roken, however, is less than grateful. He demands payment up front before agreeing to any assistance. His eyes, narrowed and intense, betray a hint of his true feelings, a simmering resentment. The first man questions Roken's ability to handle the task alone, inquiring about his level. Roken responds that he is a level 25 heavy knight. Unconvinced, the man expresses his distrust and orders Roken to leave. Roken, however, is not easily deterred. He produces a token, claiming it as proof of his prowess, earned by slaying an orc warrior. The man scoffs, dismissing Roken's claim as arrogance, suggesting he likely only killed patrol orcs near the Harsh Forest. He reiterates his order for Roken to leave, his tone laced with impatience and disdain. Roken, seemingly defeated, complies, but a flicker of determination remains in his eyes. Roken, the former SSS ranker, stood surrounded by a group of his rivals. Their sneering faces were a testament to their victory. One of them, a hulking figure, spat out his contempt, "This bastard." The words echoing the resentment simmering within them. His humiliation was complete, a public spectacle orchestrated by his enemies. One of them seethed internally, "Fuck, he's embarrassing me in front of all these people." Suddenly, a system message flashed across Roken's vision: "Detect The opponent used a hostile skill against you. A powerful, armored figure loomed over him, the game's mechanics initiating a hostile action. A brief window of opportunity appeared. For 5 minutes, self-defense actions will be tolerated. The time period may increase if the opponent resists. Seizing the chance, Roken activated his Berserker skill. His body tensed, preparing for a desperate counterattack. A surge of raw power coursing through his veins. His attacker, momentarily taken aback, questioned him, what are you doing right now? The attacker's allies erupted in laughter, pohaha. God damn. Their amusement quickly turned to shock as they saw Roken's level 1 Berserker. One of them scoffed, were you really acting all cocky when you're a noob that just barely changed jobs? The hulking figure's face contorted in anger, should have just fucked right off if you weren't up to skill. His rage intensified as he demanded, what are you fucking around for? A burly, armored man, his face contorted in a sneer, bellowed at a smaller, teal-haired youth. He scoffed, go ahead and try, you dumbass. You're just a cocky bastard thinking you can get to the orc camp at only level 1. The teal-haired youth, a smirk playing on his lips, simply replied, only level 1? The armored man, his expression hardening, challenged him. Hey, you wanna make a bet? He proposed a duel, the stakes clearly stated, we'll have a fight. 15 silvers for the winner. The armored man continued, explaining the lack of penalties for this particular duel. How is that? There won't be penalties since it's not player killing, isn't it nice? The teal-haired youth's eyes narrowed, a sinister grin spreading across his face. Insane? He taunted the armored man, are you, perhaps, scared? That a level 25 will lose to a level 1? A surge of dark energy enveloped the teal-haired youth as he stood defiantly. The system notification appeared, confirming the duel request, player, by call, has requested a duel, betting 15 silver. The teal-haired youth, radiating confidence, issued a final challenge, come at me. A cruel smirk stretched across the face of a young man, his eyes gleaming with malice. He spat out the words, newbie bastard. The intensity of his gaze hinted at a simmering rage, a thirst for vengeance barely contained beneath the surface. Elsewhere, a trio of adventurers stood poised and ready. A knight in shining armor, a mysterious sorceress in a wide-brimmed hat, and a healer in a crisp white uniform formed a formidable team. A murmur rippled through the crowd. Hey! There's a fight, someone shouted. There's a duel in front of the fountain over there. The sorceress watched with a mixture of amusement and disdain. A duel in the town, they really must have no lives. A different man, with striking blue hair, observed the scene from a distance. He muttered, a duel, ha! He approached the gathering crowd, his expression unreadable, a hint of anticipation in his eyes. The crowd parted to reveal 2 figures locked in combat. One was clad in dark, heavy armor, the other in lighter, more agile attire. The blue-haired man watched intently, his attention focused on the details of their fighting styles. The image focuses on a peculiar weapon, a metallic, multifaceted spearhead, emanating a faint purple glow. Its design is unconventional, hinting at potent, perhaps even magical, properties. A large, imposing figure in dark armor, his face contorted in a sneer, confronts a smaller, more agile opponent. He threatens to kill the other man, calling him an arrogant prick. The smaller man responds with a nonchalant good luck. The armored man pauses, a flicker of surprise crossing his face. He questions the smaller man's lack of a weapon. The smaller man grins, a mischievous glint in his eyes. He gestures towards himself, stating that his weapon is right there. The armored man's expression shifts to one of disbelief and anger. He scoffs at the idea that the smaller man would face him unarmed. The armored man roars, calling the smaller man an arrogant bastard, as the duel officially begins. The rules are displayed, the duel ends when either combatant's vitality drops below 5%. The armored man launches a powerful attack, his massive foot crashing down towards the smaller man. The smaller man barely evades the devastating blow, the force of the impact sending tremors through the ground. The armored man continues his assault, aiming a brutal strike at his opponent. The smaller man is shown dodging another attack, the intensity of the fight escalating. A powerful roar echoed through the virtual world as Roken, the former SSS class ranker, found himself overwhelmed by a coordinated assault from a dominant guild. He braced himself. The combined might of his attackers bearing down on him. Their leader, a hulking figure cloaked in shadow, grinned cruelly, relishing the moment. Despite the overwhelming odds, Roken moved with impossible speed, dodging and weaving through a flurry of attacks. His movements a blur of motion as he evaded each blow with practiced ease. His opponents, momentarily stunned by his agility, found themselves on the defensive. One of them, enraged by Roken's skill, bellowed, "Ugh, you rat." Another attacker, frustrated by Roken's evasiveness, shouted, "All you're doing is dodging." Roken, however, remained focused, his mind racing. He silently questioned, was a berserker supposed to be this fast? The guild leader, his eyes burning with a malevolent light, watched Roken's every move with growing unease. Another member of the guild stepped forward, sneering, shall I go next? Before he could act, however, Roken launched a swift counterattack, striking with surprising force. The arrogant attacker was caught completely off guard. A swirling vortex of blue energy erupted from Roken's hand, shattering into countless crystalline fragments. The force of the blast sending shockwaves through the air. He looked on, a question mark forming above his head as he muttered, huh? The scene shifted to reveal a squadron of robotic soldiers, their metallic bodies gleaming under the dim light. One of them roared, stupid bastard. Roken, seemingly unfazed, explained, I raised my extra stats to the limit at the training grounds. My level renewed only because I changed jobs. He cracked a sinister grin, his eyes glinting with malicious intent. My real stats are. With a swift, powerful motion, Roken unleashed a devastating blow. The impact sending another shockwave that obliterated the robots around him. The dust settled, revealing the extent of his power. A large text box proclaimed, above level 50. The perspective shifted to show the shocked faces of his opponents, their eyes wide with disbelief and fear. One of them gasped. One of the onlookers whispered, with only a bare fist against that armor. The scene opens with a chaotic display of shattered digital fragments, icy blue energy crackling amidst the debris. A gloved hand reaches into the wreckage, seemingly searching for something. As a young man with teal hair and a crimson jacket emerges from the chaos. His eyes glow with a fierce intensity as he unleashes a powerful blow. The force of the strike sending shockwaves through the air. His opponent, a burly figure, is sent reeling from the impact. Not all level 1s are the same, he declares, his voice filled with a chilling confidence. The dust settles, revealing the young man standing defiantly amidst the wreckage. He is Roken, a former SSS class ranker, and his power is clearly far beyond that of a typical level 1 player. The virtual world of the game flickered, displaying a stark message, player, by Kali, loses. He had died in a duel, forfeiting 15 silver. Immediately following by Kali's defeat, another message appeared, player, Roken, wins. He gained 15 silver. Roken, a young man with teal hair, stood over his fallen opponent. A smirk played on his lips as he declared, Kek. I got some allowance. Nearby onlookers watched in disbelief. One of them gasped, did you see that? With his bare hands, in an instant. Another spectator whispered, I heard he was only level 1. No way. Is he a hacker? Roken clenched his fists, a confident grin spreading across his face. He simply said, not bad. Roken's internal monologue revealed his thoughts, it's doable with this much. He continued his inner contemplation, the problem is how to get there. Suddenly, someone approached him, asking, excuse me? The image showcases a trio of adventurers standing poised and ready. A knight, clad in dark red and silver armor, stands at the center, his confident expression hinting at strength and determination. Flanking him are a dark-haired sorceress in a purple robe and a blonde cleric in white robes and a captain's hat, each wielding their respective weapons. A quest notification appears before the knight, who is now alone. The text reads, looking for a knight to carry me to the orc camp in Harsh Forest, reward, 15 silver. The knight, Roken, is approached by another adventurer, a man with teal hair and a scar across his cheek. The teal-haired man asks if it's true that Roken is heading to the orc camp, to which Roken simply replies, well, as you can see. The sorceress and cleric from the first panel approach, explaining that while they haven't been inside the orc camp itself, they frequently venture near the area. They invite Roken to join them. The teal-haired man inquires about the party's levels. Roken confidently states that he is level 35, while his companions are both level 32. He considers their capabilities, a thoughtful expression crossing his face. Finally declaring that the party looks fine, noting that it's a balanced group with a tank, damage dealer, and healer. The teal-haired man approves, stating that they pass. He then reveals that instead of forming a party, he simply needs them to take him to the camp's entrance. He offers 10 silver in advance, promising the rest upon completion of the request. In exchange, he promises to watch and not participate in any fights, adding that any items dropped along the way will belong to them. The scene opens on a group of adventurers traversing a dense, mist-shrouded forest, the ominous title card reading Harsh Forest. The party consists of a man in a red cloak, his face partially obscured, flanked by a woman in a military-style uniform and a man with teal hair, both looking apprehensive. A mysterious woman in a dark purple witch's hat stands behind them, her gaze sharp and calculating. The man in red, his eyes now visible, stares intently forward, a fierce determination etched on his face. Ahead, a crude, imposing Orcish structure looms, a stark warning of the dangers to come. The group cautiously approaches the structure, their apprehension palpable. The woman in uniform informs the group that they are entering orc territory, warning of potential scouting parties. The teal-haired man, clearly annoyed, acknowledges the obvious danger, prompting the man in red to ask what their next move should be. The man in red requests an item from the woman in uniform, Rose, who readily agrees. The man in red prepares for action, a determined glint in his eyes, swiftly throwing a projectile, likely a smoke bomb, to obscure their movements. Two hulking orcs stood amidst a verdant forest, their imposing figures casting long shadows. A crimson stain marred the earth before them, a stark contrast to the serene surroundings, their green skin glistening under the dappled sunlight. One orc's gaze was fixed intently on something unseen, a low growl rumbling in his chest, a silent question hanging heavy in the air. The other orc, equally wary, mirrored his companion's tension. A close-up on the first orc's face revealed a mixture of suspicion and unease. "No. No," he muttered, his words barely audible above the rustling leaves. He shifted his weight, his powerful muscles bunching beneath his rough hide. His eyes darted around, scanning the forest for any sign of danger. A palpable sense of unease radiating from his tense posture. A speech bubble appeared, indicating a question. Did the guys from the hunting team drop it? The scene shifted to a group of adventurers, their expressions a mixture of curiosity and concern. One of them, a young man with dark hair, spoke, his voice carrying a note of suspicion. Another adventurer, a man with vibrant blue hair, smirked, his eyes glinting with amusement. "They're a lot more experienced than I expected," he commented, adding with a hint of approval, "Not bad." The adventurers, a diverse group comprising a knight, a mage, a cleric, and the blue-haired man, stood alert, their gazes fixed on something beyond the frame. The scene opens with an aerial view of a crude Orcish encampment. Several tents, haphazardly pitched, are scattered across the dusty ground. A large, central tent dominates the scene, its worn canvas showing signs of age and wear. A makeshift palisade fence surrounds the perimeter, its wooden stakes uneven and showing gaps. From the shadows of a nearby thicket, two figures observe the camp. One of them, a large orc, stands guard at a weak point in the fence. That was the only backdoor entrance. He mutters to himself, his words heavy with suspicion. The other figure, a young man with dark hair, observes the orc. They must have realized it and stationed a guard, he thinks, his expression grim. He turns to address a woman with vibrant pink hair, wearing a witch's hat. "It can't be helped then, Elfie," he says, resignation in his voice. She nods, "Okay." Elfie raises her staff, arcane symbols glowing faintly. A surge of magical energy crackles around her, casting a spell that creates a shimmering, translucent barrier. The young man watches intently, a determined glint in his eyes. The orc, alerted to the magic, roars in anger, his eyes fixed on the barrier. The young man, seizing the opportunity, bursts forward with incredible speed. His movement a blur as he launches a powerful attack, striking the orc with devastating force. A hulking Orcish figure, its features distorted by rage, bellowed the word "intruder" into the virtual world. Its guttural cry echoed through the digital landscape. The orc's attention was suddenly diverted, a look of confusion crossed its face as it processed a sound only it should have been able to hear. It muttered, "My voice." A swift, almost imperceptible movement followed. A figure, cloaked in red, appeared, striking with blinding speed. The orc staggered back, clearly surprised by the unexpected attack. The red-cloaked figure continued their assault, a blur of motion as they pressed their advantage. The orc, momentarily stunned, struggled to defend itself against the relentless barrage. The battle concluded with a final, decisive blow. A grunt escaped the red-cloaked figure as they sheathed their weapon, clearly exhausted but victorious. With the orc vanquished, the figures surveyed their work, a faint smile playing on their lips. They declared, "All done." The red-cloaked figure, Roken, accepted payment for his services, exchanging pleasantries with his employer before departing. He was thanked for his hard work and wished luck. Roken was cautioned about the dangers ahead as he prepared to venture deeper into enemy territory alone. He acknowledged the risks, stating simply, "I know." Roken, clad in dark red and silver armor, walked alongside two female players. One, a blonde woman in a white medical cap, and the other, a dark-haired woman in a purple witch's hat, expressed concern. "It's dangerous here, let's hurry and go," the witch urged, her voice laced with apprehension. Roken continued walking, his expression unreadable, a hint of grim determination etched on his face. He seemed lost in thought, his gaze fixed on the path ahead. The blonde woman voiced her confusion. "I don't understand. What is he trying to do there? To the point that he even spent money to get here," she questioned, her tone laced with disbelief. The witch, however, remained resolute. "Leave him. He's walking to his grave," she stated, her voice devoid of sympathy. Roken, seemingly oblivious to their concerns, continued his solitary journey. The blonde woman, still perplexed, questioned the witch's assessment. "What do you mean?" she asked, a question mark hovering above her head. The witch, with a dismissive wave of her hand, countered the blonde woman's concerns. Come on, aren't you overestimating him too much? His duel certainly was amazing, but. She paused, a thoughtful expression crossing her face. Why did he even ask for a duel in the first place, she pondered, her gaze drifting towards Roken's retreating figure. A flashback sequence began, showing a powerful knight engaging in a duel. A voiceover explained, according to the ones who were watching from the start. That heavy knight was the one who used an offensive skill first. The rules of the game were clarified. As you know, the one who is attacked first by a player is temporarily permitted self-defense. And they can even earn experience points from defeating the opponent. The visual showed Roken's character receiving experience points after defeating his opponent. The witch nodded thoughtfully. True. It was a good opportunity to level up. The blonde woman, however, remained unconvinced. Then why did he? The panel focuses on Roken, a young man with dark hair and intense eyes. His expression is serious, almost pensive, hinting at a complex inner world. A narrator's voice reflects on Roken's actions, suggesting that his decision to remain at level 1 was not arbitrary. The narrator is unsure of the exact reasons, but implies a strategic purpose behind it. This strategic purpose is further emphasized by the image of a sinister figure, whose malicious grin suggests a hidden motive related to Roken's decision to stay at level 1. The scene shifts, showing Roken's journey towards an orc camp. He is shown walking purposefully, his destination clear. He arrives at the orc camp, where he is immediately confronted by a group of orcs who are surprised to see a human male. Roken stands defiantly before the orcs, his posture radiating confidence and strength. He is clearly prepared for a confrontation. Roken challenges the orcs, questioning their understanding of a warrior's honor, implying that he possesses a superior moral code. Roken's challenge escalates into a bold declaration. He demands a duel with any true warrior among them, showcasing his courage and confidence. The orcs are taken aback by Roken's audacity, questioning whether a human truly understands orcish honor. Their surprise highlights the unusual nature of Roken's actions. An orc leader reveals a secret about defeating orcs, suggesting that Roken's actions are part of a larger, previously unknown strategy. Roken, a former SSS class ranker in the virtual reality game, found himself in a desperate situation. Betrayed and humiliated by his rivals, he was now plotting his revenge. He knew that if he shouted in the center of their camp, the shelter of warriors, they would be compelled to accept a series of one-on-one duels to defend their honor. A tradition upheld by the shelter of warriors to protect their honor. A sinister grin spread across Roken's face. He revealed his true intentions. I didn't come here just to level up. His thoughts turned to the true objective. He needed to meet a crucial condition to become stronger in the Lord's game. To achieve near impossible achievements. And to acquire legendary grade titles as a reward. Images of powerful monsters, a monstrous serpent and a fearsome Oni, flashed before his eyes, representing the challenges he would face. He clenched his fist, his resolve hardening. That is my true goal. Roken's plan involved fighting the orcs of the harsh forest, a battle-hardened race known for their strength and the great rewards offered for winning duels in their hunting grounds. A perfect place for one-on-one battles without any cause for concern. He challenged them directly. Now, come forward. Who is the strongest among you? Roken, a young man with teal hair and a determined expression, found himself facing a towering orc. The orc's massive frame and menacing gaze spoke of immense power. The orc swung a brutal blow, its weapon a blur of motion. Narrowly missing Roken, who barely managed to dodge the attack. The orc then spoke, offering a challenge. This was Roken's chance to prove his honor. The orc, a hulking figure with a cruel smile, taunted Roken, daring him to attack. Roken, realizing his mistake, cursed his own overconfidence. He hadn't anticipated facing an orc chieftain. The orc chieftain's imposing presence filled the scene. Roken's internal monologue revealed the chieftain's high level and the fact that he needed at least level 70 with a second job to stand a chance. The chieftain's immense power was evident as he towered over the defeated Roken, leaving Roken utterly overwhelmed. He knew he couldn't win with his current stats. Despair washed over Roken as he realized the depth of his folly. He had been far too reckless. A fierce-looking warrior with teal hair and a red war paint streak across his cheek glared defiantly. His subordinates, unseen but clearly present, shouted their support. No, Chief. He's ours. Their leader, a hulking orc warrior, seemed to agree, muttering, Chief, right. Chief is too strong. Another warrior, emboldened by the chief's strength, stepped forward, pleading, give us a chance to prove our honor too. The orc chieftain, however, remained unmoved. He responded with a cold, dismissive statement, true. You must need some qualification to be able to fight against me. The chieftain then issued a command, his voice low and dangerous, Callow, fight him. A large orc warrior with long gray hair and a ring in his lower lip stepped forward. A narration box identified him, Callow, orc warrior ranking 4th. The teal-haired warrior, facing his impending duel, steeled his resolve. He thought to himself, I can survive. A cruel smile stretched across his face as he confidently declared, all right, this much should be Inu. He turned his back to the approaching Kallo, preparing for battle. His expression shifted to one of grim determination as he thought, was I just relieved to face a weaker opponent? Roken's inner voice questioned his own feelings as he braced himself for battle. A grim determination set his jaw as he muttered to himself, God damn it, get yourself together, Roken. He stood amidst a storm of icy rain, his armor gleaming faintly under the gray sky. The question hung heavy in the air, how will I get stronger than that bastard with this mentality? Suddenly, a hulking Orcish warrior emerged, his voice booming, human, you're fighting me. Raise your weapon. The orc, a towering figure with scarred skin and a gold ring in his lower lip, scrutinized Roken with a skeptical expression. A low hum escaped his lips. Another orc, even larger than the first, approached, his great axe held high. Human, what are you doing? Roken's fingers hovered over a status screen, his stats displayed, strength, 89, dexterity, 70, stamina, 70, tenacity, 70, intelligence, 70, knowledge, 70. He adjusted his stats, adding points to strength and intelligence. His extra stat points, 0, he was about to allocate them when the screen suddenly updated, revealing 45 extra stat points. A confident smirk spread across Roken's face as he declared, alright, let's get this started. The game's character creation process concluded, revealing Roken's profile, a level 1 berserker with surprisingly low stats for an SSS class ranker. His vitality was at 700 to 700, mana at 150 to 150, and his strength, while high at 112, was offset by significantly lower dexterity, stamina, tenacity, intelligence, and knowledge scores. Roken, having just begun his adventure, found himself face to face with an imposing orc chieftain. He confidently addressed the orc, his hand outstretched in a gesture that seemed both challenging and dismissive. He declared his intention to make a prediction, a statement that hung heavy with unspoken menace. With a chilling grin, Roken pointed directly at the orc chieftain. He confidently predicted the orc's imminent demise at his hands. The orc chieftain found Roken's bravado amusing, his words laced with derision. A sudden shift in the orc's expression hinted at a growing unease. As the orc, enraged by Roken's audacity, unleashed a furious attack, calling him an impudent human. But Roken remained unfazed, his eyes burning with a fierce determination as he declared that the orc was now facing him. The battle between Roken and the orc chieftain commenced, a whirlwind of blows and counterblows. The sheer speed of their movements blurred into a chaotic spectacle of motion. Observing his opponent, Roken, a former SSS class ranker, noted, your axe looks better than mine. A sinister grin spread across the face of Roken's adversary as he declared, I'll make good use of it. He lunged forward with surprising speed, swinging his axe in a powerful arc. But Roken deftly parried the blow, the impact sending shockwaves through the virtual battlefield. Roken's opponent, clearly surprised by Roken's skill, muttered, I underestimated him. Then, with a ferocious roar, he unleashed a devastating battle cry. The raw power of the attack shaking the very ground beneath their feet, forcing Roken to take evasive action. Roken's eyes widened in surprise as he realized the effect of the battle cry. His stats, attack, agility, and defense were slightly decreased. Roken, a young man with striking teal hair, smirked, a glint in his eyes. He mused on the skill he was using, a battle cry akin to a berserker's roar, a skill he had perfected in his previous life as an SSS class ranker. His opponent, a hulking Orcish warrior, bellowed, declaring victory as he perceived Roken's momentary weakness. The orc's massive axe descended, a blur of motion as it sliced through the air. Roken, caught off guard, could only utter a surprised, for real? He braced himself for the impact, but a confident smirk played on his lips as he countered. With a swift, powerful movement, Roken deflected the orc's attack, the force of the blow sending shockwaves through the air. The orc's attack was thwarted, leaving him momentarily stunned. Roken seized the opportunity, countering with a devastating blow that sent the orc reeling. The orc, surprised by Roken's unexpected counter, stared in disbelief. The monstrous figure loomed, its shadowed eyes burning with malevolent intent. A guttural sound escaped its throat as it uttered a single word, barely audible yet heavy with menace, you. Roken, a young man with vibrant teal hair, found himself facing the creature. Its massive form dwarfed him, its jagged teeth bared in a snarl. Arrogant human. Die, it roared, its voice echoing with raw power. He braced himself, readying for the inevitable attack. A blur of motion followed as the creature lunged, its massive weapon aimed to strike. But Roken, with surprising speed and agility, dodged the blow, his movements a whirlwind of calculated precision. The creature, named Kallo, swung again, its attack relentless. Roken countered, his movements a blur, deflecting the blow with a skill that belied his youthful appearance. Kallo, cannot understand, a voice boomed from the sidelines. Callow, momentarily distracted, paused its attack. Human, definitely weaker because of my skill. Another figure, watching from a distance, shouted, Callow, what are you doing? Hit him properly. Push him more, Callow. Callow's superior strength and speed were evident, yet he was losing. Strange, a voice mused, Callow definitely seems superior in strength and speed, so why isn't he winning? With a cruel smile, Roken, the former SSS ranker, unleashed a devastating kick against his opponent, the impact sending shockwaves through the air. He let out a mocking chuckle, Kikiak. Are you curious why it's become like this? The orc warrior, caught completely off guard, was sent flying backward by the sheer force of the blow. Roken watched his opponent's movements, his thoughts revealing his assessment: a mere orc warrior's stupidly simple attack patterns are plain to see. He effortlessly predicted and countered the orc's attacks, his movements fluid and precise. Just from the preparation. The orc roared in pain as Roken's counterattack landed, Qua. Roken's swift strikes continued, each blow precise and powerful, overwhelming the orc's defenses. He effortlessly dodged another attack, his eyes narrowed in disdain as he muttered, bullshit. With a final, decisive blow, Roken sent the orc flying, ending the fight. Roken, a former SSS-class ranker in the VR game, found himself in a desperate battle. He moved with a blur of motion, his blade a silver streak against the hulking form of his opponent. A fierce clash of steel echoing through the virtual world as he parried a brutal blow. The impact sent tremors through his avatar, a grunt escaping his lips as he stumbled back. His opponent, a towering orc warrior, watched with a chilling smirk, clearly unfazed by the attack. A question mark filled Roken's mind. He was struggling against an opponent he should easily defeat. Roken braced himself, preparing for another onslaught. He felt a surge of power, a familiar energy coursing through his veins. A memory of his past glory flashing before his eyes as he unleashed a devastating counterattack. The orc warrior barely had time to react. A force far exceeding his normal capabilities erupting from within. A notification appeared, indicating a significant boost to his strength and dexterity. The orc warrior, Callow, braced for the impact, muttering a final vow to remember Roken's honor before the attack landed. The blow connected with earth-shattering force, sending Callow sprawling. His face contorted in pain and disbelief. As effects of Roken's enhanced strike were clearly visible. Roken stood victorious, a grim determination etched on his face. He moved to deliver the final blow, his movements swift and precise, a decisive end to the fight. A sinister grin stretched across Roken's face, his eyes gleaming with a fierce determination. He was ready to exact his revenge. With a swift, brutal movement, he lunged forward. His blade a blur as he cut through the ranks of Orcish warriors, leaving a trail of fallen foes in his wake. The surviving orcs watched in stunned silence as the human before them proved to be far more powerful than they anticipated. Roken, panting slightly but otherwise unharmed, smirked at his accomplishment. He had already surpassed his expectations. A holographic message appeared before him, detailing his incredible feat. The message proclaimed his victory and awarded him the title of Level 1 Slayer of Orc Warriors. This was a significant achievement, marking his first major milestone in the game. Roken celebrated his success. This was exactly what he had planned. He had achieved his first goal. A further message appeared, explaining the conditions for obtaining such titles and their benefits. The higher the level of the defeated monster, the more powerful the title's effects would be. Roken's eyes gleamed with anticipation. He realized that this title would significantly aid him in his quest to defeat the Orcish chieftain. Roken, a young man with teal hair and a determined expression, found himself in a state of confusion. A faint scar marred his cheek, a testament to past battles. He muttered a questioning, huh? His confusion deepened as a notification appeared before him: title and stat points distribution is preserved. He exclaimed, what? 2 more messages followed, clarifying the game mechanics: Warrior's Honor, quest is in progress, and title and stat points are given in bulk after completion of a quest. Roken, holding a glowing tablet, processed this new information. He questioned aloud, Warrior's Honor. Quest? He continued his internal monologue, bewildered, a quest? When did I? Suddenly, a monstrous figure emerged from the shadows, its eyes burning with malevolent intensity. A voice boomed, there, now you've proven that you're worthy of fighting me. Roken reacted with a startled exclamation. Finally, he leveled a gaze at the creature and asked, is this your doing? The scene shifted, revealing another figure emerging from the dust and smoke. A hulking orc and a shadowy figure, both clearly hostile. The orc demanded, what's the issue? You were the one to come into our territory and yell Warrior's Honor. Roken, his face etched with frustration, muttered damn it. Under his breath. He realized there was no mention of this particular orc conquest method in any of his previous guides. He mused to himself, I guess a monster is technically an NPC after all. There's nothing strange about them giving a player a quest. A thoughtful expression crossed Roken's face. He realized that defeating this chief orc would bring extra rewards. But if he lost, he'd face a death penalty. He considered the implications, but I'll still be able to get the previous rewards, right? A sudden realization struck him. Wait, lose? Roken, defiant, raised his weapon. He grinned, a chilling smile spreading across his face. I'll kill you as you wish, Gramps. The orc chieftain and the onlookers were stunned as Roken's true identity was revealed, the king of violence, Roken. The orc chieftain, amused, declared, Koha. Definitely an amusing human. Come. I accept your challenge. A cruel smile stretched across Roken's face, a chilling contrast to the crimson scar that marred his cheek. His eyes gleamed with a dangerous light, reflecting the dark power surging within him. The raw energy crackling around him intensified as he prepared to unleash his fury. The air itself seemed to vibrate with anticipation. A surge of power coursed through his veins, pushing him to the brink of madness. His opponent, a hulking figure, braced for the inevitable onslaught. A surge of energy erupted from within Roken, a former SSS-class ranker in the VR game, as he found himself thrust back in time. The world around him shimmered. The vibrant colors of the game's interface flashing before his eyes. A wave of power coursed through his veins. He recognized the feeling instantly. This was it. A grin spread across his face as he felt the familiar tingle of overwhelming power. This was the power of the Berserker class, a path he had relentlessly pursued. He had never given up on it. And now, he was ready to unleash its full potential. A monstrous orc, his eyes burning with malevolent intent, stood before him, but Roken felt no fear. He charged forward, his weapon raised high. A voice, laced with fury, cut through the air. Bastard, have you been hiding your strength this whole time? Roken, the former SSS ranker, reacted instantly. He braced himself, unleashing a surge of power that sent shockwaves through the virtual world. A crimson aura enveloped him as he moved with terrifying speed, cleaving through his opponents with effortless grace. What? Got a problem? His attack continued relentlessly. He moved with such speed that his opponents were left reeling, unable to react as he effortlessly dispatched them one by one. The final opponent, a hulking brute, tried to retaliate, but Roken was too fast, his blade slicing through the creature's defenses with ease. A chilling smile spread across Roken's face. An observer noted, friend and foe usually can't be distinguished when using Berserk, but it's clear as day thanks to unflinching resolve. I won't mistake him for the others nearby. Roken, a former SSS-class ranker in the VR game The World, found himself on the ground, his body battered and bruised. His eyes, however, burned with a fierce intensity, reflecting the rage that consumed him. The words, Berserk at level 1 lasts 180 seconds, echoed in his mind, a grim reminder of his current predicament. He would need to make it count. Despite his injuries, a steely determination hardened his gaze. I'll finish it in that time, he resolved, his inner voice a low growl of defiance. A surge of dark energy coursed through his veins, his body began to glow with an ominous purple light, transforming him into a whirlwind of destructive power. His eyes blazed with an unearthly crimson fire as he unleashed his berserk ability. The hulking Orcish warrior, his face contorted in surprise, found himself facing the full brunt of Roken's rage. A look of disbelief washed over his features as he braced for impact. Roken's attack was a blur of motion, a devastating flurry of blows that left the orc reeling. The orc's defenses shattered like glass under the onslaught. A pained groan escaped his lips as he staggered back. He roared, KGHH. Bastard! Sending the orc sprawling to the ground, defeated. The orc chief's strength and endurance proved to be incredibly high, exceeding all expectations. But despite his formidable power, a swift counterattack was launched. The attacker, clearly superior in speed, pressed their advantage, delivering a series of blows that overwhelmed the orc chief's defenses. The battle raged on, a whirlwind of steel and magic, with the attacker's superior speed proving decisive, forcing the orc chief into a desperate defensive posture. The orc chief, visibly strained, was being pushed back, a situation that was becoming increasingly untenable. A risky gamble that could easily backfire. Roken, a sturdy figure in dark armor, faced a formidable opponent. He muttered to himself, needing to land a critical strike. He lunged forward, his sword a blur of motion. A swift, powerful attack aimed at the creature's exposed flank, creating an opening. Roken pushed through, seizing the opportunity. His opponent roared in pain and frustration as the attack connected. A skill notification appeared, throwing. Roken prepared to throw his weapon, unleashing a powerful throw. But the attack missed its mark, leaving Roken frustrated and cursing. Roken, an SSS class ranker in the VR game, found himself in a desperate situation. He was facing a powerful boss monster, and the battle was far from over. The sheer force of the monster's attack sent shockwaves through the virtual world, shattering Roken's low-grade battle axe. A pained grunt escaped his lips as the impact reverberated through his body. The monster's attack continued relentlessly, its icy shards piercing the air around Roken. A notification flashed across his screen. His health had fallen below 30%, leaving him with only 80 seconds until his berserk ability would activate. Damn it, he cursed under his breath. He slumped to the ground, his body weary from the fight. I can't believe I made such a stupid blunder, he thought, his mind racing. He knew he had underestimated the boss monster's attack patterns. They were far more complex than he had anticipated. A massive sword descended from above, aimed directly at Roken. The Orcish boss monster, looming over him, sneered. I was looking forward to this, but what a disappointment, human, it growled. Roken braced himself for the final blow, his fate hanging precariously in the balance. A sinister grin stretched across Roken's face, his eyes gleaming with a cold light. A cruel amusement flickered within him, a triumphant chuckle escaping his lips as he reveled in his own cunning. His eyes glowed with an unnatural purple light. Looking forward to this, he thought, a chilling anticipation evident in his expression. His opponent, a hulking orc warrior, scoffed. How pretentious, for a coward who relies on petty tricks, he sneered. Roken's smirk deepened. Did you think I didn't know? He asked, his voice dripping with sarcasm. You could have fought me right from the start. But you delayed it by pretending to yield to your underlings while spouting nonsense about qualifications, he continued, his eyes narrowed. All to gauge my level, Roken finished, his voice laced with contempt. The orc roared with laughter. Ka-ha-ha-ha-ha. Are you making excuses because you're about to lose? How dirty. Roken chuckled, a hint of genuine amusement in his tone. Yeah, I guess that's true. A flashback shows Roken's face, his eyes filled with determination. Because of my desire to get stronger quickly. Roken, a former SSS class ranker in the VR game, reflected on his past failures. He admitted to himself, I was being a bit too calculative. The scene shifted to show Roken's current state, his face contorted in a fierce grimace as he unleashed a powerful attack. A surge of dark energy emanated from him. He grinned, a savage expression spreading across his face. Fits a guy like me best. Roken's attack connected, sending a shockwave through the battlefield. He moved with incredible speed and precision, his blade a blur as he cut down his opponents. An Orcish warrior, surprised by the ferocity of the attack, could only manage a stunned, this human. The battle raged on, a whirlwind of motion and energy. Roken's attacks were relentless, each strike more powerful than the last. His face was a mask of grim determination as he pressed his advantage. The orc warrior observed Roken's relentless assault, commenting, he's consecutively attacking head-on, without even attempting to dodge. The orc was clearly taken aback by Roken's aggressive tactics. Roken, his face contorted in a grimace of exertion, braced himself against a powerful blow. His body strained under the force of the attack. A blinding flash of light erupted as he was sent reeling backward by the impact. His health plummeted below 20%. His opponent, a hulking figure with menacing features, sneered, have you gotten desperate? Roken, despite the critical injury, grinned, a spark of defiance in his eyes. The game's system message appeared, there are 80 seconds remaining for Berserk. His opponent scoffed, you're too reckless, human. A guttural roar escaped Roken's lips as he unleashed his final, desperate attack. A whirlwind of motion and energy as he swung his weapon with all his remaining strength. The clash of steel echoing through the virtual world. Despite the opponent's words, Roken continued his relentless assault. His health dropping below 10%, the game announcing he was afflicted with the bleeding status effect. Gasping for breath, he pushed onward, his health plummeting to below 5%. His opponent, sensing the end, declared, it's finally over. Roken, the former SSS class ranker, found himself on the brink of defeat. His opponent, a powerful figure cloaked in dark armor, unleashed a final blow, declaring, farewell, human. I win. The sword, imbued with dark energy, sliced through the air, aimed at Roken's heart. But even as the attack neared, a flicker of defiance ignited within him. A grim smile stretched across the attacker's face as he anticipated victory. He reveled in the imminent triumph over his rival. However, just as the blow was about to land, a sudden shift in energy occurred. The narration box declared, activating the effect of the epic title, Unflinching Resolve. A surge of purple energy enveloped Roken, pushing back the attacker's blade. His opponent, clearly surprised, exclaimed, huh? The attacker, stunned by this unexpected turn, could only utter, what? His shock deepened as he witnessed Roken's strength growing exponentially. Impossible. He's becoming even stronger? A narration box explained the phenomenon, raising all stats by 50% due to health reaching below 5%. With renewed vigor, Roken declared, "Now then, let's put an end to this." His opponent, sensing the shift in power, was filled with fear. He could only manage a terrified whisper, "This is dangerous." Roken, a former SSS class ranker in the VR game, found himself facing a formidable opponent. The hulking figure before him, a monstrous orc, raised its massive sword, activating a defensive skill called Iron Body, increasing its defense. Beams of light enveloped the orc, strengthening its defenses further. The sheer power was palpable. Undeterred, Roken launched a swift counterattack, his movements a blur of speed and precision as he aimed for a weak point. The orc roared in pain as Roken's attack connected, but the damage was minimal, barely scratching the surface of its enhanced defenses. Gritting his teeth, the orc braced himself, muttering, "I have to endure it." Roken pressed his assault, unleashing a flurry of blows aimed at shattering the orc's defenses. With a final, powerful strike, he managed to destroy the orc's weapon. Despite his success, Roken felt a surge of disbelief. He muttered to himself, "Impossible." The orc, enraged and wounded, let out a deafening roar, its eyes burning with fury. The scene shifted to a close-up of a technological interface, hinting at the game's advanced mechanics. Roken, his face contorted in a grimace of exertion, unleashed a furious blow against his towering opponent. The air crackled with energy as his fist connected, a shockwave of crimson light erupting from the impact. The word strike flashing across the panel as the force of the blow reverberated through the scene, sending the massive orc chief, Tarkal, sprawling backward. The impact left a trail of purple energy in its wake. A cloud of dust and debris obscuring the immediate aftermath of the devastating attack. Before clearing to reveal the orc chief lying defeated on the ground. A system message then appeared, confirming Roken's victory. The scene opens with a fierce clash of steel. A powerful warrior, Roken, effortlessly deflects a brutal blow from a hulking orc, his movements precise and deadly, sending the orc sprawling with a swift counterattack. The orc's armor cracks under the force of the impact. Roken continues his relentless assault, his blade a blur of motion as he cuts down another foe. The dying orc, eyes wide with disbelief, manages a final, rasping utterance. He couldn't believe a mere human could defeat him. Roken stands over the fallen orc, his expression grim. He reminds the orc that he had warned him of this outcome. He declares that the orc will die by his hand today. Suddenly, a surge of energy erupts from Roken, a torrent of blue light washing over him. A powerful aura radiating from his body. The air crackles with energy. He acknowledges the orc as a great warrior before the final confrontation. A series of messages flooded Roken's screen, announcing his victory over the orc chief Tarkal and the subsequent leveling up. He had defeated a formidable opponent. The Orcish horde watched in stunned silence as their leader fell. One of them gasped, "Chief? How can this be?" Another orc, witnessing the defeat of their chief, cried out in despair, "Chief, our chief has lost." Despite the chaos, Roken stood triumphant, a smirk playing on his lips. He mused, "Cuckoo, these ignorant orcs are finally acknowledging me." However, his victory came at a cost. A notification appeared, 5 seconds remaining of Berserk. Realizing the danger of his current state, Roken decided to heal. He thought, "At this rate, I'll die. I gotta heal." Berserk is a super great skill, but the penalties are just as much. A new message appeared, detailing the rewards for defeating the Orc Chief, the title Defeated Orc Chief at level 1, Legendary, and significant stat boosts. He was the first to achieve this feat. Another reward followed, the title Honorary Orc Warrior, Rare, granting him respect from the Orc Warriors and lifting faction penalties within the Khtan Orc camp. He was also the first to earn this title. Roken let out a triumphant laugh, "Kahaha. Alright. This much reward is deserved." Despite the rough process, he had surpassed his original goal, a sinister smile spreading across his face. Roken, the protagonist, stood amidst the chaos of battle, a triumphant grin spreading across his face. He had just achieved a remarkable victory, his internal monologue revealing his astonishment, "To think that I would also earn a legendary title." He resolved to continue his relentless rise in power, declaring, "I'll keep this up and level up like crazy. Here, come." Roken, still brimming with confidence, taunted his opponents, shouting, "Who's next?" But his triumph was short-lived. An Orcish voice calmly announced, "What are you talking about, human? The battle's over. You defeated the chief, so now you're an honorary orc warrior." Roken's expression shifted from triumphant to one of disbelief and annoyance. He muttered to himself, "What kind of bullshit?" A notification appeared, detailing the effects of his new honorary orc warrior status, faction penalties lifted, reputation boosted within the orc camp, and immunity from orc attacks. Roken protested, "No. Wait. I'm not done with my hunt." He had been planning to spend more time hunting to gain stat points. He lamented, "God damn it. I was gonna loiter around and hunt to get some stat points." Despite his initial frustration, Roken reflected on the unexpected consequences of his victory. He thought, "I didn't expect that defeating the chief would lead to this." He ultimately saw a silver lining, realizing the strategic advantage of his new status. He mused, "A trust with the orc species, this will come in handy in the future for sure." A vast horde of orcs, their grotesque features illuminated by an ethereal glow, knelt before a towering figure. The air crackled with anticipation as a voice boomed, a declaration of honor echoing across the battlefield. A blessing bestowed upon a warrior, ready to face any challenge. The scene shifted to focus on a man with teal hair, his expression resolute, a hint of a smile playing on his lips. A warrior's spirit, a fierce determination etched onto his face. His smile widened, a predatory gleam in his eyes. A blessing repeated, a silent prayer for strength and victory. The scene transitioned back to the Orcish encampment, the air thick with anticipation. The scene shifted to a bustling city, a stark contrast to the previous battle scene. A group of muscular men, part of the Khan Guild, stood imposingly, their gazes fixed on a lone figure sitting on a stone bench. This was Roken, a former SSS ranker, his expression unreadable. His stats displayed, showcasing his impressive strength and vitality. Roken, a level 19 berserker, possessed exceptional physical attributes. A testament to his skill. He reflected on his recent battles, a smug grin spreading across his face as he noted his rapid leveling progress. His thoughts turning to what could have been. He mused on how easily he could have reached level 30 had he defeated his other opponents. Roken, an SSS class ranker in the VR game, sat on a stone staircase, his breath ragged. He muttered to himself, deciding to simply move past his recent humiliation and defeat. He decided to make the most of his current situation. Considering that he was already in town, he should learn some secondary skills. Roken swiftly and precisely sliced through a piece of meat with his sword, a blur of motion. The clean cut was impressive, leaving no ragged edges. A burly, mustachioed man watched in astonishment. The man exclaimed in awe at the precision of the cut, noting how cleanly Roken sliced through the bone. Roken had learned a new secondary skill, butchery. He mused on the potential benefits of his new skill, considering the extra income and rare materials it could provide. The scene shifts to a large building, possibly a church or temple. A young woman with blonde hair smiled reassuringly at a man with teal hair, who was meticulously reading a skill book. He muttered to himself about the need for clean materials for bandaging. A notification appeared, confirming that he had learned the first aid secondary skill. He considered the practical implications of his new skill, realizing that it would save him money on health potions in the long run. However, he also noted that its healing effects were weaker than those of potions. Despite this drawback, he concluded that first aid would be more cost-effective except in emergencies. The scene shifted to a blacksmith's shop, where the teal-haired man had his battle axe repaired. The repair was completed for a single silver coin. He hefted his repaired orc warrior's battle axe, a powerful double-bladed weapon. With his secondary skills learned and equipment repaired, he felt confident that his basic preparations were complete. The title card declares, this game's main quest. The scene shifts to Khan Sewers, a dark and foreboding location. A young man with teal hair and a red and black outfit enters the sewers. Immediately wrinkling his nose at the stench. He exclaims, "You! It smells!" He mutters, "Damn it. I expected this, but it smells like shit." A quest log appears, detailing the sewer cleaning quest. Town sewers are filled with rats, hunt them, collect their tails, and receive 2 coopers per tail. The young man thinks to himself, to think that I'm doing such a miscellaneous quest after just having a battle to the death with the orc chief. Should I just quit? He decides against it, reasoning that he should just deal with it by standard procedure, 10 chain quests before the main one. It's better to just get them over with quickly and in bulk. His eyes widen, a look of dawning realization on his face. He utters a single word, "Huh?" Roken, a former SSS class ranker in the VR game, found himself in a dark, dilapidated alleyway. A monstrous, mutated rat-like creature emerged from the shadows, its eyes glowing menacingly. Its grotesque form a testament to the game's brutal reality. The creature lunged, its claws extended. But Roken, despite his current predicament, remained outwardly calm. He internally recoiled, however, muttering to himself, "They're disgusting." He quickly assessed the situation, asking himself, is it good? The creature lunged again, forcing Roken to react. Dodging the attack with practiced ease. He moved with the precision only an SSS class ranker could possess. And countered with a swift, brutal strike, sending the creature reeling back. The impact was significant. And Roken followed up with another devastating blow, his movements a blur of deadly efficiency. He effortlessly dispatched the creature. He looked down at the defeated monster, muttering, "A gross rat." A satisfied smirk spread across his face as he declared, "Well, looks like I found the right place." Roken, a former SSS class ranker in the VR game, appeared, his expression a mixture of disdain and amusement. A faint smirk played on his lips as he pondered something. He unleashed a powerful attack. A wave of energy erupting from his hands, obliterating the surrounding environment. And decimating a horde of monstrous creatures. A triumphant grin spread across Roken's face. "That's right," he thought, a hint of satisfaction in his voice. He spun a large, bladed weapon, a sinister glint in his eyes. "Convenient for me if you come to me on your own." With a swift movement, he launched the weapon, sending it hurtling towards his enemies. The force of the attack sending shockwaves through the ground. And obliterating the remaining monsters in a devastating display of power. Roken, a former SSS class ranker in the VR game, unleashes a ferocious attack. The impact echoing with the screams of his opponents. His enemies, a guild that had conspired against him, were caught completely off guard. The force of his assault was overwhelming, leaving a trail of destruction in its wake. A monstrous creature, mutated by a plague, writhed in agony. Standing amidst the carnage, Roken surveyed the scene with a grim satisfaction. He had just slain 200 sewer rats, earning himself the title Rat Hunter. The game system announced his accomplishment. Their bodies, twisted and contorted by the plague, lay scattered around him. Roken's gaze fell upon something else. A faint glimmer in the distance. He suspected it was related to the source of the plague. Suddenly, a sharp pain pierced his mind. A searing agony that left him gasping for breath. He felt a presence nearby, something sinister and powerful. Roken, a former SSS class ranker in the Vermork, found himself facing a level 23 plague rat. Its multiple eyes glowed ominously. A cruel smile twisting his lips as he prepared to effortlessly dispatch the creature. His power, honed from countless battles, was still readily apparent. The scene opens with a level 23 plague rat, a field boss, lunging forward. But before it can land a blow, a warrior with teal hair and a red and black outfit swiftly intercepts it. He grimaces, muttering that the sight of the creature makes him want to vomit. He declares it's time to end this quickly. With a mighty swing of his axe, the warrior cleaves the plague rat, sending it reeling back with a powerful impact. He follows up with a swift, precise blow, finishing off the creature with a final, contemptuous strike. He calls the rat stinky. Roken, a former SSS class ranker in the VR game, found himself in a desperate situation. His face, contorted in a grimace, showed the extent of his distress. A cold sweat beaded on his brow as his breath hitched in his throat. He was confronted by a powerful opponent, whose voice boomed with disdain. "You dare bring that disgusting tail near me?" The attack came swiftly, a blur of motion too fast for the eye to follow, leaving Roken's opponent reeling from the unexpected force. A guttural cry escaping his lips as he staggered back. The attacker, undeterred, advanced, a cruel smile twisting his lips. "Be good and show me your neck. I'll kill you painlessly." He swung his axe with terrifying speed. The blow aimed directly at Roken's neck. But Roken reacted instantly, narrowly avoiding the fatal strike. With a burst of speed, he countered, unleashing a powerful energy blast that sent his attacker flying. Roken, a warrior with striking blue hair and a determined expression, stood amidst a swirling purple haze. A monstrous creature lay defeated at his feet, its form dissolving into green gas. He questioned if the creature's attack was poison, then muttered that it had been a while since he'd encountered such a thing, a sign of his long absence from the game. A game notification appeared, informing Roken that he had been poisoned by a plague rat, and his vitality would decrease by 1 point every 10 seconds. He grunted in annoyance, his face tightening with irritation as he prepared to counter the poison's effects. With a surge of power, he raised his massive axe, calling the plague rat an annoying bastard. Roken unleashed a powerful attack, a surge of purple energy emanating from his weapon as he struck the source of the poison. He gritted his teeth, the strain of the attack visible on his face as he pushed through the pain. A game interface appeared, showing a dramatic decrease in the plague rat stats as Roken's attack took effect. His strength, defense, and agility were all significantly reduced. With a final, decisive blow, Roken finished off the weakened creature. The plague rat let out a final cry before collapsing, its body dissolving into nothingness. Roken stood victorious, but the lingering effects of the poison remained a concern. Roken, a former SSS class ranker in the VR game, found himself in a desperate situation. Betrayed by his guild, he was facing a humiliating defeat, his hard-earned achievements about to be erased. A powerful attack, a whirlwind of energy, bore down on him, the force of the blow threatening to obliterate him. The world seemed to spin, colors blurring into a vortex of chaos. A blinding flash of light engulfed him, and then, nothing. He reappeared, disoriented, in a familiar yet strangely altered landscape. The familiar sounds of the game's launch were all around him, but something was different. This was before the game's official release. A realization dawned on him: he had been sent back in time. This was his chance for revenge, his opportunity to rewrite his destiny. A cruel laugh echoed as a powerful figure, his face etched with malice, taunted Roken. "Did you think you could get me with that useless poison?" he sneered, his confidence unshaken. The antagonist, a formidable field boss, unleashed a devastating attack, but Roken, despite his injuries, held his ground. His resilience surprising his opponent. The field boss noted Roken's unexpected healing abilities. The field boss, impressed by Roken's unexpected strength, found himself intrigued. "You're holding on well," he exclaimed, a hint of genuine admiration in his voice. Undeterred, the field boss continued his assault, his words laced with excitement. "I didn't expect that you were a field boss with healing skills, but that just makes it more fun to fight," he declared, his eyes gleaming with anticipation. A monstrous figure, its form vaguely humanoid yet undeniably feral, lunged forward with terrifying speed. Its claws outstretched, aiming to rake across its opponent's flesh. The air crackled with anticipation. But Roken, the former SSS ranker, met the attack with a cold, calculating grin. He moved with impossible speed, activating his skills, dash and strike, in rapid succession. The first skill blurred his movement, allowing him to evade the beast's brutal attack, while the second unleashed a devastating blow. The impact sent the creature reeling, its momentum broken by the sheer force of Roken's strike. He laughed, a sound both triumphant and chilling. His opponent, however, was far from defeated. "Let's see how long you can hold on for," it roared, raising its axe for another attack. A ferocious beast lunged, its claws extended, aiming for Roken. Its monstrous form filled the panel. But Roken reacted instantly, his movements a blur as he evaded the attack with practiced ease. A sinister grin spreading across his face as he prepared his counterattack. His eyes glowed with a dangerous light. With a cruel chuckle, kukuku, he unleashed a devastating blow, leaving behind a trail of corrosive green slime. A towering figure emerged from the shadows, his voice dripping with disdain. "You look terrible," he sneered, his words laced with mockery. The beast, weakened by Roken's attack, snarled, its breath hot and ragged. The towering figure advanced, his weapon raised. "Look at you, you wanna come at me again?" he challenged, his tone dripping with arrogance. He swung his weapon, aiming for the beast's exposed flank. The blow connecting with a sickening crunch. The beast recoiled in pain. Despite his injuries, a triumphant grin spread across Roken's face as a notification appeared: "You have leveled up." A notification appeared, proclaiming Roken's victory over the plague rat field boss. Another notification followed, indicating that Roken had developed a resistance to poison during the arduous battle. Roken, a scar marring his face, muttered that the fight was annoying but ultimately successful. He declared his intention to claim what he desired: the butchering skill. He obtained the plague's jewel, a dark purple crystal pulsating with ominous energy. However, a notification appeared, revealing that he had been afflicted with the plague's curse. The curse significantly decreased his stats and vitality, warning him of imminent death if he didn't heal quickly. Roken, unsurprised, noted that this was different from his past life experience, and expressed his eagerness to escape the foul location. He decided to seek healing. The scene shifts to a grand castle, its red flags billowing in the wind. A figure, cloaked and partially obscured, muttered to themselves, "That's for certain." It was a pain lately with all the rats. Two armored guards stood before a gate. One, slightly taller, addressed the other, "Good work. I'll get you the reward right away." A notification appeared: "You've completed sewer cleaning. Calculating, sewer rat's tails. You've earned 10 silver." The shorter guard, with teal hair and a scar across his face, grinned. "Ah, I also picked up a weird jewel on the way." He presented the jewel to the taller guard, who reacted with alarm. A dark aura emanated from the jewel. The taller guard exclaimed, "That's..." The taller guard continued, "It's definitely a cursed item. Now that I look at you, you've got a spot on your face. You've been cursed." The taller guard turned to the teal-haired guard, his expression grim. "And go get healed while you're at it." The teal-haired guard scowled, muttering, "Bastard, just take it yourself." A quest notification appeared: completion requirement: deliver the jewel before player dies from the curse. Reward: 5 low-grade potions, plague's curse will be lifted, small amount of stat points. The teal-haired guard sighed, "I can't even reject it because of the reward." The taller guard said, "Of course, just leave it to me." "Thanks. Your state seems urgent, so I'll give you this." The camera focuses on a tall, imposing tower, its architecture hinting at a significant investment in its construction. From a distance, the tower is shown to be surrounded by several individuals, some in robes, others in more militaristic attire. On a balcony, two figures can be seen, one in a red robe, the other in a more subdued outfit. Roken, a powerful warrior with teal hair and striking features, observes the scene. He remarks on the opulence of the building, contrasting it sharply with the more modest facilities of the Berserker Guild. Roken reflects on the popularity of mages, even in his past life, as he observes a group of mages gathered near the tower. He then expresses his frustration at the disproportionate attention given to mages compared to berserkers. A sentiment echoed by a nearby individual. Roken's own physical state begins to deteriorate, he's clearly exhausted. A notification appears, revealing that Roken has only 30% of his vitality remaining. He acknowledges the urgency of his situation. Despite his weakened state, Roken presses onward, his movements labored but determined. He approaches the tower, his steps heavy but resolute. An older man, appearing somewhat surprised, emerges from within the tower, questioning Roken's identity. An old man, his face etched with age and wisdom, sat behind a grand desk. He eyed the young man before him with a critical gaze. "You should have washed up before coming here," he stated, his voice carrying an air of disapproval. The young man, his teal hair a stark contrast to his serious expression, remained unfazed. He simply replied, "I'm here to be healed." He produced a dark purple jewel, its surface pulsing with an ominous energy. "And I found this in the sewers, I was told to deliver it to you." The old man's eyes widened in recognition. "My God! Isn't this Plague's jewel?" The old man's expression shifted, a hint of excitement replacing his previous disapproval. "You were right to come to me. Diseases from curses are my specialty. Hurry and give it to me." The young man hesitated, a flicker of doubt crossing his features. A silent contemplation etched on his face. The old man, sensing his reluctance, pressed further. "What are you doing? Give it to me." The young man's resolve hardened. "I'll give it to you if you really are Sir Steroyan." The old man's eyes narrowed, a flicker of surprise in their depths. "What are you talking about?" Suddenly, a massive axe descended from above, aimed directly at the old man. The young man watched, a grim expression on his face. The scene opens with an older man, his face etched with worry lines, confronting a younger, more imposing figure. He questions the younger man's abilities, suggesting that if he truly possesses the skills he claims, he should be able to easily block an axe. A close-up reveals a gleaming axe, its edge radiating a faint, ethereal glow. As the younger man, a cruel smirk playing on his lips, confidently challenges the older man to try him. He threatens to kill him if he dares. The older man, clearly intimidated, stammers a plea to wait. But before he can finish, the younger man's axe swings with terrifying speed, sending a nearby potted plant flying. The older man recoils in shock as the younger man stands over him, his expression one of cold triumph. The younger man lets out a sigh of relief, admitting to himself that he lost the test. The older man explains that the entire confrontation was a test orchestrated by the mages to gauge the skills of their candidates. He admits to being surprised by the younger man's unexpected berserker-like strength. Roken, a young man with teal hair and a determined expression, pondered aloud. He mused that he expected the magical creature to transform into a bird, perched on a windowsill, as is typical for such beings. He questioned whether these creatures usually metamorphose into animals. He admitted to himself that his knowledge stemmed from Tolkien's walkthrough tutorial, a fact he found slightly embarrassing. The walkthrough, authored by Tolkien, was a guide created by the Mage Guild's NPC. It detailed the guild's activities, noting that while they often presented a deceptive front, their true nature was revealed in the Sterolian environment. Roken thanked the tutorial's creator. An unseen voice boomed with surprise. Roken's accomplishment in discerning the Mage Guild's lie without assistance was deemed unbelievable. He was awarded the title, "The One Who Sees Through Lies," a title never before earned. This unique achievement resulted in a 20% increase in his skills. A special effect was granted, the ability to summon a bell of truth once a day, capable of distinguishing between truth and falsehood. Roken exclaimed in awe at the unique grade of his new ability. A shadowy figure appeared, commenting that obtaining the bell of truth would have been far easier if he had known its true form. His luck was undeniable. He was immediately ordered to hand over the bell. An older man, appearing to be a guild elder, warned him of his perilous condition. Roken acknowledged the elder's assessment, revealing that his vitality was critically low, having used up all his restorative bandages. The elder, concerned, stated his intention to verify Roken's authenticity. Roken, confident, declared that he could not be tricked. A young man with gray hair and a determined expression is shown. He is clearly agitated, as indicated by the dynamic lines surrounding him. A thought bubble above him reads, "What a crazy bastard." An older man, seemingly a mage, gestures dramatically, a bell ringing in the background. Dark, purplish energy emanates from his hand. He speaks to the young man, "You're the real one here, take it." The older man presents a dark purple crystal to the young man, who eagerly accepts it. The young man's expression is one of anticipation and relief. The young man consumes the crystal. A narration box states, "Plague's curse has been lifted." He exclaims, "Oh, I'm all better." The older man looks thoughtful, a new thought bubble above him reads, "Plague's jewel, in the sewers." He holds the crystal aloft, dark energy swirling around it. A powerful, dark energy erupts from the crystal. The young man dodges the blast of dark energy, moving with surprising speed and agility. The older man observes the young man's reaction, a thought bubble above him reading, "HM." The older man examines the crystal again, a thought bubble above him reading, "I'll have to research this more." The young man contemplates the implications, a thought bubble above him reading, "MMM. Using the rats to create chaos? No, the soldiers should be able to handle that much easily." An older man with spectacles, his expression thoughtful, sat across from a younger, powerfully built man with teal hair and a scar across his cheek. The younger man wore ornate, dark armor. The younger man spoke, his words carrying a hint of grim amusement. He commented that the jewel they were examining seemed quite lethal, even for humans. The older man's eyes widened in sudden realization. As he exclaimed in understanding. The younger man confirmed that, indeed, people were the final target. The younger man explained that the plague would be spread through the city's alleyways and sewers. And the older man, with a knowing smirk, quickly deduced their plan from this small hint. The younger man confirmed their plan to spread the plague through the city's sewers. 3 cloaked figures were shown, their faces obscured, seemingly preparing to unleash something. 2 rats were shown drinking from a pool of dark, magical liquid. As the younger man explained that the plague would have initially spread from the slums before being discovered. Roken, his face contorted in a grimace of pain, lay on a medical cot. 2 masked figures hovered over him, their expressions grim. He muttered to himself, assuming he had completed the 10 chain quests related to the plague outbreak. He decided he must immediately inform the guard captain. The guard captain, an elderly man with spectacles, instructed Roken to find him again in 2 days. A quest log appeared, detailing the one who spreads the plague quest. Sturdian and the city guard were searching for the source of the plague in the Ktan sewers. The quest required Roken to reunite with Sturdian after 2 days. The reward was a small amount of stat points. Roken, a thoughtful expression on his face, considered the information. He then asked if he could leave now. He reflected that he had never played the game quite like this before. A system message appeared, stating that due to a user's actions, the first quarter's main scenario had been decided. The system announced that the plague outbreak quest, and others, would be deleted. Roken reacted with surprise to this public announcement. Another character, with light-colored hair, appeared, realizing that the plague outbreak quest was the first of 10 chain quests. He realized that the quest's disappearance was due to his actions, meaning the other players would have no way to progress to the main scenario. Roken, a former SSS class ranker in the VR game, found himself in a dire situation. Betrayed and humiliated by his rivals, he was desperate for revenge. To approach the main scenario, he knew he would need to complete many more difficult quests than the initial 10 chain quests. But a twist of fate had intervened. A spacetime anomaly had sent him back to the game's launch, giving him a second chance. He had gained valuable time, his enemy had told him to come back in 2 days. A sinister smile stretched across Roken's face. He mused that there was conveniently a great place to spend those 2 days. Roken, now equipped with his knowledge of the future, set off towards a specific location. He began his journey from the entrance. His movements purposeful and swift. He was ready to exploit his advantage. He had used the money he had earned to buy a throwing axe and some shield armor. He would likely be able to use it for level 60. He arrived at his destination, a graveyard, a place known to yield nothing of value to most players. But Roken knew its secret. A smug grin spread across his face as he revealed his knowledge of a hidden item. He called the other players naive fools, knowing that the information about this hidden item would not be released for a couple of months. With a triumphant exclamation, Roken located the hidden item within the graveyard. The image displays a prosthetic leg, identified as a gravekeeper's prosthetic leg. It's described as a normal grade item, lost by a footless gravekeeper who would appreciate its return. Despite its potential value to the gravekeeper, a nearby NPC explains that even returning the leg yields no reward, leading most players to disregard it as a useless item. However, the scene shifts to a tombstone with the prosthetic leg embedded within it. This suggests a hidden significance to the seemingly worthless item. Roken, the protagonist, a young man with short, dark blue hair, stands confidently, his posture suggesting he's about to take action. He uses some kind of power to break the ground near the tombstone. revealing a hidden entrance to a secret dungeon, graveyard under the moon. The entrance to the dungeon is revealed, with Roken standing at the edge, ready to enter. Roken descends into the dungeon. Upon entering, he is immediately hailed for his accomplishment. He is the first to discover the secret dungeon, earning him the title Seeker. Roken, a young man with striking teal hair, grinned, a glint of determination in his eyes. He had just obtained the rare first Seeker title in the VR game, a title that promised significant advantages. He mused that this would help him earn much-needed money. His vision would improve, and he'd be able to locate hidden devices, a boon for his plans. The game's text box detailed the effects of the title: improved eyesight, night vision, and the ability to discover hidden devices, albeit at a low rate. He considered this a significant advantage. And he also received a 30% increase in item drops and earning rates due to the first entry bonus. Standing in a dark, graveyard-like area, Roken contemplated his next move. He surveyed his surroundings, a thoughtful expression on his face. Wondering aloud if he should go make some profit. He cautiously approached a dark, shadowy passageway. The air hung heavy with anticipation. A bright light suddenly illuminated the space ahead, revealing a hidden chamber. Roken emerged from the passage, his expression serious. He found himself in a desolate, urban environment, the air thick with the scent of decay and danger. He questioned whether he could leave until he had cleared this area. Roken, the protagonist, found himself in a peculiar situation. He was exploring what he thought was a secret dungeon, but the dungeon's unusual restrictions made him uneasy. A chilling thought crossed his mind: what if a ghost-type mob appeared? His fears were quickly realized. A level 25 old grave skeleton emerged from the shadows, its bony form radiating an ominous aura. And it wasn't alone. More skeletons appeared, their movements swift and deadly. Roken braced himself for the onslaught. The skeletons attacked with surprising speed and ferocity. But Roken, despite his initial apprehension, met their assault head-on, his axe flashing in a blur of motion, cleaving through the skeletal horde with brutal efficiency. He moved with the practiced grace of an SSS-class ranker, easily dispatching the lesser skeletons. He paused, momentarily surprised by the unexpected encounter. Then smirked, muttering to himself about the skeletons being a better challenge than sewer rats. With a renewed sense of purpose, Roken prepared to continue his exploration. Roken, the former SSS-class ranker, found himself surrounded. A wave of attacks crashed down upon him, the combined might of his treacherous guildmates aiming to crush him. But he met their onslaught with a defiant counter. Spinning, he unleashed a whirlwind of energy, a protective barrier forming around him as he braced for the impact. A cruel smile twisting his lips as he prepared to unleash his full power. The memory of their betrayal fueled his rage. He exploded into action, a blur of motion as he tore through his opponents. His movements were precise, each strike calculated to inflict maximum damage, sending them flying with bone-jarring impacts. The sheer force of his attacks shattered the very ground beneath their feet, leaving a trail of destruction in his wake. One particularly powerful foe, a skeletal warrior, stood defiant, but its resistance was short-lived. As Roken activated his ultimate skill, Strike, a surge of power coursed through him, his very being alight with energy. And with a thunderous blow, he shattered the skeletal warrior's defenses, sending it crashing to the ground in a shower of bone fragments. The remaining opponents, witnessing this display of overwhelming power, faltered, their fear palpable as Roken prepared to finish them off. His victory was swift and decisive. Roken, the former SSS ranker, stood amidst a field of shattered crystals, the remnants of his recent battle. He breathed a sigh of relief, muttering, "Phew, simple." A system message then appeared, announcing his level up. The message confirmed his new level, 22. He mused, let's see, it should have piled up by now. Roken accessed his character status screen, a look of anticipation on his face. His stats were displayed, showing his level, job, berserker, and various attributes like vitality, mana, strength, dexterity, and more. He also possessed numerous titles earned throughout his previous gameplay. He noted that he already had over 100 extra stat points, commenting, "There's already over 100 extra stat points." He decided against saving them for later, adding, "I guess there's no need to save it now." With a swift motion, Roken allocated his extra stat points, a surge of energy visibly emanating from his hand. His updated stats showed a significant increase in strength, reaching 200, while he also slightly boosted his intelligence. He explained his reasoning, "I don't need it urgently at the moment, but to speed up the hunt." A satisfied grin spread across Roken's face as he clenched his fist, feeling the surge of power. He chuckled, "Hoo-hoo-hoo, it feels nice." Finally, Roken looked towards his next objective, declaring, "Alright, 2 days until the main scenario." A cruel smile stretched across Roken's face, his eyes gleaming with malicious intent. He was ready to enact his revenge, a plan meticulously crafted after his humiliation at the hands of his rivals. He muttered to himself, eager to reach a specific milestone before his enemies even began their ascent to power. A chilling determination hardening his gaze. The opportunity to rewrite his past, to rise above his tormentors, fueled his every action. The scene opens with a powerful, skeletal figure, its red eyes burning with malevolent energy, lunging forward with terrifying speed. Only to be met by a blur of motion as a dark-haired figure effortlessly deflects its attack. A flurry of blows follows, punctuated by the sounds of Gana and Ka, as the dark-haired figure unleashes a devastating combo, leaving behind a trail of shattered bones and broken weapons. The dark-haired protagonist, panting slightly, surveys the scene. A look of boredom crosses his face as he mutters, I'm starting to get bored. Another foe appears, a hulking skeleton warrior wielding a massive axe, charging with a furious roar. But the protagonist easily anticipates the attack. The skeleton warrior, identified as a level 30 dungeon boss, is shown in close-up, its gaping maw a terrifying sight. A blinding flash of light erupted from Roken, the former SSS class ranker, as he unleashed a devastating attack. The raw power of his strike shattering the surrounding environment, leaving a trail of destruction in its wake. He moved with the speed of a phantom, his every motion precise and deadly. The battle concluded, a notification appeared before Roken's eyes. He had leveled up, reaching level 30. He scoffed, a slight smirk playing on his lips. The arduous task was finally complete. Nearby, another player observed Roken's achievement, commenting on his obnoxious behavior despite his perceived weakness. Roken, however, was focused on his own progress, pleased to have finally reached level 30. He let out a sigh of relief, expressing his exhaustion from the grueling 2-day grind. He had been relentlessly fighting, defeating enemies the moment they regenerated. Despite the hardship, he was satisfied with his progress, having leveled up 10 times in just 2 days. His efforts had also yielded a substantial reward, 1 gold and 80 silver pieces. Roken, a former SSS class ranker in the VR game, surveyed his spoils. He had not only managed to collect a vast quantity of skeleton knight armor, a highly sought-after item among warriors, but he also mused about its poor aesthetic appeal. Dozens of sets, in fact. The sheer volume of his acquisition was staggering. He sat amidst a mountain of skulls and bones, a grim king upon his throne of death. A smirk played on his lips as he considered his next move. A thought occurred to him: why not sell the armor and invest the profits? He knew the future of the game's economy, investing would be easy. His confidence was unshakable. With a sigh, Roken prepared to leave his current location, a lucrative hunting ground, to pursue his financial goals. But not before considering another opportunity. He could also sell information about this location to interested parties. Guilds, in particular, would be eager to acquire such information to train new recruits. The demand was certain to be high. Roken chuckled, already envisioning his next purchase. The possibilities were endless. An elderly mage, his face etched with wisdom and worry, manipulated arcane energies, a swirling vortex of blue light emanating from his outstretched hand. A young man with teal hair appeared before the mage, his arrival causing a slight tremor in the air. "Hey, old man, I'm back for ya," he said, his voice carrying a hint of both relief and urgency. The mage, visibly relieved, responded, "Oh, you're finally back. I'm sorry for leaving you so suddenly. There was a really urgent matter." The young man's brow furrowed with concern. "Did they find the culprit?" he asked, his voice laced with apprehension. The mage shook his head, his expression grim. "No, we got nothing even after investigating everyone. There were no witnesses either." The mage's gaze drifted to a knight standing guard in the background, a flicker of suspicion crossing his face. He muttered, The young man, however, remained unconvinced. "There's no way they would get caught that easily," he stated, his tone firm and resolute. He continued, his thoughts turning to a more sinister possibility: those fallen followers. The story revolves around stopping them. But I've basically stopped their plans from the beginning. A confident smirk played on his lips. Roken, a young man with striking teal hair, stood before an elder, a hand outstretched, displaying a luminous, teal gem. He nonchalantly remarked, "Oh yeah, there was that thing." The gem, identified as the Jewel of the Land, was described as a magical artifact imbued with the energy of the land, possessing little value as a jewel but significant magical properties. Despite its low magic grade, the elder explained that the jewel could reveal past events within a specific area using the memories of the land skill. The elder, his face partially obscured, continued, emphasizing the jewel's utility in tracking down monsters and identifying their perpetrators. Roken, needing assistance, asked the elder for help with a quest. The elder agreed to lend his aid. The elder expressed gratitude for Roken's previous assistance in stopping an attack, but warned of future threats. To prevent further attacks, the elder requested Roken obtain specific items for him. The quest, Fluttering Vitality, required Roken to gather an orc warrior's blood and a savage's blood to prevent a strong curse from damaging the land. The final panel shows a muscular figure, possibly an orc warrior, carrying 2 vials, one blue and one purple, presumably containing the required blood samples. Roken, a young man with striking teal hair, scowled. He was deep in thought, a grim determination etched on his face. An imposing orc stood behind him, its presence a silent testament to the danger Roken faced. He mused that obtaining blood from the orcs directly would be impossible. But his honorary orc warrior title presented a solution. He had even managed to improve his standing with them. However, a wave of doubt washed over him. Was fighting them, at the cost of his title, truly his only option? He questioned if there wasn't another way. Roken approached a heavily fortified gate, the points of spears visible above the wall. An orc guard stood watch, spear at the ready. The orc, seemingly surprised by Roken's arrival, called out a warning. But Roken calmly approached the gate, the doors swinging open to reveal a path forward. As he stepped through, a familiar voice greeted him. Several orcs stood waiting, their expressions a mixture of surprise and something akin to anticipation. The scene opens with a close-up on a large, muscular orc, his chest heaving as a dark cloud of smoke dissipates around him. And then shifts to a young man with striking teal hair, his eyes narrowed in suspicion. His expression is one of guarded curiosity. He addresses the orc, his voice calm despite the tension. "It's nothing much, but can I ask for a favor?" The orc, seemingly unfazed, replies curtly, "I will help." "Talk." The young man's request is unexpected. "I need some of your blood, can you give me some?" The orc is taken aback. "What? Blood?" He continues, emphasizing his point, "Warriors, SKK. Spilling blood only in battle. KCK." The young man's face hardens. Shedding blood outside of a fight is dishonorable. His inner thoughts reveal his true intentions. They dare talk about honor. "I don't care about things like that. If they come out like this, I have other plans. Can someone let me borrow their axe then?" One of the orcs readily agrees, "SKK. I can give." The scene opens with a tense standoff. A hulking figure, clad in dark, muted green armor, stands silently, his face obscured by a mask. He is confronted by a younger man with teal hair, his expression unreadable. The atmosphere crackles with unspoken tension. The teal-haired man, Roken, is engaged in a brief exchange with a large, green-skinned orc. The orc remarks on Roken's sudden departure, but Roken dismisses him, stating he has other pressing matters to attend to. Roken bids farewell to the orc, who waves him off with a jovial "see you soon." However, Roken's smile is chilling, betraying a hidden agenda. A sinister thought crosses Roken's mind: it would have been more convenient if the orcs had simply given him their blood. His eyes glow with a malevolent intensity as he reflects on the situation. He reveals a cruel smile, his gaze sharp and calculating. He mutters that unfortunately, the orcs must protect their honor. The scene shifts to a wide shot of a sprawling Orcish encampment, revealing a surprisingly well-organized settlement with various structures and training grounds. The camera pans to a large wooden gate, heavily fortified, guarding the entrance to the main area of the encampment. A large, imposing orc, significantly larger than the others, emerges from the shadows, his massive frame and menacing weapon hinting at a powerful presence. He raises his weapon, a large, curved blade, preparing for action. The scene ends with a sense of impending conflict. A monstrous figure, vaguely humanoid with gray skin, sharp horns, and glowing yellow eyes, leered menacingly. Its jagged teeth were bared in a cruel grin, promising violence. From the shadows, a voice, filled with barely contained rage, demanded, "Who is it? Show yourself." A swift, powerful blow sent the monstrous figure sprawling, a shockwave rippling outwards from the impact. The creature's pained cry echoing through the air as it crashed to the ground. A large axe whistled through the air, aimed at the fallen beast. But the creature reacted with surprising speed, narrowly dodging the deadly blow. An axe, it thought, a flicker of surprise in its eyes. The attacker, impressed by the dodge, commented, "You dodged that, impressive?" Another attack followed, fast and brutal, but the creature was ready. I knew savages would be faster, it thought, bracing for the impact. A roar of pain and fury erupted from the creature as it was struck. The screen flashed with a message: "You have obtained 1, blood of a savage." A monstrous figure, Savage, lay dying on the ground. His body was marred by wounds, and a dark stain spread across the earth beneath him. He weakly uttered an apology, claiming to have had no ill intentions. A young man with vibrant blue hair and striking orange eyes watched from a distance, his expression unreadable. He seemed to be assessing the scene, his gaze lingering on Savage's lifeless form. Elsewhere, another figure, partially obscured, reacted to the sounds of the conflict. He had just heard a scream. The scene shifted to reveal 3 large, orc-like figures, their bodies slumped and lifeless. A smaller, more sinister figure, with glowing red eyes, stood over them, his expression one of cold satisfaction. He identified the weapon used as an Orcish axe, and declared that those disgusting pigs were responsible for the carnage. A narration box explained that savages are human-like creatures who oppose the orcs. The narration continued, explaining that the story centers on a conflict between the two species for control of the forest. The blue-haired youth smirked, revealing a cunning plan. He intended to use this incident to instigate a war between the orcs and the savages. He mused that this conflict would have happened eventually, but he was merely accelerating the timeline. An orc, seemingly unaware of the impending conflict, sat relaxing. Suddenly, a powerful blow struck the orc, sending him flying. The attacker remains unseen. A group of orcs, their faces contorted in a mixture of fear and aggression, stared at a gleaming sword. That sword? It's a savage's sword. I know it, one of them exclaimed, his voice laced with apprehension. The orcs' fear turned to panic as they realized the danger. They attacked. It's clear, one of them shouted, the urgency in his voice palpable. The scene shifted to another location, where a group of villagers watched the unfolding events with grim determination. We can't forgive, one of them declared, their voice filled with righteous anger. Meanwhile, a man with striking blue hair and a confident smirk watched from afar. He chuckled, "Ha, those idiots." Suddenly, a figure appeared, his arrival causing a stir among the orcs. "What's going on?" he asked, his voice calm yet commanding. One of the orcs responded with alarm, "KCK. You came back. It's an emergency. There's a savage's sword." The blue-haired man, observing the approaching orcs, deduced their intentions. "The way here. I think they're about to attack this village." "I knew it," he muttered to himself. He addressed the villagers, his voice ringing with determination. "Warriors, we fight. We lose to those weaklings." The blue-haired man turned to an orc, his expression shifting to one of thoughtful consideration. Now. Let's calm down. You think that's good enough?" He posed a question to the orc, his voice low and strategic. "Why do we have to wait until they come to us? If we're going to fight, why don't we strike them first? If everyone goes, I'll help." Two hulking orcs, their faces contorted in a mixture of anger and anticipation, loomed over a human figure. The human, clad in dark robes and wielding a sword, smirked, a glint of mischief in his eyes. One orc exclaimed, "Good idea," while the other added, "Human, smart." A sudden shift in the scene revealed a different location entirely. A figure, partially obscured by darkness, muttered in surprise, "What's going on?" The same human from before stood defiantly before a group of orcs, his hands resting confidently on his hips. The orcs, their expressions a blend of apprehension and curiosity, watched him intently. Another orc, larger and more imposing than the rest, emerged from the shadows. His gaze was fixed on the human, and a question escaped his lips, "Who is that?" The orc chief, observing the human, muttered to himself, "It's not the one from before." Another orc, his face partially obscured, added, "It must be a new orc chief." The human, seemingly unfazed by the orc's scrutiny, calmly prepared himself, his hand resting on the hilt of his massive greatsword. An orc's hand reached out, gripping the greatsword's shaft with surprising strength. A sound of strained metal echoed through the air. The human, a confident grin spreading across his face, declared, "Perfect. We attack first. Follow me." With a mighty roar, the orcs charged, their weapons raised high, following the human into battle. A sinister smile stretched across the face of the antagonist, his eyes gleaming with malicious intent. He muttered to himself, pleased with the turn of events. This unexpected development simplified his plans considerably. Meanwhile, Roken, the former SSS class ranker, prepared himself. His eyes burned with a fierce determination as he declared, "All right, let's go." He stood poised for action, facing a hulking, monstrous figure. The monstrous figure, an orc, loomed large, its presence menacing. Two more orcs stood behind it, ready for battle. Undeterred, the orc in the foreground declared, "Let's have a great time on the battlefield." The scene opens with a series of stylized Korean characters, hinting at the imminent action. A close-up reveals a monstrous, shadowy figure, its glowing eyes piercing the darkness. A horde of orcs, their savage features illuminated by flickering flames, advances relentlessly. Their menacing presence is further emphasized by the close-up on a particularly fierce orc, his axe gleaming ominously. Two human figures observe the approaching orcs from a concealed position. One of them, a man with short, dark hair, remarks, "They aren't usually like this though. What's going on with them?" His companion, a man with brown hair, looks on with a worried expression, questioning, "Do you think they'll continue acting like this?" The orc horde continues its advance, their numbers overwhelming. The brown-haired man reacts with alarm, exclaiming, "Are you crazy? Do you see how many there are? We'll be killed if we get caught while escaping." The dark-haired man, however, remains resolute, stating, "We'll hide here for a while." Suddenly, a human warrior, wielding a large axe, emerges from the shadows, causing the orcs to pause and question his presence. One orc exclaims, "What? Why is there a human there?" Amidst a dimly lit forest clearing, two figures stood. One, a man with a warm smile and curious eyes, expressed his bewilderment. The other, a burly figure, stood beside him, his expression unreadable. "No, but how?" A user among the orcs, "Who is he?" the first man mused, his voice laced with intrigue. The burly man's face was partially visible, his eyes wide with a mixture of fear and disbelief. His mouth gaped open, a torrent of sweat beading on his brow as his teeth clenched in silent terror. The burly man turned to the other, his voice strained with anxiety. "What? I thought you said it would be stupid to run away." The other man, his face now fully revealed, showing glowing red eyes, interrupted sharply. "Just shut up and listen to me. If we don't run, we'll actually be fucked." The burly man's face contorted in fear, his voice barely a whisper. Be behind." From behind the trees, a third figure emerged, a young man with light blue hair and a nonchalant expression. A smirk played on his lips as he casually observed the scene. The scene shifted to show the aftermath of a fierce battle. A large, muscular orc lay defeated on the ground, smoke rising from his body. The burly man stood over him, his armor slightly damaged. The burly man's eyes widened in recognition as he stared at the young man with blue hair. "Isn't he the one that I dueled last time? HCK. The final panel showed the defeated orc, his face bloodied and bruised, lying lifeless on the forest floor. A heavily armored man, his face contorted in a mixture of pain and fear, pleaded with his attackers. He stammered, asking if they were on his side. He continued his desperate plea, urging them to save him since they knew each other. But his words were cut short. The scene shifted to reveal a hulking, green-skinned orc standing over the fallen man. Another figure, a warrior with teal hair and a sinister grin, watched from the sidelines. The orc, enraged, declared the act rude and a transgression against their honorary warriors. The teal-haired warrior, his face partially obscured by shadow, responded with a chilling indifference, claiming he couldn't remember much about the incident. He gave a curt order to the orc to deal with the injured man as they saw fit, leaving the armored man to the mercy of the brutal orcs. The orcs moved to inflict further punishment, but the armored man, despite his injuries, managed a desperate counterattack. A wild swing that connected with one of the orcs. The teal-haired warrior, unimpressed, warned the armored man to be more careful next time, before the scene ended with the armored man groaning in pain. The scene opens amidst a chaotic battle. A hulking orc, wielding a massive axe, lunges forward. Its brutal attack aimed at a smaller, dark-haired figure who barely manages to dodge the blow. The orc's momentum carries it past its target, leaving it momentarily vulnerable. Another orc, enraged, bellows orders, "Kill all of those dirty savages. Don't let any of them live." Meanwhile, the dark-haired figure, having evaded the initial attack, prepares a counteroffensive. A grim determination sets upon their face. With a blur of motion, the dark-haired figure unleashes a flurry of strikes. Each blow precise and deadly, felling several orcs in rapid succession. The ground is littered with fallen bodies. A chilling laugh echoes through the battlefield, "Ha ha." The final panel shows a close-up of a severely wounded orc, its eyes wide with fear as a mysterious, glowing energy engulfs it. Roken, a former SSS-class ranker in the VR game, smirked, a faint scar visible on his cheek. He held a bottle, a glint of amusement in his eyes. A system message appeared, he had obtained the blood of an orc warrior. He observed the ensuing battle, a hint of surprise in his tone, muttering that the situation was unfolding better than he had anticipated. The battle raged, and orc clashed with another monstrous figure. He mused that their anger must be considerable. Another player, his features obscured by shadow, declared his intention to join the fray. A war cry echoed as the newcomer launched a devastating attack. The sheer power of the attack left an orc stunned. An observer gasped, questioning how a human could unleash such power. A roar of "Kill him" erupted from the orcs. The battle intensified, the newcomer fought back against the orcs, demonstrating his exceptional skill and power. Roken, a former SSS-class ranker in the VR game, found himself overwhelmed by a coordinated attack from a powerful guild. His opponents, a horde of orcs, pressed their assault relentlessly, their blows raining down upon him. Despite the ferocity of the attack, a smirk played on Roken's lips as he scoffed at their attempt to kill him. He effortlessly deflected the blows, his movements a blur of calculated precision. With a powerful counterattack, Roken sent the orcs sprawling, his strength and skill far surpassing theirs. He then issued a defiant challenge. Roken revealed that his conflict with the orcs was merely a means to an end, his true target was far more powerful. He explained that killing a single orc would have been sufficient to draw attention, but his true goal was to confront the Savage Chief, a far more formidable opponent. The Savage Chief, a boss monster even stronger than the orc leader, possessed an unusual obsession, making him an even more challenging adversary. Using the orcs as a distraction was the perfect opportunity to reach the Savage Chief. Roken, having eliminated the immediate threat, now sought out his true target. He confidently asked, "Where are you?" The scene shifts to a powerful, destructive attack, suggesting the confrontation with the Savage Chief is about to begin. A gloved hand, gripping a metallic staff, emerged from a swirling vortex of light and energy. The words, "There you are," echoed in the space, a clear indication of the arrival of someone or something long awaited. The figure fully materialized, revealing a man with short, teal hair, his face obscured by a dark mask. He stood defiantly, his powerful physique radiating strength as he unleashed a burst of energy, sending shockwaves that shattered the surrounding environment. The intensity of the attack was palpable. A powerful impact resonated, shaking the very foundations of the area. Debris rained down as the force of the attack continued to ripple outwards. A figure, seemingly caught in the blast, was sent flying backward, their body a blur of motion against the chaotic background. The impact was clearly significant. More energy erupted, creating a dazzling display of light and power as the initial attack continued its destructive path. The scene was one of pure, unadulterated chaos. A monstrous figure, a hulking brute with exposed teeth and glowing red eyes, emerged from the dust and debris, his enraged expression clear. He roared, "Enemy of the clan! I'll definitely kill you!" The Savage Chief, level 73, charged, his weapon a blur of motion as he lunged towards his opponent. A clash of immense power ensued, a whirlwind of steel and energy as the two combatants met in a furious exchange. The sheer force of their blows shook the very ground beneath their feet, leaving a trail of destruction in their wake. The battle was far from over. A monstrous skeletal figure, its gaping maw filled with sharp teeth, roared in fury, its body crackling with dark energy. The creature lunged forward, unleashing a wave of bone-shattering power. But before it could connect, a blur of motion countered its attack. A swift, precise strike met the creature's advance, sending it reeling back with a surprised yelp. The skeletal beast, momentarily stunned, sneered, "Ha! A sneak attack like that won't work." But its confidence was short-lived. Roken, the protagonist, moved with impossible speed. Activating his strike skill, a radiant symbol of a stag's antlers appearing before him. He unleashed a devastating blow. A crimson energy coursing through his weapon as he smirked, "Here's an opening." A monstrous figure, its skull-like face contorted in rage, lunged at Roken, its weapon a blur of motion. Roken, the former SSS ranker, braced himself, muttering, "Damn it! I need to block." But the blow was too swift. The impact sent him sprawling, a shockwave rippling outwards from the point of contact. Despite the ferocity of the attack, Roken's skill and reflexes were still sharp. He managed to partially deflect the blow, sending a spray of dark ichor across the battlefield as he countered with a devastating blow of his own. The monster reeled from the impact, its face contorted in agony. The monster, momentarily stunned, let out a surprised chuckle. "Ha, you're stronger than you look, huh?" Roken, panting slightly, stood his ground. He had managed to save himself, but at a cost. The threat was far from over. "But what are you going to do now? Your subordinates are dead, and there's nowhere to run." Suddenly, a horde of orcs emerged from the shadows, their weapons raised menacingly. Roken found himself surrounded. Their numbers were overwhelming, but Roken's eyes gleamed with determination. He would not yield. A cold smirk played on Roken's lips. "I don't have much patience." A monstrous figure, its face scarred and bearing prominent fangs, loomed over Roken. Its words were a chilling promise, "It's your head next." The creature roared, "Kha! How dare a lowly human like you!" Its enraged bellow shook the very air as the creature lunged forward. But Roken, with surprising speed and agility, dodged the attack. A blur of motion as he countered with a swift, precise strike. His eyes burning with determination as he landed a devastating blow. A system notification appeared before Roken's eyes, "You have leveled up." Below, further details of his accomplishment were displayed. He had defeated both rulers of the Harsh Forest, earning the title Conqueror of the Harsh Forest, a title no one had ever achieved before. The notification detailed the rewards. His strength and dexterity increased by 10 points each, and all stats would receive a 5% boost while in a forest biome. Exhausted but triumphant, Roken exclaimed, "KCK. We have defeated them." The final panel shows the aftermath of the battle, with the defeated rulers of the Harsh Forest lying defeated, their bodies still twitching. Roken, a man with teal hair and a scar across his cheek, sat upon a throne-like chair, a thoughtful expression on his face. He muttered "Ha" as a notification appeared before him. One more, he questioned, his tone laced with curiosity. A system message appeared, announcing, "You have acquired the title, the Black Curtain. You are the first to earn this title." The message continued, detailing a new ability: "You can now use identity disguise." He reflected on the unexpected gain. "Although I expected something from the Orsish forest, I didn't know about the Black Curtain." A worried expression crossed his face. "I only have a good reputation with them. Does this mean that there's still a chance of them turning against me?" Roken's internal monologue shifted to a more positive tone. "Well, since I got a boost in stats and a special ability in identity disguise, this will be helpful." He grinned, a triumphant expression replacing his worry. "KCK. Excellent." Roken, now brimming with confidence, issued a command. "Kill the rest of them." A narration box appeared, summarizing the battle's outcome. In the battle between the Orc camp and the Savage village, the Orc camp came out victorious. The area where the Savage village used to be will turn into the ruined village of the Savages. Savages of Resentment will appear in the ruined village of the Savages. The panel shows a large group of victorious orcs standing over the battlefield, Roken observing them from a distance. Roken, the former SSS class ranker, smirked, a glint of mischief in his eyes. He mused that he was having a great time, relishing his current situation. It was about time, he thought, to pay a visit to the old man. His expression was one of pure satisfaction, a smug grin playing on his lips as he anticipated the next step in his plan. The scene shifted to a nighttime view of Trinsic, a city of towering spires and ancient architecture, bathed in the soft glow of moonlight. This was where his next move would take place. Roken arrived at Sturdian's workshop, a seasoned alchemist known for his demanding tasks. The old man, surprised, questioned if Roken had already completed his assignment. Sturdian, surrounded by various alchemic concoctions, expressed his astonishment at Roken's speed, considering the high difficulty of the task. Roken nonchalantly replied that it wasn't that difficult, requesting a moment of the old man's time. A system notification appeared, announcing that Roken had earned the unique title of Sturdian's first apprentice. Roken, slightly surprised, questioned the title of first apprentice. The game detailed the effects of the title: increased stamina and tenacity, a detective's assistant bonus, and a movement speed increase. Sturdian added that the effects were quite good. Sturdian concluded the process, handing Roken a potion and instructing him to deliver it to Moderian in Trinsic. Roken, a former SSS class ranker in the VR game, receives a final quest in Catan, transporting an improved antidote to Moderian, who is in Trinsic. The successful completion of this mission promises a clear reward of 3 silver and experience points. He holds the antidote, a glowing orb, in his hand. A smirk plays on his lips as he declares their destination. The scene opens on a sleek, metallic pod, resembling a high-tech coffin, resting in a sparsely furnished room. A faint, ethereal glow emanates from within. A sense of anticipation hangs in the air. Suddenly, the pod's lid hisses open, revealing Roken, a young man with striking teal hair, lying inside. He sits up, his expression a mixture of weariness and determination. A slight frown furrowing his brow as he runs a hand through his hair. He mutters to himself about the time constraints of his current situation. He reflects on the need to prioritize his health in the long run. Roken stands and heads towards a nearby door, his movements deliberate and purposeful. He calculates that it will be at least 5 hours before he can log back into the game. A smirk plays on his lips as he anticipates checking a post he made earlier. Roken, a former SSS class ranker in the Vermork, meticulously prepared for this moment. He had anticipated the betrayal by his rivals and strategically posted pictures of dungeon interiors and items beforehand, hoping to generate a buzz. He anxiously awaited the results of his plan, a subtle smirk playing on his lips. His strategy worked. The posts went viral, appearing on the hot posts section of the game's trade gallery. However, a wave of suspicion washed over him as he noticed something unexpected. Many users commented that the images were fake. Roken's eyes narrowed, a hint of concern clouding his features. Until he saw a comment mentioning honorary reporter. He realized that the information about the secret dungeon had leaked prematurely. A popular game web user, RAR, had already published an adventure story revealing the secret dungeon's existence and details. The news spread rapidly across the game's community. Meanwhile, 2 adventurers, intrigued by RAR's story, were seen approaching the entrance to the secret dungeon. A lively online discussion unfolds regarding a mysterious post about a secret dungeon. Knack questions the post's authenticity, believing only public dungeons exist. Loose Warrior echoes this skepticism, pointing out the prevalence of fake posts. Attacker, however, confirms the existence of secret dungeons, though they remain uncertain about this specific one. Shiver notes the post predates a known expert's findings, suggesting potential manipulation. Camisole definitively states that the dungeon mentioned in the post is different from the one discovered by the expert, RAR. And Rar himself enters the conversation, confirming the post's credibility based on his experience and requesting contact for an interview. The original poster, Ramses, observes their post's increased popularity due to Rar's comment. Heliodin and Highest Price Sale both send private messages, with the latter offering a 5% higher price than others. Ramses, pleased with the influx of offers, decides to focus on the most promising ones, excluding those with the lowest bids. Ramses' attention turns to groups discussing guilds, even though the guild system isn't yet implemented in the game. He recognizes several names from his past life, making his choice of allies easier. He chooses the safest path, deciding to join the MP Guild. The MP Guild, whose name is derived from manner play, is introduced. They are known for assisting beginners, disciplining player killers, and building a reputation for themselves through their actions. Ramses confirms his meeting location with the guild at the graveyard in the eastern part of town. Ramses, having set up the meeting, waits patiently, noting how smoothly things are progressing. Roken, a young man with striking teal hair and piercing orange eyes, sat pensively. He stroked his chin, a thoughtful frown creasing his brow. Is it fine like this? Shouldn't I be more aggressive and improving? He mused, questioning his current training regimen. His gaze sharpened, a flicker of intense determination igniting within his eyes. A vision of his humiliating defeat flashing before him. He was lying on the ground, defeated and broken. That happens all the time anyway. Nothing will be ruined just because I rush myself, he muttered, trying to rationalize his previous failures. A sudden thought struck him. Should I go buy groceries and get some fresh air, he wondered, a glimmer of normalcy briefly piercing his intense focus. Roken got up, grabbing a towel, and headed out. He walked down the street, a simple plastic bag swinging in his hand. He passed by a group of young men, their conversation catching his attention. One of them spoke, his tone laced with a hint of disbelief. Nice, I only leveled up once after trying super hard. Is it because of the level difference? He asked, clearly surprised by his slow progress. Roken, still walking, offered a brief, almost dismissive reply. Probably control issue, he said, his tone suggesting a deeper understanding of the game's mechanics. He continued his walk, his thoughts drifting. I was thinking that it's too empty despite it being end of September in a university town, he observed, noting the unusual lack of activity. A young woman with long, dark hair sat in a car, her gaze seemingly lost in thought. A young man with teal hair, wearing a dark jacket, walked past, catching her attention for a brief moment. The teal-haired man paused, a look of surprise on his face as he turned to look back. He wondered who that woman was. Later, the woman stood talking to a man with brown hair. The teal-haired man watched from a distance, his expression one of intrigue. He commented that she looked familiar. The woman, seemingly oblivious to his observation, continued her conversation, a slight smile playing on her lips. The teal-haired man approached the woman and her companion. He addressed the woman by name, Kim Youngmin. It's been a while. Recognition dawned on the teal-haired man, he remembered her. He admitted to himself that he had completely forgotten about her because of his involvement with the Lord. The brown-haired man chuckled, suggesting that she was probably seeing the teal-haired man for the first time in 4 months. The teal-haired man mused that, given the man's position, it had been many years since they last met. He wondered if the man was her new boyfriend. The brown-haired man revealed that he had heard the teal-haired man was good at the Lord game, and that Lim Sui, the woman, preferred gamers. A woman with long, dark hair and a smirk approached a young man with teal hair, a scar on his face, and a somewhat defiant expression. I heard that you're still struggling, she stated, her tone laced with amusement. The young man retorted, what kind of bullshit is this? The woman and a man with brown hair walked away, their conversation continuing. She explained, I'm putting it out there just so you know, but I took a break to play the Lord, not because of you. Really? Then that's a relief. Contact me if you get stuck in the game. My baby is basically an expert at the Lord. The brown-haired man smiled reassuringly, offering a helping hand. He added, I'll tell him to help out once or twice. The teal-haired man asked, yeah? What's his ID? The woman responded, it's Philea. You've probably heard of him. The woman said, I'll keep it in mind. I'll save you if I see you again. As the trio walked away, the teal-haired man muttered to himself, ha, youngman, what's that supposed to? A young man with teal hair, a smirk playing on his lips, received instructions from an unseen mentor. He was told to level up as much as possible and to contact his mentor if things became difficult. He then mused that Lim Suhi should know his in-game alias, Roken. He confidently asserted that she would find out soon. In the background, 2 figures, a man and a woman, could be seen walking away. The young man internally scoffed at the naivete of the previous statement. The scene shifted to a figure in shining armor standing in a graveyard at night. A palpable sense of mystery hung in the air. The armored figure questioned the meaning of MP. Another figure approached him, partially obscured by shadow. The armored figure declared that he had found his way, revealing that he had used an identity disguise skill that randomly changed his name and appearance for 1 hour. A muscular man with a confident smirk appeared, stating that there was no need to reveal his identity over a single secret dungeon. He then asked if the armored figure had come alone. Roken, a former SSS class ranker in the VR game, explained that revealing his identity would gain him nothing. However, he reassured his unseen companion that his other allies were on standby and ready to act if needed. A gruff voice warned him against attempting anything reckless. The warning was directed at Roken, who was now seen with a companion, a muscular man with a horned helmet standing behind him. He was told to proceed. Roken refused, stating that payment must come first. He pointed out that since they hadn't worked together before, he needed some incentive. Roken's companion, a powerful warrior in ornate armor, agreed to use only one skill, emphasizing the need for a safety net. He activated a detection skill, a blue energy field scanning the area, revealing the presence of a hidden enemy. The enemy was surprised. Roken's companion, seemingly unfazed, maintained a calm and focused expression. Satisfied with the detection, Roken's companion declared that they could proceed with the payment and the mission. A muscular man scoffed, "Keek," as if that kind of trickery would work. The camera focuses on a crudely made grave marker, a simple stone slab with a strange, club-like object embedded in it, situated above a dark, gaping hole in the ground. A figure in dark armor, his face partially obscured by shadow, addressed a large, muscular man. "The entrance opens if you do this." The muscular man, his face now visible, nodded slowly. "Ah, I see, it was that kind of device." He continued, "Take care to keep it a secret, and the rest of the money? Here you go. I'll contact you if there's a problem." The armored figure handed over a bag of coins. The bag was shown to contain a substantial amount of gold coins. A caption read, "Possessed money 51 gold 98 silver 20 cooper." The muscular man muttered, "As much as 50 gold just for selling a hidden dungeon." He looked up, a thoughtful expression on his face. "Guilds sure are the best. It's impossible to earn this amount of money at this point in the game." He continued his internal monologue, "He must have really squeezed out each guild member. I wonder if he even used his real money." A young man with vibrant blue hair appeared, a determined look on his face. He muttered to himself, "Shall I go to Trinsic?" The lush green canopy of a dense forest filled the frame, sunlight dappling through the leaves. A sense of quiet anticipation hung in the air. As Roken, a young man with teal hair, stumbled through the undergrowth, his breath ragged. He muttered to himself, expressing his astonishment at the sheer distance he had traveled. His face, streaked with dirt and sweat, reflected exhaustion. He commented on the game's realism, noting that he had been walking for half a day. The path opened up, revealing a glimpse of a distant city in the background, its spires and towers hinting at a grand civilization. Roken continued his journey, his silhouette a stark contrast against the vibrant greenery. He finally reached his destination. Despite his relief, a sense of caution remained. He knew he couldn't let his guard down, death would mean repeating this arduous journey. A sudden sound caught his attention. His expression shifted, a mixture of alertness and suspicion. As he turned to face the source of the noise, he noticed something unusual about the movement. A brief moment of confusion, expressed with a simple "oh," registered on his face. Roken's eyes narrowed. He recognized that the movement wasn't that of an animal or monster, but something far more sinister. He muttered about a pathetic bastard. Roken, a former SSS class ranker in the VR game, unleashed a powerful attack, a burst of energy radiating from his body. The force of the blow sending shockwaves through the air. He watched, a smirk playing on his lips, as his opponents stumbled back. One of his attackers, a burly figure with a large axe, muttered, "It's a hit this time. Your equipment looks pretty pricey, you must be high level, huh?" Three figures emerged from the dust, their expressions a mixture of greed and malice. The central figure, a hooded man, smirked. Another attacker commented, "Who knows? Maybe he likes to wail." Roken's eyes narrowed. Right, there were guys like them too. The hooded man explained their strategy: they pick on those that are traveling to towns, and loot the items that the user drops. Suddenly, one of the attackers called out to his companion, "Hey, brother. Have you got some time?" A menacing shadow loomed behind Roken. The attacker continued, "I think we need to have a chat." A chilling smile spread across Roken's face. Roken stood defiantly, his eyes glowing with a dangerous light, two glowing blue blades materializing in his hands. The scene opens with Roken, a young man with striking teal hair, surrounded by a group of burly figures. Their expressions are a mixture of malice and amusement. One of them, a hulking man with a shaved head, sneered, questioning Roken's sanity. Another member of the group, his face obscured by a helmet, echoed the sentiment, wondering aloud if Roken had lost his mind. A cruel smile stretched across the face of the teal-haired man as he proposed a deal. He would let them pass if they handed over one piece of equipment each. His eyes gleamed with a chilling confidence. The teal-haired man's nonchalant attitude surprised his adversaries. He casually pointed out that this was a common tactic among players, a fact that seemed to unsettle them. He offered them a good deal, further emphasizing his confidence and playing on their greed. Roken's inner thoughts revealed the true nature of the situation. The attackers were only interested in taking items, and there was a system in place where players killed by others would drop their equipment. A quick sketch appeared, illustrating the game mechanic. At a certain kill rate, players would drop items upon death. This explained the attackers' behavior. Roken, the former SSS ranker, contemplated his options. He mused that there was a chance, albeit a small one, 10-20%, that his plan wouldn't work. His opponents, a group of powerful figures from a dominant guild, loomed over him. One of them scoffed, accusing Roken of insanity. They warned him of the consequences of his actions, threatening dire repercussions if he continued his reckless behavior. The threat hung heavy in the air, punctuated by the glint of their weapons. Roken, however, remained unfazed. He declared the negotiations a failure. A cruel smile stretched across his face as he prepared for conflict, revealing his true intentions. He admitted that he never intended for things to go peacefully in the first place. His opponent chuckled, commenting on Roken's arrogance. The battle began. One of Roken's opponents pointed out that the standards of combat were different in this new location compared to Dawn, with ranged attacks supplementing the melee combat. Roken, a former SSS class ranker in the VR game World of Ethelgard, found himself facing a desperate situation. Betrayed and ambushed by a powerful guild, he was overwhelmed by their combined assault. A flurry of attacks closing in on him, each blow carrying the weight of his rival's scorn and malice. The ground beneath him trembling with the force of their combined might. He braced himself for the inevitable. But just as despair threatened to consume him, a blinding flash of light engulfed him, and the world dissolved into chaos. He found himself back in time, before the game's launch. His enemies were still weak, their power yet to blossom. A fierce grin spread across his face as he saw his chance for revenge. One of his attackers lunged, shouting, "Foolish bastard! I'll kill you first." The attack came swiftly, but Roken was ready. The incoming attack reflected back with devastating force, sending his attacker reeling. A smirk played on Roken's lips as he watched his foe stumble. "Here I come." The scene opens with a powerful warrior, clad in dark armor, wielding a massive battle axe. A brilliant, ethereal light emanates from the weapon as he prepares to strike. The axe descends with terrifying speed, connecting with his opponent, a figure in a hooded cloak wielding a shield. The impact sends shockwaves through the air. A flurry of blows follows, a brutal exchange of attacks that leaves the hooded figure reeling. The sheer force of the warrior's strikes is evident. The hooded figure, despite his defensive efforts, is clearly overwhelmed. He notes that the attacks are connecting with terrifying precision. Suddenly, a look of surprise crosses his face as he is struck again, this time with unexpected force. A hail of arrows rains down upon the warrior, a devastating volley launched by a blonde-haired archer. The archer shouts "all right" as he unleashes the attack. Even the powerful warrior struggles to evade the barrage. The archer comments on the warrior's speed, acknowledging his skill. The warrior, despite being hit by several arrows, manages a sinister grin, showing he is far from defeated. Roken, a former SSS class ranker in the VR game, found himself in a desperate situation. Arrows rained down upon him, piercing the air around his body. His weapon lay discarded on the ground nearby. He muttered to himself, admitting defeat, "I'm a mess." His opponents, a group of players from a rival guild, taunted him. "Dumbass," one of them sneered, "do you see where you stand in comparison to us now?" Another member of the guild offered a condescending proposition, "If you've changed your mind, I'll play nice. Why don't you drop an equipment and get on your way?" Roken, despite his current predicament, smirked. They're used to party play, he thought, a glint of determination in his eyes. He began to formulate a strategy. If I keep a distance, arrows will come for me, while if I stay close to them, the night comes for me. A quick sketch appeared in his mind, illustrating the positioning of his enemies. He continued his internal analysis. With a newfound resolve, Roken declared, "If that's the case, alright, if you want to fight, I'll give you one." Suddenly, 2 tomahawk axes materialized in his hands, glowing with a bright blue energy. A clear indication of his weapon change. He grinned, "I have a good one. Take this. I'll split them apart and cook them one by one." Roken, the former SSS class ranker, found himself in a desperate situation. Surrounded by his rivals, he was being relentlessly attacked. A flurry of blows rained down upon him. each strike chipping away at his defenses. Confusion clouded his mind, he couldn't understand how he'd been caught so off guard. Just as he braced for another blow, a strange energy surged within him. An unfamiliar power coursed through his veins, pushing back against his attackers. His eyes widened in disbelief. With newfound strength, he retaliated, his movements faster and more precise than ever before. A wave of energy erupting from his body, sending his opponents reeling. He was stronger, faster, more powerful than he had ever been. One of his attackers, a hulking warrior, cursed in shock as he staggered back, utterly bewildered by Roken's sudden surge in power. Another of his foes, seemingly uninjured, urged his companion to finish the fight. The second warrior lunged forward, his weapon raised high. But Roken was ready. He met the attack with a swift counter, sending his opponent flying. Roken, the former SSS ranker, faced his adversaries. He scoffed, unimpressed by their taunts, upset with only this much provocation. He continued, then here, let's. The narration box explained, you've changed weapons. Orc Warrior's Battle Axe. Roken summoned the Orc Warrior's Battle Axe, a legendary weapon, its power thrumming with raw energy. His opponent sneered, see how good your skills really are. With a blur of motion, Roken unleashed a devastating attack. The sheer force of his strike sending his opponent reeling. His opponent, surprised by Roken's power, exclaimed, what? I expected you to either block or take it. You're worse than I thought. Roken's counterattack was swift and brutal. He effortlessly shattered his opponent's defenses with a final, decisive blow. Roken, the former SSS ranker, found himself in a desperate battle. He deflected a blow, his movements precise and deadly despite the overwhelming odds. A fierce expression contorting his face as blood splattered across his features. He had managed to take down one opponent, but the fight was far from over. The relentless assault continued, pushing Roken to his limits. He braced himself for another attack, his body screaming in protest. Suddenly, an arrow whizzed past, narrowly missing Roken's head. He turned, a grim smile spreading across his bloodied lips. Realizing the treachery of his supposed ally. The archer, a man with blonde hair, had betrayed him during the heat of battle. The archer sneered, commenting on the swift demise of Roken's companion. His words were laced with cruel satisfaction. But Roken was not one to be underestimated. He moved with blinding speed, intercepting the archer's next volley of arrows. With a burst of raw power, Roken unleashed a devastating counterattack, engulfing his opponent in a fiery explosion, leaving only ashes in his wake. The battle was far from over, but for now, he had dealt with one more threat. The interface displayed Roken's active skills, strike and dash, two abilities that would prove crucial in the upcoming confrontation. His opponent, a skilled archer, found himself in a perilous situation. Damn it, he muttered, he's too fast, he's already too close to hit with an arrow. Roken, with incredible speed, closed the distance, launching a devastating attack that sent his opponent reeling. The archer cried out in pain, "Cook!" Then, a narration box appeared, stating, you've changed weapons. Combat knife. Roken seamlessly transitioned to his combat knife, continuing his relentless assault. The speed and precision of his movements were breathtaking. His opponent, impressed despite the pain, observed, looks like he knows a thing or two about fighting. But even then, the archer attempted a final, desperate counterattack. He taunted, do you really think an archer like you can win against me in close combat? Blood splattered across his face, Roken's eyes widened in disbelief and agony as his arm was brutally severed. A searing pain shot through his body. A guttural cry escaped his lips as he watched his attacker, a cloaked figure with glowing red eyes, smirk cruelly. How is it to have your arm sliced off in the Lord's game? The figure taunted. Roken fell to the ground, his body convulsing in pain. The attacker's voice echoed in his ears, it's very real for VR, don't you think? Suddenly, a blur of motion. A young man with teal hair and a determined expression appeared, his foot connecting with the attacker's chest, sending him flying backward. The word shield attack flashed across the screen. The teal-haired youth, his name was Suo, continued his assault, a wave of energy erupting from his hands as he charged towards the cloaked figure. The energy coursing through him, a blinding flash of light engulfing the area. Roken watched, his eyes wide with a mixture of shock and dawning understanding as the power surged around him. His own power, long dormant, began to stir. A surge of energy, a raw, untamed power, exploded from within him, shattering the constraints of his body. He unleashed a devastating counterattack, a torrent of blue energy blasting towards Suho. The fight was far from over. The scene opens with Roken, the former SSS class ranker, engaged in a brutal confrontation. His opponents, a group of powerful players who had previously humiliated him, sneered, stupid bastard, you wanna compete in strength? Roken, despite the overwhelming odds, retaliated with a swift counterattack. He effortlessly deflected their blows, his movements a blur of speed and precision, leaving his adversaries stunned and speechless. One of them could only manage a horrified, "What the fuck?" Another opponent, witnessing Roken's power, muttered in disbelief, "What kind of ridiculous monster?" But Roken's display of power was far from over. He scoffed, "That's not it." With a surge of energy, Roken unleashed a devastating attack, his movements a whirlwind of destruction, easily overpowering his opponents. He declared, "You guys are just weak." The force of his attack sent one of his opponents crashing to the ground, leaving a deep crater in the earth, a testament to his overwhelming strength. Another opponent, seemingly unharmed, emerged from the debris, grimly stating, "Ah, right. There was one more left." Roken, a young man with teal hair, braced himself, muttering, let's see," as a massive boulder hurtled towards him. The boulder struck him, and a muffled groan escaped his lips as he was sent sprawling. He coughed up blood, his face contorted in pain. "Fuck, no way I'm gonna die in a place like this." A desperate thought clawed at his mind as he struggled to breathe. His eyes widened in disbelief as he saw a figure approaching, his expression shifting to one of dawning horror. "He's not dead." A triumphant grin spread across his face as he exclaimed, "I'm alive." He laughed maniacally as he rose to his feet, his body battered but unbroken. Meanwhile, another figure, a man in dark clothing, watched from a distance, seething with rage. "Bastard! I'll get you." Roken, seemingly recovered, smirked, wiping a trickle of blood from his lip. Roken, the former SSS class ranker, stood amidst a desolate landscape, his back to the viewer. A colossal, ethereal blue energy pulsed behind him, its power seemingly emanating from him. He held a large, imposing weapon, its dark shaft contrasting sharply with the vibrant energy display. A sense of revitalization washed over him. He reflected on his recent victory, a quiet smile playing on his lips. "I haven't felt this refreshed in a long time," he mused. "Fighting users is definitely more fun than fighting mobs." Suddenly, a flicker of surprise crossed his face. He questioned, his brow furrowing slightly as he sensed something amiss. A notification appeared before him, announcing his victory. "Player, Roken, wins. Penalty will be offset depending on the character traits of the opponent." He had leveled up. Another notification followed, informing him of his loot. "You've obtained many items." A pleased expression spread across his face. "Oh, damn," he exclaimed. He smirked, a glint of triumph in his eyes. "Unlucky bastards. Should have just listened to me," he thought, savoring his victory. However, his moment of triumph was short-lived. A voice, laced with menace, cut through the air. "Don't you think, you little rat?" The source of the voice was revealed, a cloaked figure, their face obscured by shadow, watched Roken intently. A series of holographic cards, displaying Roken's recent battle, floated before the figure. A menacing figure with teal hair, sharp features, and a scar across his face loomed over a hidden foe. His eyes glowed with a cold intensity as he warned, "Don't try to pull any petty tricks, and come out before I slice you along with the tree." He continued, his voice dripping with lethal intent, "I said there's no use in hiding. I'll really kill you." Startled, the hidden figure emerged from behind a large tree, his face a mask of fear and confusion. He stammered, "What are you? Who are you?" The teal-haired man smirked, revealing a large battle axe. "Would you know who I am if I told you?" Observing from a distance, another cloaked figure watched the confrontation. He muttered to himself, "He's definitely with the dudes from earlier, but he doesn't have red eyes." He concluded, dismissing the threat, "He's probably just a signaler." The teal-haired man sighed, clearly unimpressed. "TSK. What a disappointment." The teal-haired man turned to address his companions, who stood silently behind him. He stated dismissively, "If you don't want to fight, I have no interest in weaklings." Meanwhile, the cloaked figure from earlier visibly flinched, a bead of sweat trickling down his chin. Roken, cloaked in shadow, unleashed a torrent of arcane energy, a dazzling display of power that illuminated the surrounding forest. The raw power of the attack left a trail of destruction in its wake, revealing Roken, a level 35 player, standing amidst the chaos. Observing the aftermath, a rival player scoffed, incredulous at Roken's low level despite his overwhelming power. He questioned how someone so weak could have overpowered 3 level 40 players. Another rival, his face contorted in suspicion, muttered about the possibility of cheating or exploiting a game bug. Roken, anticipating their disbelief, prepared for their next attack. He moved with blinding speed, delivering a devastating blow that sent his opponent reeling. With a contemptuous sneer, Roken called his opponent a piece of shit. He explained that he had offered them a chance to retreat, but they had refused to listen. Roken, a young man with vibrant blue hair, stood amidst a verdant landscape, a triumphant grin spreading across his face. He examined his loot with evident delight, muttering to himself about the items he had acquired. He continued his assessment, noting the quality of the items, clearly impressed by their value. His expression suggested a quiet satisfaction. Among his spoils, Roken discovered a rare bow with an exceptionally low drop rate, a fact that further fueled his excitement, leading him to reflect on his initial expectations. He had anticipated a more challenging return, perhaps even facing immediate opposition. Roken, now walking along a dirt path, found himself questioning his approach. A hint of disappointment colored his thoughts as he considered the ease of his current situation. A panoramic view of Trinsic revealed a bustling city, teeming with activity. The sheer number of players visible sparked a thought in Roken's mind. The camera focuses on a specific location within Trinsic, clearly marked as such. Roken's internal monologue expressed surprise at the high concentration of high-level players in the city. A bustling city square filled with a diverse crowd of adventurers and townsfolk. Among them, several figures stand out: a man in ornate golden armor, a young man with teal hair and a determined expression, and a portly man in a gray coat. They observed the scene with varying degrees of interest. The teal-haired young man, Roken, a former SSS class ranker, reflects on the scene. A thoughtful expression crosses his face as he silently observes the activity around him. He muses that this game is far more popular than he initially anticipated. Roken's gaze is drawn to a large, imposing building in the distance. He notes that the Mage Guild is just as large as he remembered it to be. The building is identified as the Trinsic Mage Guild, its grandeur hinting at the power and influence it wields within the game. Roken approaches the guild hall, his expression a mixture of curiosity and apprehension. He pushes open a heavy wooden door and steps inside. Despite its size, he notes that the guild hall seems surprisingly sparsely populated with mages. Inside the guild hall, Roken overhears a conversation between several mages. One of them explains that the mage profession becomes increasingly difficult to level up as one progresses. This, they surmise, is why the mages present seem relatively competent and experienced. Roken observes a group of mages, noting that some have already undergone their second job change. He is impressed by their skill and experience. Suddenly, a woman with short, orange hair approaches Roken, greeting him with a friendly smile. Her appearance suggests she is a high-ranking member of the guild. Inside a bustling magic merchandise shop, a shopkeeper, a man with dark hair and a confident expression, addressed two customers. He gestured towards the back of the store, explaining that they could inquire about any magic-related items. While a young woman with striking orange hair and intense golden eyes, one of the customers, requested a specific item, a rune book set. The shopkeeper, explaining the item's properties, revealed that the rune book was a magic book allowing the user to teleport to any location written within its pages, provided they were not in combat. And that it was a bound item, preventing loss. He further elaborated that additional money could allow for up to 20 locations to be added to the book. The young woman, considering the offer, decided to purchase one. The shopkeeper then provided the price: 5 gold for 1 rune book, 5 mark scrolls, and 20 teleport scrolls. The young woman's male companion, however, reacted with surprise at the high cost, noting that 5 gold was a significant sum, even for active members of the Trinsic Guild. He wondered aloud how much the guild had stolen from others to afford such luxury items. The transaction completed, the shopkeeper thanked them for their patronage. Leaving the shop, the young woman's companion pondered their next destination, the 3rd floor. Roken, his back to the viewer, walked through a grand hall, the imposing architecture hinting at the significance of his destination. He paused, a question forming in his mind: "Huh? Sir Steroyan sent you?" Moderian, a young man with glasses and a concerned expression, was clearly surprised by the news. He responded, "Yes. Here's an antidote and Sir Steroyan's handwritten letter." Moderian examined the letter, a thoughtful hum escaping his lips. He then muttered to himself, "Definitely looks like I'll need to prepare ahead." Turning to Roken, Moderian asked, "So, you'll help me?" Roken, level 35, confidently replied, "Will you be fine at that level?" "Leave it to me." Moderian observed Roken, a skeptical expression crossing his face. He thought, "He looks useless to me." Finally, he concluded, "All right. I'll request a favor from you. This will also serve as a test." A quest notification appeared in the game. Endless Research 1, Moderian, searching for ingredients to enhance an antidote's effects, requests the Forest Goblin Witch Doctor's Elixir. Completion rewards 4 silver and stat points. Roken, a former SSS ranker with teal hair and a scar near his eye, smirked. "It's begun," he murmured, a glint of anticipation in his eyes. Moderian, known among players for being a malicious NPC, was introduced. His image showed him with round glasses, a mischievous grin, and a playful gesture. Starting with the Forest Goblin Witch Doctor's Elixir, the quest began. Madarian, arms outstretched, reveled in a shower of magical ingredients, vials, crystals, roots, and bone fragments, all swirling around him in a burst of light. He had requested various rare ingredients unrelated to the main quest and used them for other research projects. Normally, players couldn't refuse main quests, but Roken was different. Two other players, a young man and woman, watched him from a distance, their expressions curious. Roken smirked again, a knowing glint in his eyes. But that doesn't apply to me, he thought, a hint of arrogance in his tone. Roken, a former SSS class ranker in the VR game, found himself staring at an auction interface. He could vaguely recall the items a certain Madarian would later request, and decided to acquire them proactively. He reasoned that going there anyway to get rid of items he'd picked up would save him time and effort. Reviewing his options, Roken noted that most of the items were common and therefore inexpensive. His eyes fell upon the purple quartz. With a decisive click, Roken purchased 13 units of purple quartz. A satisfied grin spread across his face. As he declared, "Then, let's get going." Meanwhile, in a separate location, Sir Sturdian, a distinguished alchemist, was meticulously working in his laboratory. He carefully examined a vial of purple liquid, when a sudden, violent tremor shook his workbench, sending his materials scattering across the floor. Roken arrived, holding a bag of purple quartz. He calmly announced, "I got it. Take a look." Sir Sturdian, startled by the unexpected arrival and the sight of the quartz, could only stammer, "WH what?" Roken, with a confident smirk, stated, "Don't you think I need to know at least this much to be Sir Sturdian's assistant?" A sly smile stretched across the man's face, his eyes gleaming with amusement. He chuckled softly, a low sound that spoke volumes of his satisfaction. "Looks like I was wrong to doubt you," he mused, his words a testament to a recently proven theory. He gestured dramatically, a flourish of his hand emphasizing his next words. "Here," he announced, his tone brimming with a playful confidence, "it's your reward." A wave of shimmering energy erupted from his fingertips, cascading towards the waiting figure. The energy coalesced into a display of various items, crystals, and potions, all arranged on a table before him. A notification appeared before the recipient, "You have leveled up. You are currently level 36. A smirk played on the recipient's lips, a hint of mischief in his eyes. He let out a quiet, self-satisfied ho-hoo. He nodded curtly. "All right," he said, his voice firm, "I'll leave these to you too." Another quest notification appeared, detailing the next task, Endless Research 11. The objective was to find specific ingredients to enhance an antidote's effects, requiring a lizardman's blood and heart. The reward was 20 silver and stat points. The man with the glasses observed the recipient with a knowing smile. "He's starting to show his real self." The man reflected on the events, a thoughtful expression on his face. He had anticipated more quests, but the timing of the next one surprised him. He was also surprised to find that the lizardman items were not for sale, adding another layer of complexity to his plans. The recipient, meanwhile, was eager to move on to the next task as quickly as possible. Roken, the former SSS class ranker, found himself contemplating the situation. He muttered to himself, "But well, that makes sense." The image showed 4 imposing figures, each radiating power: a towering warrior wielding a massive axe, a shadowy figure with wicked blades, a monstrous wolf-like creature, and a hulking lizard man. They were formidable opponents, each a testament to the game's challenging world. Roken's gaze fell upon a crucial piece of information, a text box detailing the requirements for obtaining a forest lizardman's heart. It read, "Forest lizardman's heart can only be acquired by defeating a level 80 boss forest lizardman great warrior." He sighed, a clear sign of his frustration. His internal monologue revealed his current predicament: "I can't win against one now, so I'll have to put this aside." Roken continued his internal assessment, prioritizing his tasks. He thought, it's important to clear the main quests. The scene shifted to show Roken with 2 other adventurers. One of them declared, "Let's look for more to do, starting from the easiest tasks." The panel revealed a colossal stone statue of a powerful warrior, seemingly a significant landmark within the game. Roken and his companions arrived at the statue's base. One of them questioned, "Is it here?" Roken examined an inscription on a nearby surface, his past life's experience flashing before his eyes. He recognized the numbers, 1123, L200, 130. He recalled, "In my past life, a user saw this clue and said." A cryptic message appeared, hinting at the location of a hidden treasure, where the hero is pointing will be where his legacy lies. The message was initially overlooked by other players. But one player, a man with teal hair and a confident smirk, eventually discovered it. News of the discovery spread slowly. He confidently declared, "I know the hint, so there's no problem." The instructions were precise: 1,123 steps in the direction the statue was pointing. Then 200 steps to the left. The teal-haired man, accompanied by a group of other players, began his journey, following the instructions meticulously. Among them was a woman with long black hair and a serious expression. And finally, another 130 steps in the same direction. With a final step, the teal-haired man arrived at his destination. He paused, satisfied that he had followed the clues correctly. Should be around here, according to the clue. A triumphant grin spread across his face as he anticipated the treasure that awaited him. Activating the rare title seeker's effect, Roken, a former SSS ranker, located a hidden device within the game's environment. He considered himself lucky to have found it. As he reached out to retrieve the device, with a triumphant grin, Roken stood tall, the power of the seeker's title coursing through him. The game system announced that he had discovered a secret dungeon. A grand, ornate golden door materialized before him, signaling the entrance to the hidden dungeon. He approached, ready to explore. He stepped through the imposing gateway and found himself in a dark, mysterious space. As he reached out, he felt a strange energy emanating from the walls. Roken, a former SSS class ranker in the VR game, found himself ascending a dark staircase. He muttered to himself, noting a significant difference between the reality before him and what he'd heard. He reached the top, his expression a mixture of confusion and determination. The scene was unlike anything he expected. His senses were overwhelmed, he couldn't even tell how far he'd come. The sheer number of times he'd faced setbacks and risen again weighed heavily on him. Roken's thoughts turned to the individual who had spread false information to deter others from the path he had once trod. The text starting Hero Test Level 1 appeared before him, confirming his suspicions. A sudden, unexpected attack forced Roken to react instantly. He reacted with a swift, powerful counterattack. A display of skill honed over years of experience. Cleaving through the air with his blade, sending his attackers reeling. He was shocked by the intensity of the attack and the power he still possessed. What the hell is this, he wondered, his mind reeling from the unexpected turn of events. A powerful shockwave ripped through the air, the force of it visible as a chaotic blur of energy, sending Roken, a young man with short, gray hair, sprawling backward across a cracked stone surface. He braced himself against the impact, his expression grim. Roken's eyes narrowed as he looked up, his breath catching in his throat. He muttered to himself, incredulous at what he was seeing. Another wave of energy hurtled towards him, far faster than the last. He realized he wouldn't be able to dodge it this time. Roken braced himself, preparing to take the full force of the attack. The impact throwing him violently against a nearby wall. A pained groan escaped his lips. He slid down the wall, his body battered and bruised, the world spinning around him. Roken, a former SSS class ranker in the VR game, found himself in a desperate situation. He had been betrayed and ambushed by a powerful guild, their combined might overwhelming him. But even as defeat loomed, a surge of adrenaline coursed through him. He roared, "Strike!" His strength and dexterity increased by 10%, a sudden boost in his stats fueling his counterattack. He unleashed a furious barrage of blows, his enhanced abilities allowing him to overwhelm his attackers, sending them sprawling with a powerful impact that shattered the ground beneath their feet. He had managed to turn the tide of the battle, but the fight was far from over. The sheer force of his counterattack left him breathless. A cold sweat beaded on his brow as he gasped for air. But he had somehow managed to stop their attack. He let out a relieved sigh, phew. Despite his success, Roken's vitality had decreased significantly. He muttered to himself, I somehow stopped it. He realized the gravity of his situation. All he had done was block the attack, but the cost was steep. His internal monologue reflected his concern, damn it, it's an uphill battle. What now? Roken, a former SSS class ranker in the VR game Return of the SSS class ranker, found himself clinging precariously to a sheer cliff face. He grunted with exertion, his fingers scraping against the rough stone. His muscles screaming in protest as he hauled himself upwards. A vein throbbed in his forehead, his face contorted in a grimace of strain. A desperate curse escaping his lips as he realized the sheer weight of the task before him. Shit, it's heavy as fuck. Despite the physical agony, a grim smile touched Roken's lips. He muttered to himself, hero's test. He continued his ascent, his internal monologue revealing his thoughts. I knew the first level was a test of will, but I didn't expect it to be so stupid. Minutes ticked by, the strain relentless. He gritted his teeth, his breath ragged. It's been several minutes since I've started climbing. His frustration mounted. How long do I have to do this? Suddenly, a surge of energy coursed through Roken's body. He collapsed, a wave of exhaustion washing over him. Roken, a young man with teal hair and a determined expression, wiped sweat from his brow. He muttered to himself, a mixture of relief and annoyance evident in his tone, humph, this much? He looked up, his gaze fixed on a glowing blue energy emanating from the floor. A question formed in his mind: is it the next level now? The blue energy intensified, forming a swirling vortex that pulled Roken upwards, transporting him to a new location. A notification appeared, starting Heroes Test Level 2. Roken, though slightly surprised, remained stoic. He thought, it doesn't tell me what kind of test it is again. The test began. A large, imposing stone appeared before him. And Roken, with surprising speed and power, shattered it with a single kick, sending fragments flying through the air. The force of the blow created a shockwave, which he effortlessly dodged. He continued to move with incredible agility through the corridor, avoiding falling debris. Roken navigated the treacherous path, his movements precise and powerful. He effortlessly evaded falling rocks and other obstacles. He examined the final area, a grid-like floor. A thought struck him: if the finder's information is correct, then this must be the test of wisdom. Roken, the former SSS class ranker, reviewed his notes, a schematic of a complex trap system. He mused that the designers likely intended for players to use their wits and skills to overcome the challenges, rather than brute force. He scoffed, that kind of trickery isn't my style. Suddenly, Roken found himself the target of a surprise attack. A powerful blow sent him sprawling across the floor, the impact echoing through the room. A green, diamond-shaped interface flickered, displaying the word dash in bold blue letters. Roken, the former SSS class ranker, prepared to unleash his signature skill. A blinding burst of speed carrying him through a barrage of incoming projectiles. The arrows whizzed past him, leaving trails of light in their wake, narrowly avoiding a fatal strike. He moved with impossible speed, a blur of motion against the dark background. But the relentless assault continued. A grunt escaped Roken's lips as he braced himself against the impact of another arrow. His face contorted in pain. Roken's gloved hand reached out, grasping a glowing blue energy conduit. He channeled the energy, preparing to counterattack. His movements were swift and precise, a testament to his years of experience as an SSS class ranker. He deflected an incoming attack with a powerful strike, sending a shockwave through the air, the force of the blow shattering the ground beneath his feet. The earth cracked and crumbled under the sheer power of his counter. Roken's blade sliced through the air, creating a brilliant flash of light as he countered his attacker's assault. He moved with deadly precision, sending his opponents sprawling. The battle raged on, a whirlwind of steel and magic. Roken, an SSS class ranker in the VR game, found himself in the midst of a desperate struggle. He was being relentlessly attacked by a powerful guild, their combined might overwhelming his defenses, barely managing to survive the onslaught. A system message appeared, announcing his success in passing the second level of the hero's test, the test of wisdom. Relieved, he deactivated his berserk mode. He was shaken, his thoughts reflecting the near-death experience. He truly believed he was going to die. Another system message flashed before his eyes, warning him of his critically low vitality. He needed to replenish at least 10% within 5 seconds or face death. A grim expression crossed his face as he used a healing skill, muttering that if it weren't for this emergency, it would be considered his best skill. Having narrowly escaped death, Roken moved on, the next level of the hero's test beginning. Level 3, the test of temptation, commenced. He paused, contemplating the challenge ahead. Roken knew this test would involve powerful psychological magic designed to break the challenger's resolve. The details of the test were revealed: a captivating woman, vast treasures, and a table laden with delicacies could appear as temptations. Roken braced himself, a wry smile playing on his lips as he anticipated the trials to come. A smirk played on Roken's lips, a glint of mischief in his eyes. He wondered what the next challenge would bring. Suddenly, a wave of psychological magic washed over him, but Roken activated his unflinching resolve title, resisting the attack, leaving him momentarily disoriented in a misty, cavernous space. He stumbled, his breath catching in his throat as he looked around. Understanding dawned on him. Roken, though slightly frustrated, muttered to himself that this was a mere test. He scoffed, deeming the trial a disappointment. A message appeared: he had passed the third level of the hero's test, the test of temptation. He stood tall, a confident air about him as he continued his journey. Roken proceeded down a long corridor, a thoughtful expression on his face. He paused, considering his next move. Holding the bell of truth, Roken questioned whether he was on the right path. Roken, a man with striking teal hair and a jagged scar across his face, let out a chilling laugh. His eyes, sharp and intense, gleamed with a predatory light. He thought so. That bastard hadn't clearly explained what came after level 3, so he half predicted this. But he was right. Roken found himself in a dimly lit corridor, two shadowy figures attacking him. He deftly dodged their blows. and pressed onward, searching for something. He moved with surprising speed, a blur of motion as he navigated the corridor. But a sudden impact sent him sprawling. "Yua," he grunted. He landed hard, groaning at the unexpected blow. "TSK. How embarrassing," he muttered. Suddenly, a voice boomed, "You've passed the hero's test." Roken, surprised, looked up to see a rack of weapons before him, and a ghostly, skull-like face emerged from the center. Roken, the former SSS class ranker, received a quest, searching for the Lion King's armor. The objective was to collect all the Lion King Gokon's sealed armor pieces to inherit his power. Upon receiving the quest details, Roken's eyes widened in disbelief. He muttered, "That's crazy." The quest description detailed the Lion King's sealed headdress, a powerful item used by the legendary Lion King Gauken. Its stats were impressive: defense power, 530, durability, 3000/3000, strength, plus 50, stamina, plus 30. It also included a special effect, increasing the effects of Warcry skills by 50%. Roken questioned whether the sealed aspect referred to stat points. He realized the headdress was an item capable of raising his level by at least 100, possibly even 150 levels. Just the headdress alone would give him more defense power than an average warrior class person. He whispered, "It's so good." However, Roken was disappointed by the lack of information about the other parts of the armor set. Despite this, he acknowledged that the headdress was more than he had expected. The hero's test was complete. With the quest's completion, the Lion King's Grave Instant Dungeon ceased to exist, and Roken prepared to leave. The narrative opens with Roken, a man with striking teal hair and a confident smirk, at the center of the panel. A narration box above him explains that the pieces of his Lion King's armor are magnetically attracted to one another. He muses to himself, "Ah, is that how it is?" A countdown appears. The game informs Roken that he will be teleported outside in a moment. The countdown continues, the numbers counting down to the moment of his teleportation. And then, a blinding flash of light engulfs him. When the light fades, Roken finds himself in a familiar location, though another figure is present. Roken, disoriented, looks around the town square. He questions, "Am I back in the square?" He notices something amiss. A crack appears in a nearby statue. Other players are present, seemingly oblivious to the change. Suddenly, a large section of the statue crumbles, causing a commotion. One of the players cries out in alarm. Roken, observing the chaos, notes that the next quest is Messenger of Love. Roken smirks, revealing his knowledge of the quest's requirements. It's a chain quest only accessible after raising one's reputation to amity. He confidently states that he already achieved that status in a previous region due to his title effect. He then declares his intention to tackle the most challenging quests. A vibrant sunrise painted the sky in hues of orange and crimson, the clouds swirling like fiery brushstrokes across a canvas of dawn. 3 days had passed since the last event. Roken, a young man with teal hair, stood amidst two other figures, his face etched with a mixture of exhaustion and dawning realization. He muttered a curse under his breath, "I'm just now realizing after acting as a fool for the past few days, that life is hard whether in reality or in here." His gaze fell upon a scene of two lovers embracing, a poignant reminder of his own recent experiences. He recalled, "The messenger of love made me deliver love letters. I couldn't even skip it, so I had to watch. I almost threw up." Despite the unpleasant task, Roken found a silver lining. He reflected, "I cleared various quests for the first time by investing time in it. So I've earned a decent amount of titles, raised my stats, and also upgraded one level." He also obtained a useful item. A detailed image of a necklace with a tear-shaped emerald pendant is shown. The description reads, "Tear emerald necklace, grade, magic." A necklace made with an emerald that resembles a woman's tear. It contains feelings of missing a loved one and wishing them the best. Stamina healing speed 50% increase. All healing effects 20% increase. Hemostasis effect applied. Roken examined the necklace, a thoughtful expression on his face. He mused, "I needed something to raise my vitality because of the aftereffects of Berserk. This will do for now." He then overheard a conversation between two other players. One of them exclaimed, "Have you heard? There's someone who's already hit level 70. Roken, holding the necklace, responded, "I heard there's someone who hit level 82. Another player, envious, commented, "I'm so jealous. When will I hit level 50? Roken, a young man with teal hair and a determined expression, voiced his frustration. It was proving incredibly difficult to improve his skills in the game, hampered by the overwhelming strength of the PK bastards. He mused that to claim important titles and quests, he needed to level up much faster. And resolved to accelerate his progress. A system notification then appeared on his screen, announcing updated game features. Roken's eyes widened, a predatory grin spreading across his face as he saw the potential. The game's guild system had just been updated, allowing players to purchase a guild stone to establish their own guild. A young man with dark hair stood before a grand building, seemingly contemplating this new development. A group of diverse adventurers, led by a charismatic man with teal hair and a scar across his cheek, celebrated the update's arrival. Their excitement was palpable. The teal-haired man, seemingly the guild leader, checked the cost of a guild stone, discovering it cost 50 gold. A sum equivalent to 10 million South Korean won in real-world currency. His expression shifted. He mused that the MP guild must be struggling with the high cost, but his focus was elsewhere. His attention drawn to something far more intriguing. The game's housing system had also been updated, allowing players to purchase houses in the city or land to build on. The teal-haired man, standing before a quaint house, considered this new feature. Roken, a former SSS class ranker in the VR game Return of the SSS class ranker, found himself betrayed and humiliated by his rivals. His thoughts raced, a grim determination hardening his gaze. He mused that while others might see his current predicament as mere inconvenience, he recognized the potential for strategic advantage. He resolved to secure his position before anyone else could capitalize on the situation, deciding to seek out an enforcement officer immediately. The scene shifted to a grand building, the headquarters of the game's governing body. A sense of anticipation hung in the air. Roken entered, greeted by a polite receptionist. The receptionist, a young woman with dark hair, offered assistance with a courteous smile. Roken, however, was direct and to the point, his urgency palpable. The receptionist, slightly surprised, confirmed that the cost of the first available plot was 65 gold. Roken paid without hesitation, securing his first piece of the game's real estate. A powerfully built man with teal hair and a mischievous grin declared his intent to rent every 3-room and 2-floor house in the area, a statement that elicited a look of stunned disbelief from his companion. His companion, a man with dark hair, listened with a mixture of shock and apprehension. He knew there was more to this than met the eye. The teal-haired man's plan was unfolding as predicted. The real estate prices skyrocketed due to the limited supply and ever-increasing demand. He smirked, confident in his strategy. His companion's apprehension only fueled his amusement. The teal-haired man revealed his long-term investment strategy, real estate. His companion, still bewildered, questioned the practicality of such a massive undertaking. He confidently asserted that it was a sound, long-term investment, pointing to a large pile of gold coins as evidence of his financial prowess. The teal-haired man, now luxuriating in a bath surrounded by more gold coins, explained that while he would have to pay rent every month and year, he would be making enough money to make the cost seem insignificant. He was certain that his early acquisition of properties would yield immense profits. His companion, accepting the plan's audacity, finalized the deal: 10 3-room houses and 5 2-floor houses. Roken, a former SSS class ranker in the VR game, found himself in need of a new residence. The landlord informed him that the rent for a 3-room, 2-floor house was 65 gold, plus a commission of 32 silver and 50 cooper. Roken, possessing 65 gold, 32 silver, and 63 cooper, readily agreed to the terms. Upon signing the contract, a system message appeared, informing him that he had become a big spender in the real estate market, granting him a 0.05% discount on future commissions. His remaining funds were reduced to 13 cooper. Roken, elated by his new status and the implication of his wealth, excitedly declared himself rich. He pondered whether to inflate the prices of his future real estate ventures. However, he quickly dismissed the idea, deciding to at least triple the prices, considering the current inflation rate. Meanwhile, 2 other guild members discussed the need for guild houses. One explained that a guild house serves to protect their guild stone and showcase the guild's power, emphasizing that they wouldn't settle for anything less than a substantial residence. Roken, a young man with striking teal hair and a scar across his cheek, stood confidently in a grand hall. He held a piece of parchment in his hand, a smirk playing on his lips as he declared his intention to attend to some business. He then decided to take on some extra quests and go hunting. The scene shifted to a dense, shadowy forest, the air thick with anticipation. Roken moved with surprising speed and agility through the undergrowth, his movements a blur as he wielded a set of 4 axes with deadly precision. He reflected on his past life, remembering that the lizardman habitat was once a popular hunting ground. However, he noted that it wasn't there yet. A lizardman's silhouette appeared in the background, confirming his suspicions. It made sense, given the game's timeline. Roken also mentioned that he hadn't ventured into this area until he had leveled up considerably. The final panel shows a glimpse of a pink boot, suggesting Roken is ready to begin his hunt. Roken, a formidable figure with teal hair and a determined expression, stood amidst a dense forest, his back to the viewer. He wielded a large battle axe, his posture suggesting readiness for combat. A faint mist swirling around him. He looked up, a slight grimace on his face, as if anticipating an imminent threat. Suddenly, a digital interface appeared, displaying a war cry notification, followed by a fierce image of a monstrous creature. Roken braced himself, preparing for battle. With a powerful roar, Roken charged forward, his axe gleaming under the dim light of the forest. The impact of his attack creating a shockwave that sent debris flying. He clashed with a monstrous, bipedal creature, its form vaguely reptilian, with glowing red eyes. The battle was intense and brutal. The creature retaliated with a powerful swipe, sending Roken reeling back. Roken, slightly injured but undeterred, landed heavily on the forest floor. He muttered to himself, "Great, two guys aggroed." He then smirked, a predatory glint in his eyes, and shouted, "Come." The scene opens with a dynamic close-up of a powerful weapon, a massive axe, cleaving through the air with immense force. The weapon wielded by Roken, a former SSS ranker, whose smirk reveals a hint of ruthless efficiency as he effortlessly maneuvers through combat against a hulking, demonic foe. A sudden close-up on Roken's face shows a glint of steel reflecting in his eyes as a blade approaches dangerously close. But with a swift, almost imperceptible movement, he dodges the attack, his expression twisting into a predatory grin as he counters with a devastating blow. The word strike flashes across the panel, emphasizing the impact of his counterattack. The force of Roken's strike sends shockwaves through the air, connecting with his opponent, a monstrous lizard-like creature, with brutal precision. A damage indicator appears, showcasing the effectiveness of his attack. Roken continues his relentless assault, his movements a blur of deadly precision as he delivers a series of devastating blows that leave the creature reeling and battered. With a final, powerful swing, Roken sends the creature flying back, leaving it stunned and vulnerable. The scene shifts to a close-up of another character, a man with gray hair and piercing golden eyes, who watches the fight with a calculating smirk. The final panel shows Roken, mid-air, preparing for another attack, as the gray-haired man's smirk widens, hinting at a complex relationship between the two. The scene opens with a blur of motion, a whirlwind of dust and debris obscuring the details of the fight. A powerful impact reverberates through the air, as Roken, a former SSS-class ranker, finds himself on the receiving end of a brutal attack. A massive, hulking figure, his opponent, delivers a swift blow, the force of which sends Roken reeling, the impact sending shockwaves through his body. His attacker's immense strength is evident in the sheer power of the blow. But Roken, despite the ferocity of the attack, remains defiant. He grits his teeth, his eyes blazing with determination as he counters with a swift strike. "Too slow," he declares, his voice filled with a mixture of anger and confidence. Following up with a powerful shoulder charge. His opponent is clearly taken aback by the unexpected counterattack, the force of the collision sending both combatants sprawling. The impact throws Roken off balance, but he manages to regain his footing quickly, his movements fluid and precise despite the jarring impact. His opponent, however, is momentarily stunned, giving Roken the opening he needs. The large, reptilian figure, his opponent, is visibly shaken, sweat beading on his brow as he struggles to catch his breath. And Roken takes advantage, delivering a final, decisive blow. "I haven't learned this skill yet, but it should hurt quite a bit," he muses, a hint of satisfaction in his voice. The final panel shows Roken standing victorious, a sinister grin hidden behind his mask, as he prepares for whatever comes next. A powerful blow landed, sending tremors through Roken's body. Despite the searing pain, a voice echoed in his mind, a defiant refusal to succumb. He would not die yet. With a surge of adrenaline, Roken countered, his movements a blur of calculated precision. A desperate gamble for survival. He had to find a way out. His eyes narrowed, a cunning glint appearing. A plan formed in his mind. A chance to gain a valuable item. He would sever the lizardman's tail while it was still alive. With a mighty swing, he cleaved the tail from the lizardman's body. Two identical items materialized in his inventory. He grinned, already anticipating the next step in his plan. This was a lucrative quest. The quest details appeared before him, confirming the high reward for the lizardman's tail. This was a highly profitable venture. A curious question hanging in the air. What were they doing? From the shadows of a dark forest, a voice boomed. "Let's have some proper play, lizard bastards," it declared, the speaker's identity still hidden. Two reptilian figures, their bodies powerful and scaled, stood poised, their attention fixed on something unseen. Suddenly, a blur of motion. A figure, clad in dark red, launched a swift attack against a man wielding a large axe. The battle had begun. The axe-wielding man, his face partially obscured by a dark hood, watched the unfolding fight with a grim determination. His eyes narrowed, a silent calculation forming in his mind. As the battle intensified, culminating in a powerful explosion of energy. A shockwave tearing through the forest, leaving behind a scene of devastation. The reptilian creature lay defeated, its body smoking and broken. As the dust settled, a system notification appeared: you have leveled up. Roken, a former SSS class ranker in the VR game Return of the SSS class ranker, stood amidst the chaos, his massive axe gleaming. He muttered to himself, a grim satisfaction in his tone. A cold sweat beaded on his brow as he watched his opponent, a surprised look etched on their face. The opponent's eyes widened in disbelief. A scene unfolded before him, a carefully laid trap springing into action. Roken had anticipated this moment, setting the stage for his revenge. A fury in his eyes intensified as he watched his enemies fall into his trap. His expression was one of cold determination. A triumphant grin spread across Roken's face as he silently observed the unfolding events. He thought to himself, "They've fallen for my trap." His plan was working perfectly. He had anticipated their every move. "They've been watching me all this time, have they come out because they think I'll be tired by now?" He questioned their motives, a hint of doubt creeping into his mind. Is he the one? The one that won in a 1 versus 3? The newcomer's words hinted at Roken's legendary past. Roken's opponents, weakened and surprised, watched as the new arrival approached. A look of shock crossed Roken's face. Seeing that he is defeating Forest Lizard Man. The narration box revealed the newcomer's observation, adding another layer of complexity to the unfolding events. Roken, the former SSS class ranker, stood amidst his guild, a grim determination etched on his face. His rivals, a coalition of powerful warriors, watched him with a mixture of apprehension and disdain. They muttered amongst themselves, their words conveying a sense of unease. Even amongst such a formidable group, they sensed a hidden strength in Roken. Suddenly, a ferocious roar shattered the tense silence. The attack began. The combined might of Roken's enemies descended upon him, a whirlwind of spells and steel. He was outnumbered, outmatched, yet he stood firm. A monstrous creature emerged from the shadows, its jaws snapping shut with terrifying force. Roken, despite the overwhelming odds, met the onslaught with a fierce counterattack. He swung his axe with brutal efficiency, cleaving through the monstrous beast's defenses. A surge of energy enveloped him, transforming his appearance and enhancing his power. Leaving his opponents stunned and speechless. One of them, a woman in a purple robe, could only gasp in disbelief. Another member of the group, a young man with dark hair, whispered his astonishment at the sudden shift in power. His energy, it was unlike anything they had ever witnessed. A third warrior, his face obscured by shadow, observed Roken's transformation with a calculating gaze. He noted the lack of reinforcements nearby. Suddenly, another figure appeared, casually greeting Roken. The unexpected arrival added another layer of complexity to the already volatile situation. A menacing figure, his face contorted in a sneer, loomed over his opponent. "You're ready to die, right?" he hissed, the words dripping with malice. The air thick with the promise of violence. The words Odin's minion hung heavy in the silence that followed. His opponent, a young man with a calm, almost unsettling smile, responded, "I don't know what you're talking about, but..." He continued, a glint of defiance in his eyes, "You, by chance were you killed by us before?" The minion smirked, a cruel glint in his eyes. "It's better that way, since then you won't run off like a coward." He promised, "I'll give you such a good beating that you will never dream again." Suddenly, the young man's expression shifted. "We finally meet again," he murmured, a chilling intensity in his voice. The name Ragnarok echoed in the silence. A surge of power emanating from him. His eyes blazed with a fierce determination. Ragnarok, a formidable figure with teal hair and a prominent scar across his face, reclined casually. A smirk played on his lips as he muttered, "We finally meet again." Another individual, clad in dark attire, watched from a distance. He expressed his preference for this approach, stating that it would prevent them from wasting energy pursuing Ragnarok. He observed that Ragnarok seemed oblivious to their presence. The scene shifted to reveal a group of imposing figures, their presence radiating power and menace. Among them, a large, muscular man stood out, his imposing stature dwarfing the others. One of the figures, a man in ornate golden armor, stepped forward, a cruel smile spreading across his face. Confidently declaring his intention to teach Ragnarok a good lesson. Observing the scene, a hooded figure with glowing red eyes noted the emblems on the opposing team's attire. The panel closes with a close-up of the Blood Chaser Guild emblem, a menacing symbol that foreshadows conflict. Roken, the former SSS ranker, found himself once again the target of a coordinated attack. He deduced that the three figures hunting him belonged to the same guild, a fact that fueled his burning desire for revenge. A grim smile spreading across his face as he mused on the sheer audacity of their actions. He felt a strange sense of honor in being considered such a significant threat. The sheer number of opponents sent to deal with him was staggering. Roken pondered the resources this guild must command to deploy such a force against a single individual. His gaze falling upon the leader of the group, a man clad in ornate golden armor, his expression one of cold calculation and ruthless ambition. The armored leader spoke, his voice dripping with menace. Their mission was clear: eliminate anyone who stood in their way. Another member of the guild, a man in a white coat, agreed wholeheartedly. He expressed a complete disregard for anyone who dared to obstruct their plans. Roken, undeterred, declared his intention to destroy their entire guild, a bold proclamation that echoed his unwavering resolve. The armored leader scoffed, dismissing Roken's threat as mere bravado, a bluff from a desperate man. The leader pointed out that such boasts are typically reserved for after a victory, not before. As the battle commenced, a flurry of attacks and counterattacks filled the air. The clash of steel and magic created a whirlwind of destruction. The scene opens with a close-up of a sword, its blade gleaming, held firmly in a hand. The intensity of the moment is palpable. This is no ordinary weapon. A flash of light erupts as the sword arcs through the air, leaving a fiery trail in its wake. A figure is sent flying backward, the force of the blow evident in their trajectory. The dust settles, revealing Roken, the former SSS ranker. His expression is one of grim determination, a faint scar marring his cheekbone. He is clearly a formidable warrior. He observes his surroundings with a calculating gaze. A thought crosses his mind: is that so? A sudden, muffled sound echoes from below. Something is moving in the shadows. A figure emerges from the darkness, wielding a heavy weapon. The impact is brutal, a sickening crunch follows as the blow lands. Roken leaps back, narrowly avoiding a devastating blow. The attacker is relentless, their movements swift and powerful. Roken prepares for a counterattack, his eyes blazing with intensity. A surge of energy emanates from him. A ground trembles as he unleashes a devastating attack, sending shockwaves rippling outwards. The resulting explosion throws debris into the air, obscuring the scene. When the dust settles, a shadowy figure is seen fleeing into the darkness. The camera focuses on Roken, the former SSS ranker, from a low angle, emphasizing his imposing figure. His expression is unreadable, but his posture suggests a tense readiness. He moved with impossible speed, a blur of motion as he effortlessly dodged and countered his opponent's attacks. The sheer force of his strikes sent debris flying, showcasing his overwhelming power. The dust settled, revealing Roken standing victorious over his fallen foes. One of his opponents, a man in ornate armor, spoke, his voice laced with grudging admiration: "You're better than I expected. I can believe that you single-handedly defeated the trio." Another opponent, his face contorted in pain and anger, lunged at Roken, flames erupting from his mouth in a furious attack. The intensity of the moment was palpable. Roken easily deflected the fiery assault, his eyes narrowed in disdain. He muttered to himself, "But this kind of brainless axe swinging." He activated a skill, a purple diamond-shaped icon flashing briefly before a powerful energy surged from him. Unleashing a devastating flame burst that engulfed his opponents in a torrent of fire. The sheer power of the attack was breathtaking. The text flame burst appeared dramatically across the panel, highlighting the skill's name. A status box appeared, revealing his level, 41, and class, Magic Swordsman. He continued, "This is the power of the current meta, Magic Swordsman." As the scene shifts, Roken prepares for another attack, stating, "Although, I doubt you'll be able to hear what I'm saying right now." Roken, a former SSS class ranker in the VR game, found himself in a desperate battle. He unleashed a furious attack. But his opponent, a figure clad in gleaming armor, deflected the blow with ease. A look of disbelief washed over Roken's face. The impact sent shockwaves through the virtual world, but Roken's attacks seemed to have no effect. Roken's eyes widened in shock. "My attacks didn't go through," he thought, his disbelief growing. He gritted his teeth, a surge of determination hardening his resolve. "I'll just use something one level more powerful," he vowed, activating a more potent ability. A blinding explosion erupted from Roken, a wave of intense energy engulfing his opponent. But even this devastating attack proved insufficient. The armored figure remained standing, seemingly unscathed. Roken stumbled back, his body battered and bruised. The force of the explosion sent him sprawling across the ground, leaving him vulnerable and exposed. He continued, "Well, you were always this kind of person." Roken, the former SSS ranker, stood defiant amidst the wreckage of his virtual reality world. His face, contorted in a grimace, reflected the scorn he'd endured from his rivals. They mocked his achievements, claiming his strength was merely a matter of slightly higher stats than theirs. Calling him flashy and superficial, implying his mastery of magic and swordsmanship was nothing more than a facade. Their taunts stung, but Roken remained resolute. He was challenged to prove his true skill, his opponents questioning if he possessed any other abilities beyond his flashy displays. Igniting a surge of fiery energy within him, he roared a defiant retort, warning them not to underestimate him. With a burst of flames, Roken launched a counterattack, his power overwhelming his sneering opponents. He moved with the speed and precision only an SSS ranker could muster. His movements a blur of controlled fury as he unleashed a devastating assault, leaving one of his attackers engulfed in flames and incapacitated. Another opponent tried to intervene, but Roken was too quick, his movements precise and deadly. He effortlessly countered the attack, his superior skill and experience from his past life giving him a decisive advantage. He realized that he could see through his opponent's attacks because of his past encounters with them. With a final, powerful blow, Roken swiftly defeated his opponent, proving that his strength was far more substantial than mere flashy displays. He dismissed his opponent's earlier boasts as mere empty words. A digital interface flickered, showcasing a distorted image of a figure engulfed in a blinding light. The word crash echoed across the screen, suggesting a sudden and violent disruption. Roken, a former SSS ranker with a determined expression, braced himself against an incoming attack. His body was battered, but his eyes burned with defiance as he prepared to counter his opponent's blow. His opponent, a figure clad in ornate armor, landed a blow, shouting "quack" in triumph. He then sneered, calling Roken a dumbass. The armored figure continued his taunts, sneering that Roken thought he was superior, but was merely a big fish in a small pond. Enraged, Roken unleashed a furious roar, "Uaaah," as fiery energy erupted from him. His eyes glowed with a fierce intensity as he prepared to unleash his full power. The armored figure, impressed despite himself, admitted that Roken's skills matched his boasts. However, he wasn't finished. He unleashed another devastating attack, a torrent of flames. The flames surged towards Roken, a wall of fire that threatened to consume him. His opponent challenged him to withstand this ultimate test. The final panel shows the armored figure unleashing his ultimate skill, Flames Incinerate, a devastating display of power. Roken, the former SSS ranker, watched in disbelief as a mid-grade flame-type skill, Incinerate, erupted from his fingertips. A skill he hadn't even known he possessed. He wondered, in a flash of internal realization, just how much time he had actually spent playing this game. His opponent, a figure cloaked in golden armor, let out a cruel laugh. He taunted Roken, boasting that he'd never seen anything like this before. The golden-armored warrior unleashed a furious attack, a whirlwind of fiery energy aimed at obliterating Roken. But Roken, with surprising speed and skill, deflected the blow, countering with a swift, precise strike of his own. The clash of their attacks sent shockwaves through the virtual world, a fiery explosion engulfing both combatants. When the dust settled, the golden-armored warrior stood triumphant, sneering at his defeated foe. He declared that not even Roken's ashes would remain. Roken, however, felt a surge of defiance. He silently vowed revenge, his eyes burning with a fierce determination. Roken, clad in gleaming white armor, launched a fierce counterattack. His blade, a blur of motion, sliced through the air, leaving a trail of fiery sparks in its wake. The force of his strike sending his opponent sprawling to the ground, engulfed in flames. His attacker, a figure cloaked in tattered red robes, could only stare in disbelief. This is impossible," he gasped, a mere level 35 surviving against mid-grade flame magic? Rage contorted his features. Bullshit. This is a bug. He must be hacking. You bastard. Roken's eyes narrowed, a cold fury radiating from him. How dare you play around with me? A holographic interface flickered to life, displaying a skill icon, Strike. With a roar, Roken unleashed a devastating blow, the impact sending his opponent reeling backward. Dumbass, I told you, you're just weak. The attacker, his face contorted in agony, let out a scream, as Roken's attack culminated in a massive explosion of energy. A blurry motion, a cascade of rocks and water, suggested a chaotic struggle. The scene was indistinct, leaving the details of the fight shrouded in a whirlwind of motion. Only the dust settling to reveal a pair of legs, battered and bruised, amidst the debris. A pained grunt escaped the unseen figure. A man with short, dark blue hair, his face etched with exhaustion, clutched a mask. He panted, "I barely won thanks to this mask. I almost died out here." He surveyed his surroundings, a grim satisfaction in his eyes. "Oh ho, the loot is pretty good this time as well." The man, still breathing heavily, stood over a glowing book and sword. He muttered, "Damn PK bastards, they probably went around stealing everyone's items." A flashback showed a fierce battle against a large, shadowy figure. He thought, to be honest, he almost had me at the end. I didn't expect him to be able to use mid-grade magic. The man's thoughts drifted to a past life. He recalled, well, in my last life, it was considered dangerous for users to go hunt monsters if these guys were roaming around. A sketch showed two figures, a man and a woman, surrounded by shadowy figures. He continued his internal monologue, I guess they were the same this life as well. To oppose them, normal users grouped up against them and brought them to the brink of disbandment. The sketch shifted to show the two figures being attacked. He realized, now that I think about it, the ones that attacked them were the MP Guild, and they became famous thanks to that. The man grinned, a mischievous glint in his eyes. But this time, it's different. Roken, the former SSS ranker, reflected on his situation. He mused that the MP Guild likely couldn't afford to take any further action against him right now. But he needed to eliminate the Pikers before they became too much of a threat. He even considered going after the PKR title as well. A thoughtful expression crossed Roken's face as he weighed his options. He was clearly strategizing his next move. Suddenly, Roken found himself in a fierce battle. He was clearly outnumbered and outmatched. Surrounded by several opponents wielding powerful weapons. The fight was intense and brutal. One of Roken's attackers landed a blow, leaving him reeling. His opponent was clearly stronger than he anticipated. Despite the surprise attack, Roken fought back with ferocity, his movements a blur of motion. His skill and experience shining through even in this desperate situation. He managed to land a powerful counterattack. More enemies appeared, confirming that he had stumbled into an ambush. One of them sneered, "You found the right place." Roken, his eyes blazing with fury, challenged his attackers. "You're here as backup, right? So what are you all doing? Come at me together, bastards." Roken, a former SSS class ranker in the VR game, found himself overwhelmed. He was surrounded, outnumbered, and brutally attacked by a group of his rivals. A vicious blow landed, sending him reeling. The impact echoing with a sickening quack, as pain shot through his body. His vision blurred, but through the haze, Roken saw their sneering faces. The chilling words, 15 against 1, hung in the air, a testament to his desperate situation. A surge of rage and defiance ignited within him. Suddenly, a blinding light engulfed him, and a disorienting twist of space and time sent him hurtling through a vortex. He landed back in reality, but it was a reality before the game's launch. A cruel smile stretched across Roken's face. He had a second chance. This time, however, the odds were slightly better, he mused. This time, it's 9 against 1. He watched as his enemies, unaware of his return, prepared for their attack. A scene unfolding before him like a replay, but this time, he was ready to rewrite the ending. Roken, a former SSS class ranker in the Vermork, found himself plummeting through the digital space, a whirlwind of purple energy surrounding him. His descent punctuated by the flashing image of his guild's emblem, a crimson diamond emblazoned with a stylized sun, a stark reminder of his past glory and current humiliation. He landed hard, the impact jarring him back to reality. He was surrounded by a group of archers, their arrows already knocked and aimed at him. The word guide shot appeared above their heads, indicating a coordinated attack. But Roken reacted instantly, dodging the barrage with impossible speed and precision. The arrows whizzed past, leaving trails of light in their wake. The archers watched in disbelief as their perfectly aimed shots missed their target. One of them muttered, "Just how did he block them?" Their guided arrows with 100% accuracy. Roken, his face a mask of grim determination, looked up at his attackers. Another archer exclaimed, "Is he hacking or something?" He scoffed, "Those numbskulls don't even understand their own skills. Do they not know that it's considered a hit even if it's blocked?" With a burst of speed, Roken launched a counterattack, leaving a trail of destruction in his wake. The word dash appeared, signifying his incredible speed. A blinding flash of emerald light erupted from a strange, crystalline structure, its energy coursing through the air. The shockwave throwing Roken, a powerfully built man with teal hair, violently to the ground. He coughed up blood, his eyes burning with a fierce intensity. A complex grid of light filled his vision as he felt a surge of power. His level in the game dramatically increased. He stood, battered but unbowed, a grim determination etched on his face. A voice, laced with anger, cut through the air. "You fucker, I'll make sure to report you." Roken, his expression hardening, retorted, "I'm getting tired of being called a hacker." He scoffed, "Report me all you want. It's time for a fun looting session." With a predatory grin, he moved towards his fallen opponents, gathering their loot with ruthless efficiency. His gaze hardened, a cold glint in his eyes. The fight, and the accusations, had only fueled his resolve. A cloaked figure, their face obscured by shadow, stood amidst a swirling vortex of blue energy. The faint outline of blue hair peeked from beneath the hood. The item description revealed itself, a rare cloak of stealth, offering concealment but with low defense. Its stats were displayed, defense 30, durability 235 to 300, dexterity plus 10, and the ability to activate stealth with 50 mana. Roken, a former SSS ranker, his face scarred and grim, surveyed the scene. He muttered to himself, deeming the discovery of the cloak of stealth a stroke of luck. He questioned the audacity of those who carried such a powerful item so openly, wondering if they truly believed they could survive with so many enemies. He mused on the sheer number of powerful items in the game world, and with a wry smile, thanked his own foolishness for leading him to this unexpected boon. Roken's expression hardened. A surge of energy emanated from him. A powerful aura radiating outwards as he prepared for action. He noted that his pursuers weren't giving him a moment's rest. He decided to test his new acquisition. A brilliant flash of light erupted, obscuring the scene, leaving only streaks of light in its wake. Two figures, one in golden armor and the other in dark attire, appeared, seemingly unaffected by the blast. A figure, cloaked in shadow, stood amidst a swirling vortex of energy. He questioned himself, is this it? The answer came in a hushed tone, yes, it is, but it seems that he has already run away. The figure, now revealed to be a powerfully built warrior in gleaming armor and a crimson cape, watched the fleeing form disappear into the distance. A sense of urgency hung in the air. Two other figures, observing from a distance, commented on the scene. One of them remarked, wow, they really spent a fortune on this game. But a doubt lingered, but are you sure he's a hacker? The first figure responded with certainty, yes, he is without a doubt. The first figure concluded, we've put in a report for now. One of the observers asked, what did you say his name was? The other replied, it was Roken. Someone from our guard team used to tech before he died to find out. A close-up on the warrior's face showed a look of intense focus. Meanwhile, the second observer, gazing at the fleeing warrior's cape, muttered, that emblem. I feel like I've seen it before. A group of individuals, their faces obscured, plotted their next move. They decided that simply reporting Roken's actions wouldn't suffice, they needed to take more decisive action. They resolved to find him immediately, employing any means necessary to reclaim the cloak of stealth. The intensity of their determination was palpable, they were willing to resort to threats or even violence. Elsewhere, a man in golden armor, his face partially obscured by his hand, pondered aloud. He questioned why the woman carrying the cloak of stealth had chosen to carry it with her. He speculated that the woman might be the cloak's owner's girlfriend or someone close to him. However, based on the man's observations of the couple's interactions, he doubted their relationship would last long. The conversation then shifted to the items dropped by the hunter group. Two men, one in dark red and the other in yellow armor, discussed the situation. The man in red suggested they needed to use the dropped items, perhaps as weapons. Another man, his face contorted in anger, muttered about the incompetence of others. He lamented the difficult circumstances he found himself in, complicated by his attempts to acquire a secret dungeon. A second individual, seemingly surprised, questioned the mention of a secret dungeon. The scene shifted to reveal the emblem of the MP Guild. Roken, clad in ornate golden armor, stood amidst a dark forest, his expression unreadable. Beside him, a cloaked figure watched intently. The words of the cloaked figure echoed in the air, the guild that's always acting like the beacon of justice, they're actually behind the PK Guild, Blood Chaser? Roken's companion, equally shrouded in shadow, voiced his astonishment, wow, does that mean the MP Guild taking down the Blood Chaser Guild and its users, was all an act? The focus shifted to Roken, highlighting his powerful physique beneath his armor. A sense of grim determination emanated from him. As he recalled a past event. The image blurred, suggesting a fragmented memory. Roken's inner voice revealed a piece of the puzzle, when I was working with the MP Guild to attack the Blood Chaser Guild. A flashback showed two members of the Blood Chaser Guild, their expressions suggesting a calculated strategy. Roken's thoughts continued, the guys from Blood Chaser who joined the MP Guild after admitting their wrongdoings, were actually just acting according to a plan? The flashback continued, showing a symbol that seemed to connect the two guilds. Roken reflected, now that I think about it, things did seem a bit odd back then. The scene shifted back to the present, showing Roken's companions. He continued his internal monologue, piecing together the deception, seeing how they attacked me when I was still under the side effects of Berserk, the MP Guild must have given them information about me. A burst of energy erupted from a figure in the distance, revealing another player. He laughed, a chilling sound, ha, is that so? The focus returned to Roken, his face now a mask of cold determination. He resolved, I should strengthen my body a bit. A colossal great forest lizardman warrior, level 75, emerged, its reptilian features contorted in a ferocious snarl. Roken, the protagonist, stood before the monstrous creature, his back to the viewer, a grim determination etched on his face. Readying himself for battle. The lizardman lunged, its massive claws extended. Roken met the attack with a flurry of strikes, his movements a blur of motion. A whirlwind of power that sent sparks flying as he clashed with the beast. The battle raged, a brutal dance of skill and ferocity. Roken's level increased. Exhausted but triumphant, Roken stood over his fallen foes. A message appeared, he had defeated 100 enemies stronger than himself without rest, an incredible feat. He had earned the unique title, Endless Challenge, the first player to ever achieve this distinction. His berserk mode deactivated, leaving him panting and heavily wounded, but victorious. A final message appeared, describing the endless challenge title and its significance, a testament to his unwavering perseverance. The game's interface displayed the effects of Roken's actions. Each enemy slain restored 1% of his health, and consecutive battles within a short timeframe increased the critical hit chance, stacking up to 10 times. He had faced a tough battle, but Roken had ultimately triumphed over the formidable warrior, achieving his goals sooner than anticipated. A system message announced that Roken had reached level 50, unlocking the ability to choose a second job. He was instructed to visit the nearest city to make his selection. Another system message detailed the benefits of selecting a second job: access to a wide array of new skills. A significant milestone. He reflected on the extraordinary speed of his progress. It typically took over a month to reach level 30. The word return appeared, signifying a significant event. A surge of blue energy enveloped Roken. He commented on the convenience of the return scrolls. He paused, a thoughtful expression on his face. Roken, a powerfully built man with teal hair and a determined expression, stood defiantly amidst a group of menacing figures. His body bore the marks of a recent struggle, adding to his imposing presence. He was surrounded by a guild of hostile players, their faces grim and their eyes burning with malice. A wave of disorientation washed over him. What's this? He wondered, his internal monologue reflecting his confusion as he found himself inexplicably transported to a different time. The scene shifted, revealing a different group of hostile players. Would you look at these guys, he thought, a smirk playing on his lips as he recognized his adversaries. This was his chance for revenge. He noted their positions, a subtle shift in his expression indicating a plan forming in his mind. It seems that they were waiting for me in the plaza. All this time because they weren't able to find me, he mused, a glint of triumph in his eyes. The focus shifted to one of Roken's opponents, a man with long earrings, his mouth agape in surprise. His expression conveyed a mixture of shock and disbelief. Another opponent, a man with a scarred face, sneered at Roken. The tension between them was palpable. Roken, unfazed, responded with a casual, "Sorry, I'm a little busy right now," his tone dripping with arrogance. The scene shifted again, showing Roken's opponents reacting to his words. Their expressions shifted from surprise to anger. One of them, a man with a stern expression and intense eyes, spoke, his voice laced with disbelief. "What?" Another opponent, his face partially obscured, stated firmly, "I said we need to talk." The stage was set for a confrontation. A tense scene unfolds. A man in ornate armor, his face partially obscured, addresses another figure whose features are only partially visible. He urges the other, "Come with me before I do something drastic?" The second figure, his eyes narrowed, responds with a single, questioning word, The scene shifts to a group of onlookers observing the armored man. One of them whispers, "Is he insane? He's looking through his status window right now." The armored man, seemingly unfazed, smirks and says, "I'll show you something cool." With a sudden, dramatic flourish, he shouts, "Security!" And a powerful energy erupts from him, sending those around him reeling. The energy coalesces into the form of a towering, armored figure with glowing red eyes, followed by several more identical figures, all clad in heavy, imposing armor. One of the onlookers gasps in shock. Another onlooker whispers in disbelief, What is this? Security NPCs?" The armored man and his group are surrounded. One of them states grimly, "We've been suddenly surrounded." A player, his face obscured by shadow, stared in disbelief at the scene before him. He questioned aloud, "This kind of thing exists?" He continued his internal monologue, explaining that normally, player killers, pikers, aren't allowed to roam freely within the city due to the presence of gatekeeper NPCs designed to prevent them from entering. The player observed two pikers, noting that they likely used return scrolls or a back door to infiltrate the city. However, he mused that they probably never guessed there would be such tight security. Suddenly, a confrontation erupted. The player, revealing himself to be a powerful figure, scornfully addressed the two pikers, calling them dumbass and berating them for their naivete and thinking they could get away with their actions inside the city. He condemned their actions as evil and shameless. One of the pikers, his face contorted in a mixture of shock and anger, glared at the player, calling him a cunning bastard. The ensuing fight began with a swift attack from the piker, who lunged at the player, shouting "Die!" The player countered with a powerful blow, sending the piker reeling back with a pained cry of "Kuhek!" The other piker, witnessing his companion's defeat, challenged the player, asking, "Who are you calling cunning?" The player, displaying his level 99 status, stood victorious over the defeated pikers. Roken, his back to the viewer, stood defiantly amidst the chaos. His powerful physique, marred by several wounds, spoke of a recent struggle. He spat out his contempt, "You guys are the trash who gang up on people to steal." He roared, "All right. Security! Please carry out justice." A figure in dark, armored clothing moved with surprising speed, intervening in the conflict. The armored figure struck with brutal efficiency, sending Roken sprawling. A sharp crack echoed as something broke. Roken hissed, "A run!" As the dust settled, Roken glared at his attackers, a cruel smirk playing on his lips. He stated, "If you want to retrieve the items you've dropped until now, you'll have to keep an eye out for them in the auction." A figure, cloaked in mysterious, meticulously arranged several items before a glowing interface. He declared, "Yes, then I will register these items at the auction." The screen confirmed the successful registration. "You have completed your auction registration." A jovial merchant beamed, thanking the cloaked figure for their business. He commented on the sheer volume of items, noting that it made registration quite a task. The cloaked figure smirked, a glint in their hidden eyes. He mused that the items were expensive enough to cause trouble for those who acquired them. He confidently stated, "So I'm sure it'll give them some trouble." Elsewhere, a young man with short, dark hair reviewed guild recruitment posts on a screen. One post advertised, "Lionheart, the Lionheart Guild has a 2-story house in Moonglow and is recruiting guild members." Another post read, "Mobley, the Jungle Book Guild is recruiting members. We have a 3-story house in Ceres." He pondered this information, a thoughtful escaping his lips. As expected, he concluded, they were using their houses to attract new members. A group of people, mostly young, listened intently as a speaker explained the significance of guild houses in the game. The speaker emphasized that owning a house was a clear indicator of a guild's power and influence. The lack of recruitment posts from Kton, a city known for its high-quality houses, was noted. This was followed by a recruitment announcement from the Kingdom of the Winds Guild, based in Kton. The Kingdom of the Winds Guild already had 20 members, and the speaker highlighted the limited number of private rooms available. This scarcity was attributed to the natural desire of players to join the best guilds. A figure, obscured by shadow, began a transaction. Selling houses. The transaction details were displayed on screen. The seller, identified as Krypton, announced an upcoming auction for multiple 3- and 2-story houses, offering long-term loans to guilds. A man with teal hair and a scar smirked, questioning the veracity of the situation. He mused that normally, such an action would brand him a scammer. However, he anticipated a change in perception once it became known that a guild had successfully purchased one of the houses. 2 figures, one in armor and the other in darker attire, addressed a crowd. The armored figure held a document. The teal-haired man's eyes narrowed, his expression intense. 2 individuals discussed the recent acquisition of Skeleton Knight equipment sets by a player. One confirmed that the sets were unlocked after the player posted about a secret dungeon transaction, while the other expressed surprise at the speed with which the player seemed to be accumulating in-game wealth, noting the sheer number of houses he had acquired. He admitted to being caught off guard by this rapid success. A man, identified only as Krypton, mused that his use of a fake name might be the reason for his unexpected success. Meanwhile, a message appeared on a screen, showing that the MP Guild was inquiring about the availability of a 3-story house. Another message followed, this time from the Blood Chaser Guild, also seeking information about available properties. Krypton noted that both guilds were contacting him. A sinister smile spread across Krypton's face as he anticipated the events of the following week, finding amusement in the situation. Krypton concluded that all that remained was to take action. A gloved hand reached out, suggesting an imminent action. A figure approached a building, asking if anyone was there. Inside, a thought bubble revealed that regardless of whether it was Kton or Trinsic, the Berserker Guild was involved. The scene opens with 2 figures in what seems to be a dimly lit room. One, a powerfully built man with short, light blue hair, stands with his arms akimbo, a confident smirk playing on his lips. The other, taller and more slender, with dark hair, looks at him with a questioning expression. "What brings you here?" the dark-haired man asks, his tone suggesting a hint of suspicion. The dark-haired man leans back, a thoughtful expression on his face. He replies, "I'm here for a job advancement." A beat of silence hangs in the air before the blue-haired man responds, a mixture of surprise and skepticism evident in his tone. "Job advancement, huh?" Suddenly, the scene shifts. The blue-haired man is shown from a different angle, his face contorted in pain. A question mark floats above him as he clutches his side. Below, the dark-haired man's face is filled with concern. "It's far too early for you to give up your life." The blue-haired man interrupts, his voice laced with frustration and anger. "Fuck, I was wondering what you were going to say." The dark-haired man's expression hardens. "Just shut up and give me the documents. I'm going to do my second job advancement." The blue-haired man stares at him, disbelief etched on his face. "You're serious, aren't you?" The dark-haired man's voice takes on a serious tone. "Listen carefully. You must have your heart set on this. You've already had a job advancement, but once you make a choice, there's no going back. He continues, explaining the consequences of the dark-haired man's decision. If you choose the same job as your first, your skills and abilities may be enhanced, but you won't be able to have a wide variety of skills. The dark-haired man smiles, a knowing glint in his eyes. This means that you aren't able to use the advantages of a variety of skills to their full potential. Are you still interested in advancing with the same job? The game's tutorial explained that a second job advancement wasn't merely an extension of the first, but a completely separate path. Several job advancement options were displayed, each represented by a unique icon and glowing with an ethereal light, indicating the diverse career paths available to players. Roken, a former SSS ranker, smirked, a predatory gleam in his eyes. The tutorial continued, explaining that some jobs could only be obtained by going to specific locations or completing unique actions. Two figures, clad in dark and light armor respectively, stood side by side, their expressions grim. The narrator's voiceover emphasized that every job had its advantages and disadvantages, ultimately making skill the deciding factor in success. Roken, having understood the system, confidently requested the necessary documents. A jovial, overweight man, likely an official, chuckled, amused by Roken's decisiveness. He commented that sometimes, individuals like Roken, with their unique approach, were exactly what they needed. With a flourish, the official stamped the documents, officially granting Roken the Berserker job class. A digital interface flickered, showcasing a selection of weapons. A glowing, ornate icon of an axe and mace dominated the center. As a muscular man with short, gray hair and a confident smirk addressed the player, he stated that, having advanced to a new job, he would provide the necessary equipment. The camera panned to a table laden with weaponry. A dangerous-looking mace and a pair of sturdy lizardman leather pauldrons were prominently displayed. And the man gestured towards them, offering a simple take your pick. The man examined the items closely. The blade of the Crimson Ghost and the dangerous mace were highlighted in text boxes. He mused that, unfortunately, there was no axe among the options, but that the mace looked quite appealing. Another man, with long dark hair and a confident grin, appeared, observing the selection process. He commented that the player's choice was quite unusual for what people typically select as their first weapon. The gray-haired man chose the lizardman pauldrons. A message confirmed that he had obtained the sturdy lizardman's leather pauldrons. He explained that while he already possessed numerous weapons, pauldrons were exceptionally difficult to acquire. A detailed description of the pauldrons appeared: sturdy lizardman's leather pauldrons, rank, superior. They offered high defense and durability, and were modifiable. The gray-haired man noted this final detail with satisfaction. In a dimly lit office, Roken, a powerfully built man with short, gray hair and a determined expression, stood defiantly before a group of burly figures. He demanded to see the second job skill books. Roken's face showed a flicker of surprise as one of the figures nervously agreed to comply. A question mark floated above his head, hinting at his suspicion. The figure, retrieving the books, explained that he didn't have any money because the items he'd put up for auction hadn't yet sold. Roken reacted with a questioning expression, surprised by this sudden development. Roken, his eyes glowing with a newfound intensity, simply stated, "Too bad." A young woman, beads of sweat forming on her brow, nervously watched Roken's actions from across the table. The young woman, summoning her courage, approached Roken and requested a loan. The Yarog bank representative, a friendly-looking individual, assured her that she had come to the right place, a bank that always brings happiness. Roken, visibly anxious, was asked to state his job and name as part of the procedure. He reluctantly revealed his profession as a berserker. Meanwhile, a group of men watched the scene unfold, their expressions revealing their amusement at sending a seemingly timid individual to work in a berserker guild. Roken, having completed his second in-game job, approached a lone vendor. He was eligible to borrow up to 3 gold coins, and promptly decided to take the full amount. The game then notified him that his dash skill had been enhanced to level 21, allowing for 3 quick steps. Next, his strike skill also reached level 21. This upgrade increased his dexterity by 120% for the duration of the skill, significantly boosting his next attack's power. Followed by an upgrade to his Warcry skill to level 2. This skill would terrify weaker opponents, decreasing their abilities and potentially stunning them. Finally, Roken's Berserk skill was upgraded to level 2. This dangerous ability involved self-immolation fueled by rage, granting a massive temporary power boost at the cost of significant after effects. He reviewed his enhanced skills, a grim determination etched on his face. Satisfied with his enhanced skills, Roken turned his attention to acquiring a new one. He stated that he had upgraded all his existing skills, and that his new skill was Shoulder Charge. The game interface displayed the details of his new skill, Shoulder Charge Level 1, dealing significant damage with a body slam, increasing strength by 130% for the next attack, and inflicting additional damage based on the opponent's defense. He then learned about another new skill, leap attack, a long-range pursuit skill that would ignore fall damage and increase his strength by 130% for his next attack, dealing additional damage based on jump height. He also recalled the throwing skill he had seen the Orc Chief use previously. The game's interface displayed the details of the throwing LV1 skill. Additional damage is dealt when throwing a weapon at an opponent, strength and dexterity increase by 130% in the next attack, and the further the distance from the opponent, the weaker the attack becomes. Roken, a former SSS ranker, reviewed his available skills. He mused that he only had 3 skills, and there weren't many more to choose from. He reflected that mastering a few skills to a high degree of proficiency was better than having mediocre proficiency in many. He continued his internal monologue, noting that multiple users would have multiple jobs in the game, but that he, as the great mage Ares, would be different. The panel showed 2 other players, their faces obscured, but one was identified as Trina. Roken acknowledged that, even in the fast-paced world of Lightspeed, there were successful users with only one job. However, for the King of Creation, the combination of jobs was a mystery, a unique and powerful configuration. Roken, considering his strategy, thought about how to defeat the King of Creation as a berserker. A bottle appeared, glowing faintly. Roken recognized it immediately. This was the real deal. The game notified him that he had completed the Endless Experiment 11. 2 figures, one of whom was Modarian, watched him. Modarian assured Roken that he would be in his care again. The details of Endless Experiment 12 were then displayed. Modarian needed ingredients to enhance his antidote after seeing Sturdian's modified sample. Roken's task was to bring him the forest monster's fruit. Success would reward him with 50 silvers and a large amount of experience points. Roken, a man with a grim expression and a scar on his face, brooded. His gaze was fixed on something unseen, a palpable sense of resentment hanging in the air. He muttered to himself, feeling the sting of past humiliation. He was reviewing his progress in the game. There were 15 quests in this chain, and he still had 4 left to complete. He pondered his next move, a thoughtful expression replacing his earlier anger. He mused aloud about the possibility of finding a forest monster in the swamp area. He acknowledged the strategic challenges. The swamp was not ideal for a close combat class, given the abundance of other players. A predatory grin spread across his face. His internal monologue revealed a thirst for revenge, a stark contrast to his previous contemplative mood. He vowed to exact his revenge on those who had wronged him. He decided on his course of action. He would use the runebook to locate the forest lizardman's habitat. With a burst of energy, Roken initiated his plan. A powerful magical aura surrounded him as he prepared for battle. The magical energy intensified, taking on a visible form. He moved with speed and precision, ready to confront his enemies. Roken encountered a group of players. He recognized them as the ones he had defeated earlier in the village. Roken, the former SSS class ranker, found himself confronted by a group of players. He questioned their presence, asking if they had been waiting for him. One of them, seemingly the leader, responded that they were there to talk, not fight, and expressed willingness to negotiate. Another player, wielding a large warhammer, stepped forward. He suggested they make a deal. A woman with long dark hair spoke next, her expression a mixture of apprehension and determination. She demanded the return of a cloak of stealth that Roken had previously acquired. She explained that if Roken complied with their request, they would let him go. The discussion then shifted to other items Roken had put up for auction. The warhammer-wielding player remained impassive, his gaze unwavering. A close-up of Roken's face revealed a sinister smile spreading across his lips. He let out a burst of maniacal laughter. Roken's response was immediate and dismissive. He questioned to whom he should hand over his possessions, highlighting the absurdity of their proposition. He accused them of not knowing how to negotiate effectively. The leader of the group warned Roken that his arrogance would lead to his downfall. They threatened to relentlessly pursue him until he quit the game if he refused their terms. Another player interjected, stating that a deal can only be made when both sides stand to gain equally. Confronted by a menacing guild, Roken, a former SSS class ranker, stood defiant. His gaze swept across the assembled members, their threatening postures doing little to deter him. "What you're doing is threatening, not making a deal, you dumbass," he retorted, his voice laced with contempt. His eyes glowed with an eerie light, a stark contrast to the grim set of his jaw. A surge of power emanated from him, palpable even across the distance separating him from his adversaries. The intensity of his power was undeniable. He spoke again, his words dripping with icy challenge. "And what? The cloak of stealth? If you really want to get it back that badly." A surge of energy enveloped him, transforming his appearance. His form shimmered with an ethereal blue light, his features hardening into a mask of cold determination. "You need to take it from me yourself, don't you?" The scene opens with Roken, the former SSS class ranker, desperately fleeing through a lush forest. A voice cuts through the air, shouting at him to stop running. The pursuer, a hulking figure wielding a massive axe, mocks him, calling him a little rat. The axe swings down with terrifying speed. But Roken, with surprising agility, narrowly dodges the blow. Another of his pursuers calls out, impressed by the dodge. He continues his desperate flight, narrowly avoiding another attack. Surrounded by multiple opponents, Roken finds himself cornered. His pursuers close in, their expressions cruel and triumphant. One of the attackers lands a blow, sending Roken crashing to the ground. A war cry echoes through the forest as the battle intensifies. As Roken is overwhelmed, a mysterious power surges within him, a visual representation of his latent abilities appearing as a glowing diamond-shaped interface. He is about to unleash a counterattack. Roken, a former SSS-class ranker in the VR game, found himself surrounded by a hostile guild. He expertly deflected their attacks, his movements a blur of precise strikes. But the sheer number of opponents overwhelmed him. A searing pain shot through his body as he felt his strength drain away, he gasped, his vision blurring. Suddenly, a blinding flash engulfed him. A strange, green energy surged through his veins, a feeling of intense power coursing through his body. He found himself in a different location, the familiar battleground replaced by a serene forest. A powerful warrior woman with an axe, her hair like a storm cloud, stood before him. Roken, his senses heightened, reacted instantly, dodging her attack with surprising agility. He launched a counteroffensive, his movements now imbued with a newfound speed and power. Another opponent charged, but Roken was faster. With a swift kick, he sent them flying. A new skill, Dash, activated, enhancing his speed and reflexes. He unleashed a devastating blow, the force of his strike amplified by his newfound abilities. The impact sent shockwaves through the air. A crimson energy erupting from his fist. The resulting explosion was immense, a wave of destructive force that obliterated his enemies. Roken stood victorious, his power seemingly limitless. Roken, his back to the viewer, stood amidst a fiery explosion. A guttural roar escaped his lips as the intense heat washed over him. The world around him dissolving into a blinding white light. He found himself in a drastically different environment, his eyes wide with shock and confusion. What the hell is this, he wondered, his voice laced with disbelief. Another voice, filled with astonishment, cut through the air. Didn't you say that his level was 30-something? The scene shifted to a chaotic battle. Several figures, seemingly weaker opponents, were being effortlessly tossed aside by Roken, whose power far surpassed their own. A surge of energy emanating from him as he effortlessly decimated his foes. The word detect flashed across the screen. One of the observers, a man with glasses and a beard, watched in stunned silence as Roken's overwhelming power was detected by the game's system. His jaw dropping in disbelief as the sheer force of Roken's attack sent him reeling. The action continued with Roken's swift and brutal strikes, leaving his opponents incapacitated. He moved with a speed and precision that defied their expectations. Another observer, witnessing Roken's power, gasped in disbelief. What? Wasn't his level 35 just a few days ago, he exclaimed, his voice filled with shock as Roken's level 50 was displayed. Roken, the former SSS ranker, found himself in a desperate situation. He had been betrayed and ambushed by a powerful guild, their combined might overwhelming him. As he crashed to the ground, amidst the wreckage of broken weapons and shattered earth, a chilling thought pierced his mind. He had been so close to victory, yet now he was facing utter defeat. The sheer speed and power of his attackers were astonishing, they moved with a ferocity that left him reeling. Each blow a testament to their superior skill and coordination. He barely managed to defend himself, his movements clumsy and slow compared to their lightning-fast attacks. A desperate struggle against overwhelming odds. With a final, desperate effort, he launched a counterattack, but it was easily deflected, leaving him exposed and vulnerable. The weight of defeat pressed down on him, heavy and inescapable. Despite his superior skills, Roken was hopelessly outmatched. His opponents, a coordinated force, easily evaded his attacks. He's too fast, we can't catch him, one of them muttered, their voices filled with a mixture of frustration and fear. Panic began to set in amongst his pursuers. One of them, a woman with dark hair, cried out, "What should we do?" If this continues, her voice laced with desperation. Her companion, a man with a grim expression, roared, "Shoot! Just shoot him!" The desperation in their voices was palpable, they were willing to resort to any means necessary to stop him. Another voice cut through the chaos, "We can't afford to suffer any more losses. Don't even aim, just fire." A barrage of magical projectiles erupted, filling the air with explosive energy. Dodging the onslaught, Roken smirked. They're resorting to petty tricks, he thought, his eyes gleaming with a mixture of amusement and contempt. Roken, his face contorted in a grimace, unleashed a torrent of fire. "Hold on. Are you crazy?" he roared, the flames erupting from his body in a furious display of power. the intense heat warping the very air around him. A wave of searing destruction that slammed into his opponents, sending debris flying in all directions. One of them was sent sprawling by the impact. A cloaked figure, his face obscured by a mask, moved with surprising agility. "I don't intend to let all that land on me," he muttered, bracing himself for the onslaught. He launched a counterattack, throwing a projectile with deadly accuracy. The object hurtling towards the heart of the explosion, resulting in a massive secondary blast that rocked the area. Another figure, battered but unbowed, staggered to his feet. "You fuckers, fire properly," he shouted, his voice raw with fury. The masked figure calmly observed the chaos. "It might have been different if they were using high-class magic, but I can handle this much with just a rock," he mused. Suddenly, a new threat emerged, its presence marked by a targeting reticule. The masked figure's eyes widened in surprise. Archers and mages rained down attacks on Roken, the former SSS ranker. He was surrounded, their assault relentless. The arrows piercing his armor, a pained groan escaping his lips. He surveyed the battlefield, realizing the sheer scale of the attack. There were at least 100 of them. It was clear that the entire guild had come to finish him. This was a coordinated assault. But his mana reserves were dwindling. He knew he couldn't sustain this fight for long against such overwhelming odds. He had only managed to defeat 20 so far. The battle was far from over. To conserve his mana, he would have to minimize the use of his most powerful skills. Another blow landed, sending him reeling. He knew he couldn't afford to use any more high mana skills right now. A powerful blow sent one of his attackers flying. Roken, the former SSS ranker, found himself in a desperate situation. He was being relentlessly attacked by a powerful guild, their combined might overwhelming his defenses. The brutal assault sending him hurtling through the air, a whirlwind of blows leaving him vulnerable. But even as he fell, a surge of power ignited within him. A crimson glow emanated from his body, a visual representation of his latent strength. A power he hadn't known he possessed until this very moment. His eyes blazed with newfound intensity. And with a roar, he unleashed a devastating counterattack. The sheer force of his blow shattered the enemy's defenses. A display of skill and power that left his opponents reeling. He effortlessly combined multiple skills, weaving together a deadly dance of combat. A casual mastery of his abilities surprising even himself. One of his opponents, observing his technique, commented on his use of multiple classes simultaneously. But Roken's power was far beyond simple multiclassing. He was tapping into something far deeper, something far more potent. A blinding flash of light erupted as Roken, the former SSS class ranker, unleashed a devastating attack, his movements a blur of speed and precision. The searing energy slicing through the air, leaving a trail of fiery destruction in its wake. A thunderous quack echoed as his attack connected with his opponent's. Despite his overwhelming power, Roken found himself ensnared. Heavy golden chains, glowing with an ominous light, bound his arms, restricting his movements. A gruff HM escaped his lips as he registered his predicament. Roken examined the chains binding him, a flicker of understanding in his eyes. This chain is from chain arrest, he realized. The attackers seized their opportunity, their voices sharp and urgent. "This is our opportunity. Focus your mana on him." A cascade of shimmering purple crystals, each imbued with a fiery symbol, materialized before the attackers. A potent display of combined magical energy, ready to be unleashed upon the trapped Roken. A powerful magical circle pulsed with energy, its intricate runes glowing with an ominous light. As a wave of intense heat and light erupted from its center, the force of the blast sent debris flying, scattering across the desolate landscape. A figure, seemingly unharmed, stood within the magical circle, a smug expression on their face. They declared, "This is as far as you go." Another figure emerged from the dust and smoke, a sinister grin spreading across their face. They chuckled, "Ha, I'm impressed by your efforts." He challenged, "All right, then. Let's see what you've got." A surge of fiery energy erupted from the challenger, engulfing them in a blazing inferno, transforming them into a terrifying, shadowy figure bound by chains. The shadowy figure declared, "Come at me with everything you've got." The resulting explosion obscured everything in a blinding flash of light. A chaotic scene unfolded, dust and debris swirling in a vortex of motion. As two figures emerged from the cloud, their triumphant expressions clear. One, a man with short, dark hair and a red cloak, grinned, boasting of their success in finally cornering their target. Their target, however, was not as easily defeated as they had anticipated. His eyes, wide with a dawning realization, reflected a sudden shift in the tide of battle. Suddenly, golden chains materialized around him. A glowing crimson symbol appearing at his chest, a sign of a power yet unleashed. With a surge of newfound energy, he launched himself into the air. a fiery trail blazing behind him as he soared through the battlefield, leaving his attackers stunned and speechless. "He's flying," one of them gasped in disbelief. The man in the red cloak, however, was far from intimidated. A manic grin spread across his face as he mused, "Is he a Superman or something? Makes me laugh." With a swift, brutal strike, he retaliated, sending his opponent sprawling to the ground in a bloody mess. The scene opens with a brutal close-up of a fierce battle. A figure, clad in dark clothing, is shown from the knees down, their legs braced against the ground as they unleash a devastating blow. A blinding flash of light erupts from the point of impact, obscuring the details of the attack, leaving only a trail of motion blur and the sound of a heavy impact echoing in the aftermath. The force of the blow sends shockwaves through the ground. The perspective shifts to show a warrior in crimson armor, his sword ablur as he delivers a powerful strike against an opponent. The impact is accompanied by another resounding quack, sending the opponent sprawling, a trail of blood marking their retreat. The warrior's attack is swift and merciless. A series of messages flash across the screen: "Your level has increased." The repeated message indicates a significant increase in the warrior's power, a visual representation of his growing strength. The warrior's face is partially obscured, but a triumphant grin is visible. The level-up sequence continues, emphasizing the magnitude of his power surge. Another message appears: "An incredible feat. You have murdered 100 players. You have obtained the title, PKK. You are the first to obtain this title. The warrior has achieved an unprecedented milestone. He stands victorious, his power surging, a testament to his skill and determination. The weight of his accomplishment is palpable." Roken, a former SSS-class ranker in the Vermork, stood amidst the chaos of battle, his powerful weapon glowing faintly. He had been betrayed by his guild, his achievements erased, and now he was fighting for survival. A notification appeared, announcing that he had earned the unique title of PKK, Player Killer Killer, for defeating 100 murderers. He was the first to achieve this feat. The title conferred a significant boost to his attack and defense, particularly against human-type opponents. Roken wondered if this was the result of a first-obtained bonus. He realized that the increased attack power was only effective against human-type opponents, not other players. This was a crucial detail. Despite this limitation, Roken saw an opportunity. He believed he could now obliterate a large number of opponents simultaneously. He unleashed a devastating attack, a wave of energy engulfing his foes, leaving a trail of destruction in his wake. Having come this far, he was determined to obtain the 1,000-man killer title. Roken decided to save his location in a rune book and return to town, prioritizing the items he had collected. But his retreat was not without peril. He was pursued by numerous enemies. Despite the danger, Roken remained focused on securing his loot, realizing he hadn't even gotten close to his destination. A notification appeared on the screen: "You have successfully registered them to the auction." A man with teal hair and a confident smirk addressed a group of onlookers. He stated, "All right, then. Access home page." He mused to himself, "I can't have the bloodchasers backing off out of fear now, so I should taunt them a little." The man continued his internal monologue: "I am planning on eliminating the bloodchasers, pikers who roam around in the Trinsic area. Now they can't even back out." He reflected, "I've ruined my relationship with bloodchasers for good now, but it's not like it was going to get any better without me giving back the cloak." A question crossed his mind: "They really think they can get the cloak of stealth back from me?" His expression turned to a cruel smirk as he declared, "Finders keepers. Did you think I'd give it back to you bastards?" He sighed, "It's going to be pretty costly, but I guess I have no other choice." The man held a large, glowing blue gem. A notification appeared: "Safety guard, you can create a safe zone. If you throw it onto the ground while not in combat, a safe zone with a radius of 2 meters will be created. One of these costs 30 silvers. He rationalized, "It's a little expensive, but it'll be bad if someone comes to attack me while I'm under the aftereffects of Berserk." A group of players huddled together, their faces obscured by shadows and the muted tones of the image. The air crackled with unspoken tension as one of them spoke, their words echoing the growing unease. The monsters' levels were increasing, and the number of player killers, pikers, was about to explode. This surge in difficulty, he mused, might slow his quest completion speed. But it shouldn't be a significant problem for him. The scene shifted dramatically. A powerful figure, cloaked in darkness, stood before a radiant, ethereal blue energy stream that cascaded down from an unseen source. He exuded an aura of quiet confidence, his posture suggesting immense power held in reserve. He declared, his voice firm and resolute, that it was time to proceed with the main quest. The camera focused on the character's powerful physique, highlighting his muscular build and battle-worn attire. A determined glint shone in his eyes. A close-up revealed a sneering face, contorted in a grimace of barely suppressed rage. The words "these fuckers" hissed from between gritted teeth. The scene shifted to show two figures, a man in shining armor and a woman with a bow, their expressions a mixture of frustration and disbelief. The man exclaimed that they had failed again, cursing their incompetence. The woman, however, suggested they give up on their current objective, focusing instead on retrieving a specific item later. The armored man roared at her to shut up, blaming her for their failure. A woman with dark hair, clad in leather armor, lunged forward, her blade flashing. Her attack caught her opponent off guard, the impact leaving him gasping. "Do you even know how much that costs?" she hissed, her voice laced with contempt. "It was a rare rank cloak," she explained, "and the stealth skill it granted was incredibly valuable, making it a highly sought-after item. It's a broken item," she continued, gesturing to the cloak, "where you could defeat some high-level players just by putting it on." The man, his face contorted in a grimace, glared at her. "Just you wait, you fucker," he growled, his eyes burning with rage. He vowed, "I'll take it back from you, no matter what it takes." Roken, the former SSS class ranker, announced his intentions to begin the elimination of the Blood Chasers, a notorious group of player killers, pikers, in the Trinsic area of the game. He requested that anyone who spotted them send him a direct message. His declaration sparked a flurry of reactions online, with some players questioning his motives, others finding it humorous, and some expressing a desperate hope that it was true, given their recent experiences with the Blood Chasers. The discussion continued, with one player, Silky, noting that many of the Blood Chasers items were appearing in an auction, suggesting that Roken's claim might be more than just a boast. Another player, Kimsohi, questioned the connection between the auction and Roken's announcement. While Island, upon further investigation, revealed a startling truth: many of the pikers had respawned outside the city. The scene shifted to a player observing the unusual respawn location, a large, ominous tree. That they had been systematically eliminated by someone named Roken. The final panel shows a close-up of Roken, a sinister grin spreading across his face as he unleashes a devastating attack, confirming the rumors. The scene opens with a dynamic action sequence. A powerful blow impacts Roken, the former SSS ranker, sending shockwaves through the virtual world. The impact triggering a visual representation of the attack, a shoulder attack skill, in the game's interface. Roken, his blue hair partially obscuring his face, is shown bracing himself against the force of the blow, his body contorting under the strain. As dark, shadowy tendrils of energy lash out from the point of impact, a visual effect accompanying the attack. Another attacker, their hand wrapped around a dark staff, prepares to deliver a second blow, their expression grim and determined. "All right. One more coming right up," they declare. The second attack is unleashed, a strike skill, as indicated by the game's interface. The impact of the second attack is shown, a flurry of motion and energy as Roken is caught in the crossfire. Roken is shown being thrown back by the combined force of the attacks, his body a blur of motion against the vibrant background. A close-up shows a glowing, golden object, seemingly an item or power source, being pulled towards a dark hand, suggesting a possible counterattack or intervention. Roken, with a determined yell of Haya, unleashes a powerful counterattack, striking back against his attackers. Roken, a powerfully built man with teal hair and a scar across his cheek, scowled as he examined a glowing yellow gem in his hand. "TSK. I wasn't lucky this time either," he muttered, his frustration evident. He sighed, his shoulders slumping. "That's why I don't like forest monsters. They have such low drop rates, there are so few of them, and they're roaming around everywhere." He mused, a glint returning to his eyes. "Well, I guess I'll eventually get it if I wipe every single one of them out. After all, isn't mindless farming the basics of a game like this?" A predatory grin spread across Roken's face. "I'll continue until I get it." A game notification appeared: "You have acquired Forest Monsters fruit." The image showed a single, glistening red fruit. Roken let out a relieved sigh. Phew. It's finally over. The forest around him seemed to calm, the previous tension dissipating as the last of the monsters vanished. He held up the Forest Monsters fruit triumphantly. "Time to go find the second quest item." Roken, a young man with teal hair and a determined expression, stroked his chin thoughtfully. He mused that it would be more efficient to gather all the necessary quest items at once. He paused, momentarily forgetting the next location on his quest. Then, he remembered Pure Brightness Lake. A vast, serene lake stretched before him, its waters shimmering with an ethereal glow. Located deep within a wild forest, it was known for its purity and cleansing properties. According to the game's lore, drinking the lake's water granted a temporary buff. This had led many magicians to collect its water in bottles. Roken's next objective, however, was not to collect water, but to hunt the monsters, herbs, and fish inhabiting the lake's vicinity. He had received these tasks from Madarian, who sought to test the lake's purification power. Roken, however, noticed something peculiar. The area was unusually quiet, the usual monsters were absent. He wondered if this was due to his previous actions, or he had eliminated all the monsters in the area. He reflected that perhaps he could have made quicker progress if he had known this beforehand. A scornful sneer twisted the lips of a man with teal hair, a faint scar marring his cheek. "You fools," he scoffed, his eyes narrowed in contempt. Two other figures, their faces contorted in frustration, stood before him. One, with brown hair, sputtered, "HM? You guys couldn't even kill one of them?" The brown-haired man's jaw clenched, his anger simmering. "That bastard is." A shadowy figure emerged, his face partially obscured by a hood, a sinister smile playing on his lips. He spoke, his voice low and menacing, "Someone I met recently, the guild master of MP. That flicker might be in quite a tight spot right now." The brown-haired man turned to his companion, his voice tight with anxiety. "What are you going to do about that blog post? Didn't you see that it's already one of the most popular posts? So many people have seen it, and yet you're still saying that? Do you really think users will stop caring about pikers after seeing something like that?" The hooded figure spoke again, his voice calm but laced with a hint of amusement. "I thought they were being a little too quiet, but I guess they were just trying to keep it low and ignore it. But I guess the guild master knows a bit better. If users find out that the pikers are avoiding me, they'll become less afraid of pikers." A group of figures, their faces obscured, were shown in the background. At that point, they'll end up becoming the targets to hunt down. Well, that was my original intention, but... The scene opens with two figures, one clearly agitated. "Pirionim, please calm down. I'll handle it." One of them pleaded, but the other exploded in frustration. "Handle it? How the hell are you going to handle it? You are going to let him kill you again and give him all your items?" He continued his rant, his voice laced with disbelief and anger. "And are you sure that he's really not using hacks?" His companion sighed, a weary acceptance in their posture. "Yes, I got a reply from the support team after I contacted them. They said they can't tell me more other than the fact he's not a hacker." The scene shifts to a dynamic action sequence. One figure, clad in gleaming armor, launched a swift, powerful kick, connecting with his opponent, sending him sprawling. The armored figure's confidence was palpable. The armored warrior scoffed, his words dripping with disdain. "Don't make me laugh. A VR game company of this scale can't even catch a single hacker?" Frustration boiled over. "Fuck, how much do you think I spent on this game?" A new character, cloaked and hooded, appeared in the background. "His nickname is Piria?" The cloaked figure chuckled, a cynical amusement in their tone. "What a dumb nickname. Is he a pervert? Then turn him into a hacker. We just need to manipulate the public into thinking that he is." The armored warrior reacted with a sharp rebuke. "Don't you know that catching a hacker is carrying out justice? Use your damn head for once." A sinister smile stretched across the face of a cloaked figure, his eyes gleaming with malicious intent. A single word escaped his lips, a low, almost mocking, "Oh?" The scene shifted to a man with short brown hair, his expression thoughtful. He murmured, "Piria, so it was him back then." His eyes narrowed, a surge of recognition flooding his features. "I finally remember," he gritted, his voice laced with a newfound understanding. "The guy who was dating Lim Soo-hee." A voice, seemingly from a nearby companion, added, "He said he has a prominent standing in the Lord, and I guess he was somewhat telling the truth." Therefore, the person who dropped the clock of stealth was revealed to be a man with short, dark hair, his face partially obscured by shadow. He looked down at a woman lying unconscious on the ground. Was Lim Soo-hee? The man's thoughts turned to the past. "I never thought she'd be of such big help to me." Now, a different figure appeared, their face partially obscured by shadow, but their eyes gleamed with understanding. "Now that I think about it, that was the beginning of everything." He continued his internal monologue. "I started to play the Lord because of Lim Soo-hee in my previous life as well." The scene shifted again, showing a group of people talking. One of them spoke, "I heard that she was really into the Lord, so I at least wanted to get her attention in the game." Roken, the former SSS ranker, recounts his betrayal. His girlfriend not only abandoned him but also enlisted the help of others to kill and harass him, leaving him brutally injured and on the ground. The scene depicts the aftermath of a violent attack. Roken reflects on the attackers, believing they were affiliated with the MP Guild. A shadowy figure, cloaked and menacing, vows revenge. Their words drip with malice and a thirst for retribution. Elsewhere, a commanding figure gives orders to send elite members to hunt down the blood chasers. The plan involves providing assistance to lower the blood chasers' murder count and level, ensuring they are weakened before confronting Roken. The order is accepted with enthusiasm, and the hunt begins. Two figures, confident and eager, prepare for the hunt, anticipating an easy victory. They approached their targets, two blood chasers, seemingly unaware of the impending danger. Estimating their level to be around 70 or so, and ready to test their skills. Two hulking figures, cloaked in earthy yellow robes and masked with metallic visages, loomed over the battlefield. Their imposing physiques and menacing presence hinted at the formidable power they wielded. A small, controlled flame flickered to life in the palm of a gloved hand, a stark contrast to the looming threat. The flame expanded, erupting into a wave of searing energy that shot towards the masked figures. The energy blast collided with one of the figures, sending it sprawling. A young man with brown hair, clad in golden armor, stood defiantly, his expression grim. But he was quickly overwhelmed by the second figure's attack, a powerful blow sending him crashing to the ground with a pained yell. From a distance, a figure observed the battle, a smirk playing on his lips. He continued his assessment. He might have pretty good control, so he's in the front lines, but he won't be able to last very long like that. The observer sighed, muttering, "It's useless to keep watching. I'll just go look for the lake." He turned and vanished into the forest, leaving the battle behind. Emerging from the trees, a man with short, dark hair and a confident smirk strode into view. He was Roken, the former SSS class ranker. Roken, a former SSS class ranker in the Vermork, found himself fleeing through a dense forest, his movements swift and silent. He sought refuge near a tranquil stream, the scene a stark contrast to the chaos he'd just escaped. A secluded spot where he could catch his breath and assess his situation. He muttered to himself, relieved to find himself alone. Roken scanned his surroundings, his gaze sharp and alert. A quiet hum of anticipation filled the air as he remained vigilant. Suddenly, a monstrous brown bear emerged from the trees, its eyes glowing menacingly. Followed closely by two equally terrifying wolves, their fangs bared in a feral snarl. The sounds of their approach shattered the previous silence. Roken reacted instantly, his movements a blur as he unleashed a powerful attack. A swift and decisive strike that sent the creatures scattering. He grinned, a predatory gleam in his eyes. He muttered to himself, pleased with his quick victory. He had been lucky. A notification appeared in his game interface, detailing the completion of a hunting quest. The type of meat didn't matter, the quest was complete. A monstrous, crimson beast, its eyes glowing ominously, roared, its maw wide open, revealing rows of razor-sharp teeth. A warning echoed in the virtual world, the player might encounter formidable foes, blue wolves or blood-red bears, with levels exceeding 80. Suddenly, a massive, red bear emerged from the forest, its presence causing a shockwave that sent nearby blue wolves scattering. The wolves, eyes blazing with predatory intent, charged towards their target. A young man with teal hair, his back to the viewer, observed the approaching threat. He muttered to himself, estimating at least 10 predators closing in. He smirked, unconcerned by the numbers, and raised his battle axe. With a mighty swing, he sent the axe hurtling towards the pack. Satisfied with the efficient hunt, the young man commented on his annoyance with the MP Guild. He prepared to collect the spoils of his victory. Roken, his teal hair plastered to his forehead, glared at the tainted lake. A question mark bubbled up in his mind: who was responsible for this desecration? He cursed under his breath as he braced himself, the icy water surging around him. A powerful surge of energy erupting from the lake's depths, revealing a towering figure wielding a trident. The Knight of the Lake, Art White, had emerged. Roken stumbled back, momentarily stunned by the sudden appearance of the legendary knight. A cut on his cheek stinging as he cursed his own forgetfulness. He had completely forgotten about this guardian of the lake. A narration box explained the knight's unwavering devotion. He had sworn to protect the lake, even in death. Art White, a majestic figure in shining white armor, stood before them, his level displayed as 100. Roken's internal monologue registered the shocking truth: Art White's level was a staggering 100. He reflected on the sheer difference between level 99 and level 100, a chasm in power. Roken, a formidable warrior clad in dark armor, gripped his sword. He was contemplating his next move in the game, his brow furrowed in concentration. A notification appeared before him, detailing the benefits of reaching level 100, the unlocking of combination skills and a second job, significantly increasing his power. Roken, however, decided to postpone this advancement. A grim determination hardened his features as he muttered to himself that he should return later. Defeating a level 100 monster was a requirement for his third job advancement, but the risk was too great for now. Especially considering this particular monster was notoriously difficult to find, located in the Tringic area. And the only item it dropped was the essence of the lake, a rare and valuable resource. Roken carefully considered his options. His eyes widening as a new idea sparked within him. A sudden realization struck him. A vision of a powerful figure flashed before his eyes, a figure associated with the purification power. He whispered a single word. Maybe. If he brought the essence of the lake to the person researching the purification power, He might be able to obtain something of great value. A determined glint appeared in his eyes as he made his decision. A sinister grin stretched across Roken's face, his sharp teeth glinting in the dim light. He muttered to himself, deeming the risk worthwhile. He taunted his opponent, a man with teal hair and a cocky expression, daring him to attack. Roken's hands gripped the hilt of his sword, the weapon glowing with an ethereal blue light. A surge of energy coursed through him, as power enveloped him in a brilliant, blinding aura. And he unleashed a devastating attack, a wave of pure energy hurtling towards his foe. The teal-haired man, caught completely off guard, could only watch in horror as the attack bore down on him. His face contorted in shock and fear, he could only utter a single word, shit. The force of the attack sent him reeling backward, leaving him vulnerable and defeated. The opponent's surprise was palpable, he had clearly underestimated Roken's power. The narration box revealed that Roken had used a combination skill from the very start. A cloaked figure, wielding a glowing blue energy, launched a powerful attack. The force of the blow sent shockwaves rippling outwards. A young man with teal hair, his back to the viewer, braced himself against the onslaught. He scoffed, muttering that it was merely a basic level 100 skill, enhancing attacks by channeling mana through a weapon. He questioned why his opponent was using such a low-level ability from the start. The cloaked figure revealed a more imposing form, their face obscured by a helmet-like hood. A powerful aura emanated from them. They declared that whoever corrupted the lake would pay with their life. The cloaked figure unleashed a powerful attack, Aqua Slash, a torrent of blue energy slicing through the air. The attack was swift and precise. The teal-haired young man prepared to counter. A cruel smile stretched across Roken's face, a chilling contrast to the sweat beading on his brow. His eyes gleamed with a fierce determination, reflecting the light of the impending battle. He unleashed a torrent of raw power, a blinding flash of energy erupting from his body. The force of the attack leaving a trail of shimmering destruction in its wake. Amidst the chaos, he taunted his opponents. "Hey," he said, a hint of malice in his voice, "I think you're going to be the one paying the price." The ground trembled as Roken activated his berserk skill, a surge of fiery energy engulfing him. His power amplified, his laughter echoing through the ravaged landscape. His opponent, momentarily stunned, could only stammer, "You're the guardian of the lake and yet you're demolishing the lake yourself?" Roken's attack continued, a whirlwind of fiery destruction consuming everything in its path. The clash of steel echoed, sparks flying as two powerful forces collided. A blur of motion filled the screen as Roken, the former SSS-class ranker, found himself in the midst of a chaotic battle. His movements were a whirlwind of precise strikes, each blow a testament to his unparalleled skill. He moved with the grace of a phantom, his opponents barely registering his presence before they were sent sprawling. A flurry of attacks leaving trails of shimmering energy in their wake. The air crackled with the raw power of his strikes. A symphony of destruction, a testament to his mastery. His opponents, a group of arrogant guild members, were clearly outmatched. Roken's blade, a blur of light, sliced through the air with terrifying speed. He moved with a deadly precision. Each movement calculated, each strike devastating. His opponents struggled to keep up, their attacks falling short. Their defenses crumbling under the relentless assault. The sheer force of his attacks sent shockwaves rippling through the virtual world, leaving them reeling from the ferocity of his power. One of his opponents, a hulking figure, staggered back, a pained groan escaping his lips. An impact of Roken's attack clearly taking its toll. The battle raged on, a whirlwind of flashing steel and crackling energy. Until finally, with a final, earth-shattering blow, Roken brought his opponents to their knees. One of them, defeated and frustrated, could only mutter about repair fees. Roken, the former SSS ranker, found himself in the midst of a fierce battle. His vitality was steadily decreasing with each impact of the opponent's magic attacks. But he remained calm, dismissing the damage as insignificant. He knew he could withstand it, focusing instead on anticipating his opponent's combination skills. He prepared for his counterattack, gathering his strength, and unleashed a devastating blow. The attack was named Aqua Slash, a testament to its power and precision. The force of the Aqua Slash sent his opponent reeling, creating an opening. A blind spot that Roken immediately recognized. Seizing the opportunity, Roken prepared a follow-up attack. A powerful shoulder charge that would deliver the final blow. Roken, a former SSS-class ranker in the VR game, found himself in a desperate situation. Betrayed and humiliated by his rivals, he was on the verge of losing everything he had worked for. A powerful energy surged around him, a swirling vortex of light and shadow. The world dissolved into a kaleidoscope of colors, and he was thrown back in time, to the very moment before the game's launch. This was his chance for revenge, his chance to reclaim his glory. Now, facing his enemies once more, Roken prepared for battle. He activated his aqua barrier, a defensive skill that dealt damage on contact. But his opponents were relentless. A brutal attack sent him flying back, a cough escaping his lips. Despite the setback, Roken knew this was his only chance. He had to attack now, even if it meant risking everything. With a roar, he launched a furious counterattack, a whirlwind of icy energy. His blade flashed, shattering the ice around his enemies, leaving them vulnerable. He had done it. He had turned the tide of the battle. A wave of energy, shimmering with icy blue light, crashed over Roken, the former SSS-class ranker. The force of the impact sent shards of digital ice scattering across the virtual landscape. The remnants of a devastating attack that left him reeling. A holographic diamond, pulsating with an inner fire, materialized before him, displaying a symbol of a stag's head. The word strike blazed across the panel as a monstrous figure, cloaked in shadow and wielding a wicked-looking weapon, lunged towards Roken. His grin was menacing, promising a brutal end. But Roken, despite the overwhelming odds, braced himself, his body tensing in anticipation of the inevitable clash. A brilliant flash of light erupted as Roken countered the attack, a surge of power coursing through his veins. The energy crackled around him, forming intricate patterns of light and power. A desperate attempt to escape the clutches of his attacker. Another holographic diamond appeared, this one displaying a shadowy figure, symbolizing his escape. He vanished in a flurry of motion, leaving behind only the lingering echoes of his power. A sudden impact jolted him, leaving him disoriented and questioning what had just transpired. As he regained his bearings, a torrent of water erupted around him, a powerful display of his abilities. He had escaped, but the fight was far from over. Roken, a former SSS-class ranker in the VR game World of Ethelgard, found himself in a desperate situation. Betrayed and humiliated by a powerful guild, he was left with nothing but the bitter taste of defeat. His body, depicted in the panel, shows the strain of his skills, highlighting his attack, defense, and survival capabilities. But his current opponent, a towering figure clad in white armor wielding a massive blade, proved to be a formidable challenge. The sheer scale of the enemy emphasized the gravity of Roken's predicament. Despite his superior skills, Roken's survival abilities had cooldowns. He knew he needed a strategic advantage. He muttered to himself, determined to secure victory next time. Unleashing a powerful burst of energy, he warned his opponent, "You better brace yourself from now on." The clash between Roken and his armored foe intensified. The white-clad warrior lunged forward, their weapons colliding in a shower of sparks. The impact was fierce, a whirlwind of motion and energy. Roken's opponent countered with a devastating blow, its powerful claws aimed at Roken. But Roken, despite the ferocity of the attack, remained defiant. His opponent scoffed, "Tisk, it's not very easy." Even while under the effects of his berserk skill, Roken continued his assault, his movements a blur of motion. But he knew the risks. If his opponent landed a successful attack while he was using force, the berserk effect would be prematurely ended. His survival depended on his ability to maintain the upper hand. Roken, the former SSS ranker, found himself in a desperate battle. His powerful opponent pressed the attack relentlessly. Each blow a searing testament to the power disparity. The sheer force of the attacks threatened to overwhelm him. His weapon, strained to its limits, showed signs of breaking. Roken realized he needed a new strategy. A way to turn the tide before his equipment failed completely. He knew he had to end the fight with a single, decisive blow. His mind raced, searching for an opening. A weakness in his opponent's defenses. He spotted a blind spot, a momentary lapse in their guard. With a decisive move, Roken made the choice to unequip his gear, a risky gamble. Leaving himself vulnerable but setting the stage for a final, devastating attack. His opponent, surprised by this unexpected tactic, taunted him, certain of victory. Roken, despite the risk, felt he was nearing his limit. He knew this was his last chance. And he was ready to give it everything he had left. His opponent, sensing his resolve, acknowledged his bravery. Roken, the former SSS-class ranker, braced himself for the inevitable. His body tensed, a grim determination etched on his face as he prepared to meet his end. A brutal blow, imbued with the raw power of his opponent, hurtled towards him. But even as the attack neared, a flicker of defiance ignited in his eyes. He unleashed a torrent of energy, a wave of pure power that shattered the incoming attack, sending his attacker reeling back in shock. With a surge of power, Roken launched his counterattack, the aqua slash technique shimmering into existence. A blade of water, sharp as glass, sliced through the air, connecting with his opponent in a devastating blow that sent him flying. The manga panel displays the title of a skill, Leap Attack. Roken, a young man with short, light blue hair and a determined expression, leaps through the air, wielding a large axe. He is dressed in rugged, earthy-toned clothing. He effortlessly avoids an attack, a smirk playing on his lips as he thinks, I'm disappointed that kind of half-assed skill won't work on me. The panel shows the skill icon for Aqua Barrier. Roken counters with his own skill, stating, Who said I'm only using one skill? His opponent, momentarily stunned, questions, cancel? The panel displays the skill name Throwing. A skill icon appears, suggesting a throwing attack. Roken throws a projectile, which speeds towards his opponent. The impact shattering the opponent's defenses. A powerful, icy barrier shattered, the fragments dispersing like glittering dust in the wind, revealing a momentary gap in the defenses. Roken, his eyes blazing with fierce determination, saw his chance. He lunged forward, his muscles taut with the strain of the effort. Knowing this was his last opportunity to break through the enemy's defenses, a surge of energy erupted from him. A blinding flash of light illuminating the scene as he unleashed a devastating attack. His opponent, momentarily stunned, could only watch as the attack neared. But it was not enough to completely overwhelm their defenses. A sneering grin spread across Roken's face as a notification appeared. His vitality had dropped below 14%. In a desperate gamble, he equipped the Lion King's sealed headpiece, activating the effect of his epic title, Unflinching Resolve. His vitality dropped below 5%, but all of his abilities increased by 50%. He had only unequipped them temporarily to activate the title's effect. Roken, the former SSS ranker, scoffed at his opponents. He retorted that he wouldn't be foolish enough to unequip his abilities without a reason. He declared their end was near, unleashing a devastating attack, the force of which sent shockwaves through the virtual world. One of his opponents groaned in pain. Roken's attack shattered the ice around his enemy, revealing a powerful axe, which he then wielded with deadly precision. He swung the axe, shattering more ice and sending his opponent flying. The game's interface showed Roken activating his dash and strike skills in quick succession. A blinding flash of light accompanied the attack, resulting in a critical hit that obliterated his foe. Roken, an SSS-class ranker in the Vermork, found himself in a desperate situation. Surrounded by his enemies, he was on the verge of defeat, his body battered and bruised. A powerful, swirling vortex of energy erupted around him, engulfing him in a blinding flash of light. The intense energy pulsed, distorting his vision, before abruptly ceasing. He landed heavily, the impact jarring him. A guttural cry escaped his lips as he struggled to regain his bearings. Roken, breathing heavily, assessed his surroundings. He muttered a sigh of relief, phew, thank God the critical went off. A notification appeared before him, Orc Warrior's battle axe needs to be repaired. He had narrowly escaped a fatal blow. His face, though bruised, held a grim satisfaction. He was alive, and his critical hit rate, boosted by his titles, Player Killer, Level 1 Slayer of the Orc Chief, had increased by 20%. He began to collect the loot from his fallen foe, but paused, a flicker of confusion crossing his features. Time for me to collect the loot, huh? The Orc Chieftain lay defeated, his massive form sprawled across the ground. His death was a significant victory for Roken. But as he looked closer, he noticed something peculiar. A faint blue energy pulsed from the chieftain's body. Suddenly, a voice cut through the air. Hey, now! Where do you think you're going? A towering, monstrous figure, wielding a wicked scythe, loomed over Roken. Its voice, a guttural roar, echoed through the virtual world, Bastard, you dare! Roken, his face a mask of grim determination, met the creature's gaze. A triumphant grin spread across his battered features as he let out a fierce battle cry, Kuhak! The victory was complete. A series of messages flooded his screen, announcing a significant level increase and a new title, Warrior of Turnarounds. Another message appeared, even more astonishing than the first. He had earned the title, the First-Named Hunter, a testament to his unprecedented victory over a world-renowned being. His opponent, defeated, collapsed to the ground, his body spent. A single word escaped his lips, Berserk, disable. A mysterious hand extended, offering Roken a shimmering, azure crystal. The crystal pulsed with energy as it approached him. Roken, exhausted but exhilarated, watched as it settled near his fallen foe. A new message appeared, informing him that his two recently acquired titles were merging. Roken's eyes widened in surprise. What? Title combination? The fusion was complete. He had earned the legendary title, Limit Breaking. The details of the new title were revealed, granting him significant power boosts against stronger opponents. Roken, still processing the magnitude of his achievement, murmured, I didn't even expect this. The two epic titles combined themselves. Roken, a former SSS-class ranker in the Vermork, stared intensely at the screen, his face etched with a mixture of determination and disbelief. He questioned whether this unexpected turn of events would elevate him to the legendary rank title. A detailed description of the game's mechanics appeared before him, outlining the significant advantages he would gain: a 10% increase in abilities when facing opponents stronger than himself, a level increase in all his skills, and a reduced level difference penalty. He pondered the implications of this. He reviewed the text, a triumphant grin spreading across his face. It was enough of a reward, it didn't even require him to bring the essence of the lake. He had found the answer. He chuckled, marveling at the game's incredible design and the reasons behind his addiction to it. Roken prepared to unleash his power, a surge of energy emanating from him as he focused on his next move. The fireball skill icon glowed brightly. A wave of intense heat erupted from him, forming a massive fireball that streaked across the landscape. The sheer force of the attack leaving a trail of destruction in its wake. The impact of the fireball was so great that it caused a shockwave that reached two figures observing from afar. One of them, a man with a bandaged head, asked, "What are you doing?" Two players, observing Roken from a distance, witnessed an attack that inexplicably passed right through him. One of them, certain of foul play, immediately suspected hacking, suggesting that Roken must have bribed the game administrators. Meanwhile, Roken himself, seemingly unaffected by the attack, calmly predicted the unfolding events. He muttered to himself about the persistent players who refused to give up, even after their attacks proved ineffective. Roken effortlessly deflected another wave of attacks, calling his opponents dumbass as he effortlessly dispatched them. With the annoying players finally gone, Roken proceeded to collect the remaining quest items without further interruption. He successfully obtained the essence of the lake, a crucial item for his quest. A satisfied smirk played on his lips as he contemplated the next stage of his plan. The repairs to Roken's weapon were complete. A gleaming double-headed axe, repaired to pristine condition, was held aloft. "It should be as good as new," the blacksmith confirmed, his words echoing the evident quality of the work. Roken watched intently as the final touches were applied. A satisfied smirk spreading across his face as the repairs were declared finished. "Great! Now that the repairs are done, and all the items have been taken care of," Roken declared, his gaze sharp and focused. "I just need to get to the Mage Guild," he thought, his next destination clear in his mind. "Thank you for your service," a woman's voice cut through the air, as she handed him a small, golden orb. "I'm planning on going to see Madarian a bit later," Roken explained, his eyes fixed on the orb in his hand. "Since I haven't obtained the last quest item from the Pure Brightness Lake. Even though it's only a consumable, it costs 1 gold just because it's a magic enchanted item." Roken, a man with striking blue hair, stood confidently before a grand building. He mused that he could afford this extravagance thanks to the items he'd been selling from his recent PK encounters. Instructions flashed before his eyes: use the rune book to reach Pure Brightness Lake. He arrived at the lake, having already dispatched the regenerated mobs that guarded it. He surveyed the scene, considering whether this would be a suitable location for his next action. A smirk played on his lips. He declared it was time to get his money's worth. Roken tossed something into the lake, causing a ripple effect. He considered grinding fishing, but decided there was a faster, easier way. Roken, a former SSS class ranker in the VR game, found himself in a desperate situation. Betrayed and humiliated by his rivals, he was on the verge of losing everything he had worked for. A surge of blinding light engulfed him. Then, a twist of fate intervened. He was thrust back in time, to the very moment before the game's launch. A smirk played on the lips of a muscular man with teal hair, as he examined a glowing object in his hands. He mused that it was a consumable item with only 3 uses. A powerful consumable. He prepared to unleash its full potential. With a swift motion, he activated the item, unleashing a torrent of blue energy. A devastating lightning shock that crackled and surged around him. The raw power leaving him momentarily breathless as he stood in the shallows of a stream. He noted its incredible effectiveness. Later, in a dimly lit room, Roken stood before a man with neatly combed gray hair and glasses. A notification appeared: he had completed Endless Research 151. The man, impressed, complimented Roken, remarking on his amazing accomplishment. He held a small bag of fish and a single flower. He then questioned how Roken already possessed the necessary items. Roken, with a subtle smirk, explained that he had completed the entire quest line at once, though he hadn't received a title for it. Roken, a former SSS class ranker in the VR game, his face etched with a mixture of anger and determination, muttered to himself about his next request. A man with silver hair and glasses, holding a bouquet of purple flowers, calmly told Roken that it was still too early for him, suggesting he return after becoming stronger. Roken, however, inwardly seethed. He already knew he was annoying, but he really wanted to give the man a good beating. Roken's frustration mounted as he reflected on how the man had made him do all kinds of chores, only to kick him out now because his level wasn't high enough. He coldly acknowledged that he should have expected this outcome. Meanwhile, the silver-haired man continued, explaining that the quest line was only available for players level 100 and above. He then presented a mysterious item, asking Roken to take a look. He hadn't left yet, he still had some experiments to conduct. The man explained that he had found the item in the lake. He then asked Roken if he happened to know anything about it. Roken's eyes widened in recognition. It was the essence of the lake, something not easily obtained. A figure, partially obscured by shadow, is shown. A voice, filled with disbelief, asks, "How were you able to get this?" The figure, now more visible, reveals a determined expression. He states, "I defeated the Knight of the Lake." Another individual, seemingly surprised, exclaims, "You defeated the Knight of the Lake? You must be stronger than you seem." A third person, observing the scene, adds, "Did you just realize that?" The conversation continues. The initially surprised individual makes a request, "Could I request just one more thing from you?" The third person, a man with glasses and a sly smile, holds out a small bottle. His expression suggests a hidden agenda. The focus shifts to the initially victorious figure. His face is grim, a small cut visible on his cheek. His eyes glow with a fierce intensity. A narration box appears, explaining, "A study on death." In order to properly cure curses and diseases, Moderian believes that he needs to not only understand life, but also death. Bring him an item that contains the power of death. Further details are revealed. The missing investigator Hakin knows about an item containing the power of death. Success condition, obtain 1 token of death. Completion reward, experience points -3 gold dash, investigator's ring, the title investigator. The victorious figure smiles triumphantly. He declares, "Bingo! I was able to bypass the prerequisite of the quest." A narration box highlights a key reward. One of the quest rewards is none other than the investigator's ring. Roken, a former SSS class ranker in the Vermork, examined the powerful ring. He mused that it was a potent artifact, usable even beyond level 100, and that wielding it would rapidly increase his strength. Meanwhile, a sinister figure with a cruel smile confidently declared that he would handle the situation. Another man, appearing dependable, agreed, leaving the matter in the first man's capable hands. Roken initiated an auction item search, his gaze fixed on a specific target. He was advised to begin by meeting investigator Hakin. Roken, however, seemed surprised by this suggestion, questioning whether the other man thought he was unaware of this detail. The quest instructed Roken to find Hakin, however, despite a thorough search, he remained elusive. To meet Hakin, Roken needed to collect 15 pages from his journal, scattered across the monster field. The order of the pages was random, adding another layer of complexity to his task. A defeated-looking warrior lay amidst scattered pages, highlighting the difficulty of the quest. Roken, the former SSS class ranker, lay surrounded by scattered pages. He reflected on the difficulty he had in acquiring the final page in his previous life. Dismissing the remaining items as common and useless, he realized he already possessed 11 pages from the auction, needing only 4 more to complete his goal. He confidently declared that he would obtain the remaining pages from the upcoming auction as well, noting that he had much to do beyond the main quest. Roken prioritized attending the real estate auction first, having ample time before the scheduled date. He mused that he had a considerable amount of money, thanks to his recent dealings with the Blood Chasers. With his financial situation secure, Roken's next task was to eliminate the Blood Chasers. He opened his in-game message box and comments section, checking for updates on their location. Numerous reports flooded in, detailing the Blood Chasers' activities. He wondered if they were still active. The most recent comment pinpointed their location, revealing that the Blood Chasers had reappeared in the Forest Goblin Village, a hunting ground for level 30 players. The scene opens on a quaint village nestled within a dense forest, its simple huts overshadowed by an ancient, towering tree. A sense of quietude hangs in the air. But this tranquility is shattered by the furious thoughts of Roken, a former SSS class ranker in a virtual reality game. His face, etched with a mixture of anger and determination, is shown in close-up. He seethes, internally cursing his rivals. Roken's thoughts shift to a plan. He realizes that his enemies are targeting low-level players, likely as a means of humiliating him further. He believes he can catch them if he acts quickly. With a grim resolve, Roken activates his stealth skill. A burst of energy propels him forward, leaving a trail of motion blur in his wake. 2 unsuspecting players, a man and a woman, are suddenly startled by something unseen. The woman expresses her confusion, sensing a sudden movement nearby, while Roken, unseen, observes them with a smirk, anticipating their reaction to his sudden appearance. The location is identified as Goblin's Forest. Roken lands silently in the forest, his expression hardening as he prepares for confrontation. And he spots his targets. He recognizes them instantly, his anger flaring as he realizes they are back to continue their harassment. Roken, the former SSS class ranker, found himself surrounded by a hostile guild. His body ached, the result of a brutal attack. A cold sweat beaded on his brow as he wondered, damn it. Just what do they want from us? This will be my 5th time dying to them already. A calm, almost dismissive voice echoed in his mind, if you have a problem with it, just become stronger. A sinister grin spread across the face of one of Roken's attackers. His eyes glowed with malevolent intent. He sneered, after all, PK is part of the game. Another group of players, clearly weaker, were being threatened. The leader of the attackers barked, hand over your items if you want to live. A figure emerged from the shadows, radiating power. He scoffed, they still haven't learned their lesson. The scene shifted, showing a ghostly image of a powerful warrior, seemingly a vision of Roken's past glory. The powerful figure from the shadows effortlessly dispatched the weaker players. He observed, they were destroyed that bad, and yet they're still out of formation and vulnerable. A powerful blast of energy erupted from the scene, signifying the end of the conflict. The powerful figure commented, well, it's not that I'm complaining. Roken's face was shown, a look of grim determination etched upon his features. A surge of power emanated from Roken, hinting at his latent abilities. Roken, the former SSS class ranker, stood amidst the aftermath of a brutal battle. A chilling smirk played on his lips as he casually uttered, thanks for the meal. He initiated his attack, a devastating leap attack. A blinding flash of light erupted as he closed the distance, leaving 2 of his opponents stunned and reeling from the impact. A pained groan escaped their lips as they collapsed. One of the fallen men, his face contorted in disbelief, stammered, what was that? His companion, equally shocked, cursed, it's that bastard. Shit, he wasn't kidding when he said he was going to eliminate us? Panic seized them. Run! We're done for if he catches us. But Roken was already upon them, a predatory gleam in his eyes. A sinister smile stretched across his face. With a battle cry, Roken unleashed a devastating attack, sending his opponents sprawling. Roken, his face contorted in pain, gasped. And my body is. A violent sound erupted from him as he convulsed, a guttural cry escaping his lips. Nearby, observers watched in shock. Could this be the person who posted about eliminating the blood chasers on the forum? 2 figures, clad in dark armor, engaged him in combat. One of them questioned, is he even a user? Just what level is he? Roken's movements were impossibly fast. One of his opponents muttered, I didn't think he was being serious. His attacks were brutal and swift, leaving his opponents reeling. One of them sent flying by a powerful blow. Another cried out, quack. Someone, do something about him. Roken, eyes blazing, stood over his defeated foes. He declared, all your items are mine. A wave of violent energy erupted from Roken, the former SSS class ranker, as he unleashed a devastating attack, sending his opponents reeling. One of them, a man with short, gray hair, laughed maniacally, shouting, hey, you crazy bastard. Another opponent, his face contorted in pain, cried out, why are you doing this to us? He continued his assault, leaving one of his attackers groaning on the ground. Roken scoffed, what kind of bullshit is that? Another attacker, seemingly uninjured, spoke, it's not like you've been killing people all this time for a reason, have you? The attacker lunged at Roken. But Roken easily countered, his expression one of cold fury. A powerful figure, cloaked and hooded, loomed over the scene. His eyes, sharp and intense, gleamed with a predatory light. A cruel smile stretched across his lips as he spoke, his voice dripping with cold confidence. He declared that if anyone found his actions unfair, they should simply become stronger. The scene shifted to a group of onlookers observing a battle from a distance. Their awe was palpable as they witnessed a lone figure decimating a group of opponents. One of them marveled at the sheer power displayed, noting the impressive weapon the lone warrior wielded. He commented that the warrior looked like a berserker, but certainly not a weak one. A young man, his face etched with surprise and uncertainty, hesitantly addressed the powerful figure. He stammered, questioning if the figure before him was indeed Roken. The powerful figure remained silent for a moment, a question mark floating above his head. Then, he spoke, revealing that a friend had informed him of Roken's predicament. He was under attack by a group of players at a creek in northern Trinsic. His expression shifted, a hint of understanding dawning on his face. He asked if that was indeed the case. The powerful figure opened a book, his eyes scanning its pages. A confident smirk played on his lips as he declared that he understood the situation. With a sudden burst of energy, he launched himself into the air, leaving a trail of light in his wake. He declared that he would take care of the situation swiftly. The camera focused on the powerful figure's face, his eyes narrowed in determination. He confidently stated that he would resolve the matter within 5 minutes. A powerful surge of energy erupted from him, signaling his imminent arrival at the scene. A young woman with short, dark hair stared wide-eyed at a muscular man beside her, his expression one of stunned disbelief. Her surprise mirrored by his audible gasp of "huh?" The woman's thoughts turned to a strange occurrence. As she pondered why there were no reports about player killers, pikers. A man with short, blue hair, a scar on his face, and a smug expression, explained that he'd been having fun lately, killing blood chasers. For a couple of days after announcing the annihilation of the pikers, there had been many reports, and he had gone to kill the blood chasers as soon as he received them. Those were the good, glorious days, but no more reports had been coming in since yesterday. He found the lack of blood chaser reports boring, and with a sinister grin, he revealed something unexpected. The blood chasers were running away as soon as they heard Roken's name. A discussion ensues about Roken's abnormal strength and the possibility of a party forming to hunt him. A sly smile stretched across Roken's face as he mused, so this is what's been happening. Until now, the blood chasers, a group of high-ranking players, had instilled fear in the hearts of ordinary users. Their power was such that they felt they had no choice but to kill anyone who crossed their path. However, after witnessing Roken single-handedly annihilate them, public opinion on the blood chasers began to shift. Roken, however, remained unimpressed. He scoffed, "TSK, it's not too great of news for me." With the blood chasers now actively targeting him, Roken knew he needed to actively search for them. But the increased caution of ordinary users made his task considerably harder. He admitted to himself, "It's actually been harder to find them recently. I was hoping I could get a bit more off of them. I guess it's about time for me to stop this." The scene opens with a simple shot of a ceiling, the only words visible being a muttered house. Auction. A man with short, gray hair and a mischievous grin sits on the floor, clutching his injured arm. He chuckles, "Oh, I could do this all day." His expression shifts to a predatory smile, a glint in his eyes. He lets out a maniacal laugh. "If they've started to lay low, I just need to make them come out of hiding." Coo coo coo. The scene changes to the next day in Ktan. The narration box states, "The next day, Ktan." A large crowd has gathered in the city square. Two men in armor observe the scene, one of them expressing surprise. "Whoa, what's going on today? Why are there so many people?" His companion replies, "Didn't you hear? They're having a house auction later here." The camera pans to a group of figures shrouded in light, their faces mostly obscured. They appear to be powerful individuals. One of the armored men from earlier reacts with a casual, "Oh, is that so?" An observer commented on the rarity of the current event. The observer noted the presence of high-ranking guild officials. A muscular man, clad in yellow and red, anticipated intense competition. His companion agreed, acknowledging the popularity of the game The Lord as a factor. Another individual observed that the in-game ranking was closely tied to real-life status. This individual explained the importance of guild houses for growth, emphasizing their significance. Piria, the guildmaster, resolved to secure the guild house. The narration box identified Piria as the leader of the Blood Chaser Guild. A man lamented his lack of financial freedom, blaming Lim Soo-hee. The panel shows a close-up of a man's mouth, possibly expressing amusement or surprise. Amidst a bustling crowd, a man with silver hair and a neatly trimmed mustache expressed surprise at the sheer number of people present. He exclaimed that he hadn't expected such a large turnout. He then addressed the crowd, wishing them well and hoping their pockets were full. A younger man with teal hair chuckled, referring to the attendees as piggy banks as he activated the effects of his unique title, the Black Curtain. The effect of the title was an identity disguise, randomly changing the names and appearances of those present for 1 hour. The older man, seemingly amused by the situation, was then addressed by a woman with crimson hair and sharp features. He announced that the auction was about to begin, stating that everyone had been waiting for quite some time. The auctioneer, clearly excited, urged everyone to proceed with the auction. A woman in the crowd questioned the existence of a specific item, while another whispered that he was going all out. Suddenly, someone called out, interrupting the auctioneer. A blonde woman in the crowd felt something was amiss. A muscular man in ornate armor stepped forward, questioning the auctioneer's authenticity and expressing doubt about his identity. Two figures, one with a stern expression and the other with a more pensive look, engaged in a hushed conversation. The first spoke of rumors he'd heard from within the guild, suggesting a specific member was responsible for betraying them and revealing the location of a hidden dungeon. But the second man countered, noting that the person described looked completely different from the individual he suspected. The scene shifted to a formal auction setting. A man in a suit, presiding over the event, challenged a skeptical-looking warrior in golden armor. He scoffed, "Aha, you can't trust me?" The warrior, unconvinced, retorted that he needed to use a detection skill to verify the auctioneer's claims. The auctioneer, with a smirk, responded that if the warrior couldn't trust him, he simply didn't have to participate. With a dismissive wave, the auctioneer declared that the auction would proceed without the warrior's participation. The warrior, clearly frustrated, muttered his discontent as the auctioneer continued. The auctioneer announced the first item, 2-story houses, starting at a bid of 10 gold per month. A knight in the audience reacted with shock and disbelief at the low starting price. The auctioneer, unfazed, asked if anyone would bid more than 10 golds. In a separate scene, 2 women, one with pink hair and the other with purple hair, watched the auction with a mixture of amusement and intrigue. 2 figures, one with pink hair and a mischievous grin, the other partially obscured, announced their bids with unrestrained glee. 14 gold pieces, they declared. Followed by another, with purple hair and a wide-brimmed hat, who upped the ante to 15 gold. A gloved hand shot up, a desperate bid of 20 gold echoing through the hall. As the auctioneer called out, inquiring if anyone else wished to bid, a figure in golden armor, wielding a hammer, interrupted. Another bidder, his face contorted in a grimace of exertion, announced a bid of 22 gold for the MP Guild. A man with a large mustache smirked, clearly pleased with the escalating bids. The auctioneer, undeterred, declared that if no one else bid, he would auction off the item for 20 gold, mentioning the guild's name. A man with a worried expression looked on, clearly concerned by the auctioneer's threat. The chest of a figure in shining armor was shown, the auctioneer's words hanging heavy in the air, as he announced the sale of the item to the Steel Squad Guild. Roken, clad in gleaming gold armor, clenched his fists, his face contorted in a mask of furious frustration. He seethed, that bastard heard me and yet he dares ignore me? Meanwhile, in a grand hall, an auctioneer with silver hair and a distinguished mustache addressed a man in dark armor. All right, the auctioneer stated, why don't we fill out the contract right away? The armored man replied, inventory. Thank you. I'll make good use of it. Observing from a nearby table, 2 men watched the transaction unfold. One, with long brown hair, whispered, he's filling out the contract right away? So it was real. The other, with long silver hair, sighed, ugh, I was being skeptical for nothing. I should have bid more. We'll be excluding the MP Guild on the second auction as well for violating the rules. Roken's eyes widened in disbelief as the auctioneer continued, please be aware that you only get one warning. Roken's internal monologue raged, that fucking bastard, is he playing around with me? He gritted his teeth, just wait until after the auction. The auctioneer chuckled, shaking his head. I don't think you should be that angry just yet. Roken, a former SSS class ranker in the VR game, seethed with barely contained rage. His face, contorted in a chilling grimace, was a testament to the humiliation he had suffered at the hands of a rival guild. He glared down at a tiny figure below, his eyes burning with vengeful intent. Through this auction, he vowed, his voice a low growl, I'm planning on bringing you and your entire guild down. The scene opens on a bustling city square, the air thick with anticipation. A large crowd has gathered, their faces a mixture of excitement and expectation. A large hammer falls, signaling the start of an auction. The auctioneer announces the sale of a house for 25 gold pieces. The Joan Guild is congratulated on their purchase. A member of the Joan Guild, a young man with long, dark hair, celebrates his victory, while another, a man with shorter brown hair and an eye patch, watches with a calculating expression. He curses his loss, but a glint of determination appears in his eyes. He realizes that all the powerful guilds have now purchased houses. A plan forms in his mind, he will buy one of the remaining houses at a lower price. Meanwhile, an older man with a mustache observes the eye-patched man, sneering at his apparent struggle. The auctioneer announces the final item. Roken, a former SSS class ranker in the VR game, found himself in a tense auction. His face was etched with barely concealed anxiety, a stark contrast to his usual confident demeanor. As a voice, calm and authoritative, cut through the air. The auctioneer, a man with a distinguished mustache and silver hair, observed Roken's distress with a knowing smile. He subtly pointed out the flaw in Roken's strategy, explaining that his failure to conceal his emotions had given away his hand. The auctioneer then announced the final bid for the last house. A dramatic flourish accompanying his declaration of 35 gold. A sudden, ominous shadow fell over the scene. As Roken, a predatory grin spreading across his face, countered with a bid of 40 gold. His eyes gleamed with triumph. A bold move that shocked the onlookers. The auctioneer confirmed the bid. And the onlookers reacted with disbelief to Roken's extravagant offer of 40 gold, equivalent to $8,000. Whispers of disbelief and awe filled the room as the implications of his bid sunk in. The auctioneer, clearly amused by the reaction, brought down his gavel with a resounding thud, finalizing the sale, announcing that the MP Guild had purchased the last two-story house. Roken, visibly pleased, let out a triumphant yes. As the auctioneer swiftly moved on to the next item, his hand already reaching for the next card. An older man with a distinguished mustache presented a contract to a younger man in golden armor. The older man calmly requested timely rent payments, while the younger man, Roken, seethed with barely contained rage, vowing revenge. The contract detailed the terms of a long-term lease for a two-story house in the game's virtual world, Intrinsic, between the user Piria and the Intrinsic Administrative Office. Roken reviewed the contract, a grim expression settling on his face. He acknowledged their recent acquisition of a guild house, but admitted the financial strain it would cause in the short term. A close-up on the auctioneer's mouth revealed a barely suppressed smirk. The auctioneer announced a short intermission before the auction for 3 room houses would begin. Roken's frustration grew as the auctioneer clarified that the previous house was the last two-story house available. The auctioneer, seemingly unfazed by Roken's simmering anger, casually inquired about his interest in the upcoming 3-room house auction, suggesting he wouldn't hold him back if he had the gold. Roken's fury exploded, his face contorted in a mask of rage as he cursed the auctioneer. The auctioneer, unimpressed, dismissed Roken as a fool, confident that the guild's financial woes would keep them occupied for a while. A sly smile stretched across the face of a man with a prominent mustache. He chuckled, "Kokoku. 40 gold per month." Another man, his expression serious, spoke. He explained that this was equivalent to $8,000 per month. Continuing, he warned that if someone were to destroy your guild for any reason. Roken, a former SSS class ranker, walked down a dark alleyway, his shoulders slumped with defeat. The weight of his recent failures pressed heavily upon him. He moved with a heavy gait, his head bowed low. He muttered a question to himself, barely audible above the silence, "Are you there?" Suddenly, a shadowy figure emerged from the darkness, its form indistinct but menacing. The figure lunged at Roken. The attacker shouted, accusing Roken of using all the guild funds for his guild house, questioning his sanity. Roken, clad in ornate golden armor, coughed weakly, a desperate plea escaping his lips. "Wait, let's talk it out." His assailant, shrouded in darkness, scoffed, "Don't tell me you forgot?" Roken, his face contorted in a grimace, retorted, "We're together for the sole purpose of benefiting each other." The shadowy figure loomed over Roken, who braced himself, his fist clenched on the ground. A chilling threat hanging in the air, "If you become useless to me." Roken's fate was sealed. "You won't be an exception, Piria." Saliva dribbled from Roken's mouth as he was forced to his knees, his eyes filled with a mixture of anger and despair. The word inventory hung heavy in the air. With a flick of the wrist, a surge of blue energy manifested, a command given simply, "Here." Roken, defeated but resolute, muttered, "Just take it." He added, "We'll do the proper ownership transfer later." His assailant, still cloaked in shadow, questioned, "Wasn't the MP guild supposed to get a guild house first?" Roken, clad in ornate golden armor, stood before a cloaked figure. He explained that while there had been a plan, he'd changed his mind. The more he considered it, Roken realized there was only one way to reclaim everything he'd lost. His gaze hardened. Everything would be solved if he could just catch that damn bastard. And he would spread a video of it throughout all the servers. The cloaked figure, a skeletal warrior, questioned if it would be possible if he utilized all his forces. Roken, sighing, admitted there was no other choice. His companion agreed, stating they couldn't just sit and watch him do that. Roken resolved to step in himself. The skeletal warrior prepared for action. Roken, a young man with short, tousled blue hair and intense eyes, lay back in his chair, a thoughtful expression on his face. A wide grin spread across his face as a wave of disbelief washed over him. He murmured, "Whoa, is this for real?" His gaze fell upon his in-game currency, 335 gold, 68 silver, and 17 copper coins. He muttered to himself, "I got 335 gold just from the first month of rent. I must be the richest person in the Lord right now." Roken's fingers flew across the keyboard as he navigated to the transaction forum. A post caught his eye, selling, 20 golds /$400 PR gold. He smirked, since the guilds right now probably don't have enough gold, they'll purchase it even though it's a ridiculously high price. Roken continued his plan, "I should also put up the Blood Chasers items for higher than the market price." A sword, shield, and several rings appeared on his screen, each glowing faintly. He chuckled, "Kukik, isn't this the privilege of the rich? Well, I guess this should be enough for now." Roken, a former SSS class ranker in the VR game, stood poised, his teal hair catching the light as he gripped the shaft of a massive battle axe. The weapon hummed with barely contained power, a reflection of the man who wielded it. He swung the axe, a blur of motion that cleaved the air with a powerful force. The impact sent shockwaves through the forest. He mused, needing to check on a trap he'd set earlier. His thoughts turned to the Blood Chaser Guild, desperate for gold and likely farming a lucrative hunting ground. He surmised they were likely in the Trinsic Eastern Field, also known as the Dark Forest. The location was confirmed by a narration box. Roken found them quickly. A monstrous beast lunged at him, its roar echoing through the trees. He met the attack head-on, his axe flashing in a brilliant arc. The beast's roar turned into a pained shriek as the axe connected, sending it sprawling. Roken followed up with a devastating blow, sending the creature crashing to the ground. The creature let out a final, pained roar before collapsing, its life force extinguished. Roken stood over it, his expression grim. Roken, the former SSS-class ranker, found himself in a desperate situation. He was surrounded, his movements hampered, the weight of defeat pressing down on him. A heavy blow landed, sending him crashing to the forest floor. He gasped, the impact jarring his entire body. Bulldozer, a level 76 official of the Blood Chaser Guild, stood over him, a cruel smirk playing on his lips. "I can almost one-shot all the monsters here now," he chuckled, his voice dripping with arrogance. Another member of the Blood Chaser Guild, Spearman, a level 79 submaster, appeared nearby. He scoffed at Bulldozer's boast. "One-shot my ass. You barely did anything while I did everything for you," he sneered, his words laced with contempt. A shadow moved in the background, unseen by the two guild members. A question mark floated above their heads, hinting at an unknown presence. A report came in, Roken was in the northern fields. "Is it that bastard?" Spearman muttered, a surge of anger coursing through him. He began summoning all Blood Chaser officials. A powerful magic book opened, its pages glowing with an ominous light. "We will now eliminate Roken," a voice declared, the words echoing with chilling finality. The manga panel showcases Cable, a level 90 shadow assassin and master of the Blood Chaser Guild. His face is contorted in a fierce grimace, his eyes narrowed in intense focus. The image is framed by a stylized title card for Return of the SSS class ranker. The scene opens on a tranquil forest clearing, bathed in soft, ethereal light. Suddenly, a figure bursts from the trees, his face contorted in a grimace of pain and exertion. He roared at his unseen assailant to get away. A desperate shout echoing through the silent woods as he stumbled backward, clearly injured and overwhelmed. From the shadows, a hulking figure emerged, wielding a massive weapon. The attacker's dark eyes glowed menacingly as he loomed over his prey. A chilling observation escaping his lips, he hadn't expected his opponent to be so close. The attacker unleashed a devastating blow, sending a shockwave through the forest. The force of the impact was clearly immense. Another figure, this one wielding a bow and arrow, joined the fray. He casually observed the brutal exchange, then spoke, suggesting they skip the less exciting parts of the fight and proceed directly to the climax. With a swift, brutal movement, the archer's arrow found its mark, ending the fight abruptly. The scene opens with a blur of motion, a whirlwind of furious combat. Roken, a former SSS-class ranker in the VR game, is caught in the midst of a brutal attack, his movements a flurry of defensive maneuvers. A desperate struggle against overwhelming odds. Two figures watch from a distance, their expressions a mixture of disbelief and concern. One of them exclaims that his skill is beyond belief, questioning if he is hacking the game. The camera focuses on a close-up of Roken's attacker, their mouth open in a ferocious roar, highlighting the intensity of the assault. Meanwhile, a guild official, identified as Blood Chaser, directs his team, issuing precise orders for a hit-and-run strategy against Roken. Ranged attackers are told to keep attacking from a distance, while melee fighters are instructed to keep him occupied but avoid close combat. The next panel shows Roken unleashing a powerful counterattack, a fiery blast erupting from his hands. The force of the attack sending shockwaves through the air. He expertly deflects an incoming blow from one of his attackers, demonstrating his superior skill and speed. Another attacker, a ranged combatant, attempts to strike Roken with a volley of arrows, but he effortlessly dodges them all. Despite their numbers, Roken notes that his opponents aren't fully committed to the fight, and some of them seem surprisingly skilled. The final panel shows Roken on the ground, slightly injured, but he remains calm and observant, realizing that his opponents are not trying to kill him, but rather to wear him down and humiliate him. He is not running away, but strategizing. A powerful kick launched Roken through the air, sending him crashing to the ground. He braced himself, a grim expression settling on his face as he heard a familiar voice. "Kokuk, don't tell me." A wave of dread washed over him as he realized the truth, his enemies had arrived. "They're here." Three figures emerged from the swirling snow, their faces contorted in cruel smiles. One of them, a burly man with a cruel grin, shouted a vile threat. "You're dead meat now, you fucker." Roken's eyes widened in alarm as a blinding light erupted from his body. A surge of power coursing through his veins. He reacted instinctively, deflecting an incoming attack and parrying a deadly javelin with ease. His opponent, surprised by his unexpected strength, could only stare in disbelief. A group of heavily armored figures surrounded a lone individual. One of them, with short, gray hair, commented on the target's strength, while another, a burly man with a cruel grin, expressed excitement at the prospect of the coming confrontation. Meanwhile, another figure, cloaked and mysterious, approached the scene. He questioned the target's identity, confirming that he was indeed the infamous Roken, and declared that his reign of dominance was about to end. The cloaked figure's identity was revealed: Cable, the guild master of the Blood Chasers. Cable let out a maniacal laugh, relishing the impending conflict. Roken, unfazed, retorted with a sarcastic remark, questioning the intelligence of his attackers and wondering who had been evading him all along. One of Cable's underlings lunged at Roken, enraged by his insolence. But Roken, defiant, challenged them to attack him directly. Cable gave the order to commence the assault. The Blood Chasers launched a coordinated attack against Roken. Roken, the former SSS-class ranker, found himself overwhelmed. A flurry of attacks rained down on him from the dominant guild, their coordinated assault a testament to their combined strength. Each blow chipping away at his defenses, pushing him to the brink of defeat. Yet, amidst the chaos, a strange energy pulsed within him, a glimmer of hope in the face of despair. His eyes narrowed, a grim determination hardening his features. The Lion King's sealed headpiece equipped. A surge of power coursed through his veins, a tangible shift in the balance of the fight. With newfound strength, Roken retaliated. His blade, a blur of motion, sliced through the air, shattering the coordinated assault of his enemies. Each swing precise and deadly, a testament to his unparalleled skill. The tide of battle turned. He moved with a speed that defied comprehension, his blade a whirlwind of destruction, leaving a trail of defeated opponents in his wake. His movements a blur of calculated precision, each strike finding its mark with deadly accuracy. The once confident guild members now found themselves on the defensive. One by one, they fell before his might, their attacks easily deflected or countered. A cold satisfaction washed over Roken as he felt the power surge through him. He roared, "Small fries, get out of the way." With a final, earth-shattering blow, Roken sent his last opponent flying, leaving him victorious on the battlefield. The remnants of the guild scattered, their arrogance shattered. A gruff voice cuts through the air. "Oomph. You're pretty fast for a berserker." The speaker, a powerfully built man with a stern expression, watches his opponent with narrowed eyes. The man's identity is revealed: Skull Crusher, an official of the Blood Chaser Guild, a level 76 bulldozer. His opponent, a figure shrouded in a bluish aura, is clearly surprised by the bulldozer's speed. This stupidly strong bastard has a double-handed battle hammer in each of his hands? The opponent continues to assess the situation, a flicker of concern crossing his face. Just how strong is he? He reacts instantly, moving with surprising agility for someone wielding such massive weapons. A blur of motion, a clash of steel, and the opponent narrowly avoids a devastating blow. The opponent, clearly overwhelmed, grits his teeth. These bastards. A third figure emerges from the shadows, silently observing the scene. Spearman notes, "These three seem like the strongest in the Blood Chaser Guild." Skull Crusher, noticing the newcomer, comments, "They're definitely different from the ones I've been facing up until now." The third member, a shadowy figure moving with lethal grace, is identified as the leader. Spearman observes, "He's clearly the leader. What's she been doing all this time?" He concluded that eliminating his opponent before the situation worsened was necessary. However, to do so, he would first have to deal with the two men currently obstructing his path. One of them challenged him, demanding to know what he was daydreaming about. He internally assessed his opponents. One was a pure bruiser who relied on brute force, while the other was a ranged attacker who inflicted significant physical damage from a distance. He scoffed at the annoying combination of fighting styles. He considered using his berserk mode to quickly dispatch them, but he decided against such a reckless course of action without knowing the potential consequences. That left only one option. He activated his dash skill, a burst of speed that left a trail of light in its wake. The speed of his movement was such that he appeared as a blur, leaving his opponent momentarily stunned. He moved with incredible speed, appearing behind his opponent before striking with a powerful blow. A blinding flash of light engulfed Roken, the former SSS-class ranker, as he was violently thrown back in time. The disorienting energy subsided, revealing a sneering face belonging to one of his former rivals. This man, clad in heavy armor, exuded an air of malicious triumph. The rival, his face contorted in a cruel smirk, launched a brutal attack against Roken. "You really think you can take me head-on?" he taunted, his voice dripping with contempt. Roken, despite the surprise attack, met his opponent's gaze with a chilling calm. A predatory gleam shone in his eyes, hinting at the power he still possessed. With a sudden burst of speed, Roken countered the attack, sending his opponent reeling backward. The impact created a shockwave that rippled through the air. The rival, clearly surprised by Roken's unexpected power, stumbled back in disbelief. Roken seized the opportunity, unleashing a devastating leap attack. His body blurred as he closed the distance, a golden aura surrounding him as he hurtled towards his opponent. Another rival, witnessing the unfolding events, shouted a warning to his comrade. Spear, brother. Watch out. He's aiming for you. Roken's attack connected, sending his target flying. You pathetic bastard, he sneered, his voice cold and devoid of emotion. Roken, a man with short, graying hair, stood defiantly, his gaze fixed on an unseen threat. He gripped a large, glowing sword, its ethereal blue energy crackling around the blade. A cold confidence etched onto his features. He scoffed, the unspoken words hanging heavy in the air. Who do you think I am? A radiant, crimson diamond emblem pulsed with light, its intricate design hinting at immense power. Below, Roken prepared for action, releasing a blinding flash of energy. The name of his attack, Rising Dragon Javelin, appearing as if written in the very fabric of space itself. He smirked, a cruel amusement in his eyes. A floating target is the easiest to aim for, he mused, his voice dripping with arrogance. A massive, double-headed axe hurtled towards him, a blur of motion and deadly intent. But Roken anticipated the attack with ease. A vibrant, crimson emblem pulsed with energy, its intricate design hinting at immense power. It was the symbol of an SSS-class ranker, a testament to unparalleled skill within the virtual world. A blinding flash of light erupted from the emblem, engulfing the scene in a searing white radiance, leaving behind only the lingering afterimage of a powerful energy blast. And a figure, silhouetted against the fading light, emerged from the chaos. His expression was one of grim determination. The figure, Roken, a former SSS-class ranker, braced himself as a massive axe whistled through the air, aimed to cleave him in two. He barely managed to dodge the devastating blow. Roken, his breath ragged, found himself in a new, unfamiliar environment. He muttered to himself, realizing the sheer power of his opponent. Another figure, his face obscured by shadow, lunged at Roken, a dark energy weapon piercing his defenses. Roken winced, his body screaming in pain. Roken, a former SSS-class ranker in the VR game, stared in disbelief. He had even used an enhancement skill on his throw. Yet his opponent not only blocked the javelin but caught it with ease. How was that possible? With a fierce glint in his eyes, Roken vowed, "I'll return it to you." He launched a powerful counterattack, a fiery blast erupting from his hand. But his opponent effortlessly deflected it, sneering, "You dumbass. I wouldn't be used to something like this as a ranged dealer." Facing defeat, Roken activated his Scaredy-Cat Mage's Ring, a magic item allowing for a single 3-meter escape, teleporting him a short distance away as a powerful attack slammed into the ground where he'd been standing. A smirk played on Roken's lips. "Poof. I prepared an escape plan for bastards like you." The scene opens with a dynamic shot from behind a man with short, gray hair. He is surrounded by a swirling vortex of energy, the remnants of a powerful escape technique. A monstrous figure looms before him, its face contorted in a sneer. "You shouldn't have wasted your precious escape skill like that," it jeers. The gray-haired man, his face etched with shock and disbelief, mutters, "This bastard. He predicted that I'd use my escape skill from the very beginning. And played around with me." The monstrous figure unleashes a devastating attack, a wave of crimson energy engulfing the gray-haired man. Another man, this one with short brown hair and a look of utter terror on his face, watches in horror as the attack unfolds. A gloved hand grips a staff, a symbol of power and authority. "What will you do now? You're the only one left." A man with light blue hair and a cruel smile appears, wielding a flaming weapon. "Why don't we fight for real?" A shadowy, hulking figure emerges from the darkness, its eyes glowing menacingly. The battle is far from over. Roken, a former SSS-class ranker in the VR game, found himself on the receiving end of a brutal attack. A flurry of blows rained down on him, each strike a testament to the coordinated assault of his rivals. He staggered back, the force of the blows sending tremors through his virtual body. His rage igniting as he roared a furious threat, "I'll kill you, you fucker." Despite the overwhelming odds, Roken retaliated with a furious counterattack. He moved with the speed and precision of a seasoned warrior, his strikes powerful and precise, shattering the ground around his opponents. One of his attackers sneered, TSK, even a fly could land on you with that speed of yours." Undeterred by the mockery, Roken unleashed a devastating flurry of blows, a whirlwind of motion that left his attackers reeling. The impact sent shockwaves through the virtual environment, leaving one of them groaning in pain, "You bastard." Another attacker, observing Roken's strength, smirked, "Looks like you're quite proud of your strength. So why don't we test it further?" Roken, a former SSS-class ranker in the VR game, unleashed a torrent of energy, a swirling vortex of power erupting from his body. He grinned, a cruel, triumphant expression twisting his features as he taunted his opponents. "Have some fun together," he jeered. The attack slammed into one of his adversaries, a heavily armored figure who roared in pain and anger. "You arrogant bastard," he bellowed, his voice filled with fury. Another opponent, his face contorted in a grimace, boasted, "My strength stat is 250. But Roken, radiating power, countered with a defiant shout. "I'm the strongest in this game." His attack connected, resulting in a massive explosion that rocked the virtual landscape. The aftermath of the blast revealed a cloaked figure emerging from the smoke and debris. This mysterious individual seemed to be controlling the dark energy that pulsed around them. Their eyes glowed with an eerie green light, hinting at immense power and malevolence. Roken, caught off guard, gasped in shock as the mysterious figure unleashed another wave of dark energy. The attack struck him, sending him reeling back in pain. "Ach!" he cried out. The ground beneath him cracked and crumbled as the mysterious figure's power continued to surge, leaving Roken vulnerable and defeated. Roken, the berserker, found himself in a desperate struggle, his body battered and bruised. He roared in defiance as a powerful blow sent him reeling. But even as he fell, his resolve remained unshaken. With a grunt, he planted his foot firmly on the ground and rose to his feet, a triumphant grin spreading across his face. "Phew," he breathed, "feels refreshing to have such an exciting fight." His opponent, a figure cloaked in shadow, chuckled at his words. A notification appeared, announcing that Roken's level had increased. His stats were displayed: level 61 Berserker, second job, strength 308, dexterity 155, stamina 151, endurance 104, intelligence 50, wisdom 25. Suddenly, a new enemy appeared, a shadowy figure moving with surprising speed. He launched a swift attack. But Roken, ever vigilant, was ready. "You really just sat and watched your underlings die like that?" The new enemy sneered, his words dripping with contempt. Roken responded with a burst of speed, a blur of motion as he dashed forward. His blade a silver streak across the battlefield. He unleashed a devastating attack, the force of his blow echoing through the air, crippling his opponent. "What a bad guild master you are!" A dark figure emerged from the shadows, its eyes glowing ominously. Synchronization. A surge of dark energy pulsed outwards, emanating from a shadowy figure whose form remained obscured. The energy coalesced into a tangible form, causing Roken's eyes to widen in surprise. A question mark filled his thought bubble, reflecting his confusion. Roken, propelled by an unseen force, was flung violently through the air. The dark energy swirled around him, a vortex of purple and black. A chaotic energy continued to consume him, leaving only a trail of sparks in its wake. As the energy subsided, Roken found himself surrounded by shadowy tendrils. He exclaimed, "What are these? Shadows?" A cloaked figure emerged from the shadows, their face hidden. They asked, "Do you really wish to know why I watched my underlings die?" The figure continued, "The reason is simple." The cloaked figure revealed themselves to be far more powerful alone than with their underlings, stating, "I'm much stronger when I fight alone with my 100% than fighting alongside those weaklings." The figure's identity was revealed: Cable, Bloodchaser Guildmaster, a level 90 shadow assassin. While Roken's rivals were occupied battling his underlings, he secretly synchronized his power with every shadow in the area, effectively taking control of the battlefield. In other words, he had the entire field under his command. Roken's opponents, witnessing this display of power, could only express their astonishment. One of them muttered, "Sigh, a shadow master?" Another opponent, a powerfully built man wielding an axe, appeared surprised and intrigued. He exclaimed, "Seriously, how lucky am I to meet one here?" The axe-wielding man continued, reflecting on the rarity of such a powerful class. He mused, "The trigger condition for this class advancement quest is very demanding, so I barely ran into any, even in my previous life. I guess I still remember one." A monstrous shadow creature emerged, causing the axe-wielder to question if this was the shadow master he remembered. He quickly dismissed the thought, however, focusing on the immediate threat. Roken confidently stated, "It's over once I take care of the main body." With a swift movement, Roken launched a powerful attack, completely overwhelming his opponent. Roken, the former SSS ranker, found himself facing a desperate situation. He had been betrayed and ambushed by a powerful guild, their attack leaving him overwhelmed and enraged. A furious roar escaped his lips as he shouted at his attackers. His desperate counterattack was a whirlwind of motion, a desperate attempt to break free from the suffocating grip of his enemy's dark magic. The purple energy swirled around him, a chaotic maelstrom of power. But the power of his opponents proved too great. He felt the crushing weight of their combined might, a grim realization dawning on him as he struggled against the tide. A shadowy figure emerged from the swirling darkness, its form vaguely humanoid but unsettlingly alien. Its eyes glowed with an eerie green light, a chilling presence that sent a shiver down Roken's spine. The creature lunged, its attack swift and brutal. A blur of motion that left Roken reeling from the impact. More of the shadowy figures appeared, their movements synchronized and deadly. They surrounded Roken, their menacing presence closing in. Their combined assault was relentless, each blow carrying the weight of their dark magic. Roken braced himself for the final blow, his body battered and his spirit weary. But then, a sudden twist of fate intervened. A blinding flash of light engulfed him, and everything went black. Roken, a former SSS class ranker in the VR game, found himself on the receiving end of a brutal attack. His opponents, a powerful guild, taunted him as they unleashed a torrent of dark purple energy, clearly aiming to humiliate and defeat him. The energy forming into a monstrous blade that sliced through the air with terrifying speed. The sheer force of the attack sent shockwaves rippling across the virtual battlefield, leaving Roken staggering, his health plummeting below 50%. He stumbled back, his legs giving way under the strain of the attack. A wave of purple energy erupting from the ground around him. He realized with dawning horror. This was no ordinary attack. A game notification flashed before his eyes. He had been poisoned, afflicted with paralysis and bleeding, his health steadily decreasing. As effects of the poison began to take hold, his body growing heavy and numb. His attacker, cloaked in shadows, watched with cold satisfaction. A figure emerged from the shadows, mocking Roken's plight. "This is what they called you a hacker for," the figure sneered. The figure's face, partially obscured by a hood, revealed glowing green eyes. "How disappointing," it said, its voice dripping with disdain. But the figure added, a hint of amusement in its tone, "Disappointed just yet." Despite his weakened state, Roken mustered his remaining strength, preparing for a final, desperate counterattack. The scene opens with a dark, almost void-like space, punctuated only by faint purple and white particles drifting slowly through the emptiness. A swirling vortex of energy begins to coalesce, growing in intensity. The chaotic energy intensifies, forming sharp, bright lines against the dark background. From the heart of this maelstrom, a figure emerges, wielding a dark staff, his eyes glowing with an ominous light. He declares, "We're just getting started here." A wave of purple energy washes over him, but he seems unaffected, a message appearing, "Your poison resistance has nullified the poison effects." He gestures dismissively towards a cloaked figure in the distance, revealing a sinister grin as he addresses the figure, "Blood Chaser Guildmaster, or should I say?" A spectral dragon emerges behind the cloaked figure, its eyes glowing menacingly. The cloaked figure's face is revealed, a skull-like visage with glowing green eyes. The narration box introduces Odin, the king of creation, and his Ragnarok guild. Described as a group of powerful players cosplaying as Greek gods. Despite their questionable aesthetic choices, they were undeniably the strongest player organization in the game The Lord. However, there were too many suspicious things about them. The narrator focuses on the fact that even already prominent players joined the guild and blindly followed Odin. They even went as far as spending a large sum of money to change their nicknames. Among them, the troublesome guy who used shadow and poison was. A surge of purple energy crackled in the air, the word Nidhogg appearing as if etched into the very fabric of the scene. A brief narration box appeared, explaining that the name had been corrected from Nidhogg to Nidhogg. Apparently, it's a dragon that gnaws at the root of the world tree in Norse mythology, but one character couldn't care less about such role-playing details. But one thing was certain. The man before him was the Nidhogg, a powerful figure from before he joined the Ragnarok guild. The purple energy swirled around the figure, highlighting his imposing presence. The narration box confirmed that this was indeed Nidhogg, before his affiliation with the Ragnarok guild. The other characters scoffed, dismissing the revelation as nonsense. However, upon further reflection, he admitted it was rather obvious. A new character, a man with short, blue hair and a smirk, appeared. He mused that even if he explained, the other wouldn't understand. He continued, observing that Nidhogg's movements indicated he'd likely worked as an assassin and shadow master before his current role. The blue-haired man assessed Nidhogg's skill level, concluding that his dexterity was likely double his own. He decided he had no choice but to use a certain ability. Surrounded and outnumbered, Roken, the former SSS class ranker, found himself on the brink of defeat. A desperate rage consumed him. As he unleashed a furious counterattack, his movements a blur of motion against his attackers. In a final, desperate act, Roken activated his ultimate skill, Berserk. A fiery aura enveloped him, transforming him into a whirlwind of destructive power. The skill's description appeared before him, detailing its immense strength and devastating consequences. The Berserk skill came with a heavy price, a significant decrease in stats after its duration, and a doubled penalty for repeated use. Despite the risks, Roken pressed on, his opponent observing his reckless strategy. "So you're using that skill? I guess that's what makes Berserkers annoying to face." His opponent, however, was unfazed by the raw power of Berserk. "The difference between you and me is not something you can overcome with only a mere skill." The opponent unleashed a wave of dark energy, overwhelming Roken with superior skill and power, leaving him vulnerable and battered. A cruel smile stretched across Roken's face, his eyes gleaming with a dangerous light. Dark energy crackled around him, coalescing into a weapon of immense power. The weapon taking the form of immense, ethereal wings, blazing with an otherworldly light. He launched himself forward, a blur of motion, leaving a trail of incandescent energy in his wake. The force of his attack shattering the very ground beneath his feet. A wave of destruction radiating outwards in a chaotic display of power. Roken roared, his power surging, a tempest of energy erupting from his very being. The sheer force of his attack leaving a trail of devastation in its path. The impact of Roken's attack sent shockwaves through the very fabric of the game world, leaving behind a scene of utter destruction. A cloaked figure watched from afar, their eyes wide with disbelief. "It's this strong," they muttered, their voice barely a whisper. The cloaked figure prepared for a counterattack, readying their weapon as the ground trembled from the residual energy of Roken's assault. A cloaked figure, their face obscured by shadow, loomed over Roken. Only a single, malevolent green eye was visible, glowing with an eerie light. A chilling aura emanating from them as they prepared to strike. The air crackled with anticipation. Roken, his face contorted in a grimace of exertion, braced himself for the impact. His eyes burned with a fierce determination. A shadowy figure unleashed a devastating blow, a guttural cry of die, escaping its lips as it struck. The force of the attack sent Roken reeling, a searing pain coursing through his body. A brilliant blue energy erupting from his form as he countered the attack. The cloaked figure scoffed, a dismissive tisk escaping their lips as they observed Roken's unexpected power surge. The cloaked figure revealed that the area was still under their control, highlighting their ability to detect every movement and teleport within it. Roken smirked, amused by the opponent's arrogance, commenting on their foolishness and revealing their skills. Roken, his face contorted in a grimace of exertion, muttered to himself, "It's because it's already over." A voice, cold and detached, echoed in his mind, "You receive a tremendous boost for a set amount of time." But the same voice continued, explaining the drawback, "But in return, you receive a penalty that decreases your stats after the skill is over. It's a double-edged sword." A towering figure, clad in dark armor and wielding a massive polearm, loomed over Roken. The figure declared, "You already lost, from the moment you blindly used the berserk skill." Roken, his face a mask of pained fury, could only manage a guttural, "You." The dark-armored figure brought its weapon down in a swift, brutal arc, "Don't fuck with me." A new figure emerged from the shadows, a skeletal warrior in a hooded cloak, wielding a wicked-looking scythe. The skeletal warrior unleashed a torrent of dark energy, engulfing Roken in a wave of purple destruction, leaving only a trail of devastation in its wake. Roken, a powerful warrior with teal hair, stood amidst a purple haze, his muscular frame tensed. He recalled a past battle, a bitter memory of his defeat. He reflected that when he fought his opponent before his time reversal, he had already achieved his third-class advancement. His opponent, a shadowy figure with flowing gray hair, vanished in a flash of purple energy, leaving Roken frustrated and confused. He muttered to himself, wondering where his enemy had gone. He remembered his past strength, a time when he could easily dispel all shadows with his powerful skills. But now, facing this new challenge, he felt the weight of his current limitations. He realized there was no end to the seemingly endless battle. Roken braced himself as a surge of energy erupted from within him, a powerful force threatening to consume him. His face contorted in pain and determination. The energy intensified, taking on a monstrous form. A shadowy, dragon-like creature emerged from the depths of his power. The monstrous form continued to grow, its power overwhelming. Its terrifying presence filled the space, a testament to Roken's immense power. The shadowy dragon loomed over Roken, a symbol of his inner turmoil. Despite the immense power he wielded, Roken cursed his situation. He muttered "damn it" under his breath, his frustration evident. Roken, his face contorted in pain, muttered to himself, "This is killing me." A notification appeared, only 20 seconds remained for his berserker skill. Despite the excruciating pain, a manic grin spread across Roken's face as he channeled the last of his strength. He unleashed a final, desperate attack, his body collapsing as the skill ended. An opponent, cloaked and armed, observed Roken's weakened state. "You seem to be alive thanks to your berserk skill, but you'll soon die due to the penalty damage." Roken, eyes blazing with defiance, declared, "I won't let that happen." Another figure emerged, shrouded in shadow, his voice echoing with menace. "To show the world how I'll utterly destroy you," he finished, his words dripping with malice. A powerful energy surge erupted from the mysterious figure, engulfing Roken. The cloaked figure sighed, muttering, "Sigh, damn it, how annoying." Roken, the former SSS ranker, found himself in a desperate duel. He gripped his staff, a surge of dark energy crackling around it. His opponent, cloaked and wielding a wicked-looking scythe, smirked. "Great. Die with lament," he sneered, preparing for the final blow. A notification appeared, a stark reminder of his dwindling options. Only 10 seconds remained for his berserk skill. Roken hesitated, his face grim. He really didn't want to resort to something this petty, but time was running out. With a sigh of resignation, he activated a hidden consumable spell, Lightning Shock. The effect was immediate and dramatic. A blinding flash of light erupted from his amulet, and a surge of raw power coursed through his body. His opponent, caught completely off guard, could only stare in disbelief as a torrent of blue energy slammed into him, sending him flying. The attack continued relentlessly, leaving the cloaked figure reeling. He gasped, "Magic? But how?" A final notification confirmed the spell's nature and remaining uses. A rare consumable electric magic spell, Lightning Shock, had been used. Only 2 charges remained. The remnants of a powerful energy surge dissipated into the air, leaving behind only traces of its immense power. He realized that this was his only chance to dismantle his opponent's shadowy power source. With a burst of speed, he launched himself towards his enemy, intent on striking a decisive blow. A swift, calculated attack that sent his foe reeling. He knew, however, that this advantage would be short-lived. His berserk skill was nearing its end. The timer ticked down, only 5 seconds remained of his enhanced power. He channeled the remaining energy into a final, desperate attack. A desperate gamble, knowing this was his one and only chance. With a roar, he unleashed a wave of raw power, a torrent of energy that engulfed his opponent. The impact was earth-shattering. The force of the blow sent shockwaves through the very ground itself. As 2 combatants clashed in a final, desperate struggle for dominance. Roken, his face contorted in a grimace of exertion, threw himself into the heart of the attack, his body a whirlwind of motion and raw power. The berserk skill concluded, leaving a trail of vanquished foes in its wake. A message then appeared, his level had increased. Roken, cloaked and wounded, collapsed to the ground. He gasped, how could this be? His vision blurred as he struggled to comprehend his defeat. A bitter self-reproach followed, how could I, to the likes of you? Cable, the victor, stood over him, his foot planted on Roken's chest. He sneered, I wonder. You were acting all cool and everything. How embarrassing. Cable continued his taunts, if you've got a problem, come fight me anytime, you creepy emo bastard. Despite his humiliation, a flicker of determination ignited within Roken. He vowed, one day, I'll. The game interface appeared, announcing his defeat and subsequent level increase. You have defeated player Cable. Your level has increased. Cable, breathing heavily, collapsed, muttering, holy shit, I almost died. Roken, regaining his composure, focused on his inventory. He silently commanded, inventory. Cable, still recovering, admitted, to be honest, I wasn't completely confident I could win. He was the strongest opponent I've faced since regressing. I never thought that the guild master of the Blood Chaser Guild would become a member of the Ragnarok Guild. Roken, the protagonist, reflects on his recent victory. He admits that his triumph was only possible due to the new titles he had recently acquired. A detailed description of the limit-breaking title appears on screen. It's a legendary title, awarded for defeating an opponent far beyond one's current capabilities. Roken continues his internal monologue, emphasizing the importance of this title in his recent victory. He states that without it, he wouldn't have even considered the fight. Despite his earlier reservations, Roken now expresses a sense of relief and even forgiveness towards his opponents. He explains that he obtained some useful gear as a result of the conflict. The panel shows Roken holding a ring, a piece of loot from his recent battle. The ring is identified as the Scaredy Cat Mage's Ring, a magic item. The description of the ring is displayed. It's a magical item that allows the user to teleport 3 meters backward once per day. Currently, it has 0 uses remaining. Roken examines the ring, recognizing its potential value, especially for berserkers who primarily rely on offensive skills. He sees a strategic advantage in possessing this escape tool. Roken ponders the implications of his recent actions. He reflects on having already defeated 2 future members of the Ragnarok Guild in his past life. He contemplates the potential consequences of his actions, wondering if altering the past will change the future. He specifically considers the possibility of preventing those 2 individuals from joining Ragnarok. Roken sits in contemplation, acknowledging his uncertainty about how Odin, the leader of Ragnarok, recruits his members. A figure with dark hair and intense blue eyes, shrouded in a misty aura, pondered silently. His thoughts drifted to another, I wonder what he's up to right now. Elsewhere, another individual mused aloud, I'm sure he already started playing the Lord, right? Did he change his nickname in his previous life as well? He continued, frustrated, damn it, I really have no clue who that bastard could be. A third person, with teal hair and a determined expression, spoke, since he launched a full-fledged attack on me, he must be dedicated to catching me. That moron. The teal-haired individual clenched his fists, a defiant glint in his eyes. I don't avoid fights that come my way. A thoughtful pause followed, then, I guess I should make better preparations. The scene shifted to a bustling city square, filled with people going about their daily lives. The atmosphere was peaceful, yet a sense of underlying tension hung in the air. A close-up revealed a piece of armor, identified as Hawk Piece armor. A detailed description of the Hawk Piece armor appeared: rank, magic, defense power, 110, durability, 300/300, dexterity, +5, critical strike chance, +5%, level requirement, 60. The first item description appeared: Bowmaster's gloves, a magic rank item with a level requirement of 60. These gloves, once wielded by a master archer, offered a boost to confidence upon equipping, along with increased defense, durability, bow mastery, and critical strike chance. Next, the Wild Forest Lizardman's leggings were shown, another magic rank item, also requiring level 60. The description highlighted the wild nature of the lizardmen imbued within the leggings, granting increased defense, durability, dexterity, and critical strike chance. A muscular figure, clad in dark red and gray armor, proudly displayed his newly acquired equipment. The Belt of Fatality, a magic rank item requiring level 60, provided additional defense, durability, and critical strike chance. The Scout's steel boots, another magic rank item, were presented. These boots, once worn by a scout, mitigated damage and reduced the chance of being affected by traps. He noted their stats: defense, durability, health, trap activation chance, damage from traps, and critical strike chance. He then muttered to himself that he couldn't expect too much from half-assed auction items. He decided to focus on increasing his critical strike chance. He raised his hands, showcasing his new gear. His critical strike chance was already 20% thanks to title effects, but with the new equipment, it had risen to approximately 40%. A chibi-style illustration showed him excitedly swinging an axe, emphasizing his high critical strike rate. He mused that basically every other hit would be a critical strike. He added, also. The image showed a detailed view of a magic-enhanced battle axe. The stats for the magic-enhanced battle axe were displayed: attack power, durability, and a level requirement of 70. He considered it decent for a magic rank item and planned to use it until level 100 or so. Roken reviewed his in-game finances. He had spent approximately 30 gold to acquire his new equipment, leaving him with a considerable amount of money still. His attention then shifted to the main quest. He only needed one more page of Hakin's log to complete it. Deciding to hunt for the missing page, Roken set off, eager to test his new gear. He moved with a practiced stealth. His movements fluid and silent as he navigated the city streets. The scene shifted to a tranquil landscape, a serene river flowing through a valley dotted with ancient, broken swords. Suddenly, a massive boar-like creature charged into view. Roken swiftly reacted, his blade flashing as he effortlessly dispatched the beast. With a ferocious grin splitting his face, Roken, a powerfully built man with short, vibrant blue hair, swung his massive axe with brutal force. The weapon cleaving the air with a whistling sound as he muttered, "I like it." A monstrous creature crumpled to the ground, defeated by his single blow. A narration box appeared above the scene: a level 70 monster died with one critical strike. Roken mused aloud, I guess I should stay here until I get to level 75. Another monstrous boar charged at Roken, its snorts echoing through the air. But he simply smirked, beckoning the beast closer with a casual, "That's right. Come over here." Suddenly, a volley of arrows flew towards Roken. One piercing the boar's flank as it roared in pain. Roken stood defiantly, his axe held firmly in his grasp, surveying the scene as the boar collapsed. A figure emerged from the trees, a young man with dark hair and a bow slung across his back, apologizing profusely. "Oh no, I'm so sorry." Roken, his face etched with grim determination, muttered to himself, "It's fine. Just be careful from now on." He stood poised, his gaze fixed on two wild boars in the distance. His hand tightened around the shaft of his weapon, preparing to strike. He hurled his weapon with deadly accuracy, the projectile spinning through the air. A bright flash of energy erupted as the weapon impacted its target, sending a shockwave through the area. A young woman with a pointed hat and staff, appearing flustered, exclaimed, "Oh no, I'm sorry. I didn't realize you attacked it first." Roken adjusted his shoulder armor, his expression unreadable. From behind, another figure, a man with dark hair and a large axe, prepared to attack. But before he could strike, a third individual, a man with dark hair and a bow, appeared, laughing, "Oh, my. We coincidentally aimed for the same target, haha." Roken, his eyes narrowed, simply muttered, "You guys?" A man with dark hair and a concerned expression questioned if the other person belonged to the MP Guild. Another man, with teal hair, retorted that he should at least hide his guild emblem before speaking. The dark-haired man, taken aback, stammered and asked what the other would do. The teal-haired man responded that mistakes happen when hunting. The teal-haired man warned the dark-haired man for the last time. A new character, a man with purple hair and intense eyes, warned that if the dark-haired man continued to steal mobs, he would consider it an act of hostility. No matter the reason. The dark-haired man, startled, asked if the purple-haired man was trying to start a fight. The purple-haired man simply told him to do whatever he wanted, adding that he had warned him. The dark-haired man groaned in pain as he was attacked. The purple-haired man scoffed, stating that no matter what the dark-haired man did, it was useless. Roken, a former SSS class ranker in the VR game, found himself cornered. Surrounded by a hostile guild, he braced himself for their attack. Their words echoed the intent of their actions, to thwart his hunting efforts. Unlike the Bloodcheeks, the McGuild were normal users. They boasted of being famous for their well-mannered behavior, a stark contrast to their current actions. Their leader sneered, confident in their numbers and strength, implying that Roken's past successes wouldn't help him now. One of the guild members, a hulking figure wielding a massive battle axe, advanced menacingly. The weapon gleamed ominously, a clear sign of their intent to inflict serious harm. Their leader's cruel smile widened, revealing a predatory gleam in his eyes. His expression spoke volumes. This was not merely a game, it was a calculated humiliation. The scene opens in a bustling medieval town square. A group of figures, cloaked and armed, stand apart from the everyday activity, their expressions grim. One of them asks, "Sorry?" Another, with dark hair and a troubled look, responds, "You want us to follow him around and bother him? That Roken?" A third figure, partially obscured, instructs, "That's right. Of course, don't let any other users find out about it." The scene shifts to a different location, where a figure identified as Ipriel, MP Guildmaster, speaks. He expresses concern. "No, getting caught isn't the problem." He continues, questioning, "Do you really think he'd let us do something like that?" Another member of the group, his face partially obscured by shadow, replies, "I heard that he's an abnormally crazy dude." The first speaker finishes his thought, "I'm sure he wouldn't stay still and do nothing about it." But that's the point here. The plan is revealed. We'll capture him getting mad at us on camera and edit it to make him seem like the bad person. A group plotted against Roken, an SSS class ranker in a virtual reality game. They discussed using the media to damage his reputation if they couldn't defeat him in-game, confident in their guild's image and influence. One of the conspirators, his face etched with grim determination, silently affirmed their plan's success. His certainty stemmed from Roken's reliance on the Bloodchasers, a PR guild known for its image. Another conspirator, aiming an arrow, explained that Roken wouldn't dare attack them directly due to their reputation for being well-mannered. Their strategy was to provoke Roken on camera, hoping to capture his rage and use it against him. Roken, the target of this scheme, moved swiftly through the game's environment. The conspirators watched, a sinister smile spreading across one's face as their plan began to unfold. The conspirator chuckled, revealing his plan to provoke Roken into a violent outburst. He claimed his hand had slipped, implying accidental violence against Roken. The scene ended with a close-up on the attacker's hand, leaving the outcome uncertain. Roken, a former SSS class ranker in the VR game World of Ethelgard, is shown in a close-up. His face is contorted in a grimace of barely suppressed rage, his teeth bared in a snarl. A cold sweat beaded on his brow as his breath hitched in his throat. With a blur of motion, Roken lunged forward. His blade a silver streak against the backdrop of a fiery red explosion, sending one of his attackers sprawling to the ground. Roken's eyes gleamed with a predatory intensity as he surveyed the scene. A cruel smile stretched across his lips. He had been betrayed and humiliated by a powerful guild, but now, he was ready for his revenge. He recognized one of the attackers as a non-player character, a surprising development. Another attacker, a young mage with a wide-brimmed hat, looked on in shock. The mage, terrified, begged Roken to go away. The mage raised his staff, desperately attempting to cast a mana shield. Meanwhile, another attacker, a heavily armored warrior with light blue hair, prepared for a counterattack, his eyes burning with fierce determination. The warrior swung his axe with brutal force, aiming to cleave Roken in two. The impact was immense, a fiery explosion erupting from the point of contact. A fierce battle raged, the air thick with the clash of steel and the crackle of energy. A critical blow was struck. As a powerfully built warrior, his face a mask of cruel amusement, prepared to unleash a devastating new attack. "Kiki, so this is how I'll be testing my new critical set effect," he cackled. His opponent, caught in the crosshairs, opened his mouth in a silent scream of terror. Another warrior, his face grim, charged forward, shouting, "You're making a big mistake here. You really think you'd get away with this kind of PK?" Ignoring the warning, the first warrior casually brushed aside a stray piece of debris. The battle continued, the sounds of combat echoing around them. "Blah blah, so noisy," the first warrior muttered. He effortlessly dodged an attack, sending his opponent sprawling. "If you've got a problem with it, just shut up and come at me," he roared. With a powerful swing, he unleashed a devastating attack. leaving his opponent lying defeated on the ground. The victor stood over his fallen foe, his eyes glowing with a chilling intensity. A notification appeared on Roken's screen. His murderer count had increased. The game's interface declared him a murderer. Another notification detailed the consequences. Dying as a murderer resulted in a greater loss of experience points and a drastically increased chance of dropping items. Roken sighed, muttering that this was a real pain. He had expected this eventually, but not so soon. Despite his annoyance, a thought crossed his mind. Although he smirked, dismissing the penalty as a mere inconvenience. Roken mused that if he truly wanted to clear his murderer count, he could easily hunt higher-level targets in dangerous areas like the level 90 bandit hideout. It would be challenging, but certainly doable. Roken, a former SSS-class ranker in the VR game, now finds himself back at the game's launch. His plan? To reclaim his glory, but not without a strategic approach. He declares his intention to hunt, but to avoid unnecessary conflicts. He decides to bide his time, engaging in peaceful hunting while observing his rival's actions. Meanwhile, in a modern apartment, Roken is on the phone, confirming an address and placing an order for high-spec game capsules. He requests delivery within 3 days, promising payment by the end of the day. The scene shows a man with gray hair, relaxed and confident. Later, Roken is seen lying in bed, seemingly satisfied with his preparations. He picks up his phone. He reflects on the unusual silence from his former rivals. He wonders if their silence stems from fear, possibly due to the recent defeat of some of their members. A blurry image shows a figure falling through a swirling vortex of light and shadow. The figure, disoriented and gasping for breath, landed hard on the ground. "No, that's not possible," he muttered, disbelief etched on his features. Roken, a young man with short, gray hair, lay in bed, eyes wide with shock as he stared at his phone. A sinister smile spread across his face as he read the news. "Ha, would you look at this bastard?" He chuckled, a glint of malicious intent in his eyes. A video screen displayed a scathing exposé titled, "We are exposing the two-faced user Roken." The video had garnered 70k views and 2k likes in just 3 hours. Below, a comment read, "What an adorable thing you did." A video played, showing Piria, the guild master of the Manor Play Guild, addressing the Lord community. Piria continued, "If you have been active around the intrinsic region recently, you've probably heard of the username, Roken. He's a user who became famous for challenging the PX Guild, Blood Chasers. Many know him as a protector who fights the PHers for the weak. The MP Guild, until recently, held a certain view of the situation. A view that was about to be dramatically challenged. Roken, a powerful berserker, had only hunted the Blood Chasers for experience and items, never once assisting normal or rookie players. He had no obligation to help others, unlike the MP Guild. But a surprising anonymous report changed everything. The report claimed that Roken, the berserker, was using an illegal hacking program to perform inexplicable feats, such as deflecting countless arrows and magic spells. His actions were so unusual that he even slaughtered guild members who tried to investigate, confirming the suspicions of the MP Guild. A powerful figure, clad in gleaming gold armor, addressed the unseen audience. His voice resonated with authority as he declared, "That's why I'm here today." He continued, his gaze sharp and unwavering, "I'm here to condemn player Roken, who we suspect to be a hack user." The scene shifted to a different character, a man with silver hair, casually scrolling through his phone. He chuckled, a self-satisfied sound, "It's up to you to decide on the truth you'd like to believe in." This is Piria, the guild master of the IMP Guild, signing off. Piria erupted into a fit of laughter, his body shaking with unrestrained mirth. "Poo-ha! Ko-ha-ha-ha-ha!" He mused, a wicked glint in his eyes. "I was wondering what he was doing, hiding away all this time, but it's this?" His laughter continued, tears streaming down his face as he scrolled through his phone. A cruel amusement twisted his features. No wonder why Lim So-hee cheated on him. A shadowy figure, cloaked and hooded, appeared, their voice a low growl. "Well, since even the guild master of the Blood Chasers couldn't defeat me, they didn't dare think about attacking me in-game." The hooded figure's face remained hidden, but their voice held a chilling confidence. "What he did is definitely petty and underhanded, but I'm sure it'll be effective." The scene opens with a view of a formidable castle, the headquarters of a powerful guild. Roken, the protagonist, a solo player in the game, reflects on his status within this virtual world. Observing that this guild is among the top 5 in Korea, and that their outward appearance of being a volunteer guild is merely a facade, the perspective shifts to Roken himself. A sinister smile plays on his lips as he reveals that this isn't the first time he's faced such underhanded tactics, and that he knows exactly how to counter them. He clenches his fist, a determined glint in his eyes. He vows to teach his adversaries a lesson this time. a clear indication of his unwavering resolve. The scene shifts to show Roken lying down, seemingly relaxed, but his expression hints at a deeper calculation. A powerful figure, possibly a rival, looms in the background, suggesting a looming conflict. The scene opens on a desolate mountain pass, the harsh landscape hinting at the dangers lurking within. This is the infamous mountain bandit hideout. A gruff, aged bandit, his face etched with years of violence, confronts a lone figure. "You rat! You dare come here alone?" Another bandit, even more imposing, joins the confrontation, his words dripping with menace. "Do you even know who we are?" The lone figure, seemingly unfazed, calmly considers his options. He wonders what the bandits will do if they don't know who he is. The aged bandit lunges, roaring an insult as he attacks. "You scoundrel!" He is met with a swift counterattack. And retaliating with brutal efficiency. "I'll make sure to teach you a lesson before you die." The aged bandit, clearly outmatched, looks on in terror as the lone figure prepares for a final, decisive strike. We are the Infamu Dash. Signaling the imminent end of the bandit's reign of terror. A blinding flash of light erupted from the center of the screen, the chaotic energy leaving a trail of fractured space in its wake. Leaving Roken disoriented but strangely exhilarated. A sinister grin spread across the face of his attacker, a man with teal hair and a cruel smile. He declared, "Of course I know who you are." The attacker, his features now fully visible, raised a large, spiked club, his expression one of pure malice. "You're my precious source for experience points," he sneered, his words dripping with contempt. Roken, however, was not as helpless as he appeared. He observed the surrounding mountain bandits, noting their unusual strength. Normally, he thought, mountain bandits in other games or comics are nothing more than weak mobs for beginners, but these guys are different. One of the bandits lunged at him, roaring, "Bastard, how dare you!" Another bandit, an older man with a scarred face, added, "They might not look it, but they're all level 90 or above." The leader of the bandits threatened, "I'll rip you into pieces and use you as dog feed." Roken realized the reason for their unusual strength. The game's settings dictated that these bandits had attacked and stolen from countless adventurers, raising their weapon mastery and tactics above those of a regular monster. A voice boomed from off-panel, "There's only one of him." From a low angle, the perspective dramatically showcased Roken, his dark hair flowing as he unleashed a devastating attack. His opponents, a group of figures, were clearly overwhelmed. Despite their coordinated assault, the narrator's voice interjected, "Well, even so." Roken, displaying his berserk ability, continued his relentless onslaught, his power overwhelming his foes. The sheer force of his attack sent shockwaves through the battlefield. The intensity of the battle was palpable, Roken's power surged, leaving a trail of destruction in its wake. He effortlessly brushed aside his opponents, his confidence unwavering. "There's still no match for me," he thought, a grim satisfaction in his eyes. His face contorted in a fierce grimace, Roken roared, "Just you wait, Pyria." He vowed revenge, his words laced with a chilling promise, "I'll make sure to return your favors with an amusing event." Elsewhere, Nandagor's voice cut through the air, "Have you guys seen the video that exposed Roken?" Magnus responded, his voice filled with a mixture of awe and disbelief, "Fuck, I've been thinking he was ridiculously strong, but he was just a hack user?" Ward, a member of the MP Guild, confidently asserted that Roken hadn't done anything for them, justifying their betrayal. His words were met with agreement from DD, who sarcastically commented on the speed with which people changed their allegiances. Ward further elaborated, dismissing the idea that the guild had simply switched sides, claiming Roken had only acted in his own self-interest. DD then questioned who had previously hailed Roken as a god. Meanwhile, a man, seemingly absorbed in his laptop, sat at a table in a cafe, a mug of coffee beside him. He appeared to be diligently working on something. Elsewhere, Sparkle Butterfly voiced her concerns about judging the situation solely based on a video, suggesting they should also consider the other side's perspective or view an unedited version. Ward, however, interrupted, recognizing a Roken supporter from their speech. The blurry image showed a violent confrontation, with Jeremy commenting on the seemingly impossible feat of catching an arrow barehanded, likening it to a wuxia movie. A member of the MP Guild announced their mission to ensure well-mannered play and a better experience for all players. The MP Guild's video continued, stating that not everything about Roken's actions had been revealed yet, but they would continue to investigate. And that they would lead the investigation into Roken, a suspected hacker. They ended by thanking their supporters. Roken, the former SSS class ranker, scrolled through the game's community comments, a sneer playing on his lips. The comments were filled with hateful messages from those who had conspired against him, celebrating his downfall. A chilling satisfaction growing within him as he read their gloating words. He muttered to himself, "That's right. This is it." A bitter thought crossed his mind, this was how things should have been all along. The tables should have been turned long ago. But now, he was reminded of his own vulnerability. A voice, cold and mocking, echoed in his mind, "Roken, no matter how much you struggle, you're still nothing more than one person." The voice belonged to one of his former rivals, who appeared on his phone screen, a cruel smile on his face. He taunted Roken, questioning his ability to maintain his position with public opinion against him, and declared, "This is your end, Roken." Menacing figures loomed behind his rival, their power palpable. The rival continued, urging Roken to succumb to the power of their organization. As Roken, defeated but not broken, made a phone call, he vowed to work with the Blood Chasers again, a glimmer of determination in his eyes. He received a call back, the voice on the other end asking, "What is it?" News of Roken's sudden return to the game spread quickly. He had logged in, appearing at Town Square. A young man with short brown hair, wearing a gray hoodie, spoke on his phone, a smirk playing on his lips. He mused to himself that his plan to humiliate Roken was unfolding as expected. He received a call, and a voice asked if he had informed his wingmen of the plan. He curtly instructed them to proceed immediately, ordering them to attack the crowd. He continued his call, but his expression shifted. A sudden unease clouded his features. A bead of sweat trickled down his temple as he stammered into the phone, admitting there seemed to be a problem. His face contorted in a grimace of disbelief and anger. A shout escaped his lips. A raw, shocked what? The scene shifts to a bustling city street. A man in dark armor is being carried by another, seemingly injured. Two onlookers whispered amongst themselves, recognizing the injured man as Roken, the infamous hacker. Two men in the city streets watched Roken, their faces etched with a mixture of fear and disgust. One of them muttered about how dare he walk around like that, as another urged them to stop, worried about Roken potentially attacking them as well. A woman, seemingly unfazed by the situation, explained that if someone commits murder in the town, all one needs to do is summon the security NPC and kill them. The first man, however, was still hesitant, when a hand suddenly appeared, pointing at Roken. A voice called out to him, asking for a chat. The two men, startled by the sudden interruption, looked on in surprise as Roken's pursuers approached, their expressions a mixture of fear and apprehension. A muscular man with teal hair appeared, seemingly annoyed by the number of people looking for him that day. Meanwhile, one of the men watching Roken questioned why his eyes looked normal, considering he was supposed to be a murderer. The teal-haired man and the woman exchanged a knowing glance. She commented on how Roken had already lowered his murderer count, and that it wasn't easy to do so once it's gone up. Another man explained that while a murderer count does eventually go down on its own, it takes weeks. The quickest way to decrease it is to kill other murderers. Roken, the former SSS ranker, reviewed his options. He mused that the fastest way to reduce his public murderer count was to simply. But there were other, less-known methods. He realized that some monsters in the game actually had their own murderer counts. The scene shifted to a brutal battle. Roken, his face contorted in exertion, fought ferociously against a horde of monstrous opponents. He swung his axe with brutal efficiency, cleaving through their ranks, one of his primary motivations being the need to level up quickly. He recalled his strategy: by slaughtering mountain bandits, notorious for their high murder counts in the game's lore, he could reset his own count within a mere couple of hours. A woman, skeptical, voiced her disbelief. She argued that lowering one's murderer count usually took far longer. Roken, however, was unconcerned. His primary goal was to avoid further harassment from lesser players, and he was confident in his ability to achieve this. He dismissed the woman's concerns with a dismissive wave of his hand. Two figures, startled by his sudden outburst, apologized profusely for bothering him. A new character approached Roken, asking if he was the infamous berserker, Roken. Roken, intrigued, simply tilted his head in question. A man with neatly combed blonde hair, glasses, and a neatly trimmed mustache introduced himself as Danos, a reporter for the webgame Inven. He politely asked Roken for a brief interview. Roken, a man with short, dark teal hair, listened with a grim expression, his eyes narrowed in suspicion. Danos chuckled, pleased with the turn of events. He mused that Roken was only there because of the bait he'd laid. To Danos' surprise, the man who responded to his call was Roken himself. Danos, unable to pass up such an exclusive interview opportunity with the infamous Roken, decided to proceed. Roken, though initially hesitant, agreed to the interview. Roken requested that the interview be held outdoors, suggesting the tables at a nearby cafe. Danos, however, insisted on a more private location for an exclusive interview. Danos stressed the need for privacy to ensure the interview would make headlines. Danos stated that if they couldn't find a private location, he wouldn't conduct the interview. Roken, however, quickly relented. Roken agreed to the interview, eager to proceed. Roken, a former SSS class ranker in the VR game Return of the SSS class ranker, walks down a quaint street, his gaze fixed on a coffee shop ahead. The scene is peaceful, a stark contrast to the turmoil he's about to face. Meanwhile, inside a grand building, a tense scene unfolds. Several figures, their expressions a mixture of suspicion and anger, observe Roken from a distance. One of them mutters, "He's doing an interview now?" The interviewer, a stern-looking man with silver hair, begins the interview with Roken. He states, "Well, I assume you already know about the recent issues. So I'll be straightforward with you. There are suspicions that you use a hack program, and there's evidence of you playing mercilessly." The interviewer leans forward, a sly smile playing on his lips as he slams his notebook shut. "What are your thoughts regarding that?" Roken's eyes narrow, a flicker of anger crossing his face. He replies, "Then I'll also jump straight to the conclusion." Roken maintains his composure, his voice calm yet firm as he states, "I've never ever used a hack program. And the MP Guild just got what they deserved for taunting me." A confident smirk spreads across Roken's face. He declares, "Right now, I'll prove it to you." An older man with sharp eyes and glasses peered intently at Roken, his expression a mixture of skepticism and curiosity. He observed Roken's unwavering confidence, a quiet assessment passing through his mind. And a challenge formed in his gaze. The older man's words, though seemingly calm, carried an underlying weight of expectation. The conversation shifted, turning to a recent controversy surrounding a hack program allegedly used to manipulate the game's leaderboards. The implication hung heavy in the air. As Roken and the older man sat across from each other in a quiet teahouse, surrounded by a crowd of onlookers, Roken calmly acknowledged the rumors. Another man, with striking blue hair and a predatory grin, entered the scene. He had been following the events closely, having watched a video of the incident from the previous day. And now, he pressed Roken for more information, questioning the timing of the video's creation. The conversation turned to the possibility of a false accusation, with the implication that those who filmed the video might have already reported Roken for using a hack program. Roken, surrounded by a group of armored figures, confidently asserted his innocence, stating that he did not use any hack program. He further emphasized his lack of programming skills, highlighting his expertise solely in gaming. His calm demeanor contrasted sharply with the gravity of the situation. The scene opens on Roken, a powerfully built man with a rugged physique, seated with his arms crossed. His attire suggests a warrior's garb, hinting at his prowess in the virtual reality game. Roken vehemently denies any involvement in hacking, asserting that he's unfamiliar with such programs and their acquisition. His accuser, a man with short, light hair and a stern expression, challenges him to report him immediately if he remains suspicious. The accuser, seemingly unconvinced, presses Roken further, asking if he's certain about reporting him. He proceeds to file a report, confidently stating that they will now know for sure. The conversation shifts, the accuser questions Roken's ability to deflect arrows with his bare hands, highlighting his exceptional skill. Roken nonchalantly dismisses the feat as insignificant. The accuser probes further, questioning Roken's capabilities based on his level, items, and talent. Roken, with a smirk, counters by illustrating his superior power as a mage, capable of destroying an entire building, emphasizing the insignificance of catching an arrow. The accuser, impressed by Roken's demonstration of power, concedes his point. A figure, cloaked in shadow and surrounded by swirling, ethereal energy, is shown. The narration box explains, "Then when the spell went right past you, it's revealed to be an item from the magic item shop." The narration continues, explaining its properties. A man with glasses, his face etched with concern and a bead of sweat trickling down his temple, observes this. He thinks, "I don't think he's lying or bluffing." The scene shifts to two men seated at a table in a tavern-like setting. One, with blonde hair, questions the other, "Then why do you think the MP Guild uploaded that video? And why did you do anything about it right away? Is it really necessary to respond to all kinds of bullshit accusations?" A man with teal hair smirks, his thoughts unseen but implied. He muses, "They tried to bring me down because they have something they want to hide?" The blonde man from the tavern scene reacts with disbelief, questioning, "They have something they want to hide? What are you talking about? Does the MP Guild really have something to hide?" The teal-haired man asks pointedly, "Do you know something about them?" The blonde man responds evasively, "You'll find out about that later tonight." A narration box explains the guild's actions. They uploaded the video to leave judgment up to their viewers. A video titled, "We are exposing the two-faced user Roken" is shown on a phone screen. The video has 7.8k views and 136 comments. Guildmaster Peria's channel is also shown, boasting 5.3k subscribers. An apology is issued for making viewers wait, promising more details in a video to be uploaded later that night. Elsewhere, a man with blonde hair and glasses, seemingly surprised, wonders what could be happening. The blonde man, seemingly calm, states he has one last question. He asks if it's true that Roken PK'd guild members. Roken, a man with short, light blue hair, is shown with a furious expression. His eyes are wide, and his mouth is open in a silent scream. He is clearly enraged. The blonde man observes, questioning if Roken is admitting it too easily. Roken, still furious, states that he doesn't like making excuses, they got on his nerves, so he killed them. The blonde man is shown looking down, seemingly intimidated by Roken's outburst. He then adds a final comment. Roken warns that if anyone plans on trying anything funny with him, they should think again. A dark aura surrounds him. Roken, a former SSS class ranker in the VR game, stood defiant, his powerful physique partially obscured by a swirling, ethereal energy. His eyes burned with a cold intensity as he issued a chilling ultimatum. His opponents, a group of cloaked figures from a rival guild, watched him with a mixture of apprehension and disbelief. One of them scoffed, noting Roken's bold claim. Another guild member, wielding a massive warhammer, stepped forward, demanding the return of a stolen item, the Cloak of Stealth. A third member, shrouded in shadow, added a further condition, the transfer of elite guild members to the Blood Chasers, promising support in leveling up. The scene shifted to a different location, where other players discussed the recent events. One player, Ward, expressed surprise at the Blood Chasers' actions, praising Roken's actions as justice. Another player, DD, sarcastically commented on the sudden change of opinion. Jeremy, another player, speculated on the Blood Chasers' impending disbandment and the potential consequences for the MP Guild. Roken, observing the unfolding events, internally reflected on the insurmountable gap between himself and his rivals. Natriel's comment was followed by another player's exclamation of frustration, highlighting the unpredictable nature of the game. Gasomi's comments on a video feed expressed his desire for revenge against Roken, believing that Roken deserved the punishment he received. The comments section of the video showed many people rallying against Roken, with several users expressing their support for the actions taken against him. This prompted a reaction from Roken, who was observing the comments. Roken, lying comfortably in bed, observed the rapid shift in alliances, noting the fickle nature of those who had turned against him. He scoffed at their betrayal, calling them stupid bastards. He reflected on the numerous attempts to undermine him in his previous life, using underhanded tactics. A flashback showed a group of enemies, their faces contorted in malicious grins, surrounding him. This explained his habit of always recording his gameplay. He always kept the camera on while playing, a precaution born from past experiences. Another character, unseen, expressed curiosity about Roken's current expression. A sudden, intense sound effect indicated an impending event. A man, his face contorted in rage, appeared, seemingly the target of Roken's actions. The man unleashed a furious outburst, calling Roken a fucker. A woman pleaded with a furious man, her voice laced with desperation. "Babe, calm down." The man, his face contorted in rage, retorted, "Fuck, you really expect me to calm down right now?" Meanwhile, in a dimly lit room, a man stood before a shadowy figure, his expression one of grave concern. More than anything, he wondered how the figure knew about their relationship with the Blood Chasers. He voiced his bewilderment. How does that bastard know about our relationship with the Blood Chasers? Even only the higher-ups within our guild know. Back in the brightly lit room, the woman vehemently denied any involvement. "Don't tell me, were you the only spreading the rumor?" "And no. I promise it wasn't me." The woman's anxiety grew as she fretted over the situation. Roken, this bastard. Damn it, what should I do now?" In a separate location, a man hesitantly spoke, I actually think I might know who Roken is." His words caused a visible shock to the other man, who reacted with disbelief. "What?" The first man continued, "Your ex we ran into last time?" The second man was taken aback. "Fuck, what does that even mean?" Suhi, a woman with dark hair, watched a video. She noted the way Roken, the nickname used by the player in the game, spoke and looked, a detail that struck her. A realization dawned on her, he had mentioned playing the Lord character last time. Another man, with short, gray hair, confirmed Suhi's suspicions. A third individual, with fiery orange hair, cursed under his breath. He found the resemblance uncanny. Suhi, startled, reacted to the man's outburst. The man with orange hair, his face contorted in a sinister grin, demanded Roken's address. The camera pans to a tall building under a partly cloudy sky. Two figures, masked and armed with a baseball bat, approached the building. Roken, his face contorted in a silent scream, felt the full weight of his betrayal. His breath hitched in his throat, a cold sweat beading on his brow. His supposed allies, their faces obscured by shadow, whispered amongst themselves. One, a woman, hesitantly voiced her concerns, questioning the morality of their actions. But a man, his face grim, cut her short. He didn't care about their qualms, he simply wanted Roken brought out. The camera focuses on a rundown apartment door, number 1004. A sense of foreboding hangs heavy in the air as the woman from before reflects on her own complicity in this scheme. Meanwhile, a sneering man, his face partially hidden by a mask, confronts Roken, boasting about his superiority and the loyalty of his underlings. The man, radiating arrogance, points out his loyal servants, highlighting the stark contrast between his power and Roken's apparent helplessness. He declares that today is the day Roken will die. Suddenly, a woman, Sui, appears, calling out to Roken. Her voice is filled with a mixture of fear and desperation. But the masked man dismisses her, claiming she has the wrong address. Sui's expression is one of profound sadness and regret as she watches the confrontation unfold. She pleads with the masked man, urging him to stop, but her words fall on deaf ears. A woman with long, dark hair and piercing golden eyes, a smirk playing on her lips, leaned against a wall. She mused aloud, "Why don't we have a little chat inside?" The camera focuses on a man's mouth, his lips slightly parted in a grimace. A sound effect suggests a sharp intake of breath. A door creaked open. As a blond man with glowing red eyes was suddenly thrown into the room. "Got him," someone shouted. "Everyone, attack," the command rang out. A figure, partially obscured, falls to the ground. The blond man, now on the ground, looked up in surprise. "Ha! Who are you guys?" he exclaimed, a pained groan escaping his lips. "Die, you bastard," a voice snarled. Three figures, their faces mostly hidden, attacked the blond man with baseball bats. The scene ends with the blond man surrounded and under attack. A hulking figure, his face contorted in a sneer, loomed over Roken. Spittle flew from his lips as he spat out a venomous threat, "You're nothing in real life, you fucker." A woman with dark hair, her eyes wide with alarm, frantically called out, "Appa! Wait!" The woman's desperate plea came too late. One of the attackers lay groaning on the floor, a pained moan escaping his lips as a ghostly image of a furious face appeared above him. "It's not him." Another attacker, his face a mask of confusion, stammered, "What? What do you?" Roken, his face pale and sweat beading on his brow, glared at his attackers. You crazy bastards, who are you people?" He continued, his voice rising in anger, "Are you guys robbers? If so, then you guys have got the wrong person." Roken's anger intensified. "My dad is the chief of the police office in this region. You bastards better be prepared to serve time." One of the attackers, his face hidden behind a mask, recoiled in horror. A cold sweat broke out on his forehead as he muttered, "Shit. We fucked up." From the shadows, a voice boomed, "Roken, you bastard." A figure with teal hair, his expression thoughtful, spoke into a phone. He muttered to himself, someone is talking behind my back." Roken, a former SSS class ranker in the VR game, reclined on a luxurious chaise lounge by a rooftop pool. A dismissive thought crossed his mind, "Nah, there's no way." He stretched his legs, bare feet resting on the wooden slats, a half-empty iced drink on a nearby table. His relaxed posture belied a hidden intensity. A smirk played on his lips as he adjusted his sunglasses, the sunlight catching the sharp angles of his face. His expression hinted at a secret amusement. His thoughts continued, a self-satisfied reflection, "How could there be someone as good-natured as me?" The camera panned up to show a towering skyscraper, a symbol of his success in the game and in life. Days after uploading a video, Berserker Loken, a popular content creator with over 10.5 million subscribers, saw the consequences of his actions unfold. The MP Guild, a prominent force in the game, had been effectively disbanded. The MP Guild Master ceased playing the game. And the guild's members faced intense criticism, ultimately leading to the guild's complete collapse. Loken, lounging by a pool, found the whole affair rather underwhelming. He mused that the way it ended was quite boring. He had initially expected a more protracted struggle from the guildmaster. But it seemed the guildmaster had given up after this incident. Loken, observing the guildmaster's imprisonment through the bars of a jail cell, deemed him a boring dude even to the very end. From Loken's perspective, the situation concluded with a mostly happy ending, aside from a few minor details. Those minor details, however, were about to be revealed. A video plays, showing a clip of Roken, the former SSS class ranker, in an interview. The screen displays a caption, "The interview I did." Roken explains his actions, stating that he was merely issuing a warning before anyone else could bother him. A message from a player named Ward appears, expressing admiration for Roken and requesting a meeting. Roken refuses and blocks Ward. He reflects that this only increased his popularity, leading to bothersome fans. He learns that his popularity has even spawned an online fan site. Roken, standing in his new home, comments on the irony of his situation, admitting that he doesn't particularly care about his newfound fame. However, he highlights the positive outcome, the substantial amount of gold he earned from selling items obtained from the Blood Chasers. The increased popularity of the Lord, his in-game persona, further boosted the value of his gold, allowing him to make a significant real-world profit. This allowed him to sell half his gold and move into a luxurious new house. Roken justifies his spending, explaining that he has plans for future items and leveling up in the game and needed a high-spec capsule for an enhanced gaming experience. He considers it a necessary investment. He also points out that his previous apartment lacked the space to accommodate his new, high-tech gaming capsule. A smirk stretched across Roken's face as he adjusted the VR headset. He mused, then, "Shall I go?" The text proclaimed, "Time to reach the long-awaited level 100. The scene shifted to a rugged, mountainous landscape. A defeated warrior, his body bruised and battered, gasped, "Why you're pretty good." But he warned, "But just you wait. Once our chief comes, you will." Suddenly, a powerful blow sent the warrior flying. A new figure, wielding a large axe, appeared, moving with swift, deadly grace. Roken, unimpressed, muttered, "Seriously, this is no problem with human-type monsters. Why do they have to talk so much? Just shut up and fight me." He hefted his weapon, a confident glint in his eyes. He thought, "Let's see, it should be about time it came out." Roken, the former SSS class ranker, found himself in a desperate situation. Surrounded by enemies, he was being relentlessly attacked. A furious shout escaped his lips as he braced for the next blow. The impact sending him sprawling across the ground. The combined might of his attackers was overwhelming. But even as he fell, a figure emerged from the chaos. Gyronton, the level 100 mountain bandit chief, a towering figure of muscle and rage, advanced menacingly. His voice booming with cruel confidence as he declared his intention to behead Roken. Despite the imminent threat, a strange calmness settled over Roken's features. He seemed almost bored. He casually dismissed Gyronton's threat, claiming it was nothing to worry about. Roken's nonchalant attitude only fueled Gyronton's anger. He retorted that Roken should simply shut up. Gyronton, enraged by Roken's arrogance, prepared to strike again. With a swift, precise movement, Roken countered Gyronton's attack, sending the bandit chief flying. He then declared that he would grant Gyronton's death wish. Roken, the former SSS class ranker, coughed, a plume of dark smoke escaping his lips. His face, contorted in pain, was partially obscured by the swirling fumes. A brutal assault leaving him battered and weak. The sounds of a devastating attack echoed around him, as effects of a powerful blow sent him reeling. He was clearly overwhelmed. A war cry ripped through the air as he braced for another attack. A gruff kurg escaped his lips as his stats, strength, dexterity, and defense plummeted. A sinister grin spread across the face of his attacker. "Oh my! Look what we've got here," he sneered. Another bandit, his eyes wide with a mixture of fear and excitement, watched the scene unfold. His own stats flickering as he struggled to comprehend the situation. "Kurg? How did you?" he stammered. A powerful, older bandit with a white beard stepped forward. "How does that bastard know about Palkas?" he exclaimed, clearly surprised. The older bandit scoffed. "Of course I would know. The Mountain Bandit hideout was a famous start of an episode quest." He continued, aka, the Fury King quest. There are several unique quest items in the many bandit hideouts around the second city, and if you defeat the chief of the bandits and obtain the quest item, you start a quest to fight against the Fury King, the head of all the mountain bandits. The reward for completing this quest was the Axe of Fury, a weapon boasting incredible stats and considered a must-have for any berserker. Roken's past life experience proved invaluable. His familiarity with navigating mountain bandit hideouts gave him an edge in this quest. As he encountered a stealthy bandit, a nuisance who ambushed him after using a stealth skill. The bandit, defeated, sarcastically wished never to see Roken again. Roken, however, was unfazed by such petty threats, confident that his skills far surpassed those of a common bandit. With a roar, Roken launched a devastating attack. A flurry of blows that overwhelmed the bandit subchief, resulting in a swift and decisive victory. His level increased. Roken, slightly amused, noted that defeating the subchief with a single blow was hardly surprising, given the opponent's relatively low level. Roken, a former SSS class ranker in the VR game, found himself on the receiving end of a brutal attack. A flurry of blows rained down on him, each strike a testament to his opponent's overwhelming power. The sheer force of the attack sent shockwaves through the virtual world, as Roken struggled to defend himself against the relentless assault. His attackers, a powerful guild seeking to humiliate him, unleashed their fury. One of the guild members, a towering figure with a grizzled beard, roared his contempt. You little piece of..." Despite the onslaught, a sinister grin spread across Roken's face. He was far from defeated. A glint of defiance in his eyes. "But you..." A surge of power, raw and untamed, began to course through his veins. A crimson aura enveloped him, signaling the awakening of a hidden strength. His opponents watched in stunned silence. The ground trembled as a devastating wave of energy erupted from Roken, shattering the very fabric of the virtual world around him. A voice, laced with doubt, echoed through the virtual battlefield. Are you strong enough to do that? Ignoring the question, Roken unleashed a devastating attack. A torrent of raw power erupting from his body. The sheer force of the blow sending shockwaves through the virtual world. And his opponent, barely able to react, was sent flying. The impact of the attack left a trail of destruction in its wake. A testament to Roken's overwhelming strength. His opponent, battered and bruised, could only manage a pained groan. Uttering a curse as he crashed to the ground, "Kurg, you bastard." The narration box revealed the name of Roken's devastating technique, Force X Iron Body. A powerful, blue energy surged from Roken, the former SSS ranker, crackling with raw power as it tore through the very fabric of the virtual world. The visual effects showcasing the activation of his combination skill, a testament to his unparalleled mastery. The energy coalesced into a swirling vortex, a breathtaking display of skill and power. Roken unleashed his fortification skill, a defensive maneuver of immense strength, his triumphant laughter echoing through the virtual battlefield. He taunted his opponents, a chilling reminder of his superior abilities. Did you think you were the only one who could use enhancement skills? With a burst of speed, Roken launched a devastating counterattack. His movements a blur as he closed the distance. The impact of his attack shattering the enemy's defenses, leaving behind only fragments of their once formidable shields. Then, he prepared to test the limits of his newfound power. Roken, the former SSS class ranker, lay defeated, his body battered and bruised. His opponent, a towering figure whose strength was evident in his imposing stature, loomed over him, a cruel smirk playing on his lips. He commented on Roken's unexpected resilience. He struggled to breathe, his face contorted in a grimace of pain and exhaustion. The effort to even gasp for air was immense. His vision blurred, the world around him fading into a chaotic swirl of colors and sounds. A final, agonizing cough racked his body as darkness threatened to consume him. Suddenly, a bright light engulfed him, and a system message appeared before his eyes. He had defeated Jiritan, the mountain bandit chief. Roken, though still weak, registered the system message indicating he had obtained the Fury King's letter. He smiled, a glimmer of determination in his eyes. He suspected another item should have dropped as well, and began searching the area. After a brief search, he found the last page of Hakin's journal. He expressed his excitement at finally obtaining the complete journal. Combining the Fury King's letter and the last page of Hakin's journal, Roken obtained Hakin's complete journal. Roken, the protagonist, completed a challenging quest. He exclaimed with satisfaction, "Great! I'm finally done with this damn journal collection quest." He examined Hakin's journal, realizing its significance. It wasn't just a collection of writings, it was a treasure map, brimming with clues and information, all pointing to a single, specific location. The location was revealed to be a dark, ominous place, a cavern bound by heavy chains. Seated upon a stone throne, a powerful, shadowy figure was chained and sealed away. The sealed lave of death. A closer look revealed the terrifying visage of the sealed being, its monstrous features partially obscured by shadow and chains. The scene opens on a snow-dusted forest, the air thick with the silence of a winter's day. Light filters weakly through the dense canopy, illuminating the path ahead. A young man with teal hair, clad in furs and leather armor, emerges from the trees. He is Roken, a former SSS class ranker in the VR game, and a cold sweat beads on his brow as he mutters to himself, impressed by the cleverness of the hiding place. They hid it so well that it would be nearly impossible to find without the quest. He notes that access to the location is restricted without the proper quest. Continuing his trek through the snowy woods, Roken reflects on his recent experiences, feeling as though he's been on an oddly high number of cave explorations lately. Suddenly, the ground beneath him cracks and crumbles, sending him plummeting into darkness. He lands hard, the impact jarring him. A look of surprise crosses his face, which quickly morphs into a predatory grin as he realizes where he is. A thrill courses through him. A skeletal figure, dressed in tattered finery, rises from the shadows. It speaks, noting that it has been a while since they last met. The game interface appears, revealing that Roken has discovered the corpse of the investigator Hakin. The image introduces Investigator Hakin, the owner of Hakin's Journal, a book filled with arcane symbols and maps, hinting at his expertise in the game's lore. A close-up on Roken's intense gaze reveals his steely determination. His eyes, sharp and focused, reflect a burning desire for revenge. A beam of light shoots out, striking a skeletal hand holding a ring. This ring appears to be an important artifact. Roken reaches out and takes the ring, stating that he will be borrowing it. He searches for something, muttering that it should be around here somewhere. Roken uses his abilities to search the area, his hands reaching out as if sensing something within the icy walls. And he finds another ring embedded in the ice. The ring glows intensely, emitting a powerful energy. A powerful energy erupts from the ring, shattering the ice around it. The seal to the Cave of Death has been broken, as Roken smirks confidently. Roken, leveraging his memories from a past life, knew the location of this place and how to enter. However, access was only possible through a quest. A spectral figure materialized, warning him that without the required level or the journal pieces, he was not ready. The soul of a skeleton appeared to block his path. Roken acknowledged that this was not a place a low-level player could clear, but his current level was more than sufficient. Level 90 Roken, with his distinctive blue hair and skull emblazoned belt, prepared for action. He unleashed a powerful attack. A devastating blow that shattered the ground. He had entered the Cave of Death. Roken's expression hardened, his determination unwavering. He moved forward, his footsteps echoing in the cavernous space. The scene opens with a dramatic narration box: prevent the ancient skeletons from crossing over to the human world. A colossal, skeletal warrior, wielding a massive spear, emerges from a swirling vortex of icy energy, its presence menacing and imposing. Its spear already poised to strike. The sheer scale of the creature dwarfs the surrounding environment, hinting at the immense threat it poses. A smaller figure, seemingly a warrior, is seen bracing for impact, a desperate expression on their face. The text box identifies the enemy as a LV-95 elite skeleton soldier, emphasizing the danger. The warrior leaps into action, dodging the spear's deadly trajectory. A blinding flash of light erupts as the warrior counters with a powerful attack. The force of the blow sends debris flying, showcasing the intensity of the clash. The warrior's determined expression is visible amidst the chaos. A narration box appears, reading +strike, indicating a combined movement technique. The warrior executes a swift dash and strike, a blur of motion that leaves a trail of energy in its wake. The impact of the combined attack is devastating, shattering the skeleton soldier, leaving the warrior slightly winded but victorious. The scene ends with the warrior's determined gaze. Roken, a former SSS-class ranker in the VR game, found himself hurtling through a chaotic, energy-filled landscape. The remnants of a powerful attack still swirling around him. He braced himself for impact, his eyes narrowed in grim determination. Landing amidst a horde of skeletal warriors. He surveyed the scene, a flicker of amusement crossing his face as he muttered to himself that they were only slightly stronger than ordinary mountain bandits. It wasn't too bad. However, one detail bothered him. A wave of skeletal warriors surged forward, their movements surprisingly swift and coordinated despite their decaying forms. Their terrifying roars echoed through the desolate landscape. And Roken realized what was truly unsettling: these skeletons showed no fear of death. He noted this unusual trait, but it only made his task easier. As he prepared to unleash his full power, a surge of energy coursed through his veins. A brilliant blue aura enveloping him as he launched a devastating attack, easily decimating the fearless undead horde. He smirked, his job made significantly easier by their lack of fear. The chapter opens with a chaotic scene of intense combat. A figure, shrouded in shadow and dust, is engaged in a desperate struggle, their movements blurred by the speed of the fight. Powerful blows exchanged in a whirlwind of motion, the air thick with the energy of clashing forces. A flurry of attacks and counterattacks leaving trails of destruction in their wake. The central figure, now partially visible, is revealed to be a warrior wielding a massive warhammer. He swings it with brutal force, the impact of each blow sending shockwaves through the environment, sending his opponents sprawling and shattering the ground beneath their feet. A guttural cry escapes his lips as he continues his relentless assault. Suddenly, a blinding flash of light erupts from a nearby location. Another figure, swift and agile, appears, their movements a blur of motion. A powerful energy beam streaks across the battlefield, striking the warhammer-wielding warrior with devastating force, sending him flying backwards. The scene opens with a dynamic, blurred image suggesting intense motion and a powerful energy release. A figure is barely visible, engulfed in a whirlwind of light and debris. The dust settles to reveal Roken, a powerful warrior with teal hair, standing amidst the wreckage of a fierce battle. He holds a weapon, his posture suggesting victory over a formidable foe. He lets out a relieved sigh, wiping sweat from his brow. Thankfully, I didn't need to use berserk for them. It's a little tough because there's so many, he thinks, assessing the scale of his victory. Suddenly, the ground trembles violently. Roken braces himself, a look of grim determination etched on his face. A monstrous maw, filled with sharp teeth, erupts from the earth, dwarfing Roken in size and power. Roken attacks the beast with a furious barrage of blows, his weapon flashing in a blur of motion. But the creature's defenses prove surprisingly resilient. The impact of his attacks creates a blinding flash of light and energy. The creature's form shifts and changes, revealing a terrifying skeletal figure with glowing red eyes. A powerful shockwave emanates from the creature, shattering the surrounding environment. The seal has been broken, a voice booms. The creature fully reveals itself, a towering forgotten skeleton general, level 100 dungeon boss. I'll make you the starting point of my mission to reveal the Empire's greatness to the world, it declares menacingly. The ground trembled beneath the weight of a colossal foot, a monstrous presence descending amidst a maelstrom of dust and energy. A devastating blow impacting Roken, the former SSS ranker, as a voice boomed, "Time for you to break." He was sent flying, the force of the attack sending shockwaves through the virtual world. A blinding flash of light erupted as Roken braced himself for the next assault. Countering with a furious burst of energy, his attack colliding with the monstrous foe. The clash of power leaving a trail of destruction in its wake. The dungeon boss, a skeletal figure of immense size, sneered, "You arrogant, lowly being." Roken, however, managed to suppress the boss's attempt to summon reinforcements, a grim smile playing on his lips as he declared, "All right, I managed to stop it from summoning the soldiers." He launched a swift counterattack, his blade a blur of motion. A fierce clash of steel echoing through the virtual battlefield. As narration box explained, the most troublesome thing about this dungeon boss is that it's a general. Roken, the former SSS class ranker, faced a formidable foe. Its passive skill, Depth's Aura, amplified the strength of its summoned soldiers many times over. He knew he had to stop it from summoning anymore, no matter the cost. Even without its soldiers, this opponent was no easy task. He braced himself for a challenging fight. A fierce clash of power ensued, a whirlwind of blows exchanged between the two combatants. Normally, defeating this creature would require reaching the third-class advancement. But Roken was no ordinary player. It was almost time to unleash his true power. He roared, a battle cry echoing through the virtual world, "Bite it into pieces." With a determined shout of "now," Roken channeled his energy, preparing for a devastating attack. A blinding flash of light erupted as Roken unleashed his ultimate skill. The impact was earth-shattering, a destructive force that tore through the very fabric of the virtual world, leaving behind only a gaping chasm and the lingering echoes of unimaginable power. A colossal figure, cloaked in shadow and crowned with a menacing headdress, surveys the scene from a towering, obsidian throne. The air crackles with dark energy, and the ground beneath him is littered with the remnants of a fierce battle. A chilling laughter echoing from the depths of its skeletal mask. "You lowly being," it cackles, "you really thought you'd be a match for a general of the great empire?" The general unleashes a devastating blast of energy, a crimson wave that obliterates everything in its path. But as the dust settles, a gasp of surprise escapes the general's lips. "What? He's not here?" A skeletal hand, tipped with razor-sharp claws, emerges from the shadows. "Don't make me laugh." The general lunges forward, a furious attack aimed at the unseen foe. "As long as you're alive, you won't be able to get away from me." A blinding flash of light erupts as a powerful magic is unleashed. A digital interface appears, displaying a single command: "Disable stealth cloak." The cloak is deactivated, revealing a muscular figure, ready for battle. And the general recoils in shock. "What?" A cruel smile stretched across Roken's face, his eyes gleaming with a cold intensity. The remnants of a devastating attack swirled around him, a testament to his power. He unleashed a torrent of energy, a blinding flash of light and searing heat erupting from his very being. The force of the blast throwing his opponent, a towering skeletal figure, violently backward, sending shockwaves rippling through the very fabric of the virtual world. The impact was earth-shattering. The scene opens with a fierce battle in a virtual reality fantasy game. A powerful, skeletal figure, radiating dark energy, unleashes a devastating attack. A torrent of dark energy hurtling towards a smaller figure, who barely manages to dodge the initial blow, but is still caught in the blast's periphery, the impact sending them sprawling. A pained grunt escapes the smaller figure's lips. The skeletal figure, seemingly unfazed, prepares another attack. "Great. Now, here's the additional hit," it declares, its voice echoing with malicious glee. A second, even more powerful attack hurtles towards the smaller figure, who is now clearly struggling to defend themselves. The impact of the collision sending a shockwave through the virtual environment. The smaller figure is thrown back violently, their body barely visible amidst the dust and debris. The skeletal figure watches, its red eyes gleaming with satisfaction. The skeletal figure's attack continues, its power seemingly limitless. The smaller figure is clearly overwhelmed, their fate hanging precariously in the balance. Roken, an SSS-class ranker in the VR game, found himself in a desperate situation. He was being relentlessly attacked, his body thrown violently across the digital landscape, the force of the blows leaving him battered and bruised. His opponents, a powerful guild seeking his downfall, had cornered him. But even as he felt the crushing weight of defeat, a surge of defiance ignited within him. He roared, "No one can stop me." With a surge of dark energy, Roken unleashed his spiritualization skill, a terrifying power that warped the very fabric of the game's reality. a monstrous entity coalesced around him, its power palpable and terrifying. He watched, a grim determination etched on his face. Realizing with a grim acceptance, I guess I couldn't stop at second phase. Despite his failure to fully control the transformation, Roken prepared for the next stage of the battle. He channeled his necromancer skills, summoning undead minions. Skeletal figures clawed their way from the earth, answering his call. His strategy was clear: overwhelm his enemies with sheer numbers. But his opponents were not unprepared. One of them, a knight, used their horse-mounting skill, summoning a powerful steed. And with a roar, they charged, unleashing a devastating combination attack that sent shockwaves through the battlefield. The scene opens with a burst of energy, a chaotic display of power. A ghostly figure emerges from the heart of the explosion, its form shimmering with ethereal light. A figure, clad in dark armor, confronts the spectral being, a blade of pure energy crackling in their hand. They launch a fierce attack, the energy blade slicing through the air. The spectral being retaliates, its form shifting and reforming as it unleashes a wave of dark energy. A skull-like face emerges from the darkness, its eyes glowing with malevolent intent. The armored figure continues their assault, their movements a blur of speed and precision. Their blade strikes true, shattering the spectral being's defenses. The spectral being, weakened but defiant, roars a challenge: kneel before the power of the Empire. Roken, a former SSS-class ranker in the VR game world of Ethelgard, found himself in a desperate situation. Betrayed and humiliated by his rivals, he was on the verge of defeat. His powerful opponent, a monstrous skeletal warrior, loomed over him, its bone-white form radiating an aura of death. With a roar, the creature lunged forward. Its attack a blur of bone and shadow. Roken braced himself, his own power barely enough to counter this overwhelming force. A clash of immense power erupted, sending shockwaves through the virtual world. The ground trembled under the force of their conflict. Roken, despite his skill, was clearly outmatched. He gritted his teeth, his body screaming in protest as he struggled to maintain his defense. A skeletal warrior's attack continued relentlessly, each blow a crushing weight. Roken staggered back, his vision blurring. But even as he fell, a flicker of defiance ignited within him. He would not surrender. He unleashed a desperate counterattack, a surge of raw power that momentarily stunned his opponent. The skeletal warrior recoiled, giving Roken a brief window of opportunity. He seized the moment, launching another powerful blow. But the impact, while forceful, proved insufficient. Despite the blow, Roken felt the full force of the skeleton's attack, a searing pain that left him reeling. It's just a damn skeleton, he thought, yet it feels like I was hit by a truck. Roken, a warrior with teal hair and battle scars, clutched a glowing potion. He assessed his opponent, muttering to himself that in terms of pure strength, he held a slight advantage. But acknowledged that the creature's superior speed would likely win them a head-to-head confrontation. Panic set in. He desperately questioned his options, wondering if resorting to his berserk ability was his only choice. The monstrous opponent loomed, its dark form crackling with energy. He quickly dismissed the idea. Roken knew he couldn't use berserk, the penalty was too high. He realized that while berserk would easily defeat the creature, the cost to his speed leveling would be catastrophic. A terrifying vision of his hard-earned progress vanishing flashed before his eyes. His face contorted in a silent scream. The core issue, he concluded, wasn't the creature's strength, but its unsettling mobility. The creature's speed and agility were his greatest obstacles. He needed a solution. The creature lunged, its movements a blur of dark energy and bone. Roken braced himself and changed his weapon to the tomahawk axe. He knew the risk: a single mistake could be fatal, but he saw it as his only chance. Roken, the former SSS-class ranker, launched a fierce counterattack against his adversaries. His movements were a blur of speed and precision, a whirlwind of energy leaving trails of destruction in its wake. Each strike carrying the weight of his immense power, a testament to his years of honed skill and experience. But his opponents, a formidable guild united against him, remained unyielding. One of them scoffed, deeming his efforts useless tricks. The general of the Empire, a towering figure of immense power, appeared, his presence radiating an aura of overwhelming might. He questioned Roken's audacity, incredulous that he dared to challenge them with such things. Roken, however, remained unfazed by their scorn. He internally dismissed their words as stupid. With a sudden burst of speed, he dashed forward. A surge of energy enveloping him as he moved with impossible speed, leaving his opponents stunned and speechless. The general, in particular, could only stammer in disbelief, what? A spectral figure, its form vaguely humanoid but undeniably skeletal, loomed over Roken. Its icy breath swirled around it, a chilling precursor to the attack that was about to come. The narration box declared, he faced the attack head-on, how reckless. The spectral being unleashed a torrent of icy energy. A blizzard of razor-sharp shards that tore through the air. Roken braced himself, his expression grim as he prepared to meet the onslaught. A sound effect bubble screamed, "Hying!" The impact was earth-shattering. A furious energy slammed into him, sending shockwaves rippling outwards. Roken's opponent roared, "Why, you scoundrel!" Roken, despite the ferocity of the attack, stood defiant. He countered with a swift, precise strike. A brilliant flash of light erupting from his weapon as he met the spectral being's attack head-on. A sound effect bubble indicated a powerful clash, clack. The force of the collision sent Roken hurtling backwards. He crashed into a wall of ice, the impact jarring him to his core. His opponent, enraged, shrieked, "How dare you, lowly being!" Roken, battered but unbowed, prepared for the next attack. Roken, the former SSS class ranker, found himself in a desperate situation. Blood trickled from a wound on his face, his eyes blazing with a fierce intensity despite the grim circumstances. A brutal attack leaving him battered and bruised. He braced himself, his breath ragged. As energy of a powerful blow impacted him, sending shockwaves through the virtual world. The force of the attack was immense. The aftermath of the devastating blow was a chaotic scene of shattered fragments and swirling energy. Dust and debris filled the air. Roken, despite his injuries, remained defiant. His eyes, though filled with pain, held a flicker of determination. A surge of power coursed through him, a testament to his unwavering spirit. He would not be defeated. With a defiant sneer, he declared, "That's right, I'm a lowly being." A sudden burst of energy erupted from him, a counterattack that surprised his opponents. He launched a fierce counteroffensive, his movements a blur of speed and precision. His opponent was caught off guard. His opponent, weakened and enraged, cursed, you bastard." The Empire, the revival of the Empire. Roken, his teal hair windswept, launched himself into a furious assault. His movements were a blur of motion, a whirlwind of raw power. A desperate, violent flurry of blows aimed at his enemies. He roared, his voice filled with righteous fury, "You and your damn empire, this is for earlier." The force of his attack sent shockwaves through the air, leaving trails of energy in its wake. A brutal display of strength leaving his opponents reeling. The sheer force of his assault was staggering. A power born of years of training and honed to a deadly edge. He unleashed his signature move, the shoulder charge. A devastating technique that sent his foe flying backwards, leaving a trail of destruction in its path. His opponent, a skeletal figure, coughed up blood, his voice strained as he gasped, "Your spiritualization is still on cooldown, right?" Roken smirked, unfazed by the threat. He knew his opponent was bluffing. And pressed his advantage, unleashing another brutal attack. The ground trembled under the force of their clash. Roken, his face contorted in a grimace of exertion, finished his opponent with a final, earth-shattering blow. He roared, "Just die already, you damn skeleton." A swirling vortex of dark energy consumed Roken, the former SSS class ranker, as he braced for the inevitable. He unleashed a blinding flash of light, a desperate counterattack against the overwhelming power. A surge of energy that shattered the darkness around him, leaving behind only the echoing remnants of a fierce battle. A critical hit. The force of the impact sent shockwaves through the virtual world, tearing apart the very fabric of reality itself. As remnants of the skeleton general scattered like dust in the wind. Roken, barely conscious, muttered in disbelief, "Impossible. How could I, the general of the Empire?" He looked up, his eyes widening as he saw a crystalline shard, the essence of death, floating before him. Another system message confirmed, "The skeleton general has been destroyed, and the essence of death has appeared." A triumphant grin stretched across Roken's scarred face as he declared, "There it is." A narration box explained the significance of the location. This was the place where Hakin, a powerful figure, sacrificed himself to seal the cave. Roken stood before a swirling vortex of dark energy, a chilling aura emanating from it. A monstrous, skeletal arm burst from the ground with a guttural groan, "Gwa dash." A warning appeared, the essence of death had the power to raise the dead, and unless collected quickly, more undead would continuously appear. More undead creatures emerged from the ground, their glowing red eyes menacing. A sinister smile crept across Roken's face as he added, "And it's also the very thing that will help me with speed leveling." Roken let out a maniacal laugh as he prepared to exploit the situation. A monstrous figure, his face contorted in a grotesque grin, bellowed a warning. "If you do not pick it up quickly, the dead will continue to arise." He seemed to revel in the chaos, his words laced with a chilling glee. Another voice, filled with disbelief and terror, cut through the air. "Are you crazy? There are infinite experience points right here." The ground trembled as a horde of skeletal soldiers, each marked with a level 95 designation, emerged from the shadows. Their glowing eyes burned with an unnatural light. A terrifying army ready to unleash their fury. A figure, seemingly caught in the midst of the undead onslaught, was thrown violently backward by a powerful force. The impact sent a shockwave through the air, as skeletal soldiers closing in for the kill. The figure, however, was not defeated. With a surge of power, they launched a counterattack, a wave of energy erupting from their body, decimating the surrounding undead. Amidst the chaos, a triumphant grin spread across the figure's face as they unleashed another devastating blow, leaving a trail of destruction in their wake. Roken, the former SSS-class ranker, let out a triumphant shout. He had been betrayed and humiliated, his accomplishments stolen, but now, a twist of fate had given him a second chance. A surge of power coursed through him, his eyes blazing with newfound determination, his face, contorted in a fierce grimace, reflected the intensity of his resolve. He would reclaim his lost glory, and this time, no one would stand in his way. 4 days later, the scene opens with Roken, the former SSS-class ranker, engaged in a fierce battle. He moved with impossible speed, his body a blur of motion as he effortlessly dodged a series of attacks. A guttural sound escaped his opponent as they were sent flying by a powerful blow. The impact of Roken's attack sent shockwaves through the virtual world. And he continued his relentless assault, his movements precise and deadly. Another opponent crumpled, defeated by Roken's overwhelming power. A questioning gurgle escaped the lips of a third opponent as they too fell victim to Roken's might. Roken's final opponent, a hulking figure, was sent sprawling by a swift, decisive blow. A surge of energy enveloped him as his level increased. And with a final burst of light, Roken reached the maximum level, 99. Roken, a powerfully built man with teal hair and a confident smirk, stood amidst a desolate, rocky landscape. He gestured towards a dark, rectangular object, a satisfied expression on his face. He breathed a sigh of relief, muttering, "Phew, finally." He reflected on the recent challenges. The infinite respawn had been grueling. But his ample supply of potions, healing items, and a strategically placed safety zone allowed him to recover while fighting. This strategy enabled him to reach level 99 in just 4 days. A feat he boasted was unmatched, even in his past life. He chuckled to himself, "Cuckoo." A large, glowing crystal appeared before him, but he dismissed it for now, saying, "Oh, right. Now's not the time for this." He then proceeded to crush the crystal in his hand, releasing a powerful surge of energy. The game announced that he had cleared the Cave of Death scenario dungeon. A message appeared, proclaiming his unbelievable accomplishment, subduing the unleashed dead and saving the world from chaos. Although his accomplishment was currently unknown, the message assured him that one day, everyone would recognize his sacrifice. He was awarded the unique title of First Subjugator of Death. The title granted him significant advantages: a 10% increase in attacks against the undead, a 50% increase in critical hits against the undead, and a 10% resistance against the dark element. He smirked, pleased with his new abilities, commenting that they surpassed most priest-type classes' passive skills. He looked forward to facing undead monsters. A warning flashed on the screen: "Be careful. If you don't act quickly, you may be swallowed up by death." Roken, however, remained unfazed, simply replying, I know. You're overreacting." Roken, the former SSS-class ranker, stood amidst the ruins of his final battle. A cold satisfaction settled over him as he declared his business in this virtual world complete. He had finished the quest and reached level 99. A triumphant grin spread across his face as he realized it was finally time to use the rune book, redeem his well-earned rewards. A manic glee filled his eyes as he prepared to claim the spoils of his victory, his title as the Triangic Mage shining brightly in his mind. A shocking revelation that left him speechless. A man with short, light blue hair, holding a glowing, dark purple crystal, explained that it was the essence of death, obtained from Hakin's journal. He then handed the crystal to another individual, who reacted with a startled, "Hold on." A young man with dark hair and glasses, seemingly surprised by the events, is shown in a separate panel. The young man, radiating a bright light, prepared to use his power, casting a spell called Purification on the crystal. After the spell, the young man questioned if it was all done. However, the man with blue hair immediately countered, stating that it wasn't enough to underestimate the power held within the essence of death. Another panel shows the man with blue hair gesturing towards a vial. He instructed the other man to give him the essence and drink the contents of the vial. The man with blue hair then explained that it was a rare medicine to enhance vitality as the other man drank it. Roken, a man with short, graying hair and a scar across his face, grimaced. "Tisk," he muttered, "it doesn't taste all that great." A narration box appeared, stating, "The vitality in your body is stirred up. The force of life is oppressing death." He nodded, a thoughtful expression on his face. "All right," he said, "this should be enough to suppress death for now." Another narration box informed, "The next time the force of death will awaken will be in the main storyline in a distant future." A wave of shadowy figures, skeletal and menacing, receded as Roken's power suppressed them. He let out a sigh of relief. I can probably forget about it until then, he thought. A calm voice spoke, "Good work. Thanks to your hard work, we were able to avoid chaos." An older man with glasses and gray hair smiled knowingly. He began, "Not only that, because of your incredible accomplishments until now." He continued, "I've decided to take you in as one of our investigators." The man extended a hand in a gesture of welcome. "I look forward to working with you from now on." He added, "Please continue to look after the continent for its peace and welfare." Roken, a powerful figure in the virtual reality game, shook hands with another player. He expressed his eagerness to collaborate, while the other player, needing to progress in the main questline, readily agreed to join forces. A holographic interface appeared, displaying a symbol representing a network spanning across human, elf, gnome, and dwarf races. The system announced that Roken had achieved something incredible. He had obtained the prestigious title of investigator, a feat no one had accomplished before. A man with short, gray hair and a confident smirk explained the significance of this achievement to Roken. The investigators were a network established for the peace and welfare of the continent, ensuring Roken would gain respect from other races in the region. A visual representation of the investigator's symbol flashed on the screen, accompanied by a shower of light particles. The system highlighted that Roken was the first to achieve this title, granting him access to unique investigator quests and increased respect from other species within the game. The man then presented Roken with a ring, stating that it would serve as proof of his identity. The man excitedly confirmed that the ring completed the process, emphasizing its importance. The ring, identified as the Investigator's Ring, was a rare item acting as proof of identity and possessing a special power to enhance the user's vitality. It allowed for a single daily use of life charge, restoring 3,000 health points. The game interface displayed that Roken had one charge remaining. A voice, confident and knowledgeable, declared that the item in question was an essential tool for berserkers. Roken, a powerful figure with silver hair and a determined expression, clenched his fists. He reflected on his current maximum health, approximately 2,500, and realized that he had essentially gained a second life. A reassuring voice echoed in his mind, no matter his goals, he would have unwavering support. A mysterious figure, distinguished by his glasses and intense gaze, addressed Roken as Courageous One. Roken, inwardly annoyed, muttered to himself about the sudden change in demeanor from this individual who had previously been harsh. Despite his inner turmoil, Roken ultimately decided to forgive the other man. Roken, a former SSS class ranker in the VR game, found himself in a surprisingly good mood. He mused to himself that this was because it was time for his third job advancement. He approached the building where the advancement would take place, a sense of anticipation building within him. A building marked with a skull emblem, hinting at the challenges ahead. He entered the building, ready to face whatever awaited him inside. Finding himself in a dimly lit room, where he sat waiting, a slight frown creasing his brow. A man with short, gray hair approached him. Roken, without preamble, stated that he was there for a job advancement. The man responded with surprise, pointing out that Roken had just completed his second job advancement. He questioned whether Roken had given up and immediately sought another. Ignoring the man's incredulity, Roken impatiently demanded the third job advancement, his level 99 status clearly displayed. The man, clearly amused by Roken's audacity, let out a hearty laugh. A sinister grin stretched across the face of a powerfully built man as he confirmed the rumors. Someone was already prepared for their third job advancement. And he seemed amused by the prospect. He casually inquired about Roken's plans, specifically whether he intended to advance as a berserker again. Roken, his face partially obscured, simply retorted with a dismissive, "Why do you even ask?" The man chuckled, stating that the process was quite simple. He would explain what Roken needed to do. It involved defeating a level 100 opponent in a one-on-one duel. It didn't matter if the opponent was a monster, beast, or even a security guard, the only requirement was that they be level 100. Upon hearing this, Roken received a new quest, a reckless challenge. The objective was clear: defeat a level 100 opponent in a one-on-one fight. The man offered a cryptic hint, suggesting that Roken should avoid human-type opponents. Roken, confused, questioned the advice, prompting a further explanation. The scene shifted to reveal a powerful, imposing figure, shrouded in a cloak, radiating an aura of immense power. A record appeared, confirming a victory against Arkwhite, a level 100 Knight of the Lake. A record of Roken's past victories flashed before his eyes, a testament to his prowess as an SSS class ranker. He had conquered the formidable level 100 Chief Mountain Bandit, Jiritan, and the terrifying level 100 Forgotten Skeleton General. Each victory was a brutal reminder of his past glory, a stark contrast to his current humiliation. Roken, his face bruised and bloodied, ran a hand through his disheveled hair. A desperate grin stretched across his lips as he muttered to himself, "I finally feel like A surge of power coursed through his veins, a potent energy that crackled with raw potential. A system message erupted across his vision, unbelievable accomplishment. You are the first to become the class user. Roken, eyes blazing with triumph, clenched his fist. A surge of crimson energy enveloping his body as he achieved a new level of power. The system confirmed his achievement. You have obtained the title, the first class user. He had transcended his limitations. Another message appeared, you are the first to obtain this title. A triumphant grin spread across his face as he declared, I grew out of being a noob. A final message appeared, confirming his evolution, you have completed your advancement as a true berserker. Roken's triumphant smile was a testament to his hard-won victory. The scene opens on Roken, a young man with short, dark hair, a determined expression etched on his face. He stands amidst a maelstrom of energy, his body radiating power. The words unbelievable accomplishment. You are the first to become the class user appear in a narration box above him, highlighting his extraordinary achievement. A surge of crimson energy envelopes his lower body as he achieves this unprecedented status. Confirmation messages flash across the screen, announcing that he has obtained the title the first class user and reached level 100. The messages emphasize the unprecedented nature of his accomplishment. Another message appears, revealing that he has successfully advanced to a true berserker. A muscular man with long, dark hair appears, his face a mixture of surprise and suspicion. He questions Roken, just how, who are you? Roken, seemingly unfazed, replies that there will be even more surprises to come, urging the man to stop staring and give him his advancement awards. The man, momentarily stunned, utters a confused huh before acknowledging Roken's request. The man then informs Roken that his reward is one of 3 powerful weapons, a berserker's longsword, battle axe, or greatsword, all imbued with magic. He offers Roken the choice, take your pick. Roken, a formidable figure with a scarred face, surveyed 3 high-quality weapons. He was told that finding better weapons would be difficult given his current level. His calloused hands reached out, gripping the berserker's battle axe. A choice that surprised no one. Another warrior, watching, smirked, already knowing Roken's preference. I knew you'd pick the axe, he said, I'm the most used to this. The berserker's battle axe's stats were displayed, a powerful weapon designed for berserkers, boasting high attack power and durability. Roken hefted the axe, a triumphant grin spreading across his face. Kaya, it's been a while, he chuckled, the weight of the weapon feeling familiar and comforting. He then requested skill books, acknowledging that while the axe wasn't endgame level, it would suffice for now. The skill books were presented. He already knew the existing skills, the focus was on 5 new ones. The first new skill was Force LV1, enhancing weapons by injecting mana, at a cost of 2 mana per second. Next was Guard LV1, blocking enemy attacks once, increasing defense by 200% for 2 seconds. Finally, Charge LV1 allowed for explosive attacks against enemies, increasing movement speed. The game's interface displayed the details of the Twist Attack LV1 skill, a technique that involved twisting one's body while swinging a weapon to slice or damage nearby enemies. Next, the passive skill Body Fortification LV1 appeared. This skill fortified the body, increasing health and defense by 5%. In a dimly lit shop, 2 figures sat across a table strewn with skill books. One, a powerfully built man with long dark hair, declared, I'll buy all of these, and a couple more. The other, a man with shorter, darker hair, reacted with surprise. Oh, don't tell me you already know about skill combinations? He was referring to combination skills. A visual representation of combination skills appeared, showing 3 crystalline structures merging into one. An explanation box detailed that combination skills unlock after a certain job advancement, allowing players to combine multiple skills to create a new, more powerful skill. However, players could only have 3. The man with the shorter hair cautioned, just so you know, to build combination skills, you need to think carefully about it first. The skill books will disappear once you use them to create a combination skill. If you mindlessly combine skills, you may end up with no useful skills. Undeterred, the other man announced his choices, I'll have 1 War Cry, Strike, Shoulder Charge, and Body Fortification, 2 of Dash and Charge, and 3 of Force. The shopkeeper, surprised by the sheer number of skills, exclaimed, all of that? Are you sure you were listening to me? Your total is 21 gold and 80 silver. A gloved hand, powerful and scarred, is shown. A voice, calm yet resolute, declares, however, I'll give you this in return. A crimson gem, pulsing with an inner light, materializes. Its radiant energy shimmering and crackling. A narration box identifies it as the Gem of Madness, a rare, berserker-specific item that allows the user to utilize berserk abilities without penalty, but is single-use. A man with sharp features and a sinister smile holds the gem. He muses, normally, I would have gotten this way later in the game. He adds, with a confident grin, thanks, I'll put it to good use. The scene shifts to another man, burly and scarred, receiving something. A bystander observes, he paid such a large sum of money all in one go like it's nothing. The observer continues, his voice laced with suspicion, he seems to know all about job advancement quests and combination skills. Another character, seen from behind, is shown. A voice asks, just who is he? The man with the gem laughs, a chilling sound, huh? Seriously. He stands tall and imposing, a figure of power and mystery. A voiceover explains, was dealing with a future High Master. The scene opens with a view of the Khan Mage Guild, a towering structure that suggests a long history and significant power within the game's world. The camera focuses on the guild building, emphasizing its imposing architecture. Inside, an older man, seemingly a high-ranking member of the guild, sits across from a younger man with short, gray hair. He remarks, impressed, I'm impressed that you were able to make Madarian like you. The younger man, seemingly unfazed by the compliment, mutters to himself, it's not like being liked by a guy makes me feel any better. Prompting the older man to ask, so, where are you headed to now? The older man expresses concern, Shem, I'm worried that it may be a bit too tough, but then adds, but I guess I shouldn't worry since it's you I'm talking about. He continues, and I'm sure you're aware, but you'll start encountering other species as well once you get to Crossroad. The younger man simply replies, that's right. A narration box then explains the city layout, Chan, first city, Trisik, second city, and Crossroad, third city, accessible only after reaching level 100. The scene opens on a bustling city, a vibrant hub of activity. A human and an elf stand together, their expressions serious. The narrator informs us that this city is home to a diverse population, including humans, elves, dwarves, gnomes, and other fantastical races. And that this diversity extends not only to non-player characters, NPCs, but also to the players themselves, highlighting the game's immersive realism. A hand extends, offering a letter. Instructions are given, taking this letter to the Western Mines will lead to a meeting with someone named Raikum, who will act as a guide. Another letter is shown, prompting a question about its purpose. The scene shifts to a different character. A man who receives a letter and is told to deliver it to a guard general named Malkin. He mutters to himself about being used until the last second. He is warned that the route to the destination might be dangerous, prompting concern for his safety. But he confidently dismisses the warning, revealing himself to be a berserker, implying a high tolerance for risk. His expression shifts to disbelief and anger as he is seemingly mocked for his age and the task he's been given. The berserker is then shown in a more powerful pose, confirming the absurdity of the situation. He is clearly not one to be trifled with. Finally, Raikum, a gnome, is introduced. He explains that the cart shown is the only way to reach Crossroad from Khan, emphasizing the importance of this route. Roken, a powerfully built man with short, dark hair, considered his options. He mused to himself that perhaps a detour would be the best course of action. His companion, a shorter, jovial man in a pilot's helmet, shrugged and replied that he was fine with whatever Roken decided. However, he cautioned that taking a detour would add a couple of days to their journey and that they would encounter numerous inspections along the way. Roken, deep in thought, simply responded with an ellipsis, indicating his contemplation of the risks and rewards. Despite the warnings, Roken decided to proceed, his hand gripping the armrest of his seat tightly. He anxiously questioned the pilot about the safety of their current course of action. The pilot, an older man with gray hair and a confident demeanor, assured Roken that everything was safe, boasting that he'd never had an accident before. Though he admitted that this was his first time carrying a passenger. With a final, determined shout, the pilot declared that they were off. A large, imposing figure with goggles and a stern expression gave a thumbs up, his face contorted in a grimace of exertion. He was violently thrown backward, a whirlwind of motion and sound engulfing him. The force of the impact sending shockwaves through the air. The scene shifted to a grand, imposing doorway, where a figure in white stood waiting. She stood with her arms crossed, a look of quiet anticipation on her face. Suddenly, her expression shifted to one of surprise. She called out to someone, demanding they stop. A figure, seemingly disoriented, stumbled into view, complaining of dizziness. The elf aimed a weapon at the newcomer, threatening to shoot unless their identity was revealed. Roken, a muscular man with teal hair, gritted his teeth, his face contorted in a mask of fury. That fucking bastard, he seethed, I'll remember his face. A blonde archer loosed an arrow, aiming directly at Roken. I told you to stop, he shouted, his voice filled with desperate urgency. With impossible speed, Roken effortlessly dodged the incoming projectile. The arrow whizzing past him, leaving only a faint trail in its wake. He dodged an arrow coming directly at him? Roken retaliated instantly, his fist a blur of motion as he launched a devastating counterattack. His powerful blow connecting with the archer's chest with bone-jarring force, sending him sprawling to the ground. The archer coughed, his face pale and strained as he struggled to catch his breath. Pain etched across his features. Hey, he gasped, what are you doing? You told me to reveal my identity, right? Roken, a seasoned investigator, found himself at a crossroads. A powerful ring adorned his finger, a symbol of his past achievements. He questioned whether this was truly the entrance to the fabled crossroads, or if his journey had led him astray. A grim determination hardened his gaze. If it wasn't, he would find a way to make it so. The word crossroad appeared before him, confirming his suspicions. He pressed forward, his steps carrying him towards a colossal city in the distance. The scale of the structure was breathtaking, a testament to an advanced civilization. Dust swirled around his feet as he continued his approach. Finally, he reached the city's outskirts, marveling at its sheer size. As expected of the third city, he mused, it's huge. He was greeted by a group of onlookers, their expressions a mixture of awe and suspicion. One, a large man with a horned helmet and a thick beard, stood out among the crowd. Roken, however, remained focused on his goal. This is the real beginning, he declared to himself, a quiet confidence in his voice. A low chuckle escaped his lips as he surveyed his surroundings. A message appeared, proclaiming his achievement, unbelievable achievement. You are the first one to have discovered a new city. He had earned the title the first visitor of Crossroads. He received a rare title, the first visitor of Crossroads, granting him a 5% increase to all abilities within Crossroads territory. He expressed mild indifference, stating that it didn't matter since he had obtained it. Meanwhile, an observer nearby wondered aloud if he had ever seen someone like him before, questioning whether he was even human. Two figures, one cloaked and the other with blonde hair, observed a newcomer. They commented on the rarity of a human reaching their location, suggesting the newcomer must have done something extraordinary to arrive. The newcomer, a man with teal hair, reflected on the initial hostility of the game's non-player characters, NPCs, despite his attempts at a friendly approach. He muttered about their persistent pickiness. Despite the challenges, he acknowledged that his current situation was far superior to his previous life. A flashback showed the man being mocked and ignored due to his human status. He decided to log out, declaring that he had accomplished enough for the day. Later, in his apartment, he reflected on his recent achievements, securing a third job and obtaining a first-place title reward, deeming it sufficient for now. He checked his phone, curious about any interesting developments. His eyes widened as he saw a notification about a level 99 player. The notification mentioned an exclusive interview scheduled with the level 99 user. He mused that since they were doing an exclusive interview, it was unlikely to be about him. However, he was surprised to learn that someone had already reached level 99. A figure, his face partially obscured, uttered a single phrase, his voice laced with a mixture of disbelief and dawning horror, "Hold on." He stared at the screen in his hands, his expression one of dawning dread. A whispered plea escaped his lips, "Don't tell me." A young woman with dark hair, glasses, and a bright smile introduced herself as Ruby, a reporter for GameInven. She excitedly announced that they had a very special guest joining them for the interview. The camera focused on a mysterious figure, a level 99 player in the Lord game, whose face was obscured. Ruby, slightly flustered, asked if they should reveal the guest's face and name. Ruby explained that unfortunately, the guest, for reasons of privacy, requested to keep his identity a secret. She apologized for not being able to reveal his identity. Intrigued, Ruby asked how he managed to reach level 99 so quickly, given that less than 100 players had ever reached level 90. The mysterious player simply replied that he didn't do anything special. He then explained that his strategy involved analyzing the game system to find the most efficient hunting grounds for each level. Roken, a former SSS class ranker in the VR game, is interviewed by a reporter. The reporter notes that he is about to reach the third city. The reporter expresses excitement at the prospect of seeing him there. Roken, while remaining anonymous, reveals that he plans to create a guild after settling in the third city. The reporter's surprise is evident. The reporter remarks on Roken's history of solo play. Roken clarifies that his guild will be selective, only accepting those who have achieved at least a third job advancement. He emphasizes the high standards for membership. The reporter asks if he has chosen a name for his guild. Roken smiles, a glint in his eye. The name of his guild is revealed, Ragnarok. A sinister grin stretched across the face of a powerfully built man with short, light purple hair. His eyes gleamed with malicious intent, a chilling light reflecting in their depths. The name of his project was revealed, Ragnarok. A gloved hand clenched into a fist, the knuckles white with tension. His voice, raw with barely contained excitement, cut through the air. He was overjoyed to see his nemesis. He spat out a final, venomous insult. Two scarecrows stood in a deserted town square, their blank faces staring ahead. A blur of motion indicated a swift attack. A powerful blow landed, sending debris flying. Despite his confidence, a worried thought crossed his mind. Roken, his face etched with grim determination, anxiously awaited a meeting. He worried that everything he'd done to change how things were would be for naught. Because he feared his crucial contact wouldn't show up. However, against all odds, the individual arrived, even more swiftly than in Roken's previous life. With a decisive blow, Roken swiftly ended the encounter. This settles things, he thought, the weight of his past actions settling upon him. The impact reverberated, a testament to the raw power he wielded. He reflected on the strange phenomenon of his regression. As he unleashed a devastating twist attack. The attack was swift and brutal, a blur of motion, leaving his opponent reeling from the force. A sinister smile played on Roken's lips as he realized the implications of his actions. This power, he mused, was connected to Odin and to the Lord himself. To be honest, a figure, consumed by a burning desire for vengeance, seated with barely contained rage. Their thoughts, dark and violent, centered on one goal: to hunt down and kill their enemy immediately. But a wave of self-doubt washed over them, a stark contrast to their previous fury. The image of a crudely drawn face, a caricature of their own frustration, reflected their inner turmoil. Despite the intense desire for immediate retribution, a sobering realization dawned on them. Their target was currently in a different region, far behind in their progress, and hadn't even established their guild yet. The question of whether destroying them now would be worthwhile lingered. The figure reconsidered their approach. It would be more advantageous to wait until their enemy had gathered their forces and reached their peak power, making their eventual downfall all the more satisfying. A vision of a powerful, almost ethereal, energy flashed before their eyes. A symbol of overwhelming strength and potential. The plan solidified: strike when the enemy is at their strongest, when they believe they have reached the pinnacle of their power. The moment of reckoning would be far more impactful then. A chilling declaration hung in the air, unspoken yet palpable: that's when I'll destroy you. The speaker, a man with striking teal hair and a cruel smirk, stood poised for action, his dark attire and imposing presence hinting at a formidable power. He was ready to unleash his wrath. His cold confidence was unwavering: that is how I do things. The statement echoed his ruthless efficiency. His face, a mask of predatory glee, was a testament to his merciless nature. The intensity of his gaze spoke volumes. A low chuckle escaped his lips: Kukuk. Hurry up and get stronger, Odin. Odin, the teal-haired man, prepared for his next move. He considered his options, muttering, this should be enough of a warm-up. I guess I should combine the skills now. He grinned, a predatory gleam in his eyes as he focused on the task at hand. The combination skill was about to be unleashed. A system prompt appeared before him: please select the skill book or action clip you would like to use in skill combination. Odin carefully examined two skill options, his mind already strategizing their combined effect. He decided, first, I'll start with these two. The system confirmed, they can be combined. Please confirm the preview of its usage and click confirm. A distorted, pixelated figure screamed in the digital void, its form flickering and unstable. A message appeared below: if you'd like a different preview, please change your action clip settings. Roken, a former SSS class ranker, his face partially obscured by shadow, pointed a finger, a grim determination etched onto his features. He uttered a single word: confirm. A confident smirk spread across Roken's face as he named his new combination skill, Cry of Madness. A narration box explained: when you combine two skills. A stylized depiction showed the combination of strength and agility, represented by upward-pointing arrows and the letters STR and AGI, respectively. The effect of the skill would be different depending on the name. Powerful Strike versus Agile Strike, for example. The details of the Cry of Madness skill were revealed: it sends out a cry to put opponents in a state of fear, enhancing the user's voice with magic to psychologically affect them. The effect varies depending on the opponent's strength relative to the user, with additional bonuses if the user is in a berserk state. Roken, a man with short, teal hair and a determined expression, muttered to himself. He mused that his new skill was quite different from a simple war cry, but far more practical, especially when using his berserk ability. His eyes, wide and intense, reflected the power he wielded. He examined his skill slots, surprised. He questioned aloud whether anyone would believe what they were seeing. He had 4 slots for combination skills. He had always believed 3 was the limit. A notification appeared, confirming his suspicions: he had gained an additional combination skill slot. A smirk spread across Roken's face as he wondered aloud if this was the reason for the unexpected change. He realized that having an extra slot was a significant advantage. Roken clenched his fist, a determined glint in his eyes. He declared that regardless of what others said, the best way to grow stronger in the game was through achievements. He declared it was time to continue making more achievements. The next target was the Dwarf Mining Guild. The scene opens with a close-up on a guild emblem, a fierce-looking lion's head set against a golden background. This is the symbol of the Golden Lion territory, a powerful union within the game. A burly, red-bearded dwarf sits comfortably, sipping from a steaming mug. He looks up, a question in his eyes, as he asks Roken, "You want to do it alone?" Roken, a young man with striking blue hair, is shown in a subsequent panel. He responds with a smirk, "Are you bluffing right now?" "Of course not. You can leave it to me." The dwarf's expression shifts to one of disbelief and irritation. He mutters to himself, "This bastard is smoking right into my face." The dwarf, still skeptical, raises an eyebrow, a questioning escaping his lips. Roken, seemingly confident, declares, "Well, I don't think you're trustworthy, but I guess I could give it a try." He adds with a cynical undertone, "These fuckers, it's not like they can do it themselves either. If you're going to give someone a quest, at least do it nicely." A new scene unfolds, showing Roken's internal monologue. He thinks, "The first thing I need to do in Crossroads is to earn the respect of other species." A majestic golden lion emblem appears, symbolizing the main quest from the Golden Lion Territories Union. Roken continues his internal monologue, "Only then will I be able to take the main quest from the Golden Lion Territory, their union." He reveals his strategy: "I was going to start with the dwarves, because I didn't want to see those elves looking down on me." Two figures, one tall and slender with long, pale hair, the other shorter and stockier with a prominent beard, shared a knowing smirk. The taller one mused, "But I guess they're all the same." A third figure, a powerfully built man with short, gray hair, clenched his fists, his face contorted in anger. He muttered under his breath, "Damn their discrimination." The scene shifted to a dark mine shaft, illuminated by the faint glow of crystalline formations. Wooden supports braced the cavern walls, leading deeper into the earth. A text box appeared, detailing a quest: special mineral mining. Mine a special mineral that only exists in the Oranaman mine to earn the respect of the dwarves. Currently, the operation at the Oranaman mines has ceased due to kobolds, and they need your help in order for them to meet their monthly quota. Completion condition: gather 50 blue minerals. Rewards: respect of the dwarves, additional rewards based on performance. Another text box explained, because the quest condition is to gather minerals, most users think this way. A man in dark armor pondered, a thought bubble above his head showing a small dwarf mining crystals. He wondered aloud, if you were to select miner as your subclass and learn the mining skill, wouldn't this quest be easier to complete? A stark white text box declared, "But that itself is a trap." The gray-haired man from earlier appeared again, a thoughtful expression on his face. He stated, "You'd not only mine the blue mineral, but everything else, so it'll take longer. They're trying to target people who are trying to take the easy way out." The panel showed a close-up of a simple wooden structure within the mine, seemingly insignificant. He declared, "All right, this must be it." The scene opens on a dark, cavernous mine shaft, the rough-hewn walls glistening with moisture. Crystals, large and luminous, jutted from the rock face, their ethereal glow illuminating the damp surroundings. A narrow-gauge railway track snaked into the darkness, disappearing around a bend. Two hulking figures, their bodies resembling those of powerful goblins, toiled away at the crystal deposits, their blows echoing through the cavern. One of them, closer to the viewer, swung a heavy pickaxe with brutal force, sending shards of crystal flying. The effort was clearly taxing, sweat beaded on his brow. Another goblin, his form more wolf-like than the others, urged them on. "Hurry! We need to mine as much as possible before those muscleheads come," he growled, his words laced with urgency. A sudden tremor shook the mine. Dust and debris rained down as the goblins scrambled for cover. A dark shadow, vast and ominous, hurtled down the mine shaft, its approach heralded by a deafening roar. The shadow resolved itself into a monstrous, canine-like creature, its eyes burning with malevolent intent. It lunged forward, its massive jaws snapping shut just inches from one of the goblins. A swift figure, a woman with dark hair and a determined expression, intervened, deflecting the attack with a blur of motion. The woman, her face now visible, glared at the monstrous beast. "Why the hell would I mine? I can just take what I want," she sneered, her voice dripping with contempt. A pack of monstrous, anthropomorphic wolves surrounded a figure, their snarls echoing through the desolate landscape. Their savage assault relentless. The figure, battered and bruised, fought back with grim determination. But their numbers were overwhelming. A cruel smile stretched across the face of a towering figure watching the scene unfold. He cackled, "You'll be joining them soon." More of the wolf-like creatures charged, their battle cries a terrifying chorus. Closing in on the beleaguered figure. One of them roared, "An intruder!" Suddenly, a surge of energy erupted from the figure. The word "force" appeared in glowing blue letters above him. As he unleashed a devastating counterattack, a fierce grin splitting his face. Surrounded by a pack of monstrous, snarling beasts, Roken, a former SSS-class ranker in the VR game, found himself on the defensive. He braced himself, preparing for the inevitable onslaught. A flurry of blows rained down upon him, each strike aimed to break his defenses. But Roken, with years of experience honed to perfection, moved with impossible grace. Dodging and weaving through the chaotic melee, his movements a blur of calculated precision. One particularly vicious beast lunged, roaring its intent to kill. But Roken anticipated the attack, his counter swift and brutal. He unleashed a devastating blow, sending the creature flying. A surge of golden energy enveloped his hand as he prepared his next move. This was no ordinary attack, this was a skill honed from countless hours of practice. A potent spell, imbued with raw power, crackled with anticipation. He channeled his focus, readying himself for the next wave of attacks. Releasing the spell in a blinding flash of light. The energy arced outwards, a wave of destruction that swept through his opponents, sending them sprawling. Roken, however, was not finished. He moved with a practiced ease, his movements fluid and precise. A brilliant display of skill and power. Roken, the former SSS class ranker, was showing why he held that title. Roken, a former SSS class ranker in the Vermork, moved with lethal precision. His turquoise hair whipped around him as he effortlessly deflected a flurry of attacks, his crimson-clad form a blur of motion. Each parry sending his opponents sprawling. The air crackled with the energy of his strikes, leaving trails of shimmering light in their wake. A brutal display of skill that left no doubt as to his superior power. The sounds of shattering bone and strained muscles filled the air as he continued his relentless assault. A chilling smile spreading across his face as he unleashed a devastating finishing blow. His eyes gleamed with a predatory intensity, reflecting the satisfaction of his overwhelming victory. Critical. Roken internally assessed his performance. It's beyond my expectations, he thought, a hint of surprise coloring his internal monologue. Before his time regression, he could barely fight them one-on-one when he first arrived. But now, he was single-handedly destroying them. The sheer difference in his power was staggering. The game's interface flashed before his eyes, displaying his rewards, 7 blue minerals. I knew this was the way to do it. He mused, a self-satisfied smirk playing on his lips. But he knew he shouldn't stop at just 50 minerals. His gaze hardened, his ambition burning brighter than ever. He considered his next move. If he only went back with 50 minerals, as the quest required, he would complete the quest and receive another called Cave Kobold Extermination. He knew what the dwarves ultimately wanted. The objective was clear: reclaim the mine from the kobolds. Which meant... A tense silence hung in the air as a low, guttural sound echoed through the mine shafts. A sound that made one of the soldiers jump, his hand instinctively reaching for his weapon. Did he just hear something? Kangs, I don't think so, sir, never mind. Just hurry up and mine. Level 115 Mine Supervisor Kimothy, a hulking figure with a cigar clenched between his teeth, surveyed his surroundings with a smug grin. A surge of energy pulsed through the mine. A silent, swift movement. As stealth skill activated, a hooded figure emerged from the shadows. Roken, the former SSS ranker, found himself facing a formidable challenge. Before him stood a monstrous canine creature, its imposing size and menacing presence filling the dimly lit cavern. Despite its dog-like appearance, the creature was clearly a powerful boss monster, level 11, a significant threat even to a seasoned player like Roken. He considered his options. Even if he unleashed his berserk ability, a powerful technique, he doubted he could overcome the sheer number of enemies surrounding him. The sheer number of enemies was daunting. He realized that facing them all at once would be suicidal. His gaze fell upon a nearby minecart overflowing with glowing, dark crystals. A desperate question formed in his mind: what should he do? A sudden realization sparked in Roken's mind. A sinister grin spread across his face. With a swift movement, he sent the minecart careening down the mine shaft. The cart's momentum building as it hurtled towards the unsuspecting pack of monsters below. The cart crashed into the waiting monsters, sending a shower of crystals and canine bodies flying. One particularly large monster, its face contorted in a snarl, lunged forward. Its attack was met with a surprised yelp as it was caught in the avalanche of crystals. A group of monstrous figures, their forms vaguely resembling hulking, anthropomorphic wolves, pursued a fleeing target. Their urgency was palpable. One of them shouted that they would be in big trouble if they let the target escape. Their guttural barks echoing through the scene as they relentlessly closed in on their prey. The perspective shifted to reveal the target, a lone figure seemingly caught off guard. He looked around in confusion, muttering to himself about forgetting to lock something. Then, with surprising speed and precision, he drew a blade, the glint of polished steel flashing in the dim light. And with a swift, decisive movement, he struck. The impact was immediate and brutal. One of the pursuing creatures was sent flying, its body crumpling under the force of the blow. The remaining pursuers paused, momentarily stunned. One of them grumbling about the unexpected pain and the impending arrival of dwarf reinforcements. Another of the wolf-like creatures, seemingly the leader, addressed the hidden figure, confident in its ability to track him down despite his attempts at concealment. Its words laced with a predatory sneer as it revealed its superior sense of smell. The hidden figure, seemingly unfazed, responded with a dismissive comment about the predictability of the creature's actions. A sinister figure with teal hair, a dark hood, and a chilling grin emerged from the shadows. His sharp eyes gleamed with malice as he observed his surroundings. He chuckled, a low, guttural sound that sent shivers down the spines of those who heard it. His words were laced with dark amusement. It was a dog's nose, after all. A monstrous beast, a hulking canine with fiery fur and glowing eyes, burst forth from the depths, its roar echoing through the desolate landscape. The creature's rage was palpable, its snarl revealing sharp, menacing teeth as it identified the intruder. From the shadows, a figure appeared, his movements swift and precise. He vowed to eliminate the threat before reinforcements arrived. A powerful energy erupted from him, a blinding white light that pushed back the encroaching darkness. He moved with incredible speed, a blur of motion as he engaged the monstrous beast in close combat, executing a devastating combination skill known as frantic charge. The hooded figure watched, a smirk playing on his lips as he observed the unfolding battle. He noted the opponent's choice to begin with a combination skill. He decided to counter with a display of his own power. Two glowing blue crystals materialized in his hand, their energy intensifying as he prepared to unleash a devastating force. Roken stood within a futuristic training chamber, a vibrant blue energy column rising before him. He focused intently, his mind already strategizing. The words body fortification and charge appeared as digital overlays, indicating the activation of his chosen skills. The energy intensified, preparing for the next phase of his power-up. The interface displayed dash and shoulder charge, hinting at the enhanced mobility and devastating impact he was about to unleash. A blinding flash of light erupted from the energy column, momentarily obscuring Roken's form. The light subsided, revealing a newly empowered Roken, standing before a glowing, ornate octagonal emblem. The emblem pulsed with an ominous energy, hinting at the power he now commanded. The emblem's intricate design filled the panel, its dark, almost demonic imagery suggesting a formidable power. The scene shifted to a fierce battle. Roken, now radiating a crimson aura, unleashed a devastating attack. The ground cracked under the force of his blow. The sheer power of the attack was evident in the shattered landscape and the opponent's desperate attempt to defend against it. A detailed description of the destruction charge combination skill appeared, outlining its devastating effects and the conditions under which it operates. A monstrous figure, muscles bulging, lunged forward, its claws extended in a vicious swipe. But a blur of motion met its attack. Roken, the former SSS ranker, moved with impossible speed. His counterattack a whirlwind of devastating force. The impact sent shockwaves rippling outwards, shattering the very air around him. The beast reeled from the blow, its body momentarily stunned, giving Roken the opening he needed. He seized the opportunity, unleashing a brutal assault. A flurry of strikes that hammered into the creature's weakened defenses. Each blow landed with bone-jarring force, reducing the monster to fragments of pulverized flesh and bone. With a final, earth-shattering impact, Roken launched a devastating shoulder charge, sending the remaining pieces flying. The ground trembled from the sheer power of the blow. A high-pitched shriek echoed through the air as the beast finally succumbed to Roken's relentless assault. A monstrous, shadowy creature lunged forward, its massive form a blur of motion. Its jaws snapping shut with terrifying force, a spray of blood erupting as it tore through its prey. A figure, barely visible amidst the chaos, gasped in shock as a crimson energy beam sliced through the air, aimed directly at the beast. The beam struck its target with devastating accuracy, leaving a smoking crater in its wake. "This is the end, puppers," a voice declared, chillingly calm. A young man with striking blue hair and a cruel grin revealed himself, his eyes gleaming with malicious intent. He reveled in his victory, a chilling laughter echoing through the scene. The creature, seemingly defeated, lunged again, its eyes wide with a desperate fury. The scene shifts, revealing a close-up of the creature's face, its features distorted and unnatural. A blinding flash of light erupted from the center of the screen, obscuring everything in a chaotic swirl of white and crimson. As the intense energy dissipated, revealing Roken locked in a fierce battle with a hulking, monstrous figure. The air crackled with power as the two clashed, their blows sending shockwaves through the virtual world. With a final, devastating blow, Roken cleaved through his opponent's defenses, ending the fight with a decisive victory. A system message appeared on the screen, confirming his victory over Mine Supervisor Kimorthy and announcing a level increase. The scene opens on a dark, cavernous space. Rough-hewn stone walls, illuminated by an ethereal pink light, enclose a narrow passage. A glint of metal catches the eye, a piece of advanced weaponry lies discarded amidst the rocks. A powerful fist, clad in dark armor, slams down, the impact sending a shockwave through the air. A guttural curse escapes the owner of the fist, "These damn kobolds." Two heavily armed kobolds, wounded and slumped against the wall, are the target of the rage. A voice, filled with contempt, rings out, "Hey! You stupid shit dogs. A larger kobold, his face contorted in a grimace of pain and frustration, shouts back. How much longer are you planning on locking us up here? The two kobolds continue their complaints. These inhumane bastards. If you're going to lock up dwarves, the least you can do is feed us. And give us some booze as well. Suddenly, a low rumble shakes the cavern. The kobolds pause, their complaints silenced by a shared sense of unease. One of them murmurs, "What's this sound?" The ground begins to tremble violently. Cracks spiderweb across the walls as a powerful force erupts from within the earth. A monstrous, gaping maw, filled with rows of razor-sharp teeth, lunged forward, its dark interior a terrifying void. Two figures, dwarfed by the creature's immense size, braced themselves for impact. A guttural roar of surprise escaping one of them as the creature's attack connected. The creature's advance was abruptly halted, its body impaled by a mysterious, dark object. A crimson stain bloomed across its flesh. From the shadows, a figure emerged, a man with a shock of white hair and a grim expression. He watched the scene unfold, a knowing glint in his eyes. "I knew you guys would be here," he stated, his voice calm despite the chaos. He addressed the others, his voice carrying a hint of command. "Hey, geezer, step back for a second." One of the men, his face partially obscured by a mask, reacted with disbelief. Who the hell are you?" The white-haired man moved with surprising speed, his actions a blur. A powerful force radiated from him. With a swift, decisive movement, he sent several of his attackers flying backward. Their bodies crashing into the stone walls with bone-jarring impacts. One of the remaining attackers, a large, bearded man, stared in stunned silence. What kind of strength? A human? A mercenary? Or, is he an adventurer? The scene opens with Roken, a powerfully built man with striking blue-gray hair and a confident smirk, his name introduced in a speech bubble. He is clad in dark, armored clothing, hinting at his prowess as a warrior. A figure approaches Roken, their words indicating they carry a message from his guild. The image focuses on the figure's hand, suggesting a formal or important delivery. A burly, bearded man, seemingly a member of Roken's guild, expresses gratitude for Roken's past aid but warns that the current situation is far more complex. His words are accompanied by visual cues of exertion and stress. The man explains that a mine has been overrun by hundreds of kobolds, led by a supervisor named Kimothy. The panel shows a horde of kobolds, highlighting the scale of the threat. The man warns that Roken's actions will draw further attention from the kobolds. The man urges Roken to leave and seek help from the guild, but Roken seems unconcerned, a sinister smile playing on his lips. Roken's internal monologue reveals his amusement at the man's worry, suggesting he has a plan. He dismisses the man's concerns, telling him to stop worrying and prepare for action. The scene shifts to Roken within the mine, a question mark indicating his surprise at something he's discovered. The final panel shows a narration box confirming the absence of living kobolds, leaving the reader to wonder about the true nature of the threat. The scene opens on a chaotic battlefield, littered with the bodies of fallen combatants. Several figures lie prostrate, their forms still twitching slightly as the aftereffects of a brutal conflict wash over them. One of them, a warrior with blonde hair and a yellow headband, lies particularly still, his face marred by a deep wound. The intensity of the battle is palpable, the air thick with the scent of blood and the lingering energy of powerful spells. The scene shifts abruptly. A different setting, a bustling town square, is now shown. A speech bubble exclaims, "You're incredible." Another speech bubble appears, this one expressing awe, "You really pulled it off." A man with short, gray hair and a thoughtful expression speaks, "It seems that I didn't recognize such a talent." A large, jovial dwarf, his face beaming, offers a small pot to the gray-haired man. He says, "Do you get it now? Then treat me like one." The gray-haired man responds, "We'll be in your care from now on. I feel like we'll come across each other often." A narration box appears, proclaiming, "An unbelievable accomplishment. You have earned the trust of dwarves. You have obtained the title, Friend of the Dwarves." Further details about the title are revealed. It's a unique title, the first time a human has earned the dwarves' trust. The benefits include requesting manufacturing, repairing, and enhancing services from dwarves, along with a 5% discount from dwarf blacksmiths. The gray-haired man reacts with surprise, "What's this? I can already enhance?" The narrative opens with an explanation of the two methods for enhancing equipment in the game, using enhancement scrolls or hiring an NPC blacksmith. However, the text continues, explaining that the first method is currently unavailable, because there aren't any enhancement scrolls available on the market. And the second option, hiring a blacksmith, also presents significant challenges. The reason for this difficulty is then revealed. To commission an NPC blacksmith, a high level of intimacy is required, and even then, prices are unpredictable. Furthermore, the text explains that while blacksmithing is a secondary job players can choose, it's one of the top 3 most challenging skills to master. Mastering blacksmithing unlocks high-grade item production and enhancements, but that's a long-term goal. The implication is clear: at this stage in the game, only one person possesses the ability to enhance items. A close-up on a smirking man reveals that he is the only one capable of enhancing items in the game. He muses that this unique skill could translate into a significant amount of money. Roken, his face partially obscured by shadow, eyes narrowed in a fierce glare, felt the burning embers of humiliation and a thirst for vengeance. His expression was one of simmering rage, a storm brewing beneath a surface of controlled fury. A cruel smile stretched across his lips, revealing sharp teeth. He hissed, a low growl rumbling in his chest, and I mean a lot. The camera sweeps across a bustling dwarven smithy, a testament to their renowned craftsmanship. The air hummed with the rhythmic clang of hammers against steel. Roken, now in the game's world, stood before a powerfully built dwarf, his beard braided and adorned with goggles perched atop his head. The dwarf eyed him with suspicion, questioning, a human? The dwarf continued, you must be the human that the guild master told me about before. Roken, undeterred, stated his purpose: I would like to put in a production request. The dwarf, surprisingly accommodating, replied, of course, I can do that for you. What would you like? An axe? Roken, however, requested something specific: make me a long sword. The dwarf, seemingly amused by the simplicity of the request, chuckled, that's too easy. Roken explained his reasoning: the reason why I'm creating a longsword first is simple. Because a longsword doesn't have any special characteristics, it doesn't have any apparent weakness and is also the weapon most commonly used by users, which means it can sell well. Roken, the former SSS class ranker, approached a dwarven blacksmith. He requested 50 longswords, a seemingly impossible task. But the dwarven blacksmith, surprisingly, estimated it would only take him a day to complete the order. The blacksmith explained that the only skill user blacksmiths possess is self-repair, making the necessary ingredients incredibly cheap. He had already purchased them from the marketplace. Then, remembering something crucial, he paused. Roken requested engravings on each sword, offering extra payment for the added work. The blacksmith found the request simple. And soon, the completed longswords were ready. One of them was shown, gleaming with an elegant design. The sword, named Longsword of the Rift, was a testament to dwarven craftsmanship. Roken admired its sleek appearance and noted the subtle engraving, the initials of the king. This would be his production brand from now on. A satisfied smirk spread across Roken's face. He mused about the irony of branding and reselling a product made by an NPC. He chuckled, maybe this is what it feels like to be a conman. Roken, a man with short, graying hair, approached a burly blacksmith with a long, red beard and goggles perched on his head. He requested enhancements for his weapon, specifying up to 3. The blacksmith, with practiced ease, began to work on the weapon, sparks flying as he honed and sharpened the blade. The process complete, a gleaming longsword materialized before them. A notification appeared: Roken had obtained a +3 longsword of the Rift. The game displayed the weapon stats: magic rank, 190, +35, attack power, a level requirement of 90+, and 600/600 durability. Roken grinned, pleased with the enhancements. He noted that even without rare ingredients, the weapon's stats were high enough to be easily sold. The text box announced the availability of the Crossroads Global Marketplace. Roken, deciding to test the waters, headed towards the marketplace, eager to see how much he could sell his newly enhanced weapon for. A detailed interface of the global marketplace appeared, showing various items for sale, including weapons, armors, and skill books. The marketplace was accessible in the third city. The global marketplace's unique feature was highlighted. Unlike other marketplaces limited to a single city, this one allowed for global, real-time buying and selling. Roken accessed the marketplace, estimating the total cost of the enhancements to be around 3 gold. Roken, an SSS class ranker in the VR game, initiated an auction for an item, setting the starting bid at 6 gold and the instant purchase price at 10 gold. He submitted the item for auction. And it sold almost instantly. A look of shock registered on his face as he muttered in disbelief. The item sold in a mere 5 seconds, leaving Roken stunned. He couldn't believe the speed of the transaction. Roken's internal monologue revealed his astonishment at the item's quick sale, considering its real-life value of over 2 million. A pyramid chart appeared, illustrating that only 1 to 2% of the total user population reached level 90 or higher in the game. Roken reflected on the difficulty of finding good gear at his level due to the limited number of high-level players. He considered the recent interview video of Uwan, another high-level player, which likely increased competition for high-level items. Despite his initial surprise, Roken felt a surge of satisfaction, admitting he was thankful for the unexpected boost in his wealth. He decided to capitalize on the situation, raising the price of his next item to 20 gold. Roken, the former SSS class ranker, surveyed his wares. A cart overflowing with fresh produce sat before him, ready to be sold. He'd already made some sales, as evidenced by the exclamation, "Already!" And now, he was haggling over the price of a sturdy shield and sword, settling on 30 gold pieces. This was just the beginning of his grand scheme. 30 minutes passed in a flurry of transactions. Roken leaned back, a self-satisfied smirk playing on his lips. He mused, this is seriously remarkable. All his items had been sold, netting him a considerable sum, 458 gold, 98 silver, and 32 copper, before transaction fees. His eyes widened as the implications sunk in. He thought, did I just make close to 100 million won in 30 minutes? A manic grin spread across his face. He chuckled, Kukoku, this is crazy. He knew that questing and leveling were important aspects of the game, but this opportunity was too good to pass up. He snapped his fingers, a decisive glint in his eyes. With a renewed sense of purpose, he declared, the equipment will buy all production ores. A shower of gold coins rained down as he made his decision. He knew he needed to strike while the iron was hot. The imposing Falcon building, headquarters of the Lord Development Company, pierced the sky. Its sleek, modern design stood in stark contrast to the fluffy white clouds drifting lazily overhead. The words Lord Development Company were clearly visible on the side of the building, while the name Falcon was prominently displayed at the top, a bold declaration of its power and influence. Inside, a vast server room hummed with the quiet energy of countless machines. Rows upon rows of servers blinked with an ethereal glow, their intricate network of cables a testament to the technological prowess of Falcon. A central console flashed a warning, detected irregularity. A circular display pulsed with an ominous pink light, its intricate design hinting at the complex systems it monitored. The system confirmed a monopoly of equipment enhancement, a significant event that triggered the alert. 2 days later, the sun shone brightly over a majestic city, its towering spires and intricate architecture hinting at a world of advanced technology and magic. Roken, a former SSS class ranker, his face etched with the scars of past battles, stared intently ahead, a grim determination hardening his gaze. A regional announcement flashed across his screen, the enhancement system had been updated, limiting daily enhancements to 100. Roken grumbled, realizing this change was likely an attempt to curb his progress. He knew he had little choice but to adapt. He reflected that, despite the limitation, he had been fortunate to utilize the system for 2 full days. And felt a sense of relief that the announcement was regional, unseen by his rivals. The same was true for his Bowmaster's Gauntlet and Belt of Fatality, and Wild Forest Lizardman's Pants, all boasting impressive defensive capabilities. He also managed to upgrade his weapon, a process he described as a significant achievement. A massive, obsidian axe materialized before Roken, its wickedly curved blade gleaming with an unnatural purple light. Chains, thick as a man's wrist, snaked from the axe's haft, ending in a fist-sized, violet gemstone pulsing with dark energy. The weapon hummed with power. The game's interface displayed the axe's stats, +5 Slayer's Axe, rank, rare. It was a weapon imbued with the madness energy of a legendary slayer, capable of mercilessly sentencing opponents to death. Its attack power was a staggering 320, +150, and its durability was a perfect 1000 to 1000. A unique property, Blood Madness, further enhanced its capabilities. Roken, his eyes gleaming with anticipation, muttered to himself, I really like it. A sinister grin spread across his face as he hefted the Slayer's axe, its power resonating with his own. He grinned, excitement bubbling within him. I can't wait to test it out. I guess I should move on to my next quest. The Crossroads Half-Elf Guild headquarters came into view, a grand building with a distinctive curved, teal roof. Inside, Terrell, the half-elf guildmaster, sat at her desk, her expression thoughtful. You're a human. A striking elf woman, adorned in a military-style uniform, sat regally. Her expression was one of amused curiosity as she posed a question. A powerfully built man with short, dark hair approached her, a confident smile playing on his lips. He explained his intentions. He'd heard she'd been troubled lately and wanted to offer his assistance. But the elf's response was dismissive. She denied any such troubles. She scoffed, stating that she wouldn't seek help from weaklings like humans. This remark visibly angered the man. He challenged her condescending attitude, questioning her dismissal of his offer to help. The elf's eyes narrowed, a sudden shift in her demeanor. She admitted she had been too nice. With blinding speed, she attacked him, her blade a blur of motion, revealing a surprising level of strength and skill. A sneering voice echoed through the virtual world, the words dripping with contempt. What do you think you're? A brutal blow landed, sending Roken sprawling. A guttural sound escaped his lips as he tasted blood. His attacker pressed their advantage, a chilling question hanging in the air. Do you really want to see who the actual weakling is? Roken coughed, his vision blurring. Meanwhile, a conversation unfolded elsewhere. An elf, her voice laced with disdain, addressed a human companion. Didn't you hear me? Go back, human. The human, clearly agitated, tried to reason. Calm down, this is all for the main quest. Come on, don't be like that. But the elf remained unconvinced, her eyes wide with disbelief. Suddenly, a confident voice cut through the tension. A dwarf, displaying a ring, declared, I'm actually an investigator, and I already got approval from the Dwarf Guild. I'm not as weak as you think I am, so why don't you trust me on this one? The elf, however, remained skeptical, her expression unreadable. I think you're misunderstanding something. The dwarf's expression shifted, a hint of annoyance in his eyes. He explained, not only do we not approve of those primals, but we also don't want anything to do with them. However, that doesn't mean I should belittle your abilities as an investigator. I'll trust you this once. A mission briefing appeared before Roken, a former SSS class ranker in the VR game Crossroad. The objective, to locate a group of young half-elves missing from the Tekalona forest and ensure their safe return. A half-elf woman, her face etched with worry, expressed her concerns. She suspected the group had encountered trouble and pleaded for their safe return. Roken was given further instructions. The young elves would likely be wary of him, so he was given an emblem of the half-elf guild to show them. The mission's success hinged on the half-elves' survival and the group's protection. Failure meant their deaths. Completion rewarded approval from the half-elves and an additional reward based on achievement. Roken was informed that there were additional rewards this time. He already knew about the hidden mission objective, a fact that was noted by another character, a half-elf woman who questioned his trustworthiness. The hidden goal of the quest was revealed, to help the gathering group achieve their original goal of going to the Tekalona forest. Roken, having accepted the quest, began his journey. He mounted his horse, gaining a 150% movement speed boost while riding, and obtained a summoning whistle. A narration box explained the functionality of a whistle. The user could summon or dismiss a creature called the Dark Horse by blowing into it. Roken, the protagonist, silently reflected that his primary objective was to find the gathering group. He then acknowledged the considerable distance to the third city, where quests began, making his usual travel method impractical. Having invested 100 gold in a new means of transport, Roken resolved to make the most of it. With a cry of giddy up, he summoned his dark horse. And the powerful creature sprinted forward, leaving a trail of light in its wake. Suddenly, a level 115 corrupted forest spirit emerged from the trees, blocking their path. The monstrous creature roared, preparing to attack. Roken reacted swiftly, drawing his axe. And with a powerful swing, he cleaved the creature in two, expressing slight disappointment at the lack of challenge. Roken, the former SSS class ranker, found himself in a desperate struggle. He was being relentlessly attacked by a powerful foe, its dark form crackling with purple energy. The creature's monstrous form a terrifying testament to the power of his enemy's combined assault. Its blows were relentless, each strike threatening to end Roken's reign as the game's top player. But even as he felt the crushing weight of defeat, a strange distortion warped the space around him. A swirling vortex of darkness and light, promising a chance for redemption. He found himself facing a weaker opponent, a small monster, its attacks easily deflected. A swift counterattack sending the creature reeling. This was his chance to rewrite his fate. A triumphant grin spread across Roken's face as he delivered the final blow. It makes me so damn happy, he thought, savoring the moment of victory. A game notification flashing across his vision, critical. Your level has increased. His power had surged, exceeding even his previous peak. He was amazed by his newfound strength. This monster is stronger than kobolds and I still killed it in one hit and without using a skill. He mused, a hint of disbelief in his voice. A voice echoed in his mind, you pass? A satisfied smile played on his lips. It was all worth it, he thought, his eyes gleaming with determination. Roken, the former SSS ranker, searched the forest floor, his gaze sweeping across the undergrowth. He muttered to himself, convinced the clue he sought was nearby. He was tracking the trace of the missing elf gathering group, a trail that had gone cold. Suddenly, a sharp intake of breath escaped Roken's lips. His eyes widened, a glint of recognition in their depths. He had found it, a single boot, a clear sign of the missing group's passage. A triumphant grin spread across his face as he confirmed his discovery. The boot, he realized, was evidence of a desperate flight. It had been torn from its owner's foot during a chaotic escape from a monstrous pursuit. A scene vividly painted in his mind's eye. Roken knew that tracking half-elves would be difficult. Their light steps left few traces on the forest floor. He would have to be vigilant, searching for subtle signs of their passage amongst the undergrowth. Even if he found them, they would likely be scattered, requiring him to remain alert. His eyes scanned the forest, searching for broken branches or disturbed leaves, any sign that would lead him to the missing elves. He was confident that they were nearby, hidden somewhere within the dense woods. Roken, his face partially obscured by shadow, questioned his own judgment. A single, desperate thought echoed in his mind, "Don't tell me I was wrong?" His doubt was immediately shattered. A sharp, metallic sound pierced the air, a swift, brutal blow landed, leaving a trail of shimmering energy in its wake. The impact echoing through the desolate landscape. Birds scattered in alarm from the nearby trees. A close-up revealed a gleaming, finely crafted spear, held with practiced ease in a gloved hand. The wielder of the spear, a man with dark, curly hair and a confident smirk, prepared to strike. He held the spear poised, ready to unleash its deadly potential. A sudden burst of energy surrounded the weapon as he declared, "I'm at the right place." The scene shifted to reveal three figures, seemingly injured and surprised, their expressions a mixture of pain and disbelief. A single exclamation mark punctuated their shock. As they demanded, "Who are you? And why are you looking for us?" Roken, a human adventurer, stepped forward. He calmly introduced himself, explaining that he was sent by Terrell because she was worried about them. One of the figures, a woman with elven features, reacted with surprise, questioning, "Terrell Nim did?" A dark-haired man, his face etched with suspicion, confronted another figure whose hands were outstretched in a gesture of appeasement. He voiced his doubts, stating that there was no way a human like the other would have been sent. But then, the other figure revealed a key-shaped pendant, a clear sign of their affiliation. He insisted that if the first man still didn't believe him after seeing this, there was nothing more he could do. The key-shaped pendant floated between them, its significance heavy in the air. The dark-haired man, still wary, stated that the other could simply remain there. Below, another figure, an elf with dark hair, reacted with shock upon seeing the pendant, recognizing it as belonging to their guild. A man with short, light blue hair, a smirk playing on his lips, declared that they would trust the other for now. He then questioned what the other was capable of, a hint of challenge in his tone. The scene shifted to a forest clearing. Three elves, two with blonde hair and one with dark hair, stood together, looking distressed. The blue-haired man stood before them, his expression serious. He warned them that things wouldn't be easy, explaining that there were monsters unlike any they had ever seen before, all over the forest. One of the blonde elves, her eyes wide with fear, asked if he meant the corrupted forest spirits. The blue-haired man turned, a hint of surprise in his eyes, and questioned how the other had already encountered one of these creatures. The other man confidently replied that he had killed a couple on his way there. One of the elves immediately accused him of lying, pointing out that they hadn't been able to hunt down even one with everyone present. The blue-haired man's eyes glowed with a purple aura as he prepared for something. Roken, a former SSS class ranker in the VR game World of Ethelgard, found himself cornered. His face, grim and determined, was partially obscured by the fur of his dark coat. A desperate look of fear contorted the features of the woman beside him, her eyes wide with terror as she gasped for air. A monstrous figure emerged from the shadows, its form vaguely humanoid but undeniably monstrous. The creature's eyes glowed with an eerie purple light, its massive frame radiating power. More creatures, similar in appearance but smaller, joined the first, their movements swift and brutal. They were clearly hostile, and their presence amplified the sense of impending doom. One of the smaller creatures lunged forward, its roar echoing through the scene. The sheer force of its attack sent tremors through the ground. The creature's attack was relentless, its power overwhelming. The woman beside Roken cried out in terror as the ground beneath them cracked and crumbled. Three figures, clad in white, tumbled through the air, their faces etched with despair. "What do we do? We're all dead," one of them cried out in desperation. But then, a figure emerged from the chaos. It was Roken, his expression calm and collected, as he muttered, "Good timing." He stood defiantly, his posture radiating confidence. "Watch carefully," he said, a hint of a smile playing on his lips. Roken prepared for battle, his movements precise and powerful. A dark energy pulsed around him, a clear indication of his immense power. A sinister grin spread across his face. "It'll be a bit wild," he whispered, his eyes gleaming with anticipation. He was ready to unleash his full might, promising a spectacular display of power. "Firewood chopping show," he declared, his voice filled with confidence. A colossal, shadowy figure, vaguely resembling a monstrous golem, crashed into the landscape. The impact sent tremors through the earth, leaving a deep crater in its wake. The creature loomed over the scene, its dark form etched with glowing purple runes, its immense size dwarfing the surrounding trees. A young man with short, dark hair, clad in dark, tattered clothing, prepared himself for battle. The sides whirred as he moved with surprising speed, a blur of motion against the dark backdrop of the creature's massive form. He unleashed a flurry of attacks, each strike aimed with deadly precision. A crimson energy erupted from his sights as he delivered a final, devastating blow. A shockwave of force rippling outwards. A monstrous figure, cloaked in shadow and wielding immense power, descended from above. Its eyes glowed with malevolent intensity, promising a brutal confrontation. The creature lunged forward with terrifying speed, its movements blurring into a chaotic storm of motion. A whirlwind of dark energy erupting from its form as it unleashed a devastating attack. A close-up revealed a terrifying grin, sharp teeth bared in a predatory display of power. The ground trembled as a powerful shockwave ripped through the battlefield. Roken, the SSS class ranker, emerged from the chaos, a defiant smirk playing on his lips as he met the onslaught head-on. He taunted his opponent, daring them to continue their attack. With a furious roar, Roken countered, his blade a blur of motion as he sliced through the air. The force of his strike sending shockwaves that shattered the very ground beneath their feet. In the distance, a woman watched the battle unfold, her face etched with worry and disbelief. Her eyes widened in shock as she whispered, "No way." A monstrous creature, its form vaguely humanoid but undeniably alien, loomed over the battlefield. Its eyes glowed with an unnatural purple light, and a low growl rumbled from deep within its chest. The creature's internal monologue echoed the question, how can a mere human possess such strength? Meanwhile, Roken, the former SSS ranker, leaped through the air, his dark eyes blazing with fierce determination. He wielded a massive, glowing axe, its blade crackling with energy. His powerful muscles strained as he prepared to strike. The axe descended with terrifying speed, cleaving through the creature's defenses with a resounding crack. The impact sent tremors through the ground, and debris rained down from the shattered remains of the monster. Another blow followed swiftly. A brutal, unstoppable onslaught continuing. Roken's movements were a blur of motion, each strike precise and deadly. The creature roared in pain, its body beginning to crumble under the relentless assault. With a final, earth-shattering blow, the creature was reduced to dust, its essence dissipating into nothingness. Roken landed gracefully, his axe resting on his shoulder. He surveyed the scene with a grim satisfaction, his expression unreadable. A powerful, dark hand, pulsating with purple energy, reached out from the shadows. The air crackled with unseen power. A surge of raw energy erupted, obliterating whatever stood in its path. The aftermath of the blast revealed a scene of devastation, shattered ice and pulverized rock littered the ground. Yet amidst the ruins, a figure stood defiant. Roken, a former SSS ranker, smirked, his massive axe gleaming menacingly. His gaze was unwavering, his confidence unshaken. He addressed an unseen opponent, explaining the reason for his lack of fear. Roken stood tall, his imposing figure dwarfing the fallen form of his adversary. The battle was clearly over. In the distance, other figures watched in stunned silence. One, a blonde woman, lay injured and helpless. While another, a man with dark hair and pointed ears, struggled to his feet, his expression a mixture of shock and disbelief. A third figure, a man with short, dark blue hair, approached cautiously, his voice laced with concern. He spoke to Roken, acknowledging his ruthlessness but pleading for his help. The scene ended with a request for assistance. The Tekalona forest, for an unknown reason, was becoming increasingly contaminated. A group, facing this urgent threat, knew they had a crucial mission to undertake before the forest was completely overrun. A mission of paramount importance, even exceeding the survival of their own species. They desperately sought assistance before returning to their own territory. The quest resolved the plight of the young half-elves. These young half-elves, having journeyed to the Tekalona forest for a specific purpose, requested assistance in reaching their destination. Success meant reaching the forest's center, failure meant their demise or forfeiting the quest. Ensuring the group's safety was added as a reward condition. A man with dark hair and intense eyes, witnessing this quest details, let out a chuckle. "Cuckoo," he mused, "this is great." Approached by the half-elves, he simply replied, "I understand." He then issued a command, "From now on, follow my orders. If you don't, I will forcibly take you there." One of the half-elves, a young man with dark hair and pointed ears, responded immediately, "I promise." Their obedience, as expected of half-elves, was readily apparent. "They're so obedient when it comes to that," the dark-haired man observed. Another man, this one with short, gray hair, commented, "I guess that's expected." He continued, explaining that this was a crucial part of the main quest, involving a very important being. Looming before them, a colossal stone golem, imbued with dark energy, stood as a formidable obstacle. Its imposing form, carved from rough-hewn rock, radiated an aura of immense power. Its massive frame dwarfed the adventurers, who looked up in awe and apprehension. The golem's presence filled the forest clearing with a palpable sense of dread. One of the adventurers, a man clad in dark armor, spoke, "It's inefficient to fight every single one we encounter on the way there." Another, a young man with striking blue-gray hair, responded, "I'll try to get us there as quickly as possible." The armored man, seemingly the leader, declared, "That's the way, I just need to chop it down." A young elf, witnessing the leader's resolve, let out a gasp of alarm, "Ah!" Suddenly, a voice called out, "Rokenim, please hold on a moment." Meanwhile, a different group of individuals approached a small sprout, one of them explaining, "We're here to collect these." The sprout was identified as a sprout of the world tree, a significant discovery. The elf, looking concerned, repeated, "A sprout of the world tree." The narration box explained that the saplings were not ordinary trees, they were sprouts with the potential to become the world tree. The image showed the majestic world tree, a colossal being that dominated the landscape. The narration boxes revealed that the world tree was the symbol of the half-elf guild and held immense importance to them. The half-elves had ventured into this forest with the goal of reviving the world tree. Their ultimate objective was the prosperity of the elf kingdom. However, the chances of success were slim, unless one of the saplings grew into the world tree. A man with gray hair instructed the others to begin the collection process, requesting protection while they did so. Another man, observing the scene, pondered the details of the quest. He called out to them, interrupting the process. A half-elf woman looked questioningly at a man holding a vial of glowing liquid. The gray-haired man asked to see the vial, suspecting something was amiss. The liquid from the vial was poured onto a leaf, causing a shocked reaction from the gray-haired man. Two elf women reacted with shock and disbelief. One of them lamented, "I knew we shouldn't have trusted a human." The eyes of a man widened in surprise, his expression reflecting utter astonishment as he stared at something unseen. Grown world tree sprout, a sprout that absorbed life force and grew over a short period of time. The chance of it growing into the world tree has risen. A young sprout, glowing faintly, had sprung from the ground. The narration box confirmed, the world tree grew? Another elf reacted with disbelief, muttering, "I am possible." But how? A man with short, dark hair and a stern expression addressed the elves. He stated, "How? You guys didn't even think of doing something like this because you were being so careful with it." He continued, explaining, "The world tree only grows where there is plenty of life force. It'd be best to grow it in here first." Mid-grade health potion. The man held a mid-grade health potion. He commented, "Since I don't think this place has been contaminated yet." One of the elves questioned, "How did he know about something that's a secret even among the half-elves?" She then responded, I understand." A viscous, crimson liquid poured onto a leaf, seemingly imbued with potent energy. Roken, his gray hair slightly askew, carefully monitored the process, muttering to himself, "Slowly, make sure it doesn't flood." Another figure, his dark hair neatly styled, observed with a smirk. He commented, It's kind of slow. It's a waste of money too." Roken, his eyes narrowed in thought, questioned, "Hold on, does it really have to be a potion?" The second man, seemingly unconcerned, explained, "Since it requires life force." He then offered an alternative, "Try this." A narration box appeared, describing the contents of the bottle, "Water from the Lake of Serenity. Because it contains very pure energy within, you can recover mana just by drinking it." Roken, surprised, murmured, "This is." The other man suggested, "You should pour that. I think it'll be effective." The water was poured onto a withered leaf, causing a vibrant green glow to emanate from it. And a small sprout quickly emerged from the leaf. Roken and the other man stared in disbelief, with Roken exclaiming, "No way." Two figures, their faces etched with strain, struggled to hold a sapling that pulsed with an inner golden light. The plant's form was unusual, its trunk twisting in a spiral pattern. One of them, seemingly confident in their actions, reflected internally that the potion derived from this sapling would be highly effective due to its inherent power to enhance the drinker. The narration box identified the sapling as a world tree sapling. Another figure, observing the sapling, regretted not keeping a bottle of the potion for themselves, considering the hidden reward it offered. A third individual, a man with a weathered face and a mischievous grin, questioned what the reward was again, revealing his ignorance of the sapling's true value. His expression shifted, and a sudden realization dawned on him. His companion, a man with teal hair, reacted with a surprised "Ha," as the first man's expression turned to one of dawning horror. The teal-haired man inquired about the problem, seemingly oblivious to the gravity of the situation. The other man explained that while the growth of the world tree was good news, the rapid growth was causing a significant drain on the forest's life force, leaving the first man visibly distressed and weeping. He explained that the world tree absorbs an immense amount of the forest's essence energy, a consequence of its sudden, rapid growth. A fact that filled him with growing dread. The scene opens on a dark and ominous forest, the air thick with an unnatural energy. A sense of foreboding hangs heavy in the air. As Roken, a young man with a shock of unruly blue hair, cautiously peers through the trees, his expression a mixture of anticipation and apprehension. Beside him, a fair-skinned elf woman with blonde hair, gasps, her eyes wide with alarm. "Ah! I knew it." Their fear is justified. A colossal figure emerges from the shadows, the guardian of the corrupted forest, a level 130 field boss. The beast roars, its voice echoing through the ancient woods, "Intruder! Its massive form fills the panel, radiating power and menace. The guardian bellows again, this time with a deeper, more resonant tone. Who dares steal the forest's essence energy? Roken, however, shows no fear. He calmly observes the creature, a smirk playing on his lips. I see. I knew it wasn't going to be this easy. He continues, his voice low and confident. Well, then I guess I'll destroy it with my full force. With a flourish, Roken produces a mask, the Lion King's sealed mask, a powerful artifact. A portion of its sealed power awakens within him, causing a surge of energy that leaves him momentarily stunned. Ha! A blinding flash of light erupted from Roken's body, revealing a majestic, golden lion's head mask, radiating an aura of immense power. Lion King's sealed mask, rank, set. A mask once worn by the legendary Lion King, Gaokan. A portion of its sealed power awakens based on the user's ability. Defense, 4000, durability, 750, strength, plus 70, stamina, plus 50, dexterity, plus 50. Due to the effective lion's roar, the range of all Warcry type skills increases by 50%. A majestic lion's head, rendered in gleaming gold, filled the frame. Its eyes, though unseen behind a mask-like visage, radiated power and an ancient wisdom. The image was accompanied by a detailed description, Lion King's sealed mask. Its stats were impressive, defense 750, durability 4000/4000, strength plus 70, stamina plus 50, dexterity plus 50. A note indicated that the mask's lion's roar effect increased the range of all Warcry type skills by 50%. Roken, a man with striking features, dark, sharp eyes, and a predatory grin, stared at the mask. What's this? He realized, with a widening grin, the seal was partially broken? I never thought this kind of gimmick existed. Roken examined the mask more closely, a triumphant gleam in his eyes. Is it because I got a job advancement? This is great. The Lion King's mask. This is by far the best piece of equipment that I've obtained. A shadowy figure of Roken, now clad in dark armor, loomed large. His internal monologue revealed his ambition: if I'm able to complete the set and remove the seal on all of them, they'd be far better than the equipment from my prime in my previous life. I definitely gotta collect them all. A panicked voice called out, Arokanim. What should we? Another, calmer voice interrupted, stop panicking and just collect the sapling. A colossal, shadowy figure loomed over the forest, its antlers like gnarled branches reaching towards the heavens. It was a creature of immense power, its very presence radiating an aura of ancient, untamed might. Its form shifting and coalescing, a terrifying display of raw energy that hinted at the immense danger it posed. As a powerful figure emerged, his eyes burning with cold fury. He wielded a massive axe, its edge glowing with an ominous light. That big guy is dead meat to me, he declared, his voice echoing with chilling confidence. The axe, a berserker's battle axe, hummed with power, ready to unleash its destructive potential. As a terrified cry pierced the air. Why you can't, a young man shrieked, his face contorted in fear as he watched the impending destruction unfold. Another man, his voice laced with urgency, explained, that's the guardian of the Tekalona forest. It's practically an absolute being in this forest. And it's even more dangerous because it's been contaminated by an unknown dark energy. He continued, his voice filled with despair, it's not something a single person can take on. We have to run away. The young man, his eyes wide with disbelief, questioned, and who decided that? As the powerful figure turned, his face obscured by shadow, but his voice resonated with cold authority. It's not something a single person can take on, that only applies to people like you, who set your own limitations in life. Just sit back and watch. With a final, chilling laugh, the powerful figure prepared to unleash his full might upon the monstrous guardian. A blinding flash of light erupted from the heart of a colossal, metallic structure, the air itself seeming to crack and shatter under the sheer force of the energy unleashed, leaving behind a trail of destruction in its wake. Roken, a figure cloaked in shadow and wielding a massive, dark blade, stood defiant amidst the chaos. His eyes burned with a fierce determination, a silent vow forming in his mind: today, he would settle the score. He moved with terrifying speed, his blade a blur as he cut through the air, aiming to destroy the naive way of thinking that had led to his downfall. The scene shifted to a corrupted forest, where a monstrous guardian, once a protector, now stood as a formidable foe. Its immense size and corrupted form spoke of a world tainted by darkness. Roken observed the creature, noting that it was a field boss monster, far stronger than its level indicated. It was a creature he would have faced later in the main storyline, but its presence here was unexpected. Even a party of level 100 players would struggle against it, but Roken didn't need to defeat it immediately. He only needed to buy time for the elves to collect a vital sapling. Roken formulated a plan, a mischievous glint in his eyes as he prepared to face the challenge. 3 figures, seemingly members of a guild, huddled together in a dimly lit space. One, a dark-haired elf, held a small plant in a stone pot. They plotted their next move, their plan to exploit a quest for their own gain. And we could run away after they're done to complete the quest, one of them stated, their voices hushed with conspiratorial intent. But a sense of unease clouded their confidence. But it's kind of strange, one of them muttered, a hint of doubt creeping into their voice. Suddenly, a sinister grin split across the face of a hidden figure, their sharp teeth glinting ominously. The scene shifted, revealing a sense of impending danger. For some reason, a voice hissed, filled with malicious glee. A powerful, shadowy figure burst from the darkness, its movements swift and brutal. A wave of dark energy surged around it, signaling an imminent attack. The dark figure lunged forward, its weapon a blur of motion. The speed of the attack was breathtaking. The sudden intrusion was met with immediate resistance. A monstrous creature, its face obscured by a skull-like helmet, roared, "Intruder!" The creature unleashed a devastating attack, its intent clear, eliminate. The shadowy figure deftly dodged the attack, the energy blasts narrowly missing their target. Countering with a swift strike of their own. The clash of power was intense. The battle raged on, a whirlwind of blows and energy. The shadowy figure, despite being outnumbered, fought with incredible skill and ferocity. A swirling vortex of purple energy ripped through the fabric of spacetime. Leaving behind a trail of shattered rock and debris as Roken, the former SSS-class ranker, was violently thrust through it. The intense pressure of the temporal displacement compressed him, pulverizing the surrounding environment. He found himself in a dimly lit arena, facing a hulking figure wielding a massive weapon. "What an idiot," the large man scoffed. "What are you trying to do, swinging at something so clearly outside of your range?" Roken, disoriented but still acutely aware, braced himself for the inevitable attack. A powerful blow landed, sending shockwaves through his body. "Hold on, don't tell me, is this," he thought, a dawning realization spreading across his face. The ground trembled as a colossal, shadowy figure emerged from the depths of the arena. It heaved a massive boulder, aiming to crush Roken. The boulder hurtled towards him, but Roken reacted instinctively, narrowly avoiding the devastating blow. "Damn it, I should have known," he cursed, recognizing the familiar pattern of the attack. The large man watched with a smirk, clearly anticipating Roken's demise. Roken, the former SSS-class ranker, unleashed a torrent of raw power, his very being crackling with energy. A furious storm of arcane might erupting from his clenched fists. The air itself distorted by the sheer force of his attack. A wave of destruction that threatened to consume everything in its path. The impact was earth-shattering. Roken's attack slammed into his opponents, sending shockwaves through the very ground beneath their feet. Chunks of earth and rock were thrown high into the air, a testament to the devastating power of his blow. Dust and debris filled the air as the force of the attack subsided, obscuring the immediate aftermath. As the dust began to settle, streaks of purple energy shot across the sky, leaving behind a trail of destruction in their wake. The remnants of Roken's devastating attack raining down from above. Below, two figures, their faces etched with shock and fear, barely managed to raise their mana shields as the debris rained down upon them. One, a woman with dark hair, looked up in disbelief, her eyes wide with terror. Roken, the former SSS-class ranker, found himself overwhelmed. A desperate cry escaped his lips as he braced for the impact. A wave of dark energy crashed over him, the force of the blow sending tremors through his virtual body. His attackers, a powerful guild intent on his downfall, sneered at his plight. "Such a pain," one of them scoffed. He was trapped, his movements restricted, the weight of their combined assault bearing down on him. But even in defeat, a flicker of defiance ignited within him. His eyes narrowed, a plan forming in his mind. With a surge of adrenaline, Roken channeled his remaining energy, a crimson streak of power erupting from his core. The raw power coursing through his veins, shattering the constraints binding him. "No need to be so restless," he muttered, a hint of a smile playing on his lips. The energy discharged in a blinding flash, a devastating counterattack that sent his opponents reeling. A whirlwind of power surrounding him as he unleashed a furious assault. His movements were precise, each strike calculated to maximize damage. He moved with the speed and grace of a phantom, his blade a blur of motion. Each swing a testament to his unparalleled skill. The final blow landed with a resounding crack, silencing his foes. Roken, the former SSS-class ranker, faced his adversaries with a chilling determination. He vowed, "I'll slice you up right away." His blade flashed, a blur of motion as he unleashed a devastating attack. The force of the blow sending shockwaves through the air and cleaving through his enemies with brutal efficiency. One of his opponents, a woman with blonde hair and a large weapon, was sent flying by the sheer power of the strike. Another foe lunged forward, a massive stone fist hurtling towards Roken. But he moved with impossible speed, a phantom amidst the chaos. His counterattack a brilliant display of skill and power, a crimson energy slicing through the air, leaving his opponent vulnerable and exposed. With a final, decisive blow, Roken ended the fight, his movements a blur of deadly precision. The dust settled, leaving only the aftermath of his overwhelming victory. Roken, the former SSS-class ranker, found himself on the receiving end of a brutal combo attack. His body was thrown back violently, the force of the blow sending shockwaves through the virtual world. He braced himself for the impact, a searing pain lancing through his avatar as he crashed into the ground. His attackers, a powerful guild, loomed over him. One of them, a hulking figure with a cruel smile, mocked his weakened state. "Cuckoo, you're not so sturdy, now are you?" he sneered. The attacker prepared another devastating assault. "Perfect," he mused, "I'll slice off all of its limbs and make it helpless." Unleashing a wave of dark energy that solidified into sharp, bone-like tendrils. The tendrils lashed out, striking Roken with brutal force, tearing through his defenses. Despite the onslaught, Roken managed a desperate counterattack, but the attacker's power was overwhelming. More tendrils erupted from the attacker, surprising him. "What the hell is this? Tentacles? Or is it tree vine?" The attacker questioned the nature of his own attack as the tendrils continued their assault. A colossal, shadowy figure, cloaked in darkness and partially obscured by swirling purple and teal energy, loomed over the battlefield. Its form was vaguely humanoid, but monstrous in scale, its features indistinct in the gloom. The ethereal energy pulsed with an ominous power, tendrils of dark purple snaking out like grotesque, living vines. The creature's face, finally visible, revealed a reptilian grin, its eyes gleaming with malevolent intelligence. A low chuckle rumbled from its throat. Its massive hands, scarred and clawed, began to regenerate at an alarming rate, flesh knitting itself back together in a horrifying display of rapid healing. Observing the scene, a figure with white hair and a dark cloak spoke, his voice laced with a hint of amusement. "I guess that a field boss is nothing for you," he continued, his tone shifting to a more serious assessment. "I'm sure there's a limit to how fast you can regenerate." Meanwhile, another figure, a young man in a wolf-like helmet, watched the battle unfold with growing concern. He muttered to himself, his voice barely audible. A plan forming in his mind, to destroy its core. A woman with dark hair and a determined expression interrupted, her voice sharp and accusatory. "You were going to try slicing it up until it can't regenerate anymore, weren't you?" The young man, startled, could only stammer a question. The woman, however, seemed to already know the answer, a smug expression on her face as she declared it obvious from his previous actions. A shadowy figure, vaguely resembling a deer with glowing eyes, materialized before them. Its form pulsed with an ethereal, turquoise energy. "Anyway, you can't do that," someone exclaimed, the words echoing the impossibility of their current endeavor. "The forest spirit is connected to the forest itself." The energy around the creature intensified, swirling and coalescing into a vortex of power. "It will suck up the energy of the forest and get infinitely stronger," a voice warned, the gravity of the situation becoming increasingly clear. A young man with spiky, dark hair, wearing a whimsical animal-eared hat, reacted with frustration. His face contorted in a grimace. If this continued, the forest would be utterly destroyed. "Ugh, I get it. So stop nagging at me." He demanded to know the location of the core they were discussing. A large, pulsating purple crystal, radiating an ominous energy, was revealed, nestled deep within the earth. "So where's that core you're talking about?" The young man's hand reached out, a glowing blue energy emanating from his palm. He seemed surprised by the simplicity of the solution. "But what are you planning on doing? How are you going to destroy something that big?" "Oh, seriously? It's that simple?" A powerful, shadowy figure, cloaked in darkness and radiating immense power, stood before him, a stark contrast to the young man's casual demeanor. The young man braced himself, a look of grim determination etched on his face. He was about to face a formidable opponent. A surge of purple energy erupted from the young man, engulfing him in a blinding flash of light. The powerful figure lunged forward, its attack met with the young man's counteroffensive. A fierce clash of energy ensued. The impact sent shockwaves through the area, the force of the collision nearly overwhelming. The battle was far from over. A surge of purplish energy erupted from the ground, its tendrils reaching towards the sky like a malevolent tree taking root in the desolate landscape. The force of the blast shattering the earth around it, leaving behind a trail of destruction. A dark, ominous energy pulsed from the newly formed crater, a foreboding sign of what was to come. A sudden, intense darkness filled the panel, signifying a powerful transformation about to occur. From the depths of the darkness, a monstrous figure emerged, its eyes glowing menacingly. He declared his intent to obliterate everything in his path. With a furious roar, the monstrous figure unleashed a wave of dark energy. A dark, spiky energy coursing through the air like a living thing. The energy coalesced into a massive, shadowy form, its power palpable and terrifying. A single, ominous exclamation point punctuated the scene, hinting at the overwhelming power displayed. Roken's face, contorted in a ferocious grimace, filled the panel. His eyes glowed with an intense, crimson light, reflecting the fiery energy crackling around him. A raw power emanating from his very being. He declared, with a voice brimming with vengeful determination, that he was unleashing his full power. A shadowy figure, its form barely visible in the gloom, emerged from the depths of a dark, turbulent sea. Its clawed hand reached towards a tall, slender pole that seemed to pierce the stormy sky. A silent scream escaping its unseen lips as it struggled against an unseen force. Suddenly, a brilliant white light erupted from the darkness, slicing through the night like a celestial blade, leaving a trail of crimson in its wake. The light intensified, revealing a figure cloaked in darkness, wielding the radiant weapon with terrifying grace. He moved with a speed that defied the eye, his movements a blur of motion as he effortlessly dispatched his foe. A triumphant grin spread across his face. "All right. I'm going at it full power now." With a surge of power, he unleashed a devastating attack, the force of which tore through the very fabric of reality. Only to be met by a counterattack. Intruder. Eliminate. Roken, the former SSS class ranker, found himself on the precipice of defeat. A brutal combination attack from his rivals had left him battered and vulnerable, the ground trembling beneath the force of their assault. His body screaming in protest as he braced for the final blow. He was outmatched, outmaneuvered, and seemingly out of options. But in a desperate act of defiance, Roken channeled the last of his strength, unleashing a hidden combination skill. A surge of crimson energy erupting from his body. The air crackling with raw power as an ancient symbol materialized before him, a testament to his forgotten might. And with a roar, he unleashed the destruction charge, a devastating attack that tore through the very fabric of the virtual world. A wave of violet and crimson energy obliterating everything in its path, leaving behind only a trail of destruction and the stunned silence of his defeated foes. The scene opens with a blurry, action-filled perspective, suggesting a chaotic and intense moment is unfolding. A sense of urgency permeates the frame, as a powerful energy beam, streaked with red and blue, impacts a monstrous figure. The being, cloaked in darkness and adorned with dark, spiky dreadlocks, is clearly suffering a devastating blow. Its form cracks and shatters under the assault. Fragments of the creature's body, glowing with an eerie purple light, scatter across the desolate landscape. The remains resemble shards of a crystalline structure, hinting at a powerful, otherworldly nature. The perspective shifts, revealing a figure in the midst of a fierce struggle. Surrounded by a maelstrom of red and black energy, the figure appears to be unleashing a devastating counterattack. Powerful energy surges erupt from the figure's body, radiating outwards in a destructive wave. The force of the attack is immense, causing the ground to tremble and crack under the strain. The impact of the counterattack is shown in a close-up, highlighting the raw power and destructive force. A monstrous roar, GNAAH, echoes through the scene, a testament to the ferocity of the battle. The monstrous figure is shown reeling from the attack, its form flickering and unstable. Purple energy pulses from its wounds, a sign of its weakening state. The attacker seizes the opportunity, lifting a massive, dark weapon above their head. The weapon is adorned with chains and seems to pulse with dark energy. With a mighty swing, the weapon crashes down upon the weakened monster, delivering a final, decisive blow. The impact sends shockwaves through the ground, leaving a trail of destruction in its wake. A monstrous figure, cloaked in shadow and radiating an ominous purple aura, loomed over the battlefield. Its eyes glowed with malevolent intensity, promising a brutal confrontation. A terrifying presence that sent shivers down the spines of even the bravest warriors. The air crackled with anticipation as the beast prepared to unleash its fury. A blinding flash of light erupted from the creature's maw, a searing wave of energy that threatened to consume everything in its path. But before it could strike, a swift, precise counterattack materialized. A streak of crimson light, impossibly fast, sliced through the air, cleaving through the monstrous energy blast with effortless grace. The sheer power of the counterattack was evident in the way it effortlessly bisected the creature's attack, leaving a clean, precise cut in its wake. The attacker's movements were a blur of motion, a testament to their exceptional skill and power. The attacker, a figure shrouded in darkness, moved with lethal precision, their every strike imbued with devastating force. They continued their assault. The creature, weakened but not defeated, roared in defiance, its eyes burning with hatred. It lunged forward, claws extended, only to be met by a wave of crimson energy that sent it sprawling. The attacker's power was overwhelming, leaving the creature vulnerable and exposed. A powerful, shadowy figure emerged from a swirling vortex of purple energy, its form solidifying as it burst forth with destructive force. The creature, a grotesque amalgamation of shadow and purple energy, loomed large, its many eyes glowing menacingly. As a figure with long, white hair launched a fierce attack. "He'll just regenerate even if you do that," someone shouted, their voice filled with grim determination. The attack connected, sending shockwaves through the ground. But the creature remained unfazed, its form flickering slightly before resuming its menacing posture. A cloaked figure with glowing red eyes emerged, a sinister smile playing on their lips, unleashing a devastating blast of energy. The white-haired figure was sent flying backwards, crashing into a rocky outcrop as the monstrous creature loomed over them. A powerful, purple energy erupted from Roken, his body racked with the force of his desperate counterattack. The raw power of his skill tearing through the air, leaving a trail of shimmering destruction in its wake. A guttural roar escaping his lips as he channeled every ounce of his remaining strength into this final blow. His opponent, a hulking figure cloaked in shadow, met Roken's attack head-on. A monstrous shriek echoing as the clash of energy sent shockwaves through the virtual world. A system message flashed across the screen, revealing that Roken's opponent was far stronger than anticipated. Undeterred, Roken smirked. Oh yeah, he scoffed, already preparing his next move. He unleashed a devastating combination skill, Force plus Warcry, a technique that amplified his power exponentially. The resulting shockwave obliterating everything in its path. A wave of crimson energy erupted from Roken, the former SSS-class ranker, as he unleashed his power. The air crackled with raw magical power, swirling around him in a vortex of chaotic energy, culminating in a devastating display of skill, the Cry of Madness. The description of the skill appeared, detailing its effects, sending enemies into a state of terror, decreasing their abilities, and potentially stunning them. The effect is amplified if Roken is in a berserker state. Roken's Cry of Madness struck his opponent, a guttural scream escaped the enemy as their defensive capabilities plummeted, leaving them vulnerable. Following the initial attack, Roken prepared for a finishing blow. He channeled his remaining energy into a devastating force strike. The impact of the force strike was immense. A final, overwhelming blow, the strongest strike, ended the battle. A swirling vortex of energy crackled into existence, a luminous column of light piercing the darkness. The ethereal glow intensifying as the words /force /charge/ and /dash/ materialized within the beam, each word pulsing with power. A final word, /strike/ appearing at the base, completing the sequence. The energy coalesced, forming a brilliant, concentrated point of light. A powerful fist clenched, radiating an intense crimson energy. The energy growing brighter, more intense, as if building towards a cataclysmic release. A blinding flash of light erupted, obliterating everything in its path, leaving behind only the faint scent of ozone and the lingering image of a shattered mandala. From the wreckage, a colossal, shadowy figure emerged, its form obscured by darkness but radiating an aura of immense power. Its presence filling the desolate landscape with an oppressive weight. A blinding flash of light erupted from the center of the screen, the chaotic energy distorting the very fabric of the virtual world, revealing a colossal, shadowy figure emerging from the spatial rift. Its form was vaguely humanoid, but shrouded in darkness, with glowing purple eyes that pierced the swirling chaos. As the ground trembled violently beneath the impact of its arrival, Roken, the former SSS ranker, braced himself, his senses heightened, anticipating the imminent threat. Drawing his legendary blade in a swift, decisive motion, he launched himself forward, a blur of motion against the backdrop of the collapsing virtual landscape. His grip tightening around the hilt as he prepared to meet the monstrous foe head-on. The weight of the blade felt reassuringly familiar in his hand. Readying himself for a clash that would determine not only his fate, but the fate of the entire virtual world. With a ferocious roar, Roken unleashed a devastating attack, a torrent of energy coursing through his blade, cleaving the air with a force that threatened to shatter reality itself. The impact was earth-shattering. A wave of crimson energy engulfing the monstrous figure as Roken's attack connected. The creature roared in pain, its form beginning to disintegrate. A blinding light erupting from the point of impact as the creature was finally vanquished. Silence descended upon the virtual world, broken only by the faint echoes of the battle. Roken, a former SSS-class ranker in the Vermork, unleashed a devastating attack, a torrent of raw power erupting from his very being. The culmination of his fatal strike combination. The attack's description appeared: movement speed increased by 250%, attack power by 300%, critical chance by 50%, and critical hit damage by 200% for the next strike. The impact of the blow was immediate and earth-shattering. A wave of purple energy surged outwards as Roken's attack connected, the force of the blow cleaving through the air, resulting in a critical hit. Its final words echoed: "Intruder, failed to eliminate," before the system message appeared: "Mission resetting." A final, decisive strike that shattered the field boss. A system message flashed across the screen: "You have defeated the field boss, guardian of the corrupted forest." A surge of energy coursed through Roken as he absorbed the experience. And his level increased. Two women stood amidst a desolate landscape, their faces etched with disbelief. One, clad in a tattered, dark robe, gasped, "It can't be." A colossal wave of energy, imbued with a brilliant, ethereal blue light, crashed down. The narration box confirmed he really defeated it by himself. The aftermath revealed a figure standing defiantly, their back to the viewer, a massive axe resting on their shoulder. Another man, his face partially obscured by shadow, muttered, "All right." His expression shifted, a grim smile spreading across his wounded face as he declared, "Shall we go redeem the reward?" A majestic building, reminiscent of a palace, came into view. One of the women from earlier exclaimed, "No way." Another elven woman, her eyes wide with wonder, gasped, "This is..." A close-up revealed a sapling, and the elven woman excitedly declared, "This is really the World Tree sapling." A powerful-looking man with teal hair and a mischievous grin addressed Roken, his words laced with a hint of mystery. "How did you?" Roken questioned, clearly bewildered. The man responded, "I can't really explain in simple terms, it wasn't necessarily the proper method, but you can ask the team about it." A close-up showed two hands clasped together, one appearing more calloused and worn than the other. A palpable sense of gratitude emanated from the scene. The worn hands belonged to a half-elf woman, her voice filled with heartfelt emotion as she addressed the other, adventurer, "No, Roken-nim." Overwhelmed with relief, she repeated, "Thank you. Thank you so much." The half-elf's face was radiant with joy, her eyes shining with gratitude as she looked up at Roken. Her expression was one of pure relief and hope. Tears welled in her eyes as she continued, "Thanks to you, the half-elves have regained hope." The scene shifted to a different location, where a haughty half-elf woman with blonde hair observed the interaction with a skeptical expression. She mused, that arrogant half-elf suddenly changed her attitude? A smirk played on her lips as she added, "I guess the World Tree really is all that important for them." The perspective shifted back to the man with teal hair, who shrugged nonchalantly. "Well, whatever. I just need the reward anyway." He addressed the half-elf woman again, his tone devoid of warmth. "You don't need to be so thankful. I didn't do it just to be nice, after all." A sinister glint appeared in his eyes as he leaned closer, adding, "You won't disappoint me, will you?" Roken, the former SSS class ranker, found himself in a desperate situation. Betrayed and humiliated by his rivals, he had lost everything he had worked for in the virtual reality game. His voice, laced with disbelief, echoed his refusal to accept defeat. "Of course not." A glimmer of hope appeared in the form of a powerful artifact, a staff radiating with ancient power. It was a symbol of his past accomplishments, a testament to his skill and strength. A reward for his efforts, a unique title that set him apart from all others. The message was clear: you are the first to earn this title. A regal half-elf, his features sharp and elegant, reclined on an ornate throne, a smirk playing on his lips. He watched Roken with amusement, clearly pleased with the outcome. The details of the title were revealed: first friend of the half-elves, unique. You are the first human to have earned the respect of the half-elves. Now that they've recognized you as their friend, they will do all they can to help you in whatever you need. The accompanying benefits were significant: increased elemental defense and mana regeneration. Roken, his expression thoughtful, murmured to himself, "HM. Half-elemental's blessing." He grinned, a flash of sharp teeth. "I like it." A narration box explained the significance of the boost to elemental defense, particularly for warrior-type classes like his own. But Roken was far from satisfied. He had prepared much more for his return to glory. "Of course, that's not all I've prepared. Here." A guild representative, addressing Roken, explained that while the reward might not seem appropriate, the 150 gold coins represented the guild's best monetary offer. Roken, after a moment of consideration, accepted the offered reward. The game interface confirmed the transaction, displaying a message indicating that Roken had received 150 golds. He internally marveled at the sum, considering it the largest reward he'd ever received from a single quest. An elf, presumably a member of the guild, thanked Roken for his assistance. She extended an invitation for him to return whenever he needed their help. Another elf, seemingly a companion to the first, echoed the sentiment, wishing Roken well. Roken, though outwardly agreeing, internally noted that the elf's eagerness to be rid of him was palpable. As Roken departed, he reflected on his fortunate escape, acknowledging that his luck wouldn't always hold. He observed the half-elven guards escorting him, realizing that their current reverence stemmed from his recent heroic actions. However, he anticipated a swift change in their attitude should they perceive him as a threat to the World Tree. The game's lore is revealed: half-elves are a playable species. Roken, the protagonist, assesses his progress. He only needs one more species to complete a quest. He approaches a grand clock tower, seemingly the location of the final quest. A representative of the Gnome Guild asks if Roken wants to be acknowledged by their species. A gruff-looking gnome, seemingly the guild leader, presents Roken with a box of broken tools. He explains that the gnomes value those skilled with their hands and creative ideas. The quest details are shown: the gnome's dangerous tool repair. Success requires perfectly repairing all tools, failure results in destruction or imperfect repair of a tool. Roken reads the quest details and contemplates the task ahead. He realizes that the final quest from the gnomes is to repair their tools. He confidently states that he'll be back soon. Roken reflects that, at first glance, this seems like the easiest quest he could get. He carries the box of tools away. Roken begins repairing the tools with surprising skill and speed. Roken, a former SSS class ranker in the VR game, examines a worn-down musket. A thoughtful expression crosses his face as he holds the weapon, a hint of a smirk playing on his lips. He mutters a low HM to himself. A detailed description of the musket appears, an old and worn-down musket, rank, normal. Its components are uncertain, and it requires cleaning and oiling to function properly. Its attack power is 50, durability is 3/100, and there's a 70% chance of destruction upon use. Roken observes the weapon, a glint in his eye. He thinks to himself that it's definitely something a gnome would like. The low durability is noted, and Roken realizes that the game's designers are deliberately sabotaging him. He suspects they are intentionally making the quest difficult, rather than showing him respect. However, a sinister smile spreads across his face as he recognizes a crucial loophole in the quest. Roken chuckles darkly, referring to his adversaries as stupid little bastards. Elsewhere, a surprised and bewildered individual, likely an NPC, reacts with a questioning "huh?" A perfectly repaired musket is shown, gleaming with a golden finish. The image emphasizes its improved condition. The game stats for the repaired musket are displayed: rank, normal, attack power, 50, durability, 100/100. Roken proudly displays the repaired musket, a triumphant grin on his face. He exclaims, "I even assembled it perfectly. How is it?" A jovial dwarf, sporting goggles and a mischievous grin, leaned forward, his hand gesturing emphatically. He was about to reveal a crucial piece of information. The secret to Roken's ultimate revenge, a unique title, Friend of the Dwarves. This granted him unprecedented access to their services, including crafting, repair, and significant discounts. A perfectly repaired old musket is displayed. Its stats read: rank, normal, attack power, 50, durability, 100/100. A narration box appears, stating, "No matter where it's from, in the end it's just an equipment item." A muscular man with short, dark hair and a confident smirk sits across from a dwarven artisan. He says that he only needs to put in a request for the dwarves to do the work for him instead of struggling on his own. The muscular man asks if there is a problem, his smirk widening. The dwarven artisan hesitates, saying that it's just that there's no way he was able to repair it so quickly and perfectly. He wonders aloud if the man bought the item in perfect condition and simply turned it in, noting that such items are not easily bought around here. The dwarf concludes that the man must have used some underhanded method. He asks the man if he noticed anything strange about the item while repairing it. The man confirms that he noticed a strange engraving on the inside of the cover, resembling a gear wheel, and something similar on the percussion device. Roken, the protagonist, is being interrogated. He is accused of cheating, despite his claim of innocence. His interrogator presses him, highlighting the anti-cheating measures in place within the game. Unfazed, Roken calmly admits his guilt, revealing a surprising twist: he already knew about the anti-cheat engravings because he'd encountered them in a past life. The narration boxes reveal the extent of Roken's accomplishment. He has earned the respect of the gnomes and the unique title of Friend of the Gnomes. This title grants him access to the engineer subclass and a 50% discount on gnome rides. The image shows Roken, a smirk playing on his lips, clearly pleased with his achievement. Roken reflects on the unexpected rewards of the quest, pleased with the outcome, exceeding his initial expectations. But the true prize, he realizes, is the engineer subclass. The narration boxes explain that the engineer subclass allows Roken to learn mechanical engineering skills, a gnome specialty, enabling him to craft his own mechanical items. The panel shows goggles and a steampunk-style pistol, illustrating the potential of this new skill. The narration box highlights that some users have achieved fame through mechanical engineering. The final panel introduces a new character, Krat, also known as Mad Scientist Krat, showcasing his eccentric appearance and a bomb in his hand. The panel depicts a powerful figure, a dark magician known for his cunning use of engineered items in battle, a tactic that allowed him to humiliate countless other players. His unique battle style and eccentric personality earned him widespread fame, even attracting a dedicated fanbase. His influence spurred a boom in mechanical engineering within the game. This presented an opportunity for Roken to fill a gap in his skill set. Intrigued by the potential of mechanical engineering, Roken sought to learn it. He obtained the engineer subclass, paving the way to learn advanced gnomish mechanical engineering. Roken needed to gain proficiency in engineering to access advanced schematics and recipes. He was given permission to study freely. Roken gained the approval of all species within the Golden Lion territory. He became a proud member of the Crossroads, a prestigious organization. This was a significant achievement. Roken was the first visitor to join the crossroads and was granted the title of honorary citizen. A notification appeared before Roken's eyes, announcing that he was the first human to be accepted as an honorary citizen of Crossroads, a city within the Golden Lion territory. This granted him equal treatment in the protection of the Crossroads garrison squad, further increasing his affinity with the territory's inhabitants. He let out a relieved sigh. Roken, clad in dark attire, stood with a satisfied expression. He had finally completed the arduous species quest. The notification detailed the benefits of his new status, reiterating the protection afforded by the Crossroads garrison squad and the increased affinity with the Golden Lion territory. Roken pondered, his thoughts turning to Steroyan. He recalled Steroyan's instructions: deliver a letter to garrison leader Malkin. Roken decided to take care of the matter while he was already on his way. He felt it was time to pay them a visit. With that thought in mind, Roken set off towards the garrison headquarters. The imposing structure of the Crossroads garrison headquarters came into view. The building's imposing exterior, marked by a prominent emblem, clearly identified it as the garrison headquarters. Roken paused, observing the building. He commented on its impressive size, considering the scale of the city. Roken, a man with striking teal hair and a stern expression, apologized for keeping someone waiting. A hint of weariness shadowed his features. He explained their delay, mentioning that they had been dealing with a nearby monster. The tone suggested a casual dismissal of the event. The camera focused on a pair of armored legs descending a staircase, the sound of footsteps echoing subtly, revealing Roken and a tall, imposing figure with long, blonde hair. The newcomer's appearance suggested an elf, his demeanor radiating power and confidence. The imposing figure was identified as Malkin, a half-elf leader of the Crossroads garrison. His smile was both friendly and unsettling. Roken's companion, observing Malkin, noted that something seemed off about him, questioning if he was truly a half-elf given his unusual size and stature. Roken then introduced himself as Berserker Roken. Malkin and Roken's companion shook hands, the latter again commenting on how strange things seemed. Malkin's closeness to Roken caused him to wonder why he was acting so familiar. Roken recalled that Malkin was known for being one of the more uptight half-elves. Roken, a man with a mischievous grin, is shown in the foreground. Behind him, a shadowy figure of an elf-like being with long, flowing hair is visible. The elf's expression is serene, almost knowing. A speech bubble above Roken reveals that he has heard many stories about him from Terrell, stories of how their species owes him a great favor. Roken's eyes gleam with understanding. He muses to himself that he now understands what was going on. A sense of satisfaction washes over him as he declares this to be perfect. He realizes that maintaining a good relationship with Malkin will make things easier for him. The panel introduces Malkin, a level 200 Crossroads garrison leader. He is described as the strongest individual in Crossroads, a powerful elf-like figure with a confident smile. Malkin inquires about Steroyan, asking how that tiny old man is doing. He notes that Steroyan, despite his appearance, is practically the ruler of the territory. Malkin is unconcerned about a level 200 being a threat, stating that there is nothing to worry about soon. He receives a letter from Steroyan, confirming that Steroyan is still healthy. He asks Roken to read the letter quickly. Malkin, surprised, realizes that Roken is the new recruit. Roken confirms that he is indeed the new recruit. Malkin explains that there's a need to hide his involvement in the investigation team. He suggests they work together for the peace of this continent. Roken internally questions Malkin's intelligence, wondering if he's secretly an idiot. An elder elf, his eyes gleaming with shrewd assessment, observed Roken. He mused that, relative to Roken's level, he could sense the depth of his experience. It seemed Roken had already received approval from other species as well. To think he'd also become a member of their team was impressive. The elf continued his internal monologue, emphasizing what he found even more impressive. Flashing back to their first encounter. Roken, his back turned, stood in a dimly lit library, while the elf watched from behind. Despite the remarkable achievements the elf had just noted, he found it striking that Roken seemed to feel nothing. The elf, his expression shifting to a sly grin, addressed Roken. He stated it was nice to meet him, before continuing. And then abruptly asked how Roken had performed on his test. The elf's demeanor turned serious, his features obscured by shadow. Roken, his face partially visible, looked up at the elf, his expression unreadable. He inquired about his test results. The elf's eyes widened slightly in surprise. He seemed shocked that Roken had figured it out. The elf, his voice laced with a hint of uncertainty, commented that perhaps Roken still wasn't sure what to think of him. Roken smirked, a sinister glint in his eyes, as a dark aura emanated from him. A shadowy figure, cloaked in darkness, issued a challenge. "Why don't you just test me right here?" The camera focuses on a portion of the figure's face, revealing only a sharp, pointed chin and a hint of a dark, hooded cloak. The scene shifts to reveal Roken, his eyes intense, revealing his current level, 106. I'm currently level 106. Roken's thoughts turn to Malkin, an NPC. However, the Malkin NPC I know, while arrogant and prideful, prefers people that are strong and honors others with power. The scene shows Roken, battered but resolute, amidst a dark forest. He reflects on his progress. Above all, I've already received the trust of the half-elves. Roken coughs, a sound of exertion and slight pain. He is clearly surprised by something. A burst of laughter follows, KCH. Fa ha ha ha. The laughter intensifies, a booming sound that echoes through the scene. The laughter continues, culminating in a statement of surprise. Wow, it seems I've made a mistake. Malkin's affinity increased during the test. He reflected that he had been trying to test a warrior at the peak of his craft, and offered an apology for any harm caused. Malkin realized this was his chance to obtain a secret reward. He muttered to himself that words alone weren't enough of an apology. A superior officer, laughing, offered to compensate Malkin for his troubles. The officer offered Malkin a choice of compensation: gold, weapons and armor from the garrison, or high-quality healing items. Or high-quality healing items collected for emergencies. Malkin refused the material compensation, stating he didn't need any of it. He revealed his true desire: to become a member of the Crossroads garrison. The officer and another soldier were surprised by this request. Malkin explained that, as an adventurer, he wouldn't be able to work constantly, but hoped they could be flexible. A high elf, his expression thoughtful and faintly amused, stroked his chin, a contemplative glint in his eyes. A hulking figure with shadowed features and glowing red eyes grinned, his voice a low rumble of agreement. Sure, he said, as long as that's what you wish. A triumphant yes followed. A question hung in the air: do you accept? I can lend you equipment and consumables that all garrison members need. I'll be sure to let them know ahead of time. A wide shot revealed a majestic city, players flocking to a central location after completing a significant in-game milestone. He declared, I'll gladly kill anyone that comes in my way, just like what happened to Blood Chaser. I can't afford to waste time on people that aren't PKs, since they could team up and cause issues. I wonder what happened to him though. Now then, what is needed most in times like this? A soldier, clad in gleaming armor and wielding a spear, stood at attention before a figure partially obscured by shadow. He saluted sharply, reporting, Sir, I've received news from the captain. He inquired, Are you Lord Roken? The soldier presented a small, ornate emblem, explaining that it served as proof of identity for the garrison, even without official attire. The emblem depicted a majestic lion's head, intricately detailed and radiating an aura of authority. Roken, his face now fully visible, accepted the emblem with a subtle nod. He murmured, Thank you. A system notification appeared, confirming Roken's new status as a Crossroads garrison member, granting him authority over NPCs and users within the area for the sake of public safety. The sprawling cityscape of the virtual reality game, Return of the SSS-class Ranker, stretched before Roken. A majestic clock tower dominated the skyline, its golden spire piercing the dusky clouds. Roken, a former SSS Ranker, walked through the bustling marketplace, his imposing figure drawing attention. He clutched something in his hand, his expression unreadable. He examined a small, ornate book. As a Crossroads guard, his role was simple. Either patrol the city for an hour, or defeat 20 monsters in a nearby field. A condition stated that he must lend his strength if the Crossroads garrison was in danger while logged on. A fearsome dragon loomed in the background, a testament to the potential dangers. Though slightly annoying, Roken considered it a worthwhile risk. He mused about the convenient city facilities and the added bonus of friendly NPCs offering discounts and favorable treatment. But even these advantages paled in comparison to the real benefit of being a guard. The ability to intervene if a player caused a public disturbance. Roken observed a group of players causing trouble in the marketplace. A smug-looking, armored character, his face partially obscured by his helmet, grinned widely. Beside him stood a smaller, more cartoonish figure, their expressions mirroring each other's delight. The armored character declared that he could resolve any conflict as a guard without penalty, even potentially receiving additional rewards if his punishment was deemed just. In other words, he could exercise his authority over other players. A man with short, dark, curly hair, dressed in dark, practical clothing, appeared in the next panel. He mused that since there were no specific constraints or disciplinary actions for quitting, he could take advantage of his position until he crossed over to the next region and then quit. He added that it was about time other users came by. He doubted he would run into Odin, since they were in completely different regions now, but even if it wasn't Odin, it wouldn't be strange if another level 100 user were to appear out of the blue. A sudden sound startled him. The man's eyes widened in surprise. He muttered, Is this for real? He looked at a news report on his screen, showing the first 100-level user in the world, a Korean user nicknamed Tide, orc species, whose job was unspecified. He decided he should find out more details and logged out. The world's first 100-level player was revealed to be an orc named Tide, a blade master. An interviewer asked Tide how it felt to be the first to reach level 100 and hold 3 previous jobs for the Lord. Tide responded with a hearty laugh, stating it was an honor. Elsewhere, Roken, an unnamed gamer, watched the interview and questioned whether Tide's job as a blade master truly fit the category of a swordmaster. He wondered what was so special about this bald orc. Roken mused that it wasn't Odin, but some random nobody who had accomplished level 100 first. He recalled that the bastard who even got to the level 99 interview had no reason to fall behind. And wondered if that was it? Roken cursed Odin, calling him a cunning bastard. It was revealed that Odin had likely reached level 100 a long time ago and was silently observing his competitors. Roken, his eyes narrowed, a cruel smile playing on his lips, felt a surge of dark satisfaction. He was back, ready to reclaim his former glory. He chuckled, a low, menacing sound. "You have to have that level of caution if you're even going to be considered my prey," he mused, his words dripping with arrogance. Meanwhile, 2 other players discussed the recent news of someone reaching level 100. One of them, a woman with shoulder-length brown hair, speculated that it was due to a powerful combination skill. And that those in the know were already aware of this development. Roken scoffed, his expression one of disdain. He pointed out that in a game that valued accomplishments, there was no mention of the first person to reach level 100. Because it was him, of course. He was the first to reach level 100. A close-up of a sinister grin revealed a character's sharp teeth. A sudden announcement interrupted the conversation. All users were asked to wait a moment. Tide, the first-class user in the world, declared that he would be the first to enter the 380 city and share all the information. Roken's eyes widened in anticipation. He found the news exciting. A sneering face, partially obscured by shadow, filled the panel. The character's voice, laced with contempt, echoed in the air. This pathetic loser was crossing a line. He shrugged, a nonchalant air about him. "Fine," he muttered, "it's just as well." The scene shifted to a hand scrolling through a screen. A thought bubble revealed his internal monologue. He hadn't updated his YouTube channel recently. The channel, he reflected, was dedicated to educating the MP Guild's less-than-savory members. The screen displayed Crazy Warrior Roken's YouTube channel, boasting over 400,000 subscribers. His videos, he noted, had become incredibly popular both domestically and internationally. A shadowy figure, powerful and imposing, appeared on screen. He reflected on his success. With fewer than 10 videos, he'd gained over 400,000 subscribers, generating a substantial profit. He admitted to himself that he was worried about the lack of recent uploads. Because everyone was excited about the game's first level 100 player. A mischievous grin spread across his face. He considered using his exceptional editing skills to create a video about the third city, accessible only to players level 100 and above. He mused on the unfortunate implications of his actions. A sinister smile stretched across his face. His voice, cold and menacing, cut through the air. He shouldn't have crossed the line. The final panel showed his YouTube channel again, now with over 550,000 subscribers. A new video thumbnail advertised a reveal of the mysterious third city. An online video titled The Lord Third City, Crossroad, and the nearby hunting ground exposed garnered 18.52 million views in just 5 hours. The comments section exploded with excitement. One user, Wad, urged others to join in proclaiming, "Roken is God." Another user, Jungmyeon, questioned the video's authenticity, asking, "So how do you get to this place?" Dart echoed this sentiment, expressing disbelief that the footage was real. Kenya, however, confirmed that the city depicted was unlike any previously showcased, concluding that it must be the genuine third city. The video then showed a colossal monster, prompting your monster's weakness to exclaim in disbelief, "That's insane, what is this? Giant monsters like this appear in the third city?" Onslaught questioned the video's legitimacy, suggesting that the uploader merely filmed the creature rather than defeating it. Grapefruit Soda pointed out that the video's length indicated it had been recorded over several days before being uploaded. This led Tax Carriage to a startling realization: the first level 100 player was actually Roken. Melbart joked that Tide, or whatever that bald orc was, had been too late to claim the title. Amazing Warrior added to the mockery, commenting on Roken's lack of hair and sense. In a fit of rage, Roken smashed his screen with a powerful punch. He continued his destructive outburst, muttering, "Goddammit. That son of a bitch." Roken's frustration stemmed from the fact that, as soon as the video of the third city surfaced, he was accused of being a liar for falsely claiming to be the first level 100 player. The situation worsened. Cronin sarcastically commented on his claim of being the world's first, while Zdarkness condemned him for his actions. His advertisements and TV appearances were cancelled. A furious expression contorted the man's face, his teeth bared in a snarl. Damn it! Did I know? Since nobody said anything, I thought I was the first. He spat, his face reddening further. You dare to stab me in the back like this? We'll see then, you fucker. The enraged man roared, his voice laced with venom. Roken, you son of a bitch. Meanwhile, a young man with short, gray hair stared wide-eyed at his phone, a look of disbelief on his face. Oh ho, look at this. It's only been a day and it's gotten almost 20 million views? I'm going to get so much money just from the advertisements on this. Hee hee hee. The phone screen displayed a video titled Crazy Warrior Roken, the third city is retaken for the first time in the world. He smiled, a knowing glint in his eyes. I can really believe it now. That the Lord is not just a VR game anymore. A narration box appeared, even outside of our nation, the user count is exponentially increasing. Enough to influence society in a big way. Comments scrolled across the screen, one read, Richard Carriot, how can I go there? I'm definitely waiting for the next video clip. Another comment, Zikatana, another Korean? Seriously, it's a Korean every time it's game relevant. He chuckled. Ha, what great reactions. A sinister smile stretched across Roken's face, his eyes gleaming with a cold determination. He mused, I can't ignore them as a creator, now can I? The scene showed him in a futuristic pod, seemingly in a virtual world. He continued his internal monologue, obviously I need to meet their expectations. The camera panned to a majestic castle, perched atop a rocky outcrop amidst a dark and brooding forest. A gloved hand reached out and pressed a button, the metallic sound echoing in the confined space. A tense silence followed. Then, a voice called out, Who's there? A soldier from the Crossroads Garrison responded, I'm from the Crossroads Garrison. I heard Marquis Truel needed some assistance. The soldier ascended the steps towards the throne room. He then expressed surprise, I didn't know they'd actually send someone over. So, you're going to help me? The imposing figure of Marquis Truel filled the frame, his legs and lower body visible as he sat upon a throne-like chair. A long, dark cane rested beside him. A Crossroads guard, his face beaming with a wide, friendly smile, approached Roken. He was a young man with short, gray hair, clad in gleaming golden armor. He extended a hand in greeting, explaining that Captain Malkins had sent him to assist Roken to the best of his ability. Roken, however, internally recognized the lie, he knew this dispatch was a fabrication. The guard's true motivation was revealed, he had come because he was already aware of the quest, but using Malkin's name would grant him a higher level of trust. Roken's reason for staying in this faraway city was to care for his young daughter, for her, he would do anything. But his current weakness made it difficult for him to do much else. A desperate plea was made, he needed the blood of the troll that appeared at the cursed cave of life to help his daughter. It was believed that the troll's vitality could restore his daughter's health to some extent. A quest notification appeared before Roken. Marquis Truel, desperate to save his young daughter, requested Roken's assistance. The quest's objective was to obtain 10 vials of blood from the cursed cave trolls. The reward was a meager 5 gold coins. Roken readily accepted the quest, promising to return as quickly as possible. He had registered a relevant quest. The location was identified as the Cursed Cave of Life. Roken, the crazy warrior, arrived at the cave's entrance, his presence immediately commanding attention. He declared his intention to begin the dungeon raid immediately. A powerful warrior, with a large, chained greatsword, approached, stating their intention to conquer one of the nearby public dungeons. A formidable figure, ready for battle. The Cursed Cave of Life loomed before them, a challenge awaiting. The title card for Return of the SSS Class Ranker explodes onto the page, a vibrant splash of blue and purple energy crackling across the screen. The scene opens on a dark, desolate landscape, the ground cracked and uneven. A sense of foreboding hangs heavy in the air. As a figure emerges from the shadows. Roken, a former SSS Class Ranker in the VR game, strides confidently forward, a large, imposing weapon slung over his shoulder. A small box appears above his head, reading recording. He pauses, a thoughtful expression crossing his face as he considers the game mechanics. He mutters to himself that the dungeon's power levels are unaffected by the external passage of time, meaning that the monster's strength won't increase just because it's nighttime. He scoffs, muttering that it's ridiculous he even needs to explain such a basic concept. Roken continues his trek, his thoughts turning to the dungeon's unique characteristic, the presence of trolls. A monstrous shadow looms in the distance. And Roken realizes that this is the first appearance of trolls within the Golden Lion camp. However, he notes that this doesn't mean only trolls will appear. Indeed, a cavern stone ape, level 103, emerges from the darkness, screeching menacingly. The scene opens with a narration box describing the stone apes, the weakest monsters in this area. They are described as muscular apes shorter than the average human. Another narration box explains that the stone apes have well-balanced attack, defense, and dexterity stats. A stone ape leaps into the air, revealing its ferocious appearance and preparing to attack. The stone ape unleashes a powerful blow, which connects with its target, causing significant damage. A figure, presumably Roken, fires a powerful energy blast from a weapon. The blast impacting the stone ape with immense force, sending it flying backward and shattering the surrounding rocks. The attack continues, with Roken's energy blast tearing through the stone ape's defenses. The stone ape is heavily damaged and roars in pain as it is struck by the final blow. A monstrous creature, its features vaguely humanoid yet undeniably feral, roared its challenge. Its eyes glowed with malevolent red light, its mouth a gaping maw filled with sharp teeth. The beast lunged, a blur of motion and shadow. But Roken, the former SSS ranker, stood ready. He was clad in dark, imposing armor, a stark contrast to the creature's raw savagery. With a swift, precise movement, he deflected the creature's attack, sending a shockwave rippling through the air. The impact of the blow sent tremors through the ground. Despite his skill, Roken found himself momentarily surprised by the creature's resilience. He mused, but if you really think about it, its stats are pretty mediocre. He realized he could suppress the creature's power using either strength or speed, whichever he felt more confident with. With renewed focus, Roken prepared for the final blow, his movements a blur of calculated precision. The scene opens with a powerful impact, a blur of motion suggesting a fierce confrontation. A figure is sent sprawling, the force of the blow sending tremors through the ground. Roken, the former SSS ranker, is clearly on the receiving end of a devastating attack. But even as he's thrown back, a surge of energy erupts from him. A brilliant flash of light signaling a counterattack. He rises to meet his attackers with renewed determination. His opponents are clearly surprised by his resilience. A cruel smile spreads across Roken's face as he effortlessly overpowers them. He mutters, "Easy," his voice dripping with disdain. The ease with which he defeats them underscores his superior skill. Roken explains his actions, stating that there's no grand reason for these particular opponents being in this troll dungeon, they are simply fodder for the trolls. He elaborates, noting that while they might be threatening in groups, they are ultimately easy prey for the trolls. Suddenly, a pack of trolls emerges from the shadows, their menacing presence filling the panel. Roken prepares to face them, unleashing a devastating attack, a crimson wave of energy that engulfs the trolls. The attack is labeled Cry of Insanity. A monstrous troll, its eyes blazing with furious energy, roared in rage, its guttural cry echoing through the cavern. The impact of its attack sending tremors through the very ground. The force of the blow was immense. A violent clash of power erupting as the troll's attack met its counter. The resulting shockwave rippled outwards, leaving the troll reeling from the unexpected force. A figure, cloaked and mysterious, stood amidst the chaos, a questioning expression on his face. He muttered, "HM?" A large, monstrous bat, the source of the earlier disturbance, was identified. "The bastard that just flew off is a giant bat," a voice stated. The creature's typical attack patterns were described. It normally uses the skills bite or body slam, and it's particularly annoying since it flies. Their current location was confirmed. Now, we are finally entering the main region of the trolls. The number of trolls they were about to face was revealed. There are around 10 trolls in this dungeon. The trolls' usual behavior was noted, but they normally prefer individual activities since their teamwork is crappy. A final observation made as the cloaked figure prepared for the upcoming confrontation. A monstrous grin, filled with sharp teeth, dominates the panel, its features obscured by shadow. The word KIOH is scrawled across the bottom, hinting at a name or a battle cry. A powerful figure, clad in dark armor, explains to a hulking troll that players can choose to play as trolls in the game, but they may not know how they appear as monsters. The troll, seemingly unimpressed, stands beside the armored figure as the conversation continues. A monstrous claw, tipped with long, sharp nails, is shown, emphasizing the terrifying transformation the trolls undergo in the game. The armored figure's face is partially obscured by shadow, but a hint of a smirk is visible, suggesting a sense of anticipation or amusement. Suddenly, the armored figure lunges forward with incredible speed, a blur of motion, leaving a trail of light and energy in their wake. The speed of the attack is emphasized by motion lines and sound effects, indicating a powerful and swift strike. The attack connects, and the troll is shown reeling from the impact, the word slowing appearing above them. The armored figure stands over the stunned troll, the narration box explaining that trolls possess superior strength and dexterity compared to humans. The scene opens with a close-up on a powerful weapon, its metallic surface gleaming ominously. A narration box reveals a crucial piece of information: their greatest advantage is about to be revealed as a brutal attack unfolds. A powerful blow is launched, sending the target reeling. The force of the impact is clearly depicted in the motion lines and the character's pained expression. The attacker's power is further emphasized by a burst of energy. A vibrant, almost ethereal glow that illuminates the scene. This is no ordinary attack. The narration box clarifies their regenerative ability. This is the key to their overwhelming strength. The panel shows a close-up of the attacker's face, their expression one of savage triumph as they unleash a devastating roar. Despite the ferocity of the attack, a calm voice narrates, "There's no need to be afraid of them." The scene shifts to a new character, a man with a determined expression, preparing to counterattack. He moves with surprising speed and skill, wielding two axes with deadly precision. His confident smirk suggests he has a plan to overcome their regenerative abilities. A cruel smile stretched across Roken's face, his eyes gleaming with malicious intent. He confidently declared that if his opponents continued their attack, they would eventually fall. He mused to himself, finding the ease of their defeat almost amusing. With a sudden burst of energy, Roken unleashed a devastating attack, the force of which sent his enemies reeling, their bodies slamming into the ground with bone-jarring impacts. One of Roken's opponents, a hulking figure with long white hair, roared in pain as he was thrown back by the force of the attack. Roken watched, a predatory grin spreading across his face as he prepared for the next attack. He launched another devastating blow, striking his opponent with brutal efficiency. Roken, a former SSS-class ranker in the VR game, found himself in a desperate situation. He launched a powerful kick, following up with a brutal axe blow against his towering troll opponent. The force of the impact sent tremors through the virtual dungeon, cleaving the creature's massive form. A shockwave of energy rippled outwards from the point of impact. Roken continued his assault, his movements a blur of deadly precision. Crimson energy crackled around his axe as he unleashed another devastating blow. The troll captain roared in pain and frustration, its massive form shuddering from the relentless attack. Its regenerative abilities, however, were proving surprisingly resilient. He unleashed a series of precise strikes, targeting the troll's weak points. The troll's movements slowed as it struggled to keep up. Each blow chipped away at the troll's defenses, leaving it vulnerable and disoriented. The troll's allies, also severely wounded, lay scattered around the battlefield. He decided to end the video recording of his dungeon run. Though he considered editing out a minor detail from the recording, he ultimately decided against it. A triumphant grin spread across Roken's face as he declared, "Now, it's looting time." The game interface flashed, announcing that he had successfully completed the butchering skill challenge against the cave trolls. However, due to his low skill proficiency, the yield of byproducts was less than usual. He obtained blood of the troll, a rare item. Roken, holding the vial, muttered, "Alright, one down." Roken pondered, "Let's see." He searched his surroundings, muttering to himself, "I'm sure it's around here somewhere." Suddenly, the effect of his rare explorer title activated, revealing a special item. A wide, satisfied grin spread across Roken's face as he exclaimed, "Yes." He discovered a pile of glowing, golden bones in a dark cavern. The light pulsed with an otherworldly energy. The game interface announced that he had obtained the skeleton of the cursed animal. Roken held up the glowing skull, a sinister smile playing on his lips. The narration box explained that the reason for the troll's curse in this region was not a natural phenomenon. The following panel showed 3 trolls surrounding a dead body, their expressions grim. A cloaked figure observed them from the shadows. The cloaked figure mused that they could guess who was responsible. The next image revealed a monstrous rat, identified as a plague rat from the underground waterways, followed by a corrupted tree spirit from the Tekalona forest. The narrator concluded that these events were likely caused by the same perpetrators. 3 cloaked figures, seemingly the culprits, were shown. They appeared to be manipulating dark magic. The narration box identified them as the antagonists attempting to spread a curse to mutate monsters and NPCs, essentially the main villains of the main quest. The scene shifted to a lone figure, Roken, standing in a desolate landscape. He reflected on his persistent progress in the quest, but his focus was diverted by the antagonists. The final panel showed Roken and another character, possibly an ally, facing off against a powerful foe. Roken's preoccupation with the antagonists had hindered his progress. Roken, a former SSS-class ranker in the VR game, stood before a blinding light emanating from a cave. His back was to the viewer, his shoulders slumped with a weariness that hinted at past battles and betrayals. He knew this was a pivotal moment, a turning point. A figure with vibrant pink hair and piercing eyes appeared before him, muttering to himself, "This is going to be a really big what if." But what if the reason for Ragnarok's attack was something far more significant than he initially thought? The pink-haired figure's thoughts raced, a storm of possibilities brewing within his mind. Roken's eyes, now visible, burned with a fierce intensity. His expression was one of grim determination as he considered a shocking possibility. Was Ragnarok's attack an attempt to disrupt his main quest? The question hung heavy in the air, a seed of doubt planted in his mind. This realization would change everything. A powerful-looking elf, his face contorted in a grimace, held aloft a glowing, skull-shaped object. His eyes burned with intensity as he seemed to channel some potent energy. The skull pulsed with an ethereal light, radiating an almost palpable aura of power. The elf, seemingly surprised, addressed another figure, a man with short, dark hair, clad in dark, practical clothing. He asked if the man had found the skull. The man, his expression serious, explained that the skull was located within the troll habitat in the cursed cave of life. The elf examined the skull, a thoughtful frown creasing his brow. He mused on the curse spreading through such a medium. Considering the locations where similar artifacts had been found, the underground waterways, the Tekalona forest, and now this cave. The man observed that those responsible for spreading the curse were strategically placing these artifacts in hard-to-reach locations. He then questioned the elf about any progress in identifying those behind the curse or their motives. The elf admitted that his investigation was still in its early stages, and he didn't yet have any answers. An elf, his expression grim, addressed Roken. He declared his intention to begin researching the strange skeleton immediately. The skeleton, pulsating with an eerie purple energy, seemed to throb in the elf's grasp. The elf then turned to Roken, a question hanging in the air. He inquired whether Roken could locate other monsters affected by the same mysterious curse. A quest notification appeared, detailing the task: find 3 mutated monsters, the reward being 90 silvers and the Crossroads Garrison's spear. Roken, his back to the viewer, walked purposefully through a grand hall. He reflected on his past, simplifying the reasons behind Odin's desire to involve him in Ragnarok. His thoughts revealed Odin's jealousy over Roken's top rank, leading Roken to initially believe Odin merely wanted him to surrender. However, a doubt began to creep into his mind. A shadowy figure, cloaked and masked, loomed behind Roken, adding to his growing unease. Roken's suspicions intensified. He considered the possibility of a hidden alliance formed through some kind of exchange. Roken, the former SSS ranker, found himself questioning the motives of his adversaries. He pondered, was their main objective to interrupt my progression of the main quest? He continued his internal monologue, uncertain of his deduction. Am I assuming too much? The elf beside him, seemingly unconcerned, added, in the Lord's name, where is your? Roken, however, remained focused on the larger picture. His thoughts continued, their main objective was to progress with the main quest. There's no reason for users to ally with villainous NPCs. A sinister smile, sharp fangs glinting, filled the next panel, hinting at a hidden agenda. Roken's fury ignited. He muttered, whoever those bastards and the Ragnarok bastards are. His eyes blazed with a vengeful light as a wicked grin spread across his face. He vowed, I can just ask them directly after annihilating them. The scene shifts. A hand, adorned with a gold ring, holds a vial of dark liquid. A single word escapes Roken's lips, oh. A man in ornate armor stood before a portly, older man. He held a small vial aloft. The older man exclaimed, his voice laced with relief, that the young man had indeed brought back the troll's blood, as he'd known he could count on him to do for the garrison. The older man continued, explaining that the next step was to obtain the blood of the boiling ram. He added that hunting down the beast would be the only way to acquire it. A narration box then appeared, explaining that Marquis Troll's young daughter had recovered thanks to the troll's blood, and he was requesting the young man's help once more. The quest details were displayed: obtain 20 units of boiling ram blood, 20 of its thick hide, and 7 gold pieces. The Marquis pleaded for the young man's help, emphasizing the sake of his ailing daughter. The armored man stood before a large gate, his expression unreadable. He was clearly contemplating the request. A close-up on the armored man's face showed a subtle, almost imperceptible smirk. He muttered to himself, questioning the sincerity of the Marquis's plea regarding his poor daughter. He mused that this was how the Marquis intended to proceed, and considered feigning ignorance this time. The scene shifts to a monstrous creature, its features obscured by shadow, exhaling a plume of smoke. Its teeth are bared in a menacing grin. A colossal devil ram, level 110, dominated the desolate, snow-swept landscape. Its massive horns and imposing frame spoke of immense power. The creature stirred, its powerful legs flexing as it prepared to move. Followed by 3 more devil rams, their forms equally imposing. They surrounded something unseen, their attention focused on a single point. Suddenly, a flash of crimson light erupted from below, a powerful force shattering the ground, revealing Roken, the former SSS ranker, standing defiantly amidst the chaos. A smirk played on his lips as he mused, all right, should I start my part-time job as a shepherd? He stood tall and powerful, his dark armor gleaming faintly in the dim light. His confident posture belied the intensity of the situation. With a swift, decisive movement, Roken unleashed a devastating attack. sending a shockwave that ripped through the earth, launching him high into the air. He soared through the air, a silhouette against the bright light of a massive explosion below. As the devil rams were caught in the blast, their roars echoing through the desolate landscape. Surrounded by monstrous figures, Roken braced himself, the weight of their menacing presence heavy in the air. A surge of power erupted from within him, a blinding flash of light illuminating the scene. As creatures recoiled, their forms momentarily frozen in place by the sheer force of his energy. Roken, seizing the opportunity, moved with impossible speed. His attack striking with deadly precision, leaving a trail of destruction in its wake. The remaining monsters roared, their fear palpable. Their primal instincts screaming in response to the overwhelming power they had just witnessed. Roken, observing the scene, questioned the reason for their sudden paralysis. Was it simply their herbivorous nature? He quickly dismissed that notion. They were frozen in terror, having encountered an apex predator. With a burst of speed, Roken dashed forward, leaving a blur in his wake. A monstrous figure, its face contorted in a cruel grin, loomed over the battlefield. Its immense power was palpable, a tangible force rippling through the air. A wave of dark energy surged outwards, leaving a trail of destruction in its wake. The night sky was illuminated by the fierce glow of the magical blast. A horrified observer, his features partially obscured by a helmet, could only watch in disbelief as the attack unfolded. "Look at this," he exclaimed, his voice filled with a mixture of awe and terror. The monstrous figure unleashed another devastating attack, a blinding flash of light erupting from its hands. The sheer force of the blow sent shockwaves through the very fabric of reality. The ground trembled violently under the impact. A whirlwind of motion erupted as the counterattack began. A powerful figure, cloaked in shadow, moved with impossible speed, their movements a blur of motion. Their weapon, a massive, dark axe, cleaved through the air, aimed at the heart of the monstrous being. The impact was earth-shattering, a collision of immense power that sent shockwaves across the landscape. The monstrous figure staggered. And then, with a final, desperate surge of energy, it was flung backwards, its form dissolving into nothingness. Roken, a former SSS-class ranker in the VR game, launched into a furious attack. His movements were a blur of speed and power, a whirlwind of fiery energy erupting from his body. The sheer force of his assault cracking the very ground beneath his feet. A powerful shockwave rippled outwards, leaving a trail of destruction in its wake. The impact of his attack sent a violent shock through his opponent, a wave of searing energy coursing through their body. His foe staggered back, momentarily stunned by the ferocity of the blow. Despite the impressive display, a voice observed, though it's a bit half-assed, they can use combination skills, too. Roken's opponent, undeterred, retaliated with a lightning-fast counterattack. A surge of raw power discharging from their hands. The force of the blow sent Roken reeling back, the impact echoing through the virtual world. His opponent smirked, commenting, "Oh, your power isn't bad." But Roken, unfazed, retorted, "I'm pretty powerful, too." A dark, imposing blade materialized, its obsidian surface gleaming faintly with an inner, purplish light. The weapon pulsed with barely contained power, its crystalline tip radiating an ethereal glow. As if fueled by some ancient, arcane energy. The wielder, a powerfully built figure shrouded in shadow, flexed his massive muscles, a grim smile playing on his lips. A challenge hanging heavy in the air. "Should we see who's more powerful?" a voice boomed, echoing the unspoken tension between the two combatants. With a sudden burst of motion, the shadowy figure lunged forward, his attack a blur of dark energy. A crimson wave of power erupting from his fist as he unleashed a devastating blow. The impact sent shockwaves rippling through the air. A force so immense it seemed to crack the very fabric of reality itself. A critical hit. The force of the blow sent the opponent reeling, his body thrown violently back. A ground trembling beneath the sheer power of the attack. Chunks of rock and debris exploded outwards. A destructive force leaving a trail of devastation in its wake. A large boulder, ripped from the earth, hurtled towards the shadowy figure. But he vanished in a flash of purple energy, leaving only the dust and debris settling in his wake. A brutal clash erupted, the air thick with the sounds of shattering bone and the spray of crimson. Roken, the once dominant SSS ranker, found himself overwhelmed. As a monstrous figure loomed over him, a cruel smile twisting its lips. This was the culmination of a bitter betrayal, a coordinated attack by his former allies. Leaving him battered and alone. A shadowy figure emerged from the chaos, their voice dripping with malice, "Where are you going, by yourself?" Roken, defiant despite his injuries, retorted, "I still have unfinished business with you." The shadowy figure chuckled, a chilling sound that sent shivers down Roken's spine. "Ah, I only need your blood and hide. So if you give me those things, I'll let you live. How about it? Isn't it a fair trade?" The monstrous creature added, "Of course, that's if you can survive without them." The scene shifted, the moon hanging heavy in the night sky. A sense of foreboding hung in the air. As the camera panned to a different location entirely, Roken, now seemingly in a marketplace, yawned widely. Two figures watched him from a distance. Approaching a merchant, he asked, "Why aren't you letting me purchase?" Roken, a young man with striking teal hair, stood patiently amidst a crowd. He was engaged in a conversation, his expression a mixture of weariness and slight annoyance. He explained that other players had already reached the third city, while he had anticipated it taking another day or two. A gruff, older man with a beard interrupted him dismissively. He scoffed at Roken and his companions, dismissing them with a wave of his hand and a curt order to leave. A young elf woman, her expression troubled, questioned the unfair treatment they were receiving. She wondered aloud if someone had done something wrong, perhaps offending a villager. Roken, observing the scene, explained that their attempts to trade with a non-player character, NPC, without proper acknowledgement of the other races had caused this conflict. A scarred man, his face contorted in anger, angrily confronted the group. His fury was palpable. He demanded to know why they were being singled out, his voice rising in frustration. He was forcefully grabbed by another man, who roughly told him to let go. Amidst the escalating tension, a calmer voice urged everyone to relax and try another shop. Roken, however, scoffed at the suggestion. He pointed out the absurdity of the situation, highlighting that they had already been turned away from numerous shops. A sinister smile spread across the face of a man with gray hair, his eyes gleaming with malice. The bearded man, seemingly on the verge of collapse, cried out for help, claiming he was dying. A shout echoed through the bustling marketplace, "Who's causing a scene?" The source of the commotion was revealed to be a man with a stern expression, his dark eyes narrowed in anger. He was surrounded by a group of people, their faces a mixture of fear and curiosity. Two women, their faces contorted in shock, stared at the scene unfolding before them, their eyes widened as they gasped, "A guard?" The implication hung heavy in the air. A sinister grin spread across the face of a man with teal hair, his eyes gleaming with malicious intent. He seemed to be enjoying the chaos he had caused. Another figure emerged, an elf-like man with long white hair, his expression stoic and observant. He addressed the group, his voice calm yet firm, "You look like outsiders. What do you think you're doing to a civilian of the crossroads?" The situation escalated quickly, the tension palpable. A surge of energy crackled through the air, a blinding flash of light illuminating a scene of chaos. As four figures, their faces etched with fear, looked up in desperation. "Sir Guard, please help us," they cried. An older man, his face contorted in anger, explained the situation. "They showed up out of nowhere and threatened me to give them items." A younger man beside him sputtered in disbelief, What? A woman with long, white hair, her eyes blazing, shouted, "Quiet." Another figure, a man with a striking eye patch, appeared, his voice calm yet firm. "Whatever your intention was, violence will not be tolerated." The eye-patched man continued, his power radiating outwards. "How dare you cause a disturbance when you have just arrived? I don't even need to hear anymore." A narration box revealed the extent of his authority. "Using your authority as a crossroad guard, you have chased out the desired persons out of the city." With a final burst of energy, the eye-patched man commanded, "Leave this city immediately." A group of players, their faces contorted in expressions of malicious glee, surrounded Roken. Their bodies crackled with magical energy, a clear sign of an impending attack. One of them shouted, "Huh," while another desperately pleaded, "W8." The scene shifted abruptly. A wave of energy engulfed Roken, throwing him into a vortex of light and chaos. One of his attackers cursed, "We just arrived at the third city. Phew uck." The intense light intensified, obscuring Roken's form within a blinding flash. His anguished roar echoed through the digital world. The scene changed again. A narration box appeared, the dwarf arms dealer's like ability rises. Roken, now seemingly in a different location, stood before a dwarf arms dealer. A powerful warrior, clad in dark armor, approached, stating, "Even if you're facing an NPC, you need to use basic manners." The warrior continued, questioning Roken's actions. "Why would you use violence? To a merchant, at that?" Roken, seemingly unfazed, responded, "Well, it's not like I don't understand them. They're just frustrated since they can't purchase items." He elaborated, "It's especially degrading to be neglected because of your race." The dwarf arms dealer and other onlookers reacted with a mix of anger and amusement to Roken's words. Roken, clutching the item he had just acquired, grinned menacingly. "The more I think about it, the more pissed off I get." Roken and his party, having finally reached level 100 and arrived at the game's third city, discovered a frustrating obstacle: they were unable to obtain a specific item they needed. This unexpected setback only fueled Roken's simmering frustration. A palpable tension hanging heavy in the air as they navigated the bustling city streets. A sudden, sharp intake of breath escaped Roken's lips. His expression hardened. as a triumphant grin spread across his face. He had remembered something crucial. A plan formed in his mind, a way to amass a significant fortune. Elsewhere, a hand decisively stamped an official document, signifying a transaction of some importance. A servant bowed deeply, his posture indicating respect and deference. Roken, his steps purposeful, approached a grand building, his gaze unwavering. He carried himself with an air of quiet confidence, a subtle smirk playing on his lips as he held a scroll in his hand. Roken, a former SSS-class ranker in the virtual reality game, surveyed his new acquisition, a 4-story building in Crossroads, the game's bustling metropolis. He mused that while the building's size was impressive, it required extensive renovations. Mirroring his plans to emulate his previous real estate ventures in Kthon, another prominent city within the game. He smirked, aware of the significant difference in player levels between Kthon and Crossroads. The average player level in Kthon was between 50 and 100, while Crossroads boasted players ranging from 100 to 200. However, this presented a challenge. Crossroads' status as a sprawling metropolis made monopolizing its real estate market significantly more difficult than it had been in Kthon. The sheer scale of Crossroads was daunting, a vast expanse of interconnected buildings and streets. Undeterred, Roken strategically chose to focus on securing the building with the most advantageous location first, a crucial step in his ambitious plan. He entered the building, a determined glint in his eyes. Finding the interior surprisingly well preserved, despite its age. The internal structure was far from dilapidated. Roken decided to begin the extensive renovations, envisioning transforming the space into a thriving commercial hub, much like a bustling department store. With a confident stride, he began to oversee the project, ready to embark on this new chapter of his entrepreneurial journey in Crossroads. Roken, the former SSS-class ranker, observed the bustling marketplace within the virtual reality game. A shopkeeper, his face etched with exasperation, waved away frustrated players. The demand for items far outweighed the supply. A realization struck him: he could leverage this imbalance to his advantage. A cunning grin spread across his face as he envisioned a grand scheme. He would open a shop for the players. A visitor shop, designed to attract every player in the game. His confidence swelled as he pictured the crowds flocking to his establishment. Meticulously planning its layout. The first floor would house bestsellers and hunting essentials, while the upper floors would offer more exclusive merchandise. A sinister glint appeared in his eyes as he considered the miners struggling to transport their ore. It was inconvenient for them to travel to the second city to sell their goods in bulk. This presented a perfect opportunity. Roken's shop would offer a more convenient alternative. He envisioned rows of gleaming swords, meticulously displayed, and rare, high-demand items on the third floor, including his own TK brand. His business plan was nearly complete. The final touch, an auction house on the fourth floor. This would be the ultimate draw for wealthy players. And Roken leaned back, a satisfied sigh escaping his lips. His plan was finally complete, a masterpiece of calculated convenience and strategic brilliance. Roken, a man with dark hair, instructed his subordinate, a lighter-haired man in ornate armor, to take good care of things while he was away. The subordinate, showing deference, simply replied, "Yes, boss." The scene shifted to show a female NPC vendor hired by Roken. A narration box explained that while players could shop at her store, there was a limitation. Since users would be able to shop elsewhere once they completed the race acknowledgement quest. Once the quest was completed, players would have access to NPC shops and no longer need to purchase overpriced items elsewhere. The items from the second to fourth floors would still sell, however, due to their rarity. Roken, observing his shop's setup, felt something was lacking. He pondered how to increase the shop's usage rate. A sudden realization struck him. He exclaimed, "Ah!" He declared, "There is a method." Roken learned that the garrison had a department for transcription services, specifically for producing requests and advertisements like bounties. An elf NPC, with blonde hair and glasses, asked Roken if he wanted to request a transcription. The scene opens with a close-up of a hand delicately holding a quill pen, poised above a sheet of parchment. The individual is dressed in simple, loose-fitting white clothing, suggesting a scholar or scribe. Dust motes dance in the sunbeams that slant across the desk, illuminating the scene with a soft, warm light. A young man with short, dark blue hair and a broad smile approaches an elven scribe. He holds out a document, asking, "What would you like transcribed?" The elf, his face etched with worry, takes the document. His eyes widen in disbelief as he reads it, muttering, what is this?" The young man, seemingly unfazed by the elf's reaction, sits patiently as the elf reads the document, which appears to be a visitor's guide outlining the rules for becoming a resident of the city. The guide details the process of gaining reputation by hunting monsters and completing quests. He replies, "It was an order from Captain Mawkin of the garrison." A close-up on the young man's face shows a wide, almost manic grin. He seems pleased with the elf's reaction. He thinks to himself, becoming a guard was the best decision. A metallic hand, clad in gleaming armor, forcefully sweeps across the table, scattering papers. The action is swift and decisive. The young man, now looking slightly more serious, adds, "If you think about it, it's not a complete lie." The game's mechanics were explained to Roken. He learned that hunting monsters increased his reputation, leading to more quests from the residents. His first target, the gyropole. A monstrous gyropole loomed, its menacing form filling the screen. Its high defenses, weak attacks, and poor mobility made it a relatively easy target. However, hunting them was time-consuming, making reputation gains slow. Roken considered the implications. Slow reputation gains meant a longer wait for recognition and access to the visitor shop. Players unaware of the leather and carapace's value would likely sell their findings back to the shop. Without completing quests to gain acknowledgement from other races, players couldn't trade at NPC shops. The only option was the visitor shop. The visitor shop, a beacon of opportunity, gleamed in the distance. A cunning plan formed in Roken's mind. He would buy all the leather and carapace at a low price, create fortified equipment, and sell it at auction, creating a money-making machine. Realizing the lateness of the hour, Roken decided to visit the marquee. The scene opens at Marquis Truel's guest house, a formidable structure that looms against a stormy sky. Inside, a conversation unfolds. Someone expresses surprise at the protagonist's accomplishments, noting his defeat of the Devil Ram. They then issue a final request: the protagonist must deliver all the gathered ingredients to which Dr. Tritica. The speaker explains that the only remaining task is to retrieve the item Tritica creates from these ingredients. A quest log appears, detailing the task. Marquis Truel seeks help in saving his daughter, requiring cursed troll blood, boiling ram blood, ram hide, and a final item from Tritica. The reward is 10 gold. The protagonist, having received his instructions, nods in acknowledgement and departs. He leaves the guest house, a thoughtful expression on his face. Suddenly, a loud noise startles him. But the Marquis dismisses it as one of his servants dropping something in the library. He urges the protagonist to hurry, emphasizing that he can only save his daughter with his help. A sinister smile stretched across Roken's face, his eyes gleaming with a calculating intensity. As he observed the scene unfolding before him, a figure in heavy armor approached, inquiring, "What's the matter?" An older man, seemingly flustered, stammered a response, "Ahem, it's nothing. I just got a dry cough." Roken, unimpressed, dismissed him with a curt, "Then, farewell. Save your daughter act, it's all bullshit." Roken's sharp insight pierced through the deception. He revealed, Marquis Truel doesn't have a child to begin with. What's strange about Marquis Truel is that he only receives visitors at night. A realization dawned on him as he saw a muscular figure in the background. He mused, "They're giving you such an obvious hint, so why didn't I realize it until now?" The truth was revealed in a stark, dramatic panel. Marquis Truel is a vampire. The panel depicted a gruesome scene, illustrating the vampire's nature, a race weak to sunlight and surviving by drinking the blood of other species. Roken investigated the source of the commotion, finding a child near the commotion, but it wasn't Marquis Truel's child. The child Marquis Truel was concealing as his own daughter was. A mysterious figure, cloaked in shadow, was revealed. The narration box proclaimed that this being possessed the highest quality blood, amplifying the powers of vampires. And that being was identified as the High Elf. The image depicts a high elf, a being of exceptional beauty and grace, radiating an aura of ethereal nobility. Amongst elves, they are those born with the most noble blood. The narration box explains that vampires who drink the blood of a high elf can acquire immense power. However, because high elves possess such incredible holy powers within their blood, most vampires cannot drink it without dire consequences. The scene shifts to Marquis Truel, an ordinary vampire, whose insides would melt if he were to consume the high elf's blood. This is why Marquis Truel resorts to witchcraft, seeking an alternative method to harness the high elf's power. Marquis Truel plans to use a bewitched item to drink the high elf's blood and strengthen his vampire abilities. The scene transitions to a dark forest at night. A man, presumably Dr. Tritica, is shown searching for someone in the forest. Roken, a former SSS-class ranker in the Vermork world of Ethelgard, found himself traversing the ominous Fog Valley. His dark attire and determined stride hinted at the urgency of his mission. A quest so challenging that even he found himself questioning its scale. His internal monologue reflected his surprise at the sheer size of the forest. He mused that no one else could possibly complete this quest, certain that others would have given up long before reaching this point. Suddenly, a menacing growl echoed through the trees, revealing a pack of fog-eating hyenas, each a formidable level 115 monster. Roken's eyes widened at the sheer number of enemies before him. He muttered to himself about the overwhelming odds. He resolved to complete the quest quickly, refusing to waste time on a protracted battle. His decision was made, he would run. The hyenas, enraged by his presence, gave chase. their ferocious snarls echoing behind him as he fled through the dense forest. Roken skillfully dodged and weaved through the pursuing pack, his movements a blur of calculated precision. He was escaping. A figure with short, light blue hair and a smirk, cloaked in dark brown garb, stood defiantly amidst a pack of monstrous, snarling beasts. The creatures, resembling large, dark wolves, surrounded him, their eyes glowing menacingly, but he showed no fear. He observed them calmly, a slight amusement playing on his lips. I guess they're slower than I thought. There's already a few missing, he mused, his internal assessment revealing a surprising confidence. With a sudden burst of speed, he launched himself forward, his red boots leaving a trail of dust and debris in their wake. All right, let's widen the gap, he muttered, his movements precise and powerful. A beast, caught off guard, was sent flying with a single, swift kick. Another beast lunged, but the man effortlessly dodged the attack, leaving a trail of white smoke behind him as he moved. He landed gracefully, his expression grim. Goddamn fog, he muttered, his voice laced with frustration. A powerful shockwave erupted from the ground, sending cracked spiderwebbing across the landscape. The fog thickened, obscuring the immediate surroundings. More of the wolf-like creatures emerged from the swirling mist, perched atop rocky outcrops, their eyes gleaming with malice. They were clearly waiting for an opportunity to strike. The man prepared himself, a surge of energy emanating from his body as he braced for the inevitable assault. A powerful gust of wind swept through the area, further obscuring visibility. He unleashed a wave of energy, a brilliant blue light erupting from his body, pushing back the encroaching darkness. His expression was one of grim determination. The creatures charged, their snarls echoing through the desolate landscape. He braced himself for the impact, his eyes narrowed in focus. I get it now, he realized, a sudden understanding dawning on him. He surveyed the scene, his gaze sweeping across the pack of beasts. This is your lair, isn't it, he stated, his voice calm but unwavering, as he prepared for the final confrontation. Roken, a former SSS-class ranker in the VR game, found himself surrounded. A pack of monstrous, lion-like creatures snarled, their eyes burning with predatory intent, while he stood defiantly amidst them. He realized their presence wasn't accidental. It dawned on him that they had been used to lure him into this trap, their previous distance was a calculated tactic. The beasts lunged, their roars echoing through the desolate landscape as they attacked. Despite the ambush, Roken remained calm. He knew this was inevitable, a confrontation he had to face. With a grim determination, he gripped his weapon, a powerful blade crackling with energy. He saw this as an opportunity, a chance to test the limits of his enhanced abilities. His curiosity piqued, he was eager to see just how many monsters he could defeat with his current, improved skills. A sinister grin spread across his face as he declared these creatures his test subjects. The scene shifted to a close-up of a monstrous figure, its sharp teeth bared in a cruel smile, anticipation hanging heavy in the air. The narration box explained a crucial weakness inherent to the Berserker class, their vulnerability when facing multiple opponents. Roken, a young man with teal hair, found himself surrounded and relentlessly attacked by two monstrous wolf-like creatures. Their claws tore at his defenses. He parried one blow with a powerful swing of his arm. But the relentless assault continued, leaving him struggling to maintain his ground. Despite their ferocity, the narration box highlighted that in one-on-one combat, Berserkers were unmatched in strength. Roken, however, was clearly outmatched. Their lack of wide-range abilities made them ill-equipped for this kind of multi-opponent engagement. Even weak opponents, when working together, posed a significant threat to a Berserker. Roken braced himself. A desperate situation called for a desperate measure. The panel showed a title card, Combo Skill. With a ferocious grin, Roken unleashed a powerful combo skill, his eyes glowing with pink energy. He was ready to fight back. Roken, the former SSS ranker, explained his newly created wide-range attack, a combination of Berserker skills. The resulting impact sent shockwaves through the battlefield, obliterating his enemies. He effortlessly dispatched his foes, his movements a blur of deadly precision, leaving a trail of defeated hyenas in his wake. Roken surveyed the carnage, a grim satisfaction etched on his face. He had defeated 80 hyenas in under 3 minutes, a record even powerful mages couldn't match. His newly developed combo skill not only allowed for one-on-one combat but also overcame the usual weakness of Berserkers facing multiple opponents. Despite his achievement, a shadow crossed Roken's face. He knew this skill, while impressive, was still insufficient to challenge the might of Ragnarok. Even with his time-traveling advantage, Roken realized that his current strength was only comparable to an average user. Far from enough to overcome the formidable guild, Ragnarok. Roken, a former SSS-class ranker in the Vermork, reflects on a recent victory. He had managed to defeat a group of monsters of comparable strength, but he realizes his current skills are insufficient for the challenges ahead. His current attack, a rush of destruction, is effective against enemies in a straight line, but lacks the wide-range capabilities needed to deal with multiple opponents simultaneously. He understands that to overcome his rivals, particularly Odin, he needs a significantly improved wide-range attack skill. A skill powerful enough to ensure victory against Odin. Roken vows to create this powerful wide-range attack, promising Odin that he will be destroyed soon. However, before he can focus on his ultimate revenge, Roken realizes he must first complete a quest. A quest directly related to expanding the range of his attacks. As Roken begins the quest, he encounters an unexpected obstacle. A monstrous, skeletal hand emerges from the ground, hinting at the challenges that lie ahead. Roken, despite the sudden appearance of the monstrous hand, maintains a determined expression, ready to face whatever comes next. The scene opens on a pair of bare feet, heavily bandaged, standing on what appears to be a desolate, rocky landscape. A voice, calm and somewhat amused, cuts through the silence. "I guess you're the fellow Marquis Truel sent." A large, crimson moon hangs heavy in the sky, its light casting an eerie glow on the swirling, ethereal clouds around it. As a cloaked figure emerges from the shadows. Their voice, deep and resonant, booms across the landscape. "I'm the witch doctor Tritica." Tritica gestures towards the ground. Their instructions are curt and precise: put the ingredients you have brought with you on the ground and back away. A hand, seemingly belonging to Marquis Truel, carefully places a glowing, ornate chest onto the ground. A thought crosses his mind: to think he'd come out in person. Tritica assesses the offering. Their response is brief: "Is that good? Take it." Several vials shatter, releasing a shimmering, ethereal energy. As Tritica's staff glows with an intense, otherworldly light. Muttering incantations, barely audible, they begin the ritual. The ground cracks in fissures, radiating a powerful energy outwards. And the ritual culminates in a burst of vibrant, mystical energy as Tritica finishes their incantation. A dark, hooded figure unleashed a torrent of dark energy, the purplish-black tendrils writhing and crackling with malevolent power. The chaotic energy coalesced into strange, glowing glyphs. Ancient runes pulsed with an eerie light, forming a complex pattern. A silent observer, a young man with white hair, watched the spectacle unfold, his expression unreadable. He noted that the aura and actions of the hooded figure were grotesque. Another man, this one with short, blue-gray hair, watched from a distance, his brow furrowed in suspicion. "Is that witchcraft?" he muttered to himself. Meanwhile, the hooded figure meticulously prepared something, wrapping a braided cord around their hands. The figure announced, "Here, it's complete. Take it." The hooded figure extended a dark scroll towards the viewer, a sinister red glow emanating from within. A detailed description of the item appeared: Blood Seal, grade, rare, quest. By creating a seal resembling a tattoo on the body, it embodies powerful vampire energies. When in use, the Blood Seal effect will activate. The white-haired man from earlier received the scroll, a thoughtful expression on his face. A narration box appeared, the item used to strengthen Marquis Truel's vampire abilities. Another thought bubble appeared above him: will he be able to handle the blood of the High Elf using this item? The quest log detailed the task: Marquis Truel requested assistance in saving his young daughter. The requirements were steep: cursed troll blood, boiling ram blood, ram hide, and an item from Witch Doctor Tritica. The reward? A paltry 10 gold coins. Roken, the protagonist, reviewed the quest. He mused that all he had to do was deliver the items to Marquis Truel, but what he truly wanted was the item itself, not the meager reward. He held the item in his hand, a strange, dark staff. A hooded figure emerged from the shadows, causing Roken to question what was happening. The hooded figure's face contorted in a silent scream, its eyes wide with shock as it questioned the meaning of Roken's actions. A voice warned Roken against using the item immediately. He ignored the warning, activating the Blood Seal. The activation was complete. Roken had acquired the absorption of vitality upon hitting your target, 3%, ability. The game interface confirmed that the seal could not be strengthened or removed. A further message explained that the absorption rate depended on the type of seal. The game displayed his current seal count, 1/5. Roken's face was a mask of grim determination, his eyes burning with a dark intensity. Roken, a former SSS class ranker in the VR game, clenched his fist, a surge of crimson energy emanating from within. He had finally acquired the Blood Seal, a powerful new ability. A notification appeared, detailing its effects: absorption of vitality upon hitting a target, 3%. The seal was unremovable and unstrengthenable, its absorption rate varying depending on the type of seal. He currently possessed one of 5 seals. His appearance transformed, a sinister grin stretched across his scarred face as dark energy pulsed around him. This was the power he craved. The Vitality Absorption Seal, ideal for facing multiple opponents. A cataclysmic energy erupted around him, shattering the landscape. He felt it, the power he needed. He stood amidst the devastation, a fierce grin on his face, ready for his revenge. The power surged through him, a tangible manifestation of his resolve. While attack is crucial when facing multiple opponents, Roken knew that his new power was only part of his strategy. He prepared for the challenges ahead. The scene opens with Roken, a formidable warrior, locked in fierce combat. A powerful explosion erupts around him, the force of the blast sending debris flying. The narration box emphasizes the importance of recovery in battle, a crucial element for survival in this intense virtual reality world. As he focuses on a strategic maneuver, his arm, marked with strange, glowing runes, is raised. He reflects on the blood seal technique, explaining that it will allow him to absorb the vitality of his enemies, significantly extending his endurance in battle. A game notification appears, detailing the blood seal's absorption rate. However, a group of onlookers reacts with horror and disbelief as they witness the power of this technique. The notification reveals a significant nerf to the blood seal's effectiveness in a future patch. Roken, however, remains unfazed. He reveals that, due to a twist of fate, he obtained the blood seal before the patch went live, retaining its original, superior absorption rate. A close-up on his face shows a confident, almost predatory grin. He states that he is now one of the few who possess the original, unnerfed version of the blood seal. The scene shifts to show Roken unleashing a devastating attack, a fiery blast erupting from his hand. The intense energy of the attack is depicted in a dynamic, fast-paced sequence. The sheer power of his strike is evident. An opponent, enraged by Roken's power, confronts him, shouting accusations of theft and arrogance. Roken, however, barely reacts to the attack, dismissing it as a mere tickle. He notes that his opponent's strength is being drained by the blood seal. He explains that he only used this attack to test the effectiveness of the blood seal, showcasing his complete mastery of the technique. Roken, the former SSS-class ranker, unleashed a devastating strike against his opponent. A surge of energy erupted from his weapon, leaving a trail of crimson destruction. The force of the blow sending shockwaves through the virtual battlefield. He grinned, a predatory gleam in his eyes, as he spoke, "So if the item wants to cooperate, I'd be grateful." The creature, a grotesque monstrosity, crumpled to the ground, defeated. Another player, observing from a distance, exclaimed in disbelief, "Huh? He got a KO with a single hit?" Roken's body shimmered with an ethereal glow, the effects of his powerful ability clearly visible as glowing plus signs appeared on his damaged body. A rapid regeneration process already underway. He laughed, a triumphant sound that echoed through the virtual world. The regeneration was complete, leaving no trace of the previous damage. He exclaimed, "Kaya, what a crazy effect! Complete recovery!" A notification appeared, confirming his victory. He had obtained a rare item, Tritika's head. He muttered, "Huh? That Tritika bastard was a goblin?" Despite his victory, Roken remained focused. He mused, "Well, I still want to test out Blood Seal." A sinister smile spreading across his face as he made his decision. He decided to use the skill with full power. "I guess I should try it with full options." The imposing headquarters of the Crossroads Berserker Guild loomed before Roken, a testament to the power and influence he once challenged. Inside, Roken, a powerfully built man with short, graying hair, stood before a guild merchant. He requested the Force, Charge, Body Strengthening, and Twist Attack skill books. The merchant presented a holographic display listing the 4 skills: Force, Charge, Body Strengthening, and Twist Air. A message appeared, indicating that these skills could be combined. Roken initiated the combination process, the Force and Charge skills merging first, followed by Body Strengthening, culminating in the Twist Attack skill. The system explained that once the combination was complete, the skill books would disappear, and the combined skill would be automatically learned. A satisfied smirk spread across Roken's face as he watched the process unfold. He murmured, "Good, good." The system prompted Roken to confirm the combination by pressing a button after reviewing the preview of the combined skill. Roken, the former SSS ranker, focused intently, his mind a whirlwind of calculations. He shifted his weight onto his left foot, preparing to unleash a devastating new skill. His body spun, a blur of motion, wielding his axe with breathtaking speed and precision. The action was recorded, a new skill registered in the game system. A satisfied grin spread across Roken's face as he named his new skill, Will Wind. The game's interface displayed the details of the Will Wind combination skill. By spinning while wielding a weapon, it delivers quick physical damage to nearby opponents. The skill's effectiveness and movement speed doubled in a berserk state. Roken, eager to test his new wide-range ability, headed towards the cursed cave of life, ready to unleash the full potential of Will Wind. Intending to use the cave's inhabitants as his first test subjects. As he approached, a figure emerged from the cave's shadows. "Are you?" Roken smirked, "The first sacrificial lambs of my Will Wind." The scene opens with a distorted figure, a grotesque parody of a human form with two faces, each contorted in a different expression of manic glee. This monstrous being, seemingly born from a twisted reflection, is Roken, the former SSS class ranker, but not as he once was. A narration box reveals a crucial detail: originally in the Lord, there wasn't any skill like wheel wind. He unleashes a swirling vortex of energy, a breathtaking display of power that seems to defy the laws of physics. The sheer force of the attack is evident in the warping of space around it. Roken's internal monologue, revealed in a thought bubble, is one of smug confidence. I bet even Odin couldn't think of this, Kikek. Roken, his face a mask of cruel amusement, watches as a monstrous claw emerges from the ground, a harbinger of the chaos he's about to unleash. A guttural growl, grrr, echoes from the unseen beast below. From the depths of the earth, a horde of monstrous creatures rises, their forms shadowy and menacing. Roken's voice, filled with a chilling satisfaction, booms out, "Good, good. A lot of you have gathered." The creatures surge forth, their numbers overwhelming. Roken, now airborne, surveys his monstrous army with a predatory gleam in his eyes. A powerful figure emerges from the fray, his presence commanding attention. He is clad in heavy armor, his face obscured by shadow. This armored warrior, his face still hidden, speaks, his voice betraying a hint of anticipation. "I was hoping monsters stronger than hyenas would come out, so this is great." A powerful blast of energy erupts, signaling the start of a fierce battle. From the heart of the explosion, several level 120 cavern werewolves emerge, their forms monstrous and terrifying. One of the werewolves lunges at Roken, its claws extended, ready to strike. Roken prepares to meet the attack. Surrounded by a pack of monstrous wolves, Roken braced himself, the ferocity of their attack evident in their snarling maws and bared fangs. A flurry of blows rained down upon him, each strike threatening to overwhelm his defenses. But with a roar, he met their assault head-on, his powerful strikes sending the creatures reeling. His movements a blur of controlled aggression as he fought back with unmatched skill, unleashing a devastating counterattack that sent shockwaves through the pack. A game notification flashed before his eyes, 20% vitality remaining. His physical abilities were significantly decreased. Despite the warning, Roken pressed on, his determination unwavering. The creature collapsing under the force of the blow. With a final surge of strength, Roken prepared for a decisive counterattack, hefting his massive warhammer. A grim smile spreading across his face as he declared, "Now it's my turn." Master Roken gripped his weapon, readying himself. The narration box above him proclaimed this to be his new skill. And with a swift, powerful movement, he unleashed it against a pack of monstrous wolves. The energy coursed from his weapon in a brilliant arc. A wave of electrifying force slicing through the air, leaving a trail of blue energy in its wake. The impact was immediate and devastating, leaving Roken slightly wounded but triumphant. A grim satisfaction settled on his face as he surveyed the scene. He channeled his energy, preparing for another attack. A vortex of swirling energy began to form, growing larger and more intense with each passing moment. The power within him was immense. A destructive force building to a terrifying crescendo. He unleashed the full force of his attack. A powerful blast of energy erupting outwards, striking the remaining wolves with brutal force. Their pained roars echoed through the air, sending them flying backwards. The sheer power of the attack shattered the surrounding stone, leaving a trail of destruction in its wake. Roken, exhausted but victorious, let out a relieved sigh. Phew. Roken, a former SSS class ranker in the VR game Return of the SSS class ranker, found himself in a desperate situation. Betrayed and humiliated by his rivals, he was left for dead. But a twist of fate intervened. He had completely recovered, his declaration echoing with newfound strength. Though the blood seal only absorbed 3% of his vitality, it was enough to sustain him. He stood amidst a battlefield, the bodies of slain wolves scattered around him. Even a small loss of vitality was significant in a multiple opponent battle. But Roken's confidence remained unshaken. As long as he could recover his mana, he could hunt forever. With renewed vigor, he continued his hunt, his movements swift and precise. He dispatched the remaining wolves with ease. His power a testament to his skill and resilience. This newfound strength would allow him to challenge Odin and his gang. Having tested his abilities, Roken deemed the experiment complete. He was ready for the next phase of his revenge. A sinister smile playing on his lips as he contemplated his next move. He had stolen a quest item and killed the witch doctor. Truel would be furious. With the events unfolding as planned, Roken considered eliminating the vampire and claiming the reward offered by the high elf. Dark, ominous clouds gathered above a grand, imposing building, hinting at the brewing storm within. Two gloved hands carefully presented a goblin's head, its features grim and unsettling. A man, his face etched with surprise, exclaimed in disbelief upon seeing the goblin's head. Goblin. There was a goblin nearby? An elf, his face contorted in fury, reacted violently to the news. Another man, his expression serious, explained, "The goblins belong to the Black Dragon Army, the main enemy of the Golden Lions." "Where did you find him?" He continued, revealing more information. "He was a servant of Marquis Truel, a vampire. He's also a young high elf." The elf, shocked by this revelation, gasped, "A high elf?" A calm voice explained the situation. "I happened to catch the witch doctor attempting to craft something to allow drinking the holy blood of the high elf." The man concluded his report, adding, "I took care of the immediately urgent matter, but if we let things be, Marquis Truel will harm the high elf." A high elf, his face contorted in a furious grimace, declared that he would never allow another high elf to be harmed within his jurisdiction. He immediately ordered the gathering of all garrison troops for an immediate departure. A subordinate approached, requesting a moment of the captain's time. The subordinate explained that barging into a nocturnal vampire's lair at night was practically suicide. He suggested they leave before sunrise and catch the vampire while he slept. The captain admitted to being too emotional, but agreed to wait until then. While they waited, the captain stated he would be heading to Marquis Truel's guest house. The subordinate, a man with teal hair and a confident smirk, watched him go. The subordinate grinned, anticipating the reward for rescuing the high elf and the subsequent accolades. The final panel shows the sleeping high elf, setting the stage for the next event. Roken, a former SSS-class ranker in the VR game Return of the SSS-class ranker, awoke with a start. His eyes fluttered open, revealing a look of disorientation and unease as he struggled to recall the events that led to this moment. A cold sweat beaded on his brow as he tried to piece together the fragments of his memory. The last thing he remembered was the betrayal, the humiliation, the crushing defeat at the hands of his former allies. Suddenly, a sinister presence filled the room. A shadowy figure emerged from the darkness, its eyes glowing with malevolent intent. He hissed, "I shall engorge on your holy blood."